Chapter 0. The story within the novel. Kim So-ho. 17 to 27 years old in the story. A righteous, honest man and a hard worker. Though he comes from a common background, he is of extraordinary character and talent. As a genius who made his name known in the military academy, he possesses a sense of justice and other upright characteristics befitting a hero. He carries a special secret that he hasn't revealed to anyone. Shin Jung-hak. 17 to 27 years old in the story. The fourth-generation descendant of the Jinsum Corp, one of the greatest chaebol in Korea, which contends for the #1 spot. As a child of a chaebol family, he is a narcissist and an elitist. Because of his personality and the sense of inferiority he feels against Kim So-ho, he later becomes a villain. I have to be the best. I cannot tolerate anyone being above me. With such obstinacy, he confronts Kim So-ho. The above two were the two main characters of my novel. Though the novel had many more characters, write them all down was impossible. Within my novel were billions of characters. Unless the characters have important roles like the heroine or the helper, giving a character a name wasn't necessary. Why was I saying all this? Hero Association's Agent Military Academy Seoul Branch graduation, class of 2024, rank 1 cadet, Kim So-ho. It was because the story in my novel was happening in front of my eyes. Called up to the stage, Kim So-ho walked up with a stiffened face as though he was nervous. We were in a huge auditorium suggestive of a temple. In it were 3,000 cadets and thousands of spectators. Their gazes all turned to one person, Kim So-ho. He's Kim So-ho? Wow. He's so handsome. Several women watched with admiration and adoration. This is why people say gift is all that matters. Who cares if you try hard? People like him end up taking first place anyways. That guy completely lucked out with his gift. And naturally, he received the jealousy and envy of young teenagers. His grades are said to be the greatest in the past 10 years. Yeah, I've heard of him. His gift was announced too, right? What was it again? Sword Saint? Guild associates, who came to watch the best cadet in recent history, flashed their eyes. They were looking down from the highest seats of the auditorium. However, I could hear their voices. They had to be at least a kilometer away, but as long as I looked their way, I could hear their words clearly. Not only their words, but I could also see their faces, almost as though I was right in front of them. Perhaps, this was my gift. Yes, in regards to swords, he is said to receive the world's protection. HM. That's a pretty vague description, but I guess the information from the academy is all like that. We called dibs on that kid, so don't touch him. I recognized one of the whispering faces. Yoon Sung-ah. An important assistant of the main character and one of the heroines who almost became the main character's lover. Just when the two of them were hitting it off, in reality, when the main character was hitting off with many of the heroines, I suspended my novel. Thus, the two never became lovers. Dibs? What dibs? When it comes to cadets, there is no such thing. At another guild associate's callous words, Jun Sung-ah smiled sweetly and rebutted. Is that why Essence of the Straight can't escape second place? I knew Yoon Sung-ah's face. Surprisingly, she looked like my first love from college. That was probably because I thought of her when I was describing Yoon Sung-ah's character. Though, she was my crush to be exact. Can I take that as a challenge? I'm kidding, of course. Plus, we still have 3 years to go before we can scout any of them. It's 2 years. You know contacting them before they graduate is illegal, right? That's only if you're found out. Yoon Sung-ah and the man glared at each other. With their staring contest as the starting point, the VIP seat's atmosphere began to heat up. And thus, the fight for Kim So-ho had already begun. class of 2024, rank 2 cadet, Shin Jong-hak. Meanwhile, the other main character stood up. He was the descendant of the Jinsung clan. His appearance rivaled Kim Soho as well. The audience stirred just like when Kim Soho walked up. But unlike with Kim Soho, envy and jealousy didn't exist. There was only admiration and adoration. With Kim Soho, they thought, why is he better than me? But with Shin Jong-hak, he was better than me from birth. As if to show off his noble blood, Shin Jong-hak walked up to the stage completely composed. Kim Soho and Shin Jong-hak. Standing side by side, the two glared at each other. Electricity seemed to crackle from their eyes. Without a shadow of the doubt, these two were characters from my novel. Then where was I? I wasn't on the stage but in the farthest back seat of the auditorium. I wasn't one out of 3,000, but a member of the 3,000. No guild associate looked my way. Chundong, what rank are you? I'm rank 2900. Next, to me, a boy resembling a piglet asked. On his name tag were the characters Kim Ho Sup. This meant that he had an eventual role. Though he couldn't be a hero because of his non-existent physical abilities, his gift was outstanding for information gathering. Chuan Dong-chan? I don't know. I didn't know who I was. I didn't even know why my name was Chundong. If something like this had to happen, shouldn't I be one of the two on stage? Hey, come on, if you don't know that. I don't know. Once again, I didn't know. This world was the novel I wrote, but I was in the body of a character I had never written before. Other than being a cadet in the Agent Military Academy, I was the most ordinary and the most connectionless character, the type whose name wouldn't exist anywhere in the novel. In other words, I was an extra. 1. No, I was a speck of dust. 1. In English, an extra is usually referred to as background actor / performer / cast / etc., but I will be sticking with extra. Chapter 1. Cube 1. One day, I received an email. The sender asked if he could remake my novel. At the time, I was dumbfounded. I might have been on a short hiatus, but to ask to remake a novel that was in paid serialization, I, of course, refused. In fact, I didn't reply. It was partly because doing something like that without permission would go against copyright laws, but it was also because I was ashamed of the hiatus status I was in. The web novel I was writing was called The Returnee Hero. It wasn't a sensation, but it was a fairly popular novel and the greatest hit in my 5 years of writing. But at the time I received the email, I had been on hiatus for 3 months. The reason was simple. The words didn't come to me. At first, I poured my passion into writing. My personal note on the world setting neared 50,000 characters, and I poured my heart out in writing each chapter. But after a year of writing, I fell into an awful slump. Even so, the novel continued for 6 months, reaching the mid-late stage of the story. But because I forcefully pushed myself to write, the story was full of plot holes, and the personalities of the characters had collapsed. Unsurprisingly, the number of readers dropped by the day. I was too scared to even read the comments. In the end, I chose to go on hiatus. But no matter how long I rested, I couldn't continue with the story, not even a single sentence came out. When I was wallowing in misery from realizing my lacking writing skills, I received another email asking to remake my novel. Email protected. Please. This is for personal satisfaction. I will not reveal the remake version of the novel anywhere. It will only stay between me and you. Who knows? Maybe you'll be inspired by the remake and come up with a way to continue the story. It was a fairly long email consisting of 6 sentences, but what it was asking for was simple. He wanted to remake my novel for self-satisfaction. How much did he like my novel to send an email like this? Since I wasn't particularly proud of my work, I agreed, feeling thankful and ashamed. In that case, was that the cause of this situation? The chance of winning the lottery was said to be 1 in 8,145,060. Then what was happening to me at this moment had to be a 1 in 7 billion chance. I was standing in an ordinary family home. But the world I was in wasn't my world, and I wasn't me. Though one might think I was being philosophical, I really wasn't. It was just the best way to describe the situation I was in. I had become an extra in my novel. An extra I had no memory writing about. Kim Chundong. Chundong lived in an ordinary apartment room, but he didn't have parents. As for why, I, of course, didn't know. At 9 years old, Chundong was admitted to Agent Military Academy, a place to nurture elites to fight monsters and jinns. What ability did Chundong possess to pass its entrance exam? I didn't know. I didn't know anything about him. I didn't even know his face. I wasn't kidding. I really didn't. When I look in the mirror, that's what I saw. An oval with a question mark. This crazy body possession, or transmigration, was completely unreasonable. I had gone to bed just like any other day, but when I woke up, I found myself on the last day of the semester at Agent Military Academy. At first, I had two suspicions. First was that I was being pranked. But that idea was shot down in just 5 seconds. I couldn't even be bothered to explain why. Second was that I was dreaming. But I naturally came to dismiss the idea. As everyone knew, the thought of being in a dream never occurred to dreaming people, and more importantly, no dream continued for 2 weeks with such a clear sense of reality. As a result, I spent the past 2 weeks pondering whether the world inside the novel should be treated as the reality I was in. Ding dong. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Just like I've been doing in the last 2 weeks, I was lying in bed and staring blankly at the ceiling when my smartphone alarm began to ring. Glancing over, I saw that it was time to go to school. Why the hell do I need to go to school? 13 days ago, it was Agent Military Academy's graduation. But the ones graduating were only non-combatant cadets, and non-combatant cadets couldn't be called heroes. Combat class cadets had to attend the academy for 3 more years. These 3 years would be spent at Cube, a hero academy. Unfortunately, this damn Chundong guy was a combat-type cadet. Again, I had no clue who he was. Ah! How frustrating. I had barely done anything for 2 weeks. I spent most of my time on the internet, ate food when I got hungry, went back online to search for a way out, laughed at the surprisingly funny variety shows airing on TV, ate food when I got hungry. Anyways, the only noteworthy event was going to Seoul 2 days ago for the 3-hour-long Cube entrance ceremony. I didn't want to go, but I had no other choice since I was told I would be expelled if I didn't attend. I do think I need to go, but I couldn't figure out who dropped me here, for what reason and with what power. But after living idly for 2 weeks, I reluctantly came to accept my fate. It seemed I would live this way for a long time. In that case, I at least needed to make a living for myself. In my novel, being a hero was anyone's dream job. Though things become serious midway through because of villains, the hiatus was not long afterwards. I just had to survive until then. When the time came, I was sure I'd figure something out. 7:33 a.m. There was only 57 minutes until school. I got up and trudged to the bathroom. Standing in front of the mirror, Mr. Question Mark greeted me. Screw this question mark. Is it ever going to go away? Without joking, my face was a question mark. I didn't know why. It wasn't because I didn't describe my face. If that were the case, it didn't make sense for the other billions of people to have their own faces. So why was only Chundong's face a question mark? I don't get it. Murmuring begrudgingly, I washed my face. I could feel my skin. I had hair too. That made things all the more creepy. After cleaning myself up a bit, I changed into Cube's uniform, which I got at the entrance ceremony. Other than that, I had no other baggage. People who saw me in this uniform would undoubtedly send looks of envy, but I didn't know what I was doing. My face was a freaking question mark. How was I supposed to figure anything out? Turning the doorknob, I glanced back. My home for the past 2 weeks. The apartment room I barely found thanks to the address written in my cadet card. It seemed I got attached to it in this short period of time. I felt like I would miss it. Cube floated in the middle of the East Sea. Once I left, I probably wouldn't come back. Putting behind the big apartment room I was happy to have, I stepped into the dark and unfamiliar world. 50,000 Korean characters is about 10,000 English words. Chapter 2. Cube 2. The world's greatest training institute boasting state-of-the-art magic, science, and engineering. Cube. Cube was the name of a huge island located in the East Sea. This artificial island was twice the size of Uedo, 1. In this huge area, there were only about 5,000 hero cadets, of which 1,300 were first years. While 2,000 non-combatants graduated 2 weeks ago, elite cadets from all over the world gathered here, making it more competitive than before. In a way, the place was too harsh and dreary to be home for 17 to 19-year-olds. And starting from the second year, magicians who chose to become heroes would come from the National Magic University, so that was another 200-300 cadets. Furthermore, there were training instructors, cafeteria ladies, cleaners, recruiters visiting occasionally, government associates, engineers who did maintenance and operations, soldiers dispatched as securities, doctors and researchers for taking care of cadets, convenience store workers who worked under Cube, and more. With all these people, about 50,000 people resided in Cube. Naturally, this place was a highly important hub where the attention of investors gathered. Given that my novel's setting was faithfully followed, Korea was a world power rivaling the United States. I seem to remember listing several reasons for it, but the more obvious reason was that I was Korean. In any case, Chundong was a member of Cube, so he could be said to be an elite. But I didn't allocate any story for Chundong. So Chundong's destiny should have been to live in areas detached from the main storyline. While he would not have lived the important and burdening life of the main character, he probably would have lived a comfortable, worry-free life. And that was the life I wanted too. Staring at the door to the classroom, I sighed. Novice Veritas. Novice referred to first-year cadets, while Veritas was the name of the class. Simply put, I was in Year 1 Class 1. I knew what this class was. Shin Jong-hak and Kim So-ho were in this class, and as cliques formed around them, many schemes, mostly started by Shin Jong-hak and his followers, would make the class rowdy. As a member of the class, I would most likely be swept in regardless of my will. Phew. After collecting my breath, I slowly and carefully opened the door. The interior was sleek, white with no sign of dust and 3 long desks cascading up. Where should I sit? I looked around the classroom and found Shin Jong-hak sitting on the farthest seat back. With his eyes closed and his hands in his pocket, he seemed imposing. Next to him was his childhood friend, Yuyona, chattering. The two of them didn't pay any attention to me. Thank God. I sat down on the edge seat of the middle row. Like a proper extra, I looked straight ahead in a daze. There was no chalkboard, but a projection screen for holograms to be shown. Looking at it, I couldn't help but sigh. After going through high school and even mandatory military service, I couldn't believe I had to go back to school. There couldn't be a worse calamity. Huam. Cube's semester began on February. The outside was cold and the inside being warm naturally made me sleepy. Currently, it was 8 a.m. Class began at 8:30. In truth, I didn't expect to arrive this early. Going from Seoul to Cube was quick using the portal, but I expected to get lost once I got here. However, there was something called the Cube bus, a bus that ran every 10 minutes around Cube that didn't exist in my original setting. Thinking about it now, it was a mistake on my part to have the main character walk around the huge campus all the time. Since the novel became a real world, it seemed it was fixing plot holes on its own. Anyways, let's sleep a little. I don't want to think anymore. Closing my eyes, I dropped my head on the desk. Now! A thunderous shout woke me up. When I opened my eyes, the instructor was behind the podium. Today's the first day, so there won't be any special training, but I hope you all did your morning training. Training is never wrong, especially in the morning when mana density is high. Morning training? Oh, right. There was something like that. A training ground that opened up from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. I had hurriedly stuffed it into the story to give the leading characters an opportunity to meet. Now, let's start with self-introductions. I'm Kim Soo-hyuk, the instructor in charge of you all for the year. That name, I could vaguely recall it. My ranking point is 3,850. World rank 9737. By the association's classification, I would be High Intermediate rank grade 5. The students' eyes lit up. It was understandable. There were around 2 million heroes in the world. Rank 9737 meant he was very skilled. I think that's enough for my introduction. Kim Soo-hyuk seemed to have liked the students' reactions as the corners of his mouth curled up to a grin. The first day will feel special. You might not have slept due to excitement and worry, or maybe you're feeling great about being able to improve yourselves. Heck, maybe you're happy to see your crushes again. The cadets broke out into a small laughter. But the instructor froze his expression sternly. But Cube isn't the same as it was before. I promise you, there will be no time for relationships. In Cube, you will experience several real combat situations. Look forward to experiencing how fearful the real world is. His roguish smile sent a chill down my back. Combat training, I had to take part in that too. Next, Cube is objective. The only indicator of your success will be your grade. Guilds will only look at your grade. Thus, we will grade you accurately and strictly. If you underperform, you will be held back. Statistically, less than half of Cube's cadets graduate without repeating a semester. Even then, you can only be held back up to 2 years. Any more than that, you will be expelled. If you can't become a hero, you will become an agent or a mercenary. I take it that that's not what you want. After giving the students a scare, the instructor paused and scanned the students' faces. I can already see a few faces I'm familiar with. It was the same for me. Kim Soo-ho, Shin Jong-hak, Yoo Yona, Chai Na-yeon, Rachel, Lee Young-han. These 6 were the important characters I could see at a first glance. Shin Jong-hak sat with Yoo Yona. Since Kim Soo-ho and Chai Na-yeon saw each other as rivals, they were distanced. Princess Rachel sat alone, and Lee Young-han sat behind Kim Soo-ho. I repeat. At Cube, you will need to confirm the things you've learned until now and hone your skills to be used in battle. There will be no kind training here. Remember that. With that, Kim Soo-hyuk announced. Now get ready. What's scheduled for today won't take long. The first task is main weapon selection. Asterisk. Any weapon you can think of should be here. A main weapon was exactly what it sounded like. High-ranking heroes called their weapons treasured weapons, while weapons above, unique, grade were given the title armament. But I didn't know what my main weapon was. I knew nothing about Chuandong's past. Stand in front of the weapon you want. We'll supply you with the training weapons. But don't look down on them just because they're training weapon. Their market price is 5 million won. There were all sorts of weapons, more so than I could have ever imagined. Sword, spear, saber, dagger, rapier, halberd, greatsword, spyhander, bow, gun, whip, gauntlet, etc. The 100 students of Veritas class stood in front of the weapon they wanted. Choose carefully. Once you pick your main weapon, you won't be able to change it for at least 6 months. Sword and spear were obviously the most popular choice. Kim Soho and Shin Jonghak stood in front of a sword and a spear respectively. 70 out of 100 chose the sword, spear, or saber, the so-called holy trinity of weapons. On the other hand, Yuyona chose the whip, Chinayun chose the bow, and Rachel chose the rapier. However, I simply stood in a daze. Kim Chundong, why are you standing still? Kim Soo-hyuk asked. I stared blankly at the one weapon no one gave a glance. The weapon of choice in the modern world, one that didn't require an instruction manual and one that anyone could use with a click. But in this world, this weapon was the weakest lump of metal, a weapon avoided by every hero. Most likely, it was only here for the sake of having all kinds of weapons be here. But this was the only choice I had. I couldn't use any close-ranged weapons. Even if Chundong was talented in one, I didn't want to participate in close-ranged combat where blood splattered everywhere. Kim Chundong. The instructor's voice fell low, and other students' gazes fell on me. Shin Jonghak and Kim Soho were among them. I didn't like being at the center of attention. I quickly walked up and grabbed the weapon. I could feel the weight of the metal in my hand as the smell of rust tickled my nose. More eyes fell on me. The weapon in my hand was a handgun. 1. Uido is a large island in Seoul, 8.4 square kilometers in size and home to 31,000 people. Chapter 3. Cube 3. Guns were still excellent weapons in this world. But that was only for ordinary soldiers who couldn't wield mana. Rather than traditional bullets, this world's guns used magic bullets, bullets containing compressed mana with the power to kill low-intermediate ranked grade 8 monsters. In comparison, the training saber said to cost 5 million won could only kill low-rank monsters on average. So, the gun was a stronger weapon on its own. But heroes and mercenaries who could wield magic power didn't choose guns. That was because magic power couldn't be applied to guns, so no matter how strong the user of a gun was, the weapon had a clear limit in potency. In choosing a main weapon, the most important aspect was its origin. In short, a weapon's grade went up the grander its origin was. For instance, guns were separated into 3 grades: mass-produced, custom-made, or masterpiece. Swords, on the other hand, had much more: artifact, armament, treasured, mythical, legendary, etc. This was because myths and legends were manifested in this world. The sword was a weapon of long and deep history. Naturally, many swords had descended from myths and legends. Sword of Freyr, Demon Blade Muramasa, Magic Sword Turfing, Holy Sword Durendal, King's Sword Excalibur, etc. In this world, many swords of legends remained undiscovered in dungeons or towers. Each of them was a priceless treasure. Of course, these treasures could only be used by those who were proficient with swords. Consequently, heroes chose more ancient weapons. Even if they reached a bottleneck in their growth, a high-grade weapon could help them break through. Kim Chundong. Kim Soo-hyuk called my name once more before activating his smartwatch. For some reason, I could also see the information hidden by the information protection system. It was information about me, Cadet Kim Chundong. Didn't you use a sword? As expected of an extra, Kim Chundong was an ordinary swordsman. I decided to change my weapon. After coming all the way to Cube? Yes. Kim Soo-hyuk didn't look happy with my choice, but he nodded with a slight frown. That's fine. Cadets can make their own choices at Cube. Instructors won't interfere at all. But that also means the responsibility falls on cadets. Kim Soo-hyuk moved on, but the whispering among students didn't stop. Whispers that should have been too quiet for me to hear, for some reason, I could hear them clearly. It seemed this was Chuandong's gift. How useless. Gun? Is that guy insane? Why did he even come to Cube if he wants to be a mercenary? Before entering Cube, cadets got to try all sorts of weapons. It was to find the weapon that suited their gift. But a gift wasn't needed to use guns. You just had to put your finger on the trigger and pull. You can easily change the main weapon you chose today. And regardless of what you chose, you will go through the same training and tests. That means the weaknesses of a weapon will be yours to handle. Kim So-hyuk announced while looking my way. I get it, damn it. I just didn't have any other choice. The cadets here had been attending military academies since they were 7 or 8. In other words, they had been practicing cutting, slicing, breaking, and shooting for 10 years. But I was different. I didn't inherit Chuandov's memories, and I was far from a swordsman in the real world. Heck, I wasn't even into sports. I wasn't much of a thrill seeker either. In the end, I could only choose a long-ranged weapon, so a bow or a gun. Thanks to Korea's military service, I was at least familiar with guns. Now, we'll assign you your rooms and your personal belongings will be sent there. Afterward, you're free. Classes will start 4 days later, that's next Monday. Kim So-hyuk spoke as he looked at me with pity. And thus, the main weapon selection ended. Asterisk. Yo, Gunner, are you for real? I just don't understand. Are you one of those attention seekers? This is the first time I've heard of someone choosing a gun at Cube. On the way to the dorm, a group of guys struck up a conversation. I simply ignored their sarcastic remarks. Seeing me unperturbed by their provocations, the group laughed after snickering to themselves. As expected of teenage boys, they were more interested in female students. Even I turned my sights their way. Chainayun, Rachel, and Yuyona. These 3 girls' beauty had far surpassed my settings. While I observed them with a side glance, we arrived at the dorm. Here are the dorms for the first years. 6 extravagant skyscrapers stood in front of me. According to Kim So-hyuk, each building had 100 floors, each consisting of 5 rooms. The rooms were distributed according to grades, but even if one's grades were dead bottom, they still their own room. Agent Military Academy's top 3 male and top 3 female cadets got the penthouses. Kim So-ho was the only one who gave up on it, saying it was too big for him to use. Guys are to the right, girls are to the left. The key to your rooms will be stored in the smartwatches you'll get now. While Kim So-hyuk explained, other first-year classes arrived. If I remembered correctly, the first-year classes were Veritas, Acceptance, Intelligence, Wisdom, Cultivation, Honor, Virtue, Friendship, Potential, and World, a total of 10 classes. Should I try looking for other major characters? Some of them should be antagonists. Chundong, Kim Chundong. Ha, me? Why? Why? Kim So-hyuk was calling me. I was just distracted for a moment, but Kim So-hyuk's eyes narrowed like a hawk. His fierce gaze made me froze. Seemingly disappointed by my reaction, Kim So-hyuk closed his eyes and sighed. Your smartwatch, come to take it. Ah, yes. I almost fell over from my legs shaking. I could hear other students laughing behind me. You dare laugh at your creator? I got angry momentarily, but I generously chose to forgive them. Since I didn't have a way to get back at them, I didn't have any other choice. Asterisk. The room assigned to me was bigger than Chuandong's apartment and came with a couch, bed, rice cooker, TV, computer, and even magic tools. I still can't get used to it. Slouching down on the comfy couch, I pondered. The weight of the handgun in my hand didn't feel real. Thinking about it now, it might have been better to leave Cube if I was going to choose a gun. Having been a cadet at the Agent Military Academy should have been enough to let me live without starving. But my problem didn't end there. Why I was sent to this world and how I could go back. To find out, I had the feeling I needed to stay close to the main storyline. Though, I doubt I could get too close with just a gun. Should I try shooting it to see its power? I thought of something good. Jumping up from the couch, I aimed at the wall and closed my left eye. Just when I was about to pull the trigger. Ding dong! The bell rang. An electronic voice rang out beyond the door. Rank 934, Kim. Chun. Dong. Take your luggage. It was a robot. Throwing the gun on the couch, I opened the door and saw a fairly big box on the ground. It seemed Chundong sent his belonging beforehand. I picked up the box and brought it in. Agent Military Academy rank 1543, Hero Military Academy rank 934 Kim Chundong. Personal belonging. Rank 934, wasn't that too average? With a smirk, I pulled off the tape. Ha! There was only a single item in the big box. But I knew what it was. This wasn't Chundong's, but mine. This was from my previous life. Though, it felt a bit weird to call it a previous life. Anyways, this was the laptop I had used on Earth to write my novel. Chapter 4. Synchronization 1. 8 students were gathered in a big room on the highest floor of Dorm 1. They were all sitting in an arrogant delinquent-like manner, laughing loudly at even the smallest things. Occasionally, they stole stealthy glances at the one who called them over. But the person in question remained silent as though he couldn't care less. "Oh right, Jonghak, isn't there a gun user in your class?" One man asked him. He was a generic good-looking guy with an amiable smile. Shin Jonghak opened his eyes narrowly and stared back at him. I just heard it from somewhere. Did I hear wrong? I don't know. I'm not interested in trash. Alright. I'm not really interested either, but I was just curious who the fool was, huh? Hanjun, you sure are curious about the strangest things. A captivating voice cut through. Jin Hanjun turned his head and saw a long-haired girl smiling charmingly. It was Yu Yona. Feeling his heart beating, the flustered Jin Hanjun blurted out. Oh, Yona. Why, I was always like that. What was his name? Chundong? Chunban? It was a pretty old-fashioned name. Anyways, don't pay too much attention to him. But he sure was pathetic. Why did that son of a bitch come all the way to Cube if he was going to choose a gun? The foul language came from Kim Horak. Bulky muscles, an intimidating expression, and a large physique. Even with just one glance, it was easy to see that he specialized in close-ranged combat. Jin Hanjun asked Kim Horak, "You know him?" "I'm in Jonghak's class, idiot. I'm going to destroy him in combat training. I'll disable him and chase him out." Everyone knew Cube's schedule. There were classes 5 days a week and combat training 3 days a week. Classes referred to comprehensive magic power training and physical training, while combat training referred to battles, monster hunts, rescue missions, and more. I'll destroy that son of a... Don't waste your time. With a single sentence, Shin Jonghak cut down the coarse locker room talk. Kim Horak, who was growling just a moment ago, fell silent. Even if you win against someone so low rank, you'll be the one losing points. It's better to challenge higher-ranked cadets who you can win against for sure. For example, Chai Nayun, try fighting her. I'm sure you'll win. Yu Yona cut in. Shin Jonghak narrowed his eyes and glared at her, but Yu Yona continued unfazed. Fist against bow. It's easy. Ha! Ah, yeah, I can win. But... Challenging her was difficult. However, he swallowed his words, wanting to look good in front of Yu Yona. But... it would be too pitiful. My opponents often end up half dead. There's nothing wrong with that. Ha! Stop. Shin Jonghak stopped their conversation. Though Yuyona was displeased, she feigned indifference. She quietly suppressed the unpleasant feeling rising from the corner of her heart. Shin Jonghak liked Chainayun. I'm not so stupid as to be jealous. I just found the situation funny. Yuyona consoled herself. I'm leaving now. It's almost 10. At Cube, male and female students were only allowed to interact until 2200 hours. After giving a bright smile to mask her hurt feelings, Yuyona stood up. Oh, good night. Good night, Yona. See you later. All the male cadets other than Shin Jonghak saw her off to the door. 5 minutes away from Dorm 1 was a training facility called the Novice Fitness Center. This 1,000 square meter facility was filled with magical devices and equipment for exercise and training. The amount of money needed to construct such an environment would be well over 100 million won, but there was barely anyone using the facility. But just because the training facility was empty, it didn't mean the future of heroes was bleak. While cadets were would-be heroes that would come to receive the admiration and envy of billions of people, they were still teenagers. Simply put, there weren't many high schoolers willing to go out of their way to train on the first day. I knew you'd be here. But an exception always existed. Even Hero Academy had a pervert who enjoyed training from the first day. Kim Soho, who was drenched in sweat and wrestling with an exercise equipment, widened his eyes at the sudden voice. Chai Na-yoon? You're also here to train? Yeah, but I won't be as barbaric as you. With a wry smile, Chai Na-yoon pointed at the gravitation room. Seeing the terrifying cylindrical room, Kim Soho frowned. That's a tough one. I can never last long in there. Kim Soho wiped his sweat with a towel he brought. It's not like you can't, you just don't need to. I'm an archer, so I need to train in there. Plus, it's not that hard. I've been doing it since I was 8. 8 years old? Yep. I have one in my house. Aha. Setting up a gravitation room cost several hundreds of millions of won at least. From what Chai Na-yoon said, it could be inferred that she came from a very wealthy background. Just like Shin Jonghak, Chai Na-yoon was a fourth-generation chaebol. But rather than a twisted superiority complex, she carried a righteous sense of rivalry. She believed she could surpass her rivals through hard work and self-cultivation. But in front of the monster standing in front of her, her belief always seemed to waver. Oh, right. There's another sharpshooter in our class now. Kim Soho mentioned, to which Chai Na-yoon tilted her head curiously. Sharpshooter? Oh, that Chudong or whatever guy? Yeah, him. What's up with that look? Do you not like him? Like Kim Soho pointed out, Chai Na-yoon's face was stiffening frighteningly. He's not a sharpshooter. Guns can only shoot up to 1 kilometer at best. I still don't understand why that Dongchu guy picked a gun. His name had unknowingly changed from Chudong to Dongchu, but Kim Soho wasn't so foolish as to point out her mistake. I think he gave up. Maybe there was trouble at home or something. Since being a Cube cadet won't stay on your records if you leave early, he's probably just going to stay for a while. Gave up? Don't say something like that so easily. Who are you to tell me what and what not to do? For a moment, slight anger emerged from Chai Na-yoon's eyes. Kim Soho's teaching tone didn't sit well with her, who saw him as her rival. Ku-hum. Sorry. Anyways, if you don't want to lose, keep working hard. I'm going. Yeah, see you later. Please, I'm right next doors. Chai Na-yoon smirked and went into the gravitation room. The gravitation room multiplied the gravity by a certain factor, thus increasing the pressure on one's bloodstream. Training in this cylindrical room required one to operate magic power under heavy gravity, and it was easily one of the most painful training methods. For Kim Soho, just looking at the room made him shudder. Seeing Chai Na-yoon walk into it nonchalantly, he could only shake his head. Inside Kim Chuandong's room, I held my breath while looking at a laptop screen. I still couldn't understand what I was seeing. I could see it, but my brain refused to process what was in front of me. It just seemed too absurd. "What is this?" After a long silence, I blurted out with a trembling voice. Sad face synchronizing. 70% complete, 1. Kim Chuandong. Current SP, 54. Stats. Asterisk variable stats. Strength 4. Stamina 4.3. Speed 4. Perception 5. Vitality 4. Magic power 3.5. Asterisk invariable stats. Intelligence 4 out of 10. Perseverance 4 out of 10. Luck 4 out of 10. Charm 4 out of 10. Gift. Arts. Supplement. Setting chart. Sad face synchronizing. 70% complete, What is this? This window on the monitor, this format, I recognized it. It was the format of my settings book. But without a doubt, I had never written or even thought of a setting like this. This incomprehensible phenomenon made me sweat. My hands and feet trembled, and my heart began to pound. This strange object, just who sent it to me, for what purpose, and for what reason? At that moment, the laptop screen turned off. From the black laptop screen, a face was being reflected. It wasn't Kim Chuandong's question mark, but my face, Kim Hajin's face. Without giving me a chance to be shocked, the laptop turned back on and words began to appear on the laptop screen. Kim Chuandong, synchronization with Kim Hajin complete. All status reset. Unique authority, setting intervention, acquired. Chapter 5. Synchronization 2. In this world, there was an awakening phenomenon called enlightenment. Often called the first qualification to becoming a hero, enlightenment was a form of personal insight said to occur when a person surpassed one's limits. Active duty heroes were all enlightened. But because numerous experiences and training were required to reach enlightenment, most cadets had yet to experience enlightenment. Of course, there were exceptions like Kim Soho or Shin Jonghak. They were enlightened at the age of 15 and 17, respectively. An enlightened person could see their gift, skills, and abilities objectively, and thus train more efficiently. Furthermore, enlightenment allowed one to acquire clear rewards from towers and dungeons. The Hero Association called this phenomenon the status window. It was an established fact that a status window could only be seen by its owner. But because I liked exceptions, I also put in exceptions to this setting. In place of one's eyes, one could use other sensory organs or other mediums such as a book or a weapon to see one's own status. Special enlightenment naturally came with special powers. Though it was a bit of a spoiler, the main character would undergo 2 enlightenments because of this setting. Is this that? According to my setting, this laptop could be said to be a medium for enlightenment. I began to grow a bit excited. No one hated being special. But rather than being happy, analyzing the situation came first. When I hit the Enter key on the keyboard, several windows popped up. Sad face synchronization complete, Sad face Kim Chuandong's status reset. Kim Hajin's status transferred. Sad face all status reset. 10 points acquired. Kim Hajin, current SP, 64. Stats. Asterisk variable stats. Strength 1.2. Stamina 1.3. Speed 1.5. Perception 2. Vitality 1.3. Magic power 1. Asterisk invariable stats. Intelligence 4.105 out of 10. Perseverance, 5.010/10. Luck, 6.330 out of 10. Charm, 4.135/10. Point, 10, will disappear in 10 days if not used. Gift. Observation and reading. Null attribute. Observation. You can observe the characters in your vision. Reading. Anytime you want, you can read the laptop settings book without a medium. Arts, 0/3. X. Physique, 0/3. X. Setting intervention, authority. Using SP, you can modify or add settings to a non-living target. Using SP and relating to target Kim Ha-jin, you can modify or add settings to stats, gift, art, and physique. Asterisk novice consideration, once only, you can write a gift worth 10,000 SP free of cost. Asterisk SP, story point is Kim Ha-jin's importance increases in the world, you gain more SP. You can exchange points with SP. Will be unlocked when the main story completes. The first words to catch my attention were synchronization and reset. I didn't know what that meant, but I knew it was what changed my name from Kim Chundong to Kim Ha-jin and gave me my face back. My stats also seemed to have been adjusted appropriately. Compared to Chundong, I was much weaker, but I obtained 10 spare points as compensation. With points, I should be able to raise the stats I want. Points are really nice. As the world's creator, I was well aware of the importance of points. An average adult had 1.5 points in each stat. Furthermore, this world didn't have a concept like leveling up. So points, which could raise one's desired stats, were extremely rare and expensive, obtainable only from towers or dungeons. Kim So-ho's current magic power stat should be around 9. In other words, if I put the 10 points I had into raising my magic power would come to surpass Kim So-ho's. No. That wasn't the best plan. With only a stupidly high magic power, I would have to become a magician, but being a magician was exhausting. Not only was it expensive, it also required extreme effort and memorization. I would need to increase both intelligence and perseverance, but invariable stats couldn't be raised even with points. In other words, being a magician was out of the picture. What's up with the 3 question marks? The next line to catch my attention was obviously the suspicious question marks. Will be unlocked when the main story completes. It was what caught my attention next after synchronization and reset. Unlocked when the main story completes. Perhaps, this was the key to going back. Even if it wasn't, it was the only clue I had. The problem was that I didn't know when the main story would end. If it referred to the storyline before I went on hiatus, I would have to wait 10 years at the very least. One thought led to another. First, I had to find a way to go back home. To achieve that, I needed power or authority. To achieve power or authority, I needed something called SP. To obtain SP, I needed to get involved in the storyline. To do that, I needed to get stronger or stand out. Gun. Looks like it wasn't such a bad choice. A gun met both of these conditions. First was power. A gun didn't require high stats to be useful. Close-ranged weapons like the spear or sword required equal distribution into all stats. While the importance of the stamina stat was less for a bow, the other stats were still necessary. On the other hand, speed, perception, and a tiny bit of magic power were enough to use a gun. In other words, it was easier to meet the minimum strength requirement with a gun. The second was specialness. No hero in this world used a gun. That was more than enough to make me special. So it seemed I should continue using the gun. At least, until my stats increased and I was mentally ready to fight monsters at close range. With my main weapon decided, I could move on to the next topic. Gift. I can create my gift. A gift held a special meaning for heroes, but it still held on to its dictionary meaning. The natural ability or talent for something. But the standard for this ability was high. At the very least, a gift had to be like a psychic ability. Gifts were separated into many categories. The 5 most common were weapon, physical, element, magic, and nature. As for the main character, he worthily had 2 gifts. The gift he currently awakened was the weapon class gift, Sword Saint. It was a super cheaty gift that gave him the world's protection in regards to swords. Simply put, his sword could cut water. Just this single gift was enough to make him the world's greatest hero. That was how important gifts were. It didn't need to be complex. A stronger and more efficient gift was better. I began to type. Gift. Getting stronger every day. Null attribute. Every 24 hours, increase all stats by 0.1. Will this work? Even I found it shameless. When I went on hiatus, Kim Suho's strength stat was at 16. With this gift, I would obtain 36.5 into all stats in just 365 days. But since it could be reverted before it saved, I gave it a go. Novice consideration activated. A gift worth 10,000 SP will be created. 10,000 SP is not enough to create this gift. Its quality decreases. Getting stronger every day. High intermediate rank, spirit attribute, static. Cultivation physique. Every 24 hours, increase all stats by 0.0015. Would you like to save the modified result? I immediately cancelled. 1.5 into all stats in 1,000 days. In 10,000 days, or 25 years, I would gain 25 into all stats, but I would be too old. Next, I wrote down a gift I thought of before. Gift. Master Sharpshooter. High intermediate rank, null attribute. Can wield long-ranged weapons well? I didn't put much detail into it. From my previous attempt, I realized what this laptop could do. No matter what I wrote, the laptop would modify it appropriately. Novice consideration activated. A gift worth 10,000 SP will be created. 10,000 SP is too much to create this gift. Its quality increases. Master Sharpshooter. High intermediate rank, composite attribute, static. Master Sharpshooter's training method. * unconditional proficiency in all long-ranged weapons. 1,000-mile eyes. * can see farther away in more detail and accurately predict target's movement path. * increases perception and speed by 3. Bullet time. * once every 24 hours, you can spend 3 minutes in bullet time. Oh! It was quite good. I especially liked that it applied to all long-ranged weapons. With this, I could use a bow if I wanted to. The 1,000-mile eyes seemed pretty self-explanatory, and bullet time probably increased my shooting speed or the like. It was satisfactory, but there was still something I needed to change. Static. Rather than a static gift, which was a gift that couldn't grow, a gift that could get stronger was better. A phrase has been modified. Master Sharpshooter. Low intermediate rank, spirit attribute, evolving grade 10, EXP 0%. Master Sharpshooter's training. * familiarity with all long-ranged weapons. 1,000-mile eyes. * can see far away and somewhat predict target's movement path. Bullet time. * in combat only and once every 24 hours, you can spend 3 seconds in bullet time. MM. It fell from high intermediate rank to low intermediate rank and the skills became weaker overall, but in the grand scheme of things, an evolving gift was much better. Not to mention, the main story would continue for at least 7 years. Ah, I'm getting sad again. Fuck. With a swear, I cleanly shook it off. Point 10. Next, it was time to go back to stats. How should I spend these 10 priceless points? Since invariable stats were invariable, I shouldn't be able to change them. In that case, I had to pick from variable stats. However, I might be able to modify invariable stats. Should I exchange them for SP? Points could be exchanged with SP. Perhaps, it was possible to change invariable stats using SP. But before making an irreversible mistake, I decided to give it a test. Thankfully, I had 64 SP, so I tried changing Perseverance stat from 5.010 to 5.500. Using 64 SP, you modified an invariable stat. You do not have enough SP. The value will be adjusted. Perseverance was changed to 5.060. It worked? My eyes widened. If this worked, what I should do next was obvious. I had to convert my points into SP and invest in invariable stats. The question was which stat to choose. Intelligence, perseverance, luck, charm. To be honest, as a man, the charm was extremely enticing. Luck it is. But I knew all too well how important the luck stat was in this world. I remembered a line from my novel. Luck stat doesn't just affect the chances of finding treasures in dungeons. It also affects chances of getting bonus stats from training, chances to land a critical strike from attacks, and even chances to win a lottery. It was the best stat that applied to all sorts of situations. Life was like that. Luck was what mattered the most. Without hesitating any longer, I used 10 points to gain 10,000 SP. Using all 10,000 SP, I increased luck to its maximum. What I wanted was, luck 10 out of 10. You do not have enough SP. The value will be adjusted. The laptop rejected my ridiculous wish and returned a reasonable compromise. Luck 9.100. 9.1 is the highest I can go, huh? Since 9 was the limit for humans, 9.1 was extremely high. But I didn't hit save and canceled the modification. Though it would take a bit longer, there was a more efficient method. Luck June 4th, 10. First I raised my luck from 6.3 to 6.4 and saved. Next, to 6.5. Next, to 6.6, 6.7, 6.8. Doing this repeatedly. A mysterious luck applies. Your luck stat further increases by 0.01. A strange luck applies. Your luck stat further increases by 0.05. Luck 9.100 out of 10. With this method, I got my luck stat to reach 9. One with just 9,000 SP. I had saved 1,000 SP. For reference, the great sage of this world had 9.5 intelligence stat. As 9 was the limit for normal humans, spending the remaining 1,000 SP was unlikely to increase my luck further. In exchange, higher invariable stats had an exponential effect. But now, it was better to use the remaining SP elsewhere. Perseverance should be good. In my current situation, training was key. But with my old mindset, I would never be able to digest Cube's training. I didn't even want to do 10 push-ups. Without hesitation, I put in the remaining 1,000 SP into Perseverance. I wrote, Perseverance 8 out of 10. You do not have enough SP. The value will be adjusted. Perseverance 6.600. Though I wasn't too satisfied, I hit save. Effective luck only applied after saving. An incredible luck applies. Your perseverance stat increases from 6.600 to 7.207. Wow. Now I was satisfied. But I didn't feel any different.
4 was the standard for an average person.
7 should be at the level of a talented individual. In any case, I was happy.
As I increased my invariable stats whenever I gained SP, I was sure I would just as cheaty as the main character.
Immediately after I had such blissful thought, an error that could greatly affect the plot has been detected.
From now on, invariable stats cannot be modified with SP.
What's this?
A warning window popped up on the laptop screen, shutting down my plan for the future.
Intervention by the world?
Though I was displeased, I had no other choice.
Nothing would change even if I argued with the air.
Plus, I was already full of luck, which was what I wanted.
Whatever. Without much thought, I closed the laptop and got up with a grin. Now, it was time to test the gift I created. Chapter 6. Synchronization 3. In the middle of the night, I got out of my room.
The handgun in my pocket rattled uncomfortably, but I couldn't do anything about it without a holster.
My destination was the shooting range.
Located east of Dorm 1, the shooting range was a dome-shaped building consisting of 20 training rooms. The targets were oddly distributed around where the sharpshooter would stand.
This was because unlike bullets, magic arrows could easily change their trajectory. Rank 934, Kim Ha-jin, confirmed.
When held my smartwatch against the shooting range's entrance, an unfamiliar robotic voice called my name. Indeed, my name had changed from Kim Chundong to Kim Ha-jin.
Feeling a bit odd, I walked inside.
Past the wide circular lobby, there were 10 doors evenly separated from each other.
I held up my smartwatch against one of them. Rank 934, Kim Ha-jin, confirmed. The door opened. The shooting range looked simple.
At the center of the 130 square meter circular space was a scaffolding for the shooter.
I walked towards the center.
When I placed my feet on the low scaffolding, a courteous robotic voice rang out from the ceiling.
Initializing targets. Choose the number of targets you want.
You must choose at least 2 and can choose at most 20.
10.
My voice rang through, and insect-like blue objects popped up from the ground.
I looked at the targets surrounding me.
A monster that was barely considered a monster, mole cricket.
They were similar to mole crickets everyone knew, the only difference being that they were much bigger. Choose your training difficulty. You can choose from stage 1 to stage 9. Higher level naturally meant targets moved quicker. At stage 9, the targets even attacked.
Although the attacks should only sting at best, they were extremely dangerous to me.
Stage 4. First, I set the difficulty to stage 4 and loaded my magic bullets. If I was skilled in handling magic power, I should be able to compress magic power into bullets without having to get physical bullets, but the current me didn't have such talents. And even if I could do such a thing, using a bow was much more destructive and efficient. Start.
First, I notified the system to start and aimed my gun at the leftmost target. The slowly moving mole cricket seemed to have noticed my hostility as it began to speed up. It scuttled around without a set movement pattern, but I could see its trajectory. It was like I was seeing an afterimage, but of its future path. Predicting its movement by a step, I pulled the trigger. A blue flare shot up from the barrel. There was no loud noise like the guns from Earth. Leaving the barrel silently, the bullet should pierce the mole cricket. I didn't bother to check the result with my eyes. The moment the bullet went out, I moved on to the next target and fired. My hand moved on its own. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. The trigger was pulled 10 times, and the mole crickets that were struck scattered into particles of mana. Only 2 targets survived. Oh ho! I was quite impressed. Just by writing a gift, I managed to hit all the mole crickets other than the farthest 2. Your training ended.
Elapsed time, 1.37 seconds. Sharpshooting score, 80 out of 100. In just 1.37 seconds. This is pretty fun. An eternal truth. The better you are at something, the more fun it is. It was fun because you were good at it. Feeling like I was at an arcade, I shouted start once more. Asterisk. An eternal truth. No matter how fun something is, doing it 20 times makes it boring. At about 3 a.m., I stopped my shooting practice. After getting out of the shooting room, I was relaxing my sore finger when I heard a noise next door. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The faint sound of shockwaves. It was the sound of arrows cutting through the air. The source was the room next door. Curious, I snuck a peek. I shouldn't have been able to see anything because of the closed door, but I could see through it. The door turned faint and the interior revealed itself. The scene beyond the door was showing why bows were superior to guns. It's Chai Na-yun. Chai Na-yun was target practicing with a serious face. 4 arrows were sitting on her bow. They were magic arrows weaved with magic power. Because her magic power technique was currently lacking, she couldn't perform split shot, which multiplied a single arrow into multidirectional shots. Whoosh! Chai Na-yun let go of the bowstring. Her arrows left behind a blue trace of magic power as they hurled towards the 20 targets. As though they were alive, her arrows obliterated the targets. Amazing! I exclaimed in shock. Still, Chai Na-yun's real aptitude wasn't for bows. There was a weapon that suited her much more. But if she was already that amazing with a bow, just what kind of a setting did I make? At that moment, Chai Na-yun suddenly turned around. Her eyes met mine. Though there was no way she could see me through the wall, something still seemed odd. I quickly escaped. Asterisk. Sharpshooting training increases your gift's proficiency by 3%. Repeated sharpshooting training increases your gift's proficiency by 2.9%. Luck applies. Your perception and speed increase by 0.1. Repeated sharpshooting training increases your gift's proficiency by 2.8%. The above messages were written on the laptop. Master Sharpshooter's proficiency shot up, and the stats I gained with luck were an added bonus. Thanks to the gift's grade being low, I had already gained 50% in proficiency EXP, achieving grade 9 didn't seem too difficult. Master Sharpshooter. Low intermediate rank, Spirit Attribute, evolving grade 10, proficiency EXP 50%. Master Sharpshooter's training. Asterisk familiarity with all long-ranged weapons. 1,000-mile eyes. Asterisk can see far away and somewhat predict target's movement path. Bullet time. Asterisk in combat only and once every 24 hours, you can spend 3 seconds in bullet time. The more I thought about it, the better this gift seemed, especially in how it applied to all long-ranged weapons. Currently, it was easier to raise proficiency with a gun than a bow, but since a bow was stronger, I would have to switch to it eventually. But what's up with the SP? You obtain 0.2 SP. You obtain 0.2 SP. An auspicious gift. You obtained 1 bonus SP. You obtained 0.2 SP. After practicing for 20 rounds, I only obtained 5 SP. Choosing a gun as my main weapon gave me 64 SP, meaning showing off and standing out gave more SP than quietly training. Tisk. Although I only received a tiny bit of SP, I still had a use for it. The dreaded combat training was tomorrow. To obtain even the tiniest amount of points, I needed to make up for my lacking physical abilities. The biggest problem was stamina. Because I threw all my points into luck, I was weaker than an ordinary person. Training sneakers. Specially crafted sneakers. Asterisk adds 0.3 points into stamina and speed. Maybe with this. The easiest way to fix my problem was with equipment. I began to tap on the keyboard. == Mystical training sneakers. Specially crafted sneakers. Contains a mystical power. Asterisk adds 0.3 points into stamina and speed. Asterisk enhances energy and stamina recovery. == You do not have enough SP. But this time, the modification I made was cancelled without being adjusted. I wasn't too surprised. After all, I only had 5 SP. But it was still too early to give up. == Mystical training sneakers. Specially crafted sneakers. Contains a mystical power. Asterisk adds 0.3 points into stamina and speed. Asterisk when the wearer desires, energy and stamina recovery is enhanced for 1 hour. After use, this effect cannot be used again for 24 hours. This effect disappears after 1 month. == To save SP, I put a total of 3 restrictions. A 24-hour cooldown time, 1 hour effect duration, and effect dissipation after 1 month. You used 5 SP. Would you like to save? Oh. It worked. I hit the enter key ecstatically. Immediately, a blue light flashed from the laptop. The dancing light melted into the sneakers, and a streak of color was branded onto the white sneakers. Chapter 7. Combat Training 1. Outcall, a magic power explosion that occurred 50 years ago and shook the world. Following this event, mysterious entities like towers, dungeons, and monsters began to appear in the world. These existences of chaos shook the very foundation of humanity. The blue planet of humans turned into hell. Monsters devoured humans, and towers and dungeons ceaselessly produced monsters like factories. In front of these newfound calamities, humanity's science and technology lost their meaning. Society collapsed and the rule of law returned to the law of the jungle. Survivors of the tragedy crumbled to their instincts, losing the virtues that made them human. Within this hellfire, heroes emerged shining stars. With transcendental powers, they corrected the chaos. The world was reconstructed just as quickly as it collapsed. Using gifts bestowed by heaven, they brought about miracles with a flicker of their hands. With their help, humanity recovered their lost virtue, joining the heroes with revitalized technology and science. Magic science and magic engineering was thus born. Eventually, towers, dungeons, and monsters were all designated as targets to be destroyed. However, the differences among them were great. Towers required many people and a long period of time to be conquered. On the other hand, depending on their difficulty, dungeons could be conquered by a single person, so long as he knew its location. Towers gave better rewards, containing treasures that humans had never dreamed of. Then what was the name of the tower conquered by the Guild Apostle of Saints on August 17, 2023, and what was its reward? Minor questions like these don't come up often, but you should still know about conquests of towers and dungeons. Morning class was post-outcall history. The few sentences I had written had turned into a 400-page textbook. Things to remember were rewards from towers, names of monsters, locations of dungeons in Korea, conquerors of towers and dungeons, and countless others. Even as the author, there was too much information to process. Thankfully, it didn't pose much of a problem for me, all thanks to my gift, observation and reading. On August 17, 2023, the Apostle of Saints conquered the Tower of Floods and obtained an ocean stone. Whenever I looked at something, I could get the information about it, so I had nothing to worry about. Phew! On the other hand, the girl sitting in front of me scratched her head inside. Looking at the character I made, I couldn't help but laugh. Chai Nayun hated studying. She had the ability to take the number 1 spot among female cadets, but because written exams were holding her down, she had to give up the first place seat to Rachel. Even if she gnashed her teeth in mortifying defeat,
written exams were still too much of a hurdle for her. At that moment, Chai Nayun turned her head halfway towards me. Her curt eyes glared at the person sitting behind her, me. She must have heard my laughter. After all, sharpshooters had keen senses. I pretended to be calm as I lowered my head and focused on taking notes. Chai Nayun clicked her tongue and faced back front. The lesson continued. Places with high mana density, monster behavior, jinns on the wanted list. The bell rang only after 2 hours had passed. Make sure to go back and read the notes you took today. Otherwise, you'll cry on the exam. The gray-haired professor wearing round eyeglasses left with those words. Arg, so annoying, why do I have to learn all this? Written exams are so annoying. Chai Nayun began to complain the moment the professor left. However, her face was full of smiles. It was most likely because of the next class. Anti-monster combat training. Just like its name suggested, it was combat training against monsters. The monsters used in the lesson were mana puppets, but their appearance and destructive power were faithful to the real thing. Of course, they were weaker than their real counterparts, but there was a high chance of getting injured. I was scared. We're meeting at the field in 20 minutes. A loud voice rang out in the classroom. I turned towards the voice. Oval face, small gentle eyes, and a muscular body that didn't match his face. It was Kim Suho's supporter, Yi Yanghan. Knowing the conflict between Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak, the instructor in charge of the classroom chose Yi Yanghan to be the class president. I just hoped it wouldn't hurt. Asterisk. After a 20-minute break, everyone from the Veritas class gathered at the novice field. With 100 people here, it seemed quite crowded. The cadets were sharing their half-nervous, half-excited expectations with their friends, but I was alone. Only I was alone. Fuck. While I was wallowing in loneliness, the instructor, Kim Suhyuk, showed up. The cadets immediately stood in 10 columns in front of him. I'm sure you all know what this lesson is about, so I'll announce the teams without explanation. Unless something special happens, this team will be the same until after the midterms. Team formation. The cadets grew restless at the exciting yet nerve-wracking process. A team generally consisted of 5 members, 2 warriors, 1 sharpshooter, 1 supporter, and 1 utility player. Warriors were usually close-range combatant like spearmen or swordsmen, sharpshooters were the long-ranged attacker, and supporters were people like Yuyona and Yi Yanghan who attacked themselves or supported the main attackers. Finally, the utility player was generally the magician's position, so it was excluded until the first year ended. When a magician was added, the supporter would have an additional role in protecting the magician. After all, magicians were important. My role here was a bit iffy. Roles were assigned based on the main weapon we chose, and while I wasn't a warrior, I was too lacking to be a sharpshooter. Guns had a much shorter range than bows, and guns were weaker compared to melee weapons that could attack from afar. Sharpshooter, long range, rank 4 Chai Nayun, rank 9 Im Yongjin. Rank 934 Kim Hajin, rank 945 Oh Ji-yoon. In any case, it seemed I was assigned as a sharpshooter. Kim So-hyuk announced. Team members will be selected fairly. Lower-ranked cadets will be paired with higher-ranked cadets. Cube's training classes were administered by the artificial intelligence developed by the Great Sage. As a result, there was no room for corruption or persuasion. I could see the pitiful result with my own eyes. Team 1. Kim Soho / Kim Lang. Sun Sunan / Pain. Team 2. Damien / Rosen. Chun-Li / Chai Nayun. Team 5. Jin Hozung / Hazuki. Kim Hajin / Yuyona. Looking at my assigned team, I became lost for words. Yuyona. Yuyona was on my team. In my novel, she was one of the most loved and hated character. Looking around, I met her eyes. Her jewel-like eyes flashed with deep contempt and disdain.
But that was only for a moment.
By the time I blinked once, the negative feeling in her eyes was gone.
Surprisingly, she walked towards me with a smile.
Her long hair fluttered with each of her dignified steps. Her beautiful lips moved modestly.
It's nice to meet you. I. Hosung SSI. But I wasn't the one Yona greeted.
Meeting her, I was also my imagination. She was talking to the guy standing behind me.
Hello. Weren't we on the same team before?
She talked too politely for a 17-year-old, but that was how Yona liked to keep her distance.
Yes? Right, haha.
After exchanging just 2 sentences, Jin Hozung broke out in a cold sweat.
Yona was difficult to talk to, and it wasn't just because of her background and insane personality. Yona and Shin Jonghak were a couple officially, but not unofficially. At this point, it should be more like a one-sided crush from Yona. Hazuki SSI is coming too. Hello? Like his name suggested, Hazuki was a Japanese cadet. She walked over with eyes that looked like she was about to cry. Yona glanced at her slightly displeased, then spoke. Who's the other person? It's me. Yona didn't like people who lacked confidence and self-esteem. As such, I stepped up confidently. Hazuki and Jin Hozun turned towards me first. Hazuki tilted her head as though she didn't know who I was. The guy who chose a gun. When Jin Hozung mentioned my previous feat, I checked Yona's expression. Unexpectedly, she didn't show any emotion. But that was even more frightening. At that moment, Kim Soo-hyuk shouted loudly. There's no time for chit-chat. You should have gotten the coordinate and information of the monster you'll need to kill on your smartwatch. Get going. A total of 25 teams. Including the other classes that joined in, there was a total of 100 teams. Our mission was to head to the coordinate given to us and kill the monster there. We were then ranked based on how quickly and how safely we completed our mission. Weeing. As soon as the instructor's voice rang out, Yona projected her smartwatch to the air. Black Hump Octopus 37 degrees 31 feet 32 inches N. The monster's name and coordinate were written there. Yona spoke tersely. Let's go. We can talk while we're moving. Asterisk. I was running through a field. Beyond this ocean of golden reeds should be the Black Hump Octopus. But running was extremely difficult due to my horrible physical stats. The sneakers I made last night seemed useless. Its 1-hour duration had not run out, but my stamina had already bottomed out. In the end, I fell down while running, and the team stopped because of me. It's fine. What matters is whether or not we can kill the monster. Seeing me gasping for breath on the ground, Jin Hozung said as he handed me a bottle of water. He's right. Apparently, this is common when you work with magicians. Hazuki also consoled me with her mediocre Korean. I was thankful, but I was checking for Yona's reaction the most. Contrary to my expectations, she didn't seem too displeased. She was simply sitting modestly on the ground, reading information about the Black Hump Octopus on her watch. I also pulled up the necessary information from my head. Black Hump Octopus. Low intermediate rank monster. Special features. Asterisk. The main body isn't strong, but numerous baby octopuses pop out from the hump on its head. As dozens pop out at once, it isn't easy to deal with them. Baby octopuses can suck human blood and turn them into mummies in just 1 second. They are classified as low-rank monsters. Strategy. Asterisk. Eliminate all baby octopuses. Alternatively, destroy the black hump where the main body's magic power is created. Weakness. Asterisk. Black hump. Strength. Asterisk suction cups in baby octopuses. Perhaps because I was the one who wrote the setting for the black hump octopus, a thorough information on the monster came out. I'll deal with the babies while you two take care of the main body. Soon, Yuyona turned off her smartwatch and said to Hazuki and Jin Haezung. Ah, I get it now. Yuyona was acting like I didn't exist. I was at the same level as Air, which was why she didn't reprimand me or seem displeased. Let's go now. Offended by her treatment, I forced myself to get up. Thanks to my sneakers, my stamina had recovered. Are you sure? Yeah. I'll go first. Hup. I ran ahead of them. Compared to when I was on Earth, I was much quicker. But exactly 10 seconds later, I found myself far behind the other three. Chapter 8. Combat Training, 2. There. Right when my legs were about to give out, we found our target monster. A giant octopus running amok near the beach. There was a black hump was on it that made it seem as though it had two heads. I'm ready. Yuyona spoke as she lowered her body in the thicket. Jin Haezung and Hazuki took out their sword and axe, respectively. When we run at it, baby octopuses will pop out of its hump. When that happens, the two of you should fall back and be on standby until I kill them all. Warriors need to save their magic power as much as possible. Black hump octopuses have high regenerative power, so we need to remove its hump in a single blow. Yuyona's explanation continued. In reality, it was best to leave the baby octopuses to me. A handgun had a high base power, so it could kill any number of baby octopuses in one blow. On the other hand, it was hard to damage the main body unless a critical hit occurred. However, Yuyona didn't say anything to me. So I just stood still, holding myself back from yawning. Then let's start. The moment her words fell, Jin Haezung and Hazuki ran up. After closing in a fair amount, Jin Haezung straightened his throat before roaring. Queek! Kayak! My ears felt burning, but it had the desired effect. The back hump octopus lowered its head after discovering us. It then pointed its cannon-shaped hump towards us. Boom! A thundering sound rang out, and dozens of creatures shot out of its hump. Seemingly mushy lumps rained down on us from the sky. As planned, Jin Haezung and Hazuki stepped aside, while Yuyona held up her whip, clearly coursing with magic power. But I held up my handgun before Yuyona could make her move. Hey, you don't have to. Yuyona tried to stop me in shock, but I ignored her. Now was the only time I could shine. I activated bullet time. Immediately, the blood in my body began to boil. My vision became clearer and the world slowed down. I could see and predict the trajectory of the raining octopuses. Their one-dimensional movement made them much easier targets than the mole crickets. There were 20 magic bullets loaded. It was simple. I just had to look where I was shooting and pull the trigger. The added luck was the icing on the cake. Magic bullets silently cut through the air, leaving behind a blue trace. One bullet for one target. The clip was emptied in an instant, but unloading and reloading were also instantaneous. I shot another 20 bullets, then another 20. After I shot 60 bullets non-stop, the world returned to normal. Ha! The creatures covering the sun disappeared without leaving behind a trace. The sudden change made Yuyona and the others confused. See, come on. Let's go. Ah, right. Yes. Quickly snapping out of her daze, Yuyona rebuked Hazuki and Jin Haezung. Only then did the two warriors begin to run at the main body. Yuyona's long whip shot out and grabbed onto the giant octopus's hump. The moment her elegant whip crushed the octopus's hump, a mole cricket shot out from the ground. Keek! Crying voraciously, the mole cricket jumped on Yuyona. I fired the last bullet I had in my barrel. Hitting the mole cricket on the mark, the magic bullet detonated inside and splashed the mole cricket's blood and mucus on Yuyona. Before she was covered in goo, Yuyona calmly spread out her magic power. The mucus from the mole cricket fell down after hitting this barrier. UK. But she couldn't block everything. Yuyona gave me a deathly glare, but she knew now wasn't the time to complain. She shot out whip towards the octopus once again. A beast-like whip then joined the sword and axe's dance with tentacles. Case closed. Time elapsed, 9 minutes 40 seconds. Yuyona had brilliantly cut off 4 of the 8 tentacles. All that while standing next to me and not moving more than a foot. She had thoroughly fulfilled her 2 duties, supporting the warriors and protecting the sharpshooter. Now that the battle was over, Yuyona had her eyes closed shut. Around her ankles and snow-white collarbone were the mole cricket's dried blood and mucus. After letting out a sigh, she took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped them off. Then, she turned towards me. "Excuse me." Her eyes were smiling, but it didn't seem so friendly. I met her eyes without being able to answer. The anger hidden in her eyes were like blades. Yuyona was a fearsome woman. More so than anything else, she hated her body and clothes getting dirty. "You didn't need to bother. I can take care of a mole cricket just fine. Much cleanly. Because of you, my clothes ended up getting dirty." At that moment, 2 insensitive warriors approached me. "Phew, that was swift thanks to you. I saw it. You killed the baby octopuses, right? Guns have their advantage, huh? That was amazing." It was Jin Hozung and Hazuki, who were covered in blood and ink. Seemingly afraid to get her clothes dirty, Yuyona slowly stepped away. Team 5, total time, 58 minutes 58 seconds. 16 out of 100. 16th out of 100 teams. Though she finished in the upper half of the teams, Yuyona's expression couldn't be said to be good. But since grades were based on individual performance filmed through drones, she didn't mind too much. Understandably, Kim Soho and Shin Jonghak's teams took first and second place respectively. But she was bitter that Chai Nayun's team came in higher. Drones filmed everything. They'll be sent to your smartwatches, so why you were quick or slow to hunt your monster, your team's compatibility with the monster, and how you could improve for next time. It'll be part of your grades. Kim Suhyuk gave a long-winded statement. Yuyona slightly turned her head and looked behind her. A dull-looking man was yawning in a daze. It was entirely his fault that her team came in late. Because he lacked stamina, they couldn't reach the monster quickly. What should have taken just 10 minutes ended up taking 50 minutes. But it was also thanks to him that they managed to end up 16th. His quick bullet serenade eliminated all the baby octopuses in 3 seconds. Since Yuyona was prepared to scuffle with them for 15 minutes, it could be said that he played a big role. But of course, she still played the biggest role as she was the one who crushed the main body's hump. Yuyona held back her impulse to blame someone. But that only increased the unreasonable sense of jealousy and envy she felt towards Chai Nayun. She faced forward and glared at Chai Nayun's head. If she wouldn't be found out, she wanted to smack the back of her head. Yuyona's hands trembled, reaching towards Chai Nayun's head. But instead of taking such extreme action, she lightly touched Chai Nayun's shoulder. "Nayun, how was it?" "HM? Ah, it's as you see. 4th place. What a shame. I wanted to beat Shin Jonghak and Rachel." "What about you?" "I'm 16th. "Oh. Wow, you got 16th with that gun using sharpshooter?" "We got the black hump octopus. We just had to remove the hump." "And that's what you did, right?" Yuyona nodded with a bright smile. "Yep. Late at night, after the end of regular classes, I was working out in the training room. Because I just came back from running, I felt like I was dying.
But it was something I needed to do. I focused on working out for 3 hours.
Thankfully, the training equipment wasn't too different from Earth's. It was only that the weights were heavier. For example, the leg extension machine went from 15 kilograms to 500 kilograms. Ugh. After completing my workout, I fumbled back to the dressing room like a zombie and collapsed on the seat. After collecting my breath for 5 minutes, I took out my laptop and a fatigue recovery drink from my bag. First, I checked today's results with the laptop. Luck applies. As the enemy is only a low-rank monster, your accuracy increases greatly. All attacks hit their mark. Your gifts proficiency increases by 20%. Perception increases by 0.03. Luck applies. Your eyes and ears seem to work better. You gain 27 SP. As expected, I seem to have gotten lucky with the accuracy I showed during today's combat training. And thanks to standing out to you, Yona, I gained some SP too. Through working out, your strength increases by 0.02. Through working out, your stamina increases by 0.02. Through working out, your vitality increases by 0.02. Mana mysteriously melts into your torn muscle fibers. Your strength, stamina, and vitality increase by 0.03. The amount of stats I got from working out was more than I expected. Something like this would have been impossible on Earth. Enlightenment and luck must have played a part. But with the sharp pain all over my body, I wasn't sure I could even get up tomorrow. Of course, I already had a solution in mind. Fatigue recovery drink. Restores the body from fatigue. Contains a tiny amount of temperate mana. Asterisk current SP, 36. This was a fatigue recovery drink provided by Cube. I planned on modifying its effect. Of course, something like completely restores the body from fatigue was unlikely to work. Even if it did, it would be a waste to use up all my SP. But with the right amount of restrictions, I could come up with a decent product. I added one line to the fatigue recovery drink's description. If Kim Ha-jin goes to sleep within 2 hours of use, he will slowly recover from physical fatigue over the course of 8 hours. I put in 4 restrictions. Only Kim Ha-jin. Sleeping within 2 hours of use. Physical fatigue only. Non-instantaneous recovery, but slowly over the course of 8 hours. You can save the modified setting using 0.5 SP. Because the drink already had a similar effect, the amount of SP required was exactly the amount I gained from working out. After saving the modified effect, I gulped down the drink. Gulp. Now, I had to go back and sleep. Otherwise, the drink would have been a waste. Ack, my joints. I staggered forward like a zombie. At the same hour, Yona was analyzing the video from the day's combat training. With several drones filming each team, she could see the battle from multiple angles. At least he's quick. The more she saw it, the more curious she got. The black hump octopus fired a total of 59 babies. But before they could even touch the ground, they were eliminated by the sharpshooter's bullets. Black hump octopuses usually reabsorbed the babies they shot out to recover their energy. Then, they'd shoot more out from their hump. Because of this annoying trait, Yona was ready for a drawn-out battle, but the actual fight had ended in just 10 minutes. I don't remember seeing him in Agent Military Academy. The more she thought about it, the stranger this sharpshooter seemed. His stamina was abnormally lower than other cadets, and he had also suddenly changed his weapon. That was as far as Yona got on her notes about Kim Ha-jin. She received a sudden message. "What's up?" It was Shin Jong-hak. With a grin, Yona tapped on the hologram keyboard. Analyzing the video from today. "Why are you doing that now?" "I'm going to inherit a guild in the future, so I have to look for promising talents." "There are none in your team." They're all trash. Yona snickered. He was right, but also arrogant. If it was anyone other than Shin Jonghak, she would have found such behavior detestable. But just the fact that he was Shin Jonghak turned his arrogance and impertinence into chicness. It wasn't a logical explanation, but the reason Yona liked Shin Jonghak was far from logical in the first place. How's that gun shooting guy? Ha ha. So he was curious after all. He had a pretty cute side to him as well. He's okay. He did a man's worth of work. Exactly what you'd expect from rank 934. 2.78 seconds. In that short amount of time, that man had shot 60 bullets and hit 59. Yona made a pulling motion with her index finger. Was it possible to pull the trigger 20 times in a second? Or did that handgun have an automatic firing button? Ding dong. In the middle of her thinking, the bell rang. Ah, my room service is here. Yona hopped towards the door. Opening the door, she saw her neatly dressed butler waiting in front. She was happy to see the butler her father picked out for her. Thank you, Sechin SSI. The butler bowed respectfully. Yona took her food and came back to her seat. I'm back. Were you waiting? Yona opened the dome-shaped lid on her elegant silver platter. No. In it were plain food. A patty between two buns, the iconic symbol of commoners. On the side were French fries and a bottle of Coke. It was a hamburger set. First, she munched on a fry. What did you order? Shin Jonghak asked just at the right time. Yona replied casually. Just the usual. A little bit of foie gras entier. Chapter 9. Within Everyday Life, 1. Wednesday's first class, Anti-Personnel Training. This 2-hour-long class simply had 2 cadets form a pair and spar each other. Spars were done with training weapons, making the fight less painful and easier to grade. In this class, Kim Soho paired with Yi Yonghan and Shin Jonghak paired with Kim Horak. Yu Woo. Rank 934 Kim Hajin, get up. I can't. As for me, I was scuffling with the anti-personnel combat instructor rather than a cadet. It was because there wasn't a gun for training. Since a real gun couldn't be used in sparring for fear of unintentional injuries, I was stuck fighting the instructor. What do you mean you can't? The female instructor ordered me to give my all. Exactly 1 minute later, it was the instructor who was giving her all. It seemed my gift was more threatening than she had anticipated. Get up! Seeing my bullet slightly scratch her forearm, she got angry and grabbed me by the collar. Now that things had come to this, I regretted spending my first 2 weeks in this world loafing around. I should have spent the time working out. I can't continue. Yes, you can. My body won't move. It will. The instructor forcefully pulled me up. Put up your guard and do something. She was telling me to do something, but the handgun in my hand felt heavy. I pulled the trigger half-heartedly. The instructor blocked the bullet with her hand. Then, she tackled me. Unable to resist, I stumbled and fell. An electrifying feeling coursed through my body. I give up. You didn't move after shooting. I said do something. Chuck. She slapped my face. Get up. Chuck. I was starting to get annoyed. Come to think of it, isn't this woman younger than me? I said, get up. I refused to take it a third time. I grabbed her arm just barely, then. You fucker. I bit the instructor's hair with my teeth. Ah. What are you doing? 934. AK. Let go. Let go. Let go. Gnashing on her hair, I pulled back as though my life depended on it.
My strange actions turned the surroundings silent, but I didn't have the time to pay attention to something like that.
This is a warning. Let go. I said, let go. This hair, I'll bite it off. I swear I'll bite it off. Why you? I could see the instructor's fist in front of my eyes. I had no memories of what happened next. But since I managed to gain 40 SP out of it, it didn't feel like such a bad trade. Cube had clubs. The head instructor Kim Suthyuk told us we wouldn't be able to enjoy our youths, but I didn't set Cube to be such a horrible place. While it was normal to be covered in monsters' blood or to kill jinns from time to time, Cube encouraged cadets to enjoy their hobbies for their mental health. Being in a relationship was technically prohibited, but it was tacitly allowed by all of the faculty. Cube's clubs were no different than college circles. Club promotions happened in the second week after first-year cadets came in. I set the number of clubs in my novel to be about 100, but considering there were only 5,000 cadets in the whole school, it might not have been the most realistic. In any case, there was a club for pretty much any topic. There were hobby-like clubs like bowling, pool, and VR, while there were also academic clubs like studying, martial arts, and training. I planned to join more than one club. Obviously, the purpose to stay close to the main characters. I already knew who was in which club. Kim Suo and Lee Younghan were in traveling, Chai Nayun was in traveling and hunting, Yu Yona was in traveling and academics, Shin Jonghak wasn't in any, and Rachel was in reading. Clearly, traveling club was an obvious choice. Next, I had to choose from the hunting club, reading club, and the academics club. As students could join multiple clubs, I could join all four if I wanted to. But that was too difficult realistically. I only had one body to work with. Among these, the easiest club to gain SP from seemed to be the academic club. And of the academic clubs, the academic circle called Veritas had an antagonist that played an important role early in the story. VR Club, Folklore Village. Interesting. Suddenly, I got a strange feeling. Sitting on a bench in Cube's Hero Park, I looked around. Likely because all classes had ended, the park was bustling with people. It all felt too mysterious. The setting I had scribbled down had taken a life of its own, filling up missing holes and creating this world. There were many things that were new to me. The VR club I mentioned was one of them, and so was that couple secretly making out behind the bushes. Ehew, that's a bit. Seeing them starting to get touchy, I got up with a frown. Afterward, I ran around busily, collecting club application forms from the park. 4 forms. I didn't get a favorable look when I received them, but I had succeeded nonetheless. I'll need to join the traveling club for sure. 4 leading characters were in the traveling club. It was the result of me wanting to tie them together for major and minor events. But compared to the club's importance in the storyline, it wasn't popular among students. It only had 20 people from all 3 grades, and third years were mostly busy interviewing with guilds and internship missions. Realistically, the club only had about 14 people. I couldn't explain why. That was just how I said it because having more people seemed troublesome. In any case, traveling club was confirmed. After thinking about the others, I decided to join just 2 more. Setting the reading club aside, I chose the hunting club and the academics club. Clubs began after all classes ended, and these 3 clubs didn't overlap at all. The academic club met on Tuesdays, hunting on Thursdays, and traveling was either Saturday or Sunday. Rachel ended up being left out, but she was an untouchable existence for now anyways. Okay. Thwack. After flicking the application papers with my fingers, I stood up. Now, it was time to receive even more obscure gazes from club leaders. The capital of Korea, Seoul, was filled with guilds that vied for the world's top position. Distinguished guilds such as Essence of the Strait, Desolate Moon, and Frost Sanctuary were located in the collectively established guild district in Seoul, making it the center for jinn and monster subjugation requests, technological advances, and businesses.
The guild visit is set for the Friday 2 weeks later. Seoul's guild district was filled with skyscrapers. But one especially brilliant building wasn't so tall. The geometric design of this building grabbed any passerby's attention. It was the building belonging to the guild creator's sacred grace. With cutting-edge magic engineering technology, the inside of the building was twice as large as it looked from the outside, while its mana density was always maintained above grade 3.
Understood.
In this environment optimal for even heroes, the vice leader Yoon Sung-na took her secretary's report.
Currently, Yoon Sung-na's attention was solely devoted to finding promising talents.
It was a widely acknowledged fact that CUBE's freshmen this year were exceptional. It was said that some had gifts that could alter the guild's rankings. If she were to let her competitors steal them, the first place position she'd worked so hard to get would be jeopardized. Consequently, Yoon Sung-na's eyes were glued to the guild's intranet database, which contained videos from CUBE's first combat training.
Kim So-ho really is something.
Currently on her screen was the combat training's first-place finisher, Kim So-ho. Fighting against a monster, his sword chi stood sharply. But his sword chi wasn't the only awe-striking scene. His sword's fluid movements made it look like his sword was water. His swordsmanship didn't resemble anyone else's, almost like a formless sword technique. With this technique, he seemed to tear apart space along with his target monster. Yes, he doesn't seem close to any guilds either. He is first on our priority.
I want to bring him in no matter what. Oh? Someone's using a gun? Kim So-ho's video ended, and Yoon Sung-na's eyes scanning the remaining list shined in curiosity. Yes. There were talks about it in the guild community. Was there? Sorry, I've been too busy lately. It was uploaded from the CUBE community. He was in Yuyona's team, which was why it gathered so many views in the first place. According to inside information, he's quite the strange one. Strange one, huh?
Curious about this unique individual, Yoon Sung-na played the video.
Team 5.
Jin Hozun, Hazuki, Yuyona, Kim Hajin. Though not to the point of awe, the 10-minute video most certainly drew her attention. He wasn't using an automatic rifle and still managed to fire 60 shots in
78 seconds?
It was physically impossible. Even if you were quick enough to pull the trigger 60 times, the gun wouldn't be able to endure it.
In other words, a transphysical power was at play.
Yes. It seems he changed his weapon from a sword to a gun as soon as he entered CUBE.
Enlightenment. I think so too. Enlightenment at just 17 years old.
Leaning back, Yoon Sung-na fell in deep contemplation.
Changing one's weapon after going through enlightenment. Though rare, it happened.
Gifts presented cadets with individuality, but before enlightenment, it was impossible to know exactly what one's gift was. In cases like this, where one has to change to an unfamiliar weapon, one needed 3 years to catch back up. This was also why CUBE's lower academy, the Agent Military Academy, encouraged cadets to use a variety of weapons.
Knowing how to wield several weapons made it easier to transition from one weapon to another weapon should it be necessary.
He experienced enlightenment early, but if using a gun is all his gift can do, I can't say it's too desirable.
Right, if his gift could be used with a bow, he would have chosen a bow.
Yoon Sung-na agreed, but being enlightened at the age of 17 was still a rare occurrence.
We should at least keep an eye on him. Is there a free recruiter? No.
Because of how exceptional this year's cadets are, everyone is at their limit.
Yoon Sung-na hesitated. Nowadays, recruiters were expensive.
Even if she hired a new recruiter, without attachment to the guild, they could simply run away to another guild with the guild's information.
Then let him be. If he really is special, I'm sure he'll stand out again.
At that decision, her secretary nodded without objection.
Chapter 10. Within everyday life, too. I needed to make money.
It wasn't a hopeful wish, but a necessity. When I looked at the bill that came to my room, I almost lost consciousness. I had a 300 million won debt. In other words, I had taken out all the loan a cube cadet could get. It had to be Chuandong's doing. The loan only had a low 1% yearly interest, but as I wasn't making any money, I was simply losing money.
Unfortunately, the bank account Chundong left behind only contained 3 million won.
It was nowhere near the amount needed to live in this world, where power and money was everything. Thankfully, there were multiple ways I could become rich. First was the stock market. Towers and dungeons were constantly being created in the world. I knew the names of guilds that would discover or conquer them. Guilds in this world were treated like companies, so one could buy stocks of public guilds from the guild stock market.
Today was March 2nd, 2025. My settings book should be full of juicy information. I opened my laptop. Settings list. March 15th, 2025.
Newly found guild, Packhorse Master, goes public. July 4th, 2025, they conquer the dungeon, Suan Royal Devil's Nest. In reality, the Packhorse Master Guild was established by Jinns. Because they would play an important role in the story, I made sure to note them down in the settings book.
Conquering Suan Royal Devil's Nest would skyrocket their stock prices by a 1000%. It wouldn't be until 3 years later when they were discovered that they would be delisted. December 8th, 2025. Guild, Creator's Sacred Grace, announces its plan to conquer Tower of Miracle. This incident would become the lowest point for the currently ranked 1 Creator's Sacred Grace. It was also the decisive event that made Yun Sunna become its leader. This plan, which Yun Sunna opposed, would bring their rank down to 7. I had 2 opportunities to make money with this incident. First was before the plan is announced, and second was before the plan failed. Without having to know much information, with just these 2 though, these 2 were the only early financial incidents written down in the settings book, I could make a fortune. The problem is, I didn't have any money to work with. Do I need to go out to the field? Field referred to danger zones where monsters appeared. Unlike towers and dungeons, the danger level of fields was vastly dependent on their grade, so one didn't need permits to enter the less dangerous ones. I should be able to enter the field in Gangwon-do. Wait. I remembered something about Gangwon-do. There was a setting I arranged in Gangwon-do. I wonder what it was. Using Ctrl+F, I searched for a specific word. Year 2026. Jin, Tomer, discovers ether from Gangwon-do's Gari Mountain dungeon. Found it. Mystic grade formless weapon, ether. I wanted to take it for myself, but without ether, Tomer would be left without a weapon. Not to mention, Tomer was an important antagonist in the story. Of course, without a weapon, the story would become easier. But if I took ether just for that reason, it might impact the future in an unknown way. I was afraid of that uncertainty. Well, whatever. Tomer was strong even without ether. Once all of my stats grew to about 3 or 4, I should go take ether. Weeing. At that moment, I felt a vibration on my wrist. It was a message. Traveling club announcement. There will be a short trip on Sunday to serve as a freshman orientation. Oh right. That was a thing. Immediately after I recalled information about the traveling club, the smartwatch vibrated once more. Academic club announcement. There will be an orientation on Friday for the freshmen. And there was this too. So annoying. I thought I could rest a bit in the weekend, but there were clubs over the weekend. Not to mention, the academic club was tomorrow. Cube's combat training was on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. As such, I should have been able to relax on Mondays and Fridays, but on this precious Friday, I was walking towards a certain clubroom. Some distance ahead, Yuyona was showing off her elegant stride. Academic Club's clubroom was room 304. When I entered, I saw many first years as I expected.
There were about 30, and 23 of them were girls.
Most should have been bewitched by the club president.
After sneaking a look around the clubroom, I turned towards Yuyona's direction and sat behind her. I could smell a flowery scent from her hair.
After unavoidably smelling this scent for 5 minutes, the club president finally showed up. Nice to meet you. I'm Yoon Hyuk. Welcome to our academic club, Veritas.
The club president was Yoon Hyuk, a third year.
I didn't enter this club just for Yuyona. Yoon Hyuk was a djinn. Soon, several incidents would happen in Cube, including a monster invasion. Yoon Hyuk would be the mastermind behind it.
Of course, I had no reason to trouble myself by shouting, "That guy is a djinn."
Though, that would probably give me a decent amount of SP.
In any case, Yoon Hyuk was contracted to the devil of enchantment, Lilith. In exchange for selling his soul to the devil, he obtained a beautiful appearance and an ability called enchantment.
Currently, he should have his eyes out for Yuyona. That was the reason why Lilith gave him a high-rank ability like enchantment. Since today's just the orientation, we'll only briefly discuss what our club is about.
Hearing his charming voice, the eyes of the female cadets were already shining.
In Veritas, we research and discuss classification, weaknesses, behaviors, and attributes of monsters.
Topics include monster classification, how they behave, where their vital points are, what their attribute is, and how to deal with them efficiently.
What Yoon Hyuk mentioned was an important topic in modern society.
Monster analysis was one of the most competitive college majors, and there were even non-combatant heroes who emphasized researching monsters. These heroes, who didn't have the gift for combat, were still treated as heroes because they had gifts that aided in transhuman knowledge.
I'll give a quick example. Let's take a look at this monster.
As I'm sure you know, it is a totem scallop.
A hologram image popped up.
Just like its name suggested, the totem scallop was a scallop that produced a totem. Having high intelligence and capable of using magic, totem scallops were high intermediate rank grade 3 monsters.
Thankfully, they were gentle-natured and didn't attack as long as one stayed out of their territory.
But just like pearls produced by ordinary scallops, the totem scallops' totems had an incredible value, making them the target of guilds everywhere. As you know, totem scallops are extremely hard to kill. But careful analysis shows that they're classified no differently than an ordinary scallop. But because no other monsters share similarities with them, it is hard to guess where their vital point is.
Yoon Hyuk's explanation continued. But because it was everything I already knew, I couldn't help but yawn. Wapam. Immediately, Yoon Hyuk's eyebrows furrowed, and other female cadets sent me attacking glares. I wouldn't be surprised if they attacked me for real if I yawned one more time. Only Yuyona kept her eyes on the screen. Ku-hum. Yoon Hyuk let out a dry cough before continuing his explanation.
Because of its ambiguous attribute and behavior, the totem scallop's vital point hasn't been discovered. But for other monsters like the 1,000-mile horse, the orientation ended 40 minutes later. This time, I got up yawning inwardly as I didn't want to get attacked. I was about to leave when I saw Yoon Hyuk approaching Yuyona. I paused. Yona Cadet Nim. Yes? You forgot this. Yoon Hyuk handed Yuyona a paper she left behind. This wasn't something I wrote in my novel, so I didn't know much about the paper. But I knew he was scheming somehow. Rather than Yuyona forgetting the paper, Yoon Hyuk probably pulled it out with his magic power. Ah, yes, thank you. Yuyona took the paper with a smile. That seemed to be the end of their encounter. After leaving the clubroom, I went to a nearby vending machine and pulled out a Coke and a Sprite. Looking at their names, I couldn't help but laugh. I named them Coin Cola and Spring Sprite to avoid trademark problems, and that was exactly how the names appeared on the cans. Meanwhile, Yuyona left the clubroom. With the Coke and Sprite cans in hand, I stood in front of her as though to block her path.
Then, I handed the Coke to her. "Here." Yuyona's face was full of question marks. "I'm in the same club. Same team and now the same club. Funny coincidence, right?" This was a test. Even working out as though my life depended on it only gave me 4 SP. Then how much SP could I get by talking to a leading character? "Do you think I'll drink something like this?" Yuyona's eyebrows furrowed and her lips protruded out as though she was furious. But since it was the reaction I expected, I hit it off casually. "I just got it from the vending machine." Yuyona was likely attracted to bad boys. Of course, being handsome was a requirement as well. "Touch it. It's cold." "I'm fine. You can have it." Also, I could feel hostility from the glare she gave me. But that was as much of her true feelings the false mask she wore revealed. "Don't talk to me so casually. This is the first warning." That was it. Yuyona walked past me without waiting for my reply. Seeing her perfect figure walking away, I popped the Sprite can open. PSSSH, gulp, gulp. Yuyona's shoulders twitched at the sound. According to my setting, Yuyona loved unhealthy food like carbonated drinks, hamburgers, fried chicken, and ramen. But she couldn't buy them to save face, so she made her trusted butler or attendant buy it for her. Even then, she could only enjoy it once a week. The reason was simple. Not only did she hate showing such side of her to others, but her mother also detested unhealthy commoner food. To make up for the pitiful setting I gave her, I threw the Coke can into her luxurious brand bag. Drawing a clean arc, the Coke can landed inside. "Carry me next time too." At these words, Yuyona glanced back. Then, she walked away muttering quietly to herself. However, I could hear her voice just fine. "Who is this crazy guy?" Asterisk. Yuyona's keen senses soon noticed the slight change in her bag. The water from the Coke can's surface was making the textbook in her bag wet. That nut job. Yuyona took out the Coke can with a frown. Just when did he put it in? That little rat. Phew. After a deep sigh, Yuyona released her magic power. Seeping into the paper, her magic power separated the moisture from the textbook and sent it into the air. When she retracted her magic power, the collected moisture fell down to the ground. "If you..." With a sigh, Yuyona broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, she felt proud. The application of magic power she just showed was hard for even heroes to accomplish. It was seemingly simple but was actually a mysterious and highly difficult technique. "When I see him again." After the sense of pride came anger. Yuyona thought as she twisted her lips, "That talkative bum, I'll need to ask the guys to educate him." But that thought only lasted for a moment. Fiddling with the Coke can in her bag, she looked around. There was no one nearby. Ku-hum. With a dry cough, she took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wrapped the Coke can with it before putting it back in the bag. Then, as if nothing happened, she quickened her pace. Chapter 11. Change 1. After spending the rest of Friday working out and training, it became Saturday before I noticed. Traveling club announcement. There will be a short trip on Sunday to serve as a freshman orientation. The traveling club's orientation was today. The meeting place was Cube Portal Station, which connected Cube to Seoul. After stuffing my gun in my crossbag, I walked to the meeting place. Many of the leading characters, namely Kim Soho, Lee Younghan, Chai Nayun, and Yuyona, were already present. They seemed completely oblivious to my existence, but being with them still made me nervous. Today in Seoul, an unexpected incident would occur. This would be the story's first major incident. While I was organizing today's impending incident in my head, the club president arrived. "Hello, I'm the club president, Oh Han Hyun.
I didn't believe it when I saw so many club applications, but it's real.
Who knew such amazing cadets would join my club? With his average height and gentle first impression, Oh Han-hyun looked around the club members while scratching his neck. First, I'll give a short introduction about the traveling club.
With a bashful smile, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. It looked like he had a speech prepared. I described Oh Han-hyun as a timid person, so I wasn't too surprised with his actions.
Ku hum. Once or twice a month, we will leave Cube to travel. The purpose of the travel is to relax. So training during trips will be strictly forbidden.
It's also why our club is called Healing Rain.
Ku hum. After clearing his throat once more, he put the paper away. What, that was it? Today, as part of the orientation, we'll take a short trip to Seoul.
From here was what I wrote. The club members would form 2 people groups and go to Seoul.
We'll have a theme for each trip. Since today's meant to be an orientation, we'll just have a free trip without anything complicated. But instead of traveling alone, we'll split into groups of 2.
Here, Kim Soo-ho would be paired with Chai Na-yoon and run into trouble while they were looking around a museum.
As for that trouble, I would be able to experience it soon.
Then we'll start by drawing lots. Drawing lots was completely based on luck, but I could choose my fate. Thanks to my gift, observation and reading, I could see the content of the lots clearly.
With my hand on my chin, I fell in thought. Should I choose Kim Soo-ho? Or Chai Na-yoon?
I'll go first.
At that moment, Yoo-yona stepped up.
I watched her pull out a name without much thought.
In the next instant, I realized I overlooked one vital information.
It was the oddity known as Kim Ha-jin.
The lot drawn by Yoo-yona had the following name: Kim Ha-jin. My heart dropped immediately. But there was no change in Yoo-yona's facial expression.
With her usual mask in place, she stared at me with calm eyes. Thankfully, everything else had remained unchanged. Kim Soo-ho became pairs with Chai Na-yoon, and Lee Young-han became pairs with the club president. After drawing lots was over, the members gathered by their pairs and stood in front of the portal.
Portal, the cutting-edge technology utilizing magic science and engineering.
With a height of 15 meters and width of 30 meters, this giant gate was built in over 100 places throughout Korea.
With it, going from Seoul to Busan took less than 3 seconds. Cadet Kim Ha-jin. Confirmed. The portal operator gave us a seal. This seal would resonate with the portal and take us to Seoul. Let's go.
The club president went in first.
The next to enter the swaying blue portal was Kim Soo-ho, Lee Young-han, Chai Na-yoon, and finally me.
A strange feeling enveloped my body, but only for a moment. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery changed to an unfamiliar place. A futuristic mixture of blue and gray, it had to be Seoul Portal Station. With just 2 steps, I had crossed the East Sea.
It's 12 p.m. right now, so we'll meet back here at 6. Because the portal we were at was connected to Cube, there wasn't anyone around. But the portal next doors connecting Seoul to Busan should be crowded with people. After all, they were both global cities. For now, follow me. Following the club president, we received another seal from the portal employees before leaving the portal station.
After coming outside, I could immediately see the words, Yongsan Station.
You can go wherever you want as a pair using the public transportation system. For today, we won't require you to write a report, but make sure you're back by 6. If you're late, you'll be penalized. With a warning from the club president, cadets left as pairs. Yoo-yona didn't say anything to me, but I followed behind her for now.
When I was checking out how Yongsan Station changed from what I knew, Yoo-yona suddenly came to a stop. After quickly turning around, she blurted out sharply,
"Let's split up." HM? Oh, yeah, sure. Yoo-yona most likely planned to visit the guild her father ran. I was fine with it. I planned to join Kim Suho no matter what Yuyona did. Again.
But as though I ticked her off again, she glared at me with her hand on her hip.
Don't talk to me so casually. 1. Ha! This is the second warning. There won't be a third time. I knew that she wasn't bluffing. If I did it a third time, she might really get back at me in an unthinkable way. Yes, I understand. I apologize. TSK. Young lady Yuyona then walked away without a goodbye. It was clear how much she disliked me. Thus, Yuyona and I split up after just 5 minutes of arriving in Seoul. Phew, I thought I was lost. After switching buses 3 times, I finally arrived at the National Weapons Museum. Replicas of weapons excavated by Korea were displayed in this museum. Today, an incident would occur here. With a trembling heart, I walked in. Daddy, what's that?
Oh, that's the 4-tiger sword. Perhaps because it was a weekend, the museum was bustling with parents and children who hoped to become heroes. But no matter the size of a crowd, there was bound to be people who stood out. Chai Na-yoon and Kim Suho were such examples, but I could only see Chai Na-yoon for now.
I want it.
Smacking her lips, she was eyeing a bow on a glass display.
But my target today wasn't Chai Na-yoon. Looking around, I began to look for someone. It didn't take long.
The main character's tall and handsome features easily stood out. Approaching him furtively, I scanned the weapon Kim Suho was looking.
Thankfully, it was a weapon I knew. Is this the famous 7-branched sword?
Before the Korean peninsula was yet unified, the King of Beach, the then most powerful kingdom, had bestowed this iron sword to the Japanese emperor. It was a historical weapon said to have been found in the final room of the Wairisiang dungeon.
2. HM? Ah.
Kim Suho's sight turned to me from the 7-branched sword. However, it seemed he was at a loss for words.
I had a good idea why. Kim Hajin. Ah, right. Sorry, I didn't expect to meet you here, so I forgot. With a kind smile, he pointed at another section of the museum. Apparently, the rifle Napoleon used is here. Have you seen it? Napoleon's rifle? Yep. Apparently, it was a reward from a dungeon in France. According to my world setting, any weapon used by a legendary figure could become an artifact. Since that was the case, it wasn't weird for there to be Napoleon's rifle, even though I didn't mention it in my novel. Though I did want a rare weapon, I wasn't really interested in a replica. No, I don't think I'll have time. I unintentionally answered without zeal. I felt strange talking to the main character I wrote. I wasn't sure how to describe this feeling, but it definitely wasn't pleasant. Kim Suho was handsome, exceptional in martial arts, and had a fantastic personality. He was too perfect, so he felt inhumane. That was why some readers rooted for Shin Jong-hak. Anyways, it should be about time. I tapped on the ground with my sneakers. Then, right when Kim Suho was saying something, boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the museum. In an instant, everyone became silent. Kun! 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 Repeated thuds pulsed through the deathly silence. The sound resembling the footsteps of a giant creature soon led to the sound of something breaking. The atmosphere in the museum took a quick turn. Kaya Hak. What is that? The unknown led to anxiety, and anxiety quickly led to panic. Ordinary visitors screamed and began to run. However, only death was waiting outside. The safest place was the museum's inside. Stay here. Don't go out. Knowing that it would be dangerous outside, Kim Suho shouted. Currently, the outside of the museum was being attacked by an intermediate rank monster and its subordinates. Just a single intermediate rank monster posed little threat.
A hero would arrive in less than a minute, and 20 minutes was enough to take care of the entire situation.
But that wasn't the only problem. Jinn.
There was a jinn here. Simply put, it was a double-pronged attack. After coming to a scene, heroes went to the most dangerous area. Since the museum had security guards, it was less dangerous comparatively, putting it on a lower priority. Taking advantage of this fact, the Jinn Association dispatched an assassin to target a child considered by the Hero Association to have a special gift.
Clang.
A sharp sound resounded. It was the sound of glasses shattering.
The source of the sound wasn't far away.
Turning towards the direction of the sound, Kim Soho shouted,
"Chai Nayun!"
Chai Nayun had broken a display case and was taking out the bow inside.
"Are you crazy?" "No, I'm perfectly sane."
Though it was only a replica, it was still an item on display.
The museum's siren rang and its defense mechanism activated. In just 3 seconds, all exits closed down. People panicked even more, but thankfully, even an intermediate rank monster couldn't break through the barriers blocking the exits. This is better than stopping people one by one and warning them.
With that, she cleared her throat and shouted at the panicking citizens.
"Everyone! Stay still! It's safer here. We're heroes too. Hey, you! Shut it! Don't just stand there, grab a weapon too." "What? Why should I?" "Because it's the outside that's dangerous. Looking at us."
No, at Kim Suo, Chai Nayun created a magic arrow on her bow.
"Look there."
She pointed with her eyes.
A man wearing a black coat was standing there.
Before Kim Soho could say anything, Chai Nayun fired her bow without a shred of hesitation.
"Hey, don't." Her magic arrow pierced the man's throat. Immediately, Kim Soho froze.
He seemed dazed by Chai Nayun's sudden murder.
Any ordinary person would have died to her arrow.
However, the man grabbed the arrow sticking out of his neck and pulled it out. Black magic power then rose up from his hand, burning the arrow to ash.
Tap, tap.
The man then turned around, facing the direction the arrow came from. His eyes burned red, as fierce hostility shot out of him.
Without a doubt, he was a jinn. Kim Suo's face paled.
Just like Chai Nayun, he shattered a display case. He took out the 7-branched sword. Though it was a replica, its faithful reconstruction made it similar to a high-grade weapon. It should be strong enough to destroy a jinn of this level.
"Oh, that's a nice weapon."
I heard it splits into 7 branches. Chai Nayun approached with a smirk and stood by Kim Soho's side.
I also took out my handgun. I thought about standing next to them, but after consideration, took 2 steps backward. I was still too weak.
If I showed off too much and got targeted by the jinn, that would be the end of me. 1. In Korean, there's a clear way to talk politely or casually, like between friends. Yoni uses a strictly polite speech, while MC is using casual speech that would be between friends/people of the same age.
2. Wairi Seong is the name of 2 early capitals of beach. Chapter 12. Change, 2.
A blue sword chi rose up around the 7-branched sword. The purity of the blue mana brightened up the sword's blade. Sneaking a glance at Kim Soho's 7-branched sword, Chai Nayun asked,
"You ready?" "Yeah."
Meanwhile, I slowly backed off.
There was nothing I could do here.
Kim Soho would reveal his hidden power and easily take care of this jinn. Overwhelmed by Kim Soho's might, Chai Nayun would give up seeing Kim Soho as a rival and come to admire him instead.
"Support me."
Fixing his grip on the sword, Kim Soho spoke.
"Support? Please, I'll be one killing him." Rebutting playfully, Chai Nayun knocked another magic arrow. "Go!"
But before she could fire, the jinn ignited his magic power.
A jet black evil chi hurled towards them like hellfire. but a single streak of light annihilated it.
A sword saint could cut fire, wind, as well as magic power. Chai Nayun's arrow then flew through the lifted magic power. The arrow containing condensed mana then pierced through the Jin's shoulder.
Kim Soho didn't miss this opportunity.
Leaping up, he cut down diagonally with his seven-branched sword.
This attack should have severed the Jin's flesh, immobilizing him.
But despite having his flesh cut, the Jin smiled.
Kim Soho instinctively felt that something was wrong.
Immediately afterward, fierce magic power shot out from the cut. As though standing under a torrential rain, Kim Soho was swept away by the magic power.
He didn't even have the chance to scream. He flew across the museum and became stuck inside the museum's wall.
Both Chai Nayun and I became speechless.
Strange. Something was definitely strange. This shouldn't have happened.
After being pushed back for a bit, Kim Soho should have released his hidden power and overwhelmed his enemy.
You. Thankfully, Kim Soho got up. But he didn't seem to be in a good state. Hey, are you okay? I'm fine. Cool.
Kim Soho needed time to mend his wounds. Now, the Jin was walking towards Chai Nayun.
Her face stiffened. Shriek. Shriek.
Chai Nayun fired 2 arrows. But none of them were effective. Even though she continued to shoot arrows until the Jin looked like a porcupine, he didn't stop.
This isn't regeneration. Chai Nayun murmured in a daze.
Just like she said, this Jin didn't have high regenerative power.
He simply had a sturdy body. In the first place, I didn't design him to be an opponent Chai Nayun could defeat.
Chai Nayun's face turned ghastly pale, as fear and horror began to crop up.
Just support me.
At that moment, Kim Soho jumped in front of her, blocking the Jin's path. However, the Jin kept his eyes on Chai Nayun. Condensing his black mana on his arm, he produced a giant beast. A wolf-like creature bared its fangs as it shot towards Kim Soho.
Look!
The Jin fought Kim Soho with one hand and held Chai Nayun's face with the other.
Are we screwed? I murmured. By now, I had run away to the back of the exhibition.
However, this place was already occupied by what seemed to be a father and child duo.
Go that way. Why yes. There, go farther back. It's dangerous here.
I could feel my voice trembling, and to be honest, I was scared to death.
But. While the Jin's too busy fighting, hurry. At my urging, the two quickly scurried away.
From my crossbag, I took out my laptop.
The Jin in my setting shouldn't have been that strong. What even was that arm? Sneaking a glance, I saw the Jin's wolf-like arm fighting Kim Soho evenly.
I had no memory making such a setting.
I had to do something.
At this rate, both Kim Soho and Chai Nayun could die.
Unloading the magazine, I place a bullet on the laptop. My damned hands kept trembling. With the laptop, I checked the bullet setting. == Mana bullet. Null attribute attack power, 3/10. A bullet with condensed mana. It is much stronger than a gunpowder bullet. == It wasn't enough. With an attack power of 3, even scratching that Jin wouldn't be possible. But would increasing the attack power be enough? That was another question.
Thankfully, there was a hint within my setting. The reason this world required a variety of heroes was the concept of attributes.
Depending on one's attribute, an attack could have varying effects.
Contradicting attributes like water and fire could allow one to overcome a difference in power to a certain degree.
Now, the Jin in question clearly had a darkness attribute.
What pushed back darkness was undoubtedly light, and I could do exactly that.
I just had to change the bullet's attribute. == Mana bullet. Light attribute attack power, 5/10. A bullet with a condensed essence of light starts a secondary explosion after hitting its target. ==
This modification requires 104 SP.
Would you like to save this setting? It was expensive. 104 SP was 80% of what I gathered in the past week. But I still wasn't sure if this was enough. Rather than falling short, it was better to overdo it. I tried adjusting the attack power to 6. You do not have enough SP. The value will be adjusted. Attack power, 5.6/10. Would you like to save the adjusted modification? I hit save.
In that instant, a white light erupted from the laptop before melting into the magic bullet. A silver-white light glistened from the bullet's iron casing.
Modification complete. With only this single bullet loaded, I took in a deep breath.
Then, I peeked past the wall. Chainayun was still struggling to escape from the Jin's grasp, while Kim Suho was fighting the Jin's right arm.
No, Kim Suho was pushing the Jin back. We were at an advantage.
It seemed he would defeat the right arm soon.
The problem was Chainayun.
Because she couldn't breathe or because the Jin's magic power was poisoning her, the area around her neck was purple.
Clicking my tongue, I jumped out. Hey! Then, I shouted loudly. Move!
Without even turning around to look, Kim Suho rolled to the side. The Jin's right arm came chasing after him, but that only increased the surface area for me to hit.
With a slightly calmer mind, I pulled the trigger.
A bright light flashed from the gun barrel as though a flash bomb exploded.
The bullet of light emitted pressure and heat befitting its brightness.
Unable to withstand the bullet's power, the handgun exploded in my hand. The gun's broken components fell down, while I writhed in unendurable pain. Thankfully, the trajectory of the bullet didn't change. It flew along the intended trajectory, striking the Jin's left shoulder.
Bullseye!
A clump of light erupted from the Jin's arm.
The bullet's secondary explosion had detonated. The light disappeared, purifying the Jin's arm.
The Jin had thus lost its arm. Chainayun, who was on the brink of death, fell to the ground.
Kim Suho didn't miss this opportunity. A metal attribute magic power rose up from his sword. The Sword Saint's all-severing sword technique finally activated. It should be limited to just once or twice a day for now, but that was enough. I could just watch from the side now. At that moment, a child approached me. It was the child who I met before. The child had a pretty face, but the short hair made it hard to identify her gender. Suddenly, the child grabbed my hand. In an instant, my hand was healed completely. I see, this must be the child the Hero Association barely managed to find. The child with the authority of healing. Thanks. With a grin, I stroked the child's hair. Goo! At that moment, a deep growl rang out. I quickly turned my sight towards the direction of the noise. The Jin, who had lost one arm, was gasping for breath while kneeled in front of Kim Suho. It seemed Kim Suho managed to win. Phew! Feeling strength leaving my body, a sigh came out naturally. I sprawled down on the ground. Geek! Chainayun, who just regained consciousness, was emptying her stomach with her face pointed down. From her small mouth, vomit continued to fall. The food she had yet to digest dirted the ground, while pale yellow liquid stacked up around it. Chainayun continued to vomit, as though she was coughing out blood. Looking at the horrific scene, I could practically feel her pain. The reason Chainayun picked a bow was similar to mine. Though she acted manly on the outside, she was a sheltered lady on the inside. It wouldn't be until much later that she would overcome her delicate nature. Kim Suho approached her to pat her back. But Chainayun hit his hand away fiercely. Kim Suho reluctantly backed away. Leave her be. I'm sure her older brother will come to console her. I said so thoughtlessly. In reality, things would turn out that way.
Her older brother would arrive first, then her father would come to clean up everything.
But it seemed Chai Nayun took my indifference as an insult. You geek. Her bloodshot eyes stabbed me. Did she want something or someone to blame? It was understandable. Unlike you, Yona, Chai Nayun was a real lady. Anything but the highest quality food would upset her stomach, and seeing a cockroach or a rat would ruin her mood for the whole day. I'll head out first. Kim Soho tried to say something. For some reason, Kim Soho's face was stiff. But ignoring it, I turned back. I also needed time to reflect. The Jin's strength was far greater than what I had set. I couldn't understand why. With a single swing, a thin blade cut through the air. But from the tip of the blade, an unidentifiable white magic power undulated, shooting out in all directions and obliterating all monsters. A clean execution. Yun Sung-a took back her sword and turned around. Her hair fluttered in the gentle breeze. Dozens of ordinary people, who watched her attack, were left speechless. In their eyes, an unshakable respect and admiration could be seen. Seeing the world's most popular hero attack would become a great bar story for a long time. You can rest assured. Vice Leader. A coarse voice interrupted Yun Sung-a's sentence. Yun Sung-a was slightly surprised. The man who ran over quickly dropped a bombshell. A Jin appeared at the National Weapons Museum. What? You should head over immediately. What? But soon, he tilted his head and focused his hearing on the transceiver in his ear. Ah, yes. What's wrong? Apparently, the Jin has been taken care of. 3 cadets from Cube happened to be at the museum. Oh. That's great. Who were they? Kim Soho, Chai Nayun, and... Ugh. Before he could finish, a violent gale rose up, blinding him momentarily. By the time he opened his eyes back up, the hero who had decimated dozens of monsters was gone. Running at the speed of light, Yun Sung-a arrived at the museum. An ordinary-looking man walked out of the museum at the same time. Seeing Yun Sung-a, the man flinched for a moment before quickly bowing down. Hello. Does he know me? Well, there aren't many who don't. Though something felt out of place, Yun Sung-a greeted the man without much thought. Ah, yes, did something happen inside? Yes. A Jin appeared. He just died though. I see. And you are? At Yun Sung-a's question, the man replied with a grin. I'm a cadet. At his word, Yun Sung-a was taken aback. She finally figured out the previous strange feeling she had. Though she was acting humble, Yun Sung-a was one of the most popular heroes in Korea. As a result, most cadets would freeze in front of her or act nervous at the very least. Oh, I see. Then, I'm off. The ones you're looking for should be inside. But the man who introduced himself as Kim Ha-jin walked away smiling without a hint of nervousness. Yun Sung-a observed him walking away for a moment. Who is he? Quite daring for a young cadet. But Kim Ha-jin. I wasn't familiar with the name. How did he know who I came for? Thinking so, Yun Sung-a sauntered into the museum. The inside of the museum was a mess. The tiled floors were full of signs of battle, and an ominous magic power still lingering in the air proved the existence of the Jin. Na-Yun. At that moment, a vehement voice rang out from the entrance. Yun Sung-a turned back. There, she saw a middle-aged man looking around the museum with reddened eyes. It was someone she knew. Chai Nayun's father, Chai Shin-hyuk. Chai Shin-hyuk SSI? Vice Leader Yun Sung-a? Ah. You must be busy lately. It's been a while. Should we go together? Pointing deeper into the museum, Yun Sana smiled. Asterisk. A curved telephone pole and a car sticking out of a window. In this strange place that couldn't possibly be normal, I managed to grab a bench for myself. Heroes were busily running around cleaning up the situation, but I was in a bit of a panic myself. The story had changed. If this world was the world within my novel, this couldn't have happened. Of course, an oddity known as Kim Ha-jin had already intervened, but his role had been minimal. Everything had also been fine until now. I most certainly had not done anything that could have affected. Suddenly, a streak of thought flashed across my mind. Ah, that's right. I had forgotten until now. I wasn't the sole author of this story. To be precise, this world wasn't the novel I wrote. To be even more precise, this world was the remake version of my novel. There's a co-author. After thinking that far, an unknown feeling of emptiness rose up within me. Why was I so relaxed this entire time? Live a comfortable life? No, that was impossible from the start. Just like when someone stopped me from modifying in variable stats, that someone wouldn't let that happen. Weeing. At that moment, the laptop vibrated like a phone. When I opened it, I saw a message. Flaw. There is no semblance of danger for the main character and others. If the story continues this way, the readers would become bored thinking, the main character will win anyways. This crazy motherfucker. No danger? Of course, there was no danger. Readers didn't like extreme danger. This thoughtless amateur. However, there was another line below. Makeshift solution. Even if things become a mess, increase the power of antagonists. Chapter 13. Change, 3. At around 1 p.m. today, a group of monsters appeared in Seoul, leaving 500 wounded and 7 dead. A new anchor was reporting on today's incident. With a deep sigh, Chai Shin-hyuk stroked the bedridden patient. Her pale complexion seemed to stab her father's heart. Though she was an adult who would soon become a hero, Chai Na-yeon was still like a little girl to Chai Shin-hyuk. According to the investigation, the monster group was led by the intermediate rank grade 1 monster, Beast Insider. This man-sized, badger-shaped monster has never before appeared in Korea. The association believes that the monster was brought in by a third party, and has set out in a search. MMM. At that moment, Chai Na-yeon opened her eyes. Chai Shin-hyuk immediately shot up and called for a doctor. You're awake. How are you feeling? Fine. Chai Na-yeon raised her feeble body. A doctor came running in to check her pulse, but Chai Na-yeon pushed him away with a smile. I'm fine, Dad. Really? Of course. I'm not injured. Didn't the doctor tell you? I did. The doctor spoke up inadvertently. Chai Shin-hyuk was a powerful figure who had the country's economy in his palm. He knew being on this man's bad side would only make his life more difficult. She seems fine, so you can go now. Yes, sir. The doctor hurriedly ran out. Looking at the closing door, Chai Na-yeon spoke briefly. Dad. Chai Shin-hyuk replied kindly. About Appa. Her low-spirited voice evoked the dark past he wanted to forget. Remembering his son always caused a sharp pain in his heart. With a gentle smile, Chai Shin-hyuk held his daughter's hand. What's wrong? Can I go see him when I'm discharged? I'm on a sick leave anyway, right? Of course you can. Chai Shin-hyuk agreed easily. Chai Na-yeon leaned her head against her father's shoulder and recalled what happened earlier in the day. The djinn from the museum, the black hand that strangled her, and a voice that mentioned her older brother. At that point, Chai Na-yeon's fury revived. Dad, by the way. Chai Na-yeon's tone was dark. Her voice carried a heavy emotion. Chai Shin-hyuk asked worriedly. What's up? No, it's nothing.
Suddenly, she began to loathe someone from the bottom of her heart. But she couldn't tell her father how she felt. She thought back to when her stomach was boiling from being poisoned by the jinn's magic power. Even while she was writhing in pain, she could hear that man's voice clearly. I'm sure her older brother will come console her. That man had mentioned her brother. For years ago, on the day the sky fell, everyone in the world found out. So she didn't have the time to be sad. After that day, her brother's name was etched deep inside her heart, and he became an untouchable subject to her. As a cadet at Hero Academy, that man should have known about her brother's state. Even so, he had mentioned her brother in that way. Chai Nayun suppressed the fury rising from her heart and engraved the man's name in her head. Kim Hajin, Kim Hajin. From this day, Chai Nayun would no longer forget this name. Seoul's sky was dyed in an orange hue. The movement of the sun was no different than usual, but the scene reflected by the setting sun could only be described as a pandemonium. Pieces of asphalt littered the road, while a child was crying under a telephone pole snapped in half. Ambulances traveled back and forth, carrying wounded people or corpses. Although the situation had been taken care of by the dispatched heroes, the aftermath of chaos still remained.
Kim Soho, Kim Hajin.
We heard the story. Kim Sohyuk was waiting at the portal connecting Seoul and Cube.
We will ask for details later, so go back and rest for now.
Agents will take care of the rest. For the record, agents were different than heroes.
Agents were those who graduated from Agent Military Academy but didn't enter Cube.
In other words, they were non-combatants.
Most of them had abilities that were very useful in day-to-day life.
For example, I saw a man on my way back, who was fixing the broken asphalt with a wave of a hand.
Instructor. Chai Nayun is.
Kim Soho asked, to which Kim Sohyuk gave a short reply.
She's taking a sick leave. She's with her family right now. Yes, understood. Kim Soho didn't ask any more questions. Go back.
Other cadets seemed to have helped out with the unexpected emergency, as even Yu Yona looked tired.
One by one, we trudged to the portal. The odd sensation enveloping my body didn't feel interesting anymore. After a short sigh, I found myself back at Cube. Without any words, the group walked to the dorm.
Hey! On our way back to Dorm 1, after the girls went ahead, Kim Soho stopped me.
What? Why did you say that? Say what? To Chai Nayun. What was he talking about all of the sudden?
When I furrowed my brows in incomprehension, Kim Soho suddenly became a bit more hostile.
Why did you bring up her older brother? In such a condescending way too. What do you mean? I didn't mean much by. At that instant, I swallowed my words. This world had a co-author. My setting wasn't the only setting at play. Something had to have changed. What about her older brother? At my question, Kim Soho stopped his steps. Gritting his teeth, he glared at me. It's something every cadet knows, but you're going to pretend you don't know? What? No, I really don't. Whatever. We can talk about it later. For now. Kim Soho quickly walked past me and got on the elevator.
Under his glaring eyes were thick dark circles.
Since he used that ability, he needed to crash. Since my room was on the first floor, I didn't need to get on the elevator. Asterisk. The moment I sat down on my couch, I turned on my smartwatch. An internet window popped up in the air. This world's main search engine was Neighbor 1. The interface was no different than what I was used to, so getting used to it posed no problem. First, I looked up Chai Nayun. What Kim Soho said and how Chai Nayun reacted were indeed strange. Chai Nayun, Hero Cadet. Family, father, Chai Shinhyuk, older brother, Chai Jinyun. Education. Agent Military Academy Rank 4. Currently attending Hero Military Academy, Cube. == So what's the problem? Chai Jin-yoon. It's not like he was dead or missing, so why were they so worked up? Even as I tilted my head, I looked up Chai Jin-yoon. At the same time, my jaws dropped. Ha! Chai Shin-hyek's son, Chai Jin-yoon. In critical condition from a Jin attack. The Jin suppression operation, Fireflake, succeeds. However, the rookie hero, Chai Jin-yoon, falls in a coma. There were headlines I couldn't understand. What? Jin suppression operation, Fireflake. I knew what it was. It was the first operation that gave Chai Jin-yoon fame. By leading this operation to a success and rescuing 3 comrades in the process, he would have been promoted to an intermediate rank hero. Chai Na-yoon, who was only 13 at the time, would have always bragged about her older brother who suddenly rose to fame. No, that was how things should have been. What the hell is going on? Unable to take everything in, I took out my laptop. If there was a hint, the laptop had to have it. Thanks to your high luck, light bullet deals critical damage to Dog of Lucius. With great luck, your understanding of the light attribute increases. With extreme luck, you absorb part of the magic power emitted by the light bullet. Your magic power increases by 0.03 points. You dealt critical damage to a more powerful enemy. The skill, Sharpshooter of Reversal, has been added to your gift Master Sharpshooter. Yet SP increases by 131. There were many pleasant alerts, but I turned them all off. I looked for my settings book. No, I didn't need to look for it. This settings book was something I wrote. Since what happened today wasn't part of my setting, looking for my settings book wouldn't do anything. However, I had received a message on my laptop. Chai Jin-yoon, in the original story, he was Chai Na-yoon's reliable older brother and Kim So-ho's trustworthy helper. However, it has been judged that the main character has too many helpers, and thus the setting was changed. Modified setting, in his first mission as a hero 4 years ago, Chai Jin-yoon receives a devil's branding and falls into a coma. Currently, he is a devil's seed. Note, modified settings will be provided as messages once the target, Kim Ha-jin, becomes aware of it. Without realizing that my mouth was open, I stared at the screen in a daze. By the time my saliva dropped on the laptop, I barely managed to eke out a voice. Fucking. And that was all I could say. If this message was true, this was an extremely serious problem. Devil's Seed was something that only appeared in the latter half of the novel. If it sprouted, the current Kim So-ho was nowhere strong enough to stop it. A master rank hero would be able to stop it, but most master ranks had left the secular world. Even if high rank heroes were dispatched, a few of them would surely be sacrificed. That couldn't happen. Their strength was needed in the novel's latter parts. In other words, everything would go awry if this devil's seed sprouted. Of course, things had already gone awry, but it was still to a manageable degree. Then what could I do? There was only one answer, so I didn't need to think for long. He needs to die. Thankfully, the devil's seed had an incubation period. From what I recall, it should be 5 or 6 years. 4 years had already passed. As quickly as possible, before the devil inside Chai Jin-yoon's body woke up, Chai Jin-yoon had to be killed. The problem was who? Who should kill him? I couldn't hire an assassin. Even if I offered billions of won, no mercenary was crazy enough to accept a mission to kill a chaebol. Not to mention, because the devil's seed was undetectable, no one would believe me even if I told the truth. In fact, I was sure I would just be treated as a crazy person. He needed to die. There was only one way this could be done. I have to kill him. With a deep sigh, I closed my eyes. Chai Jin-yoon was a reliable friend and helper for Kim So-ho, though he was an idiot when it came to his sister.
But in this world, he had become a character that had to be killed. While this complete change was shocking, I didn't have the peace of mind to be shocked.
I got up. My body felt especially heavy.
The sense of familiarity I felt towards the world I created transformed into a greater anxiety.
But perhaps thanks to my high perseverance, my legs weren't heading towards the bed, but the physical training room. 1. A play on word on Korea's search engine, Naver. Chapter 14. For Growth, 1. Tower of Hero, located in the heart of Seoul.
On the 103rd floor of this Hero Association headquarters, Yoon Sung-ah was reading the records on the recent incident unauthorized.
The video she was watching was filmed by the museum's camera. Naturally, it contained the battle between Cube's cadets and a Jin.
Though she was a bit hesitant, knowing she could get in trouble if found out, the words she heard from a Hero Association agent urged her forward. A trace of light attribute mana was found at the scene.
Light attribute mana. Not only was it strange, it was also extremely valuable.
Light-attributed heroes played vital roles in suppressing Jins, as most Jins had the darkness attribute.
The fact that light attribute was detected in the museum naturally meant that one of the 3 cadets who defeated the Jin had the light attribute.
Yoon Sung-ah, who often emphasized the importance of attributes wherever she went, wanted to know the owner of that rare mana.
But this person.
Indeed, there was a man who caught her attention.
From head to toe, he was ordinary in every way.
Inside the video, the man in question was talking to Kim Soho. When the Jin appeared, he backed off stealthily and simply spectated the fight. But seeing the Kim Soho being pushed back, he went into hiding and began to make strange actions. He unloaded his gun, leaving only a single bullet behind. Then, he began to tap on thin air.
After about a minute, he loaded the bullet in his gun and headed to battle.
What happened next was even more mysterious. His gun exploded at the same time he fired his gun, while a brilliant white light dyed the surroundings. Because of the light, the camera froze up for 3 seconds. By the time the screen came back to normal, everything was settled. Most people assumed the attack to be Kim Soho's, but Yoon Sung-ah was doubtful. No matter how she thought about it, the light had to have come from the man's attack. Even Kim Soho admitted in his report, Kim Ha-jin covered me.
Kim Ha-jin. I remember him now. He's the cadet who chose a gun.
So there was a reason he chose it.
Thud.
At that moment, the door shot open.
Startled, Yoon Sung-ah turned to the door. There, she was the association's executive, Aileen.
Though she had a small build and was only 153 centimeters tall, Yoon Sung-ah knew that a 10 m tall giant resided inside her. Unfortunately for her, Aileen was glaring at her with terrifying eyes.
Yoon Sung-ah's face paled as she jumped up in horror. Uni? I knew you were here. Come out. Wait, Uni. I can explain. I can. Shut up and follow me.
Yoon Sung-ah didn't want to follow her out even if it cost her life.
But her body moved on its own. It was Eileen's one-of-a-kind gift, spirit speech.
Of course, as powerful as it was, the price she had to pay was equally great. There was a high risk of magic power recoil, and her underdeveloped body was also a price she had to pay.
But still. Uni, I'm a hero too. Please, give me some face.
Her ability was honestly too much of a cheat.
Only the association's heroes are authorized to come in here. I know. I'll leave on my own, so let me go. You better hurry before I throw you out the window.
In the end, Yoon Sung-ah was chased out of the record room.
You have 2 choices.
1. Be punished.
2. Help me with something. I'm sorry. Please, let me go this one time. I don't want to do either.
Only the video Yoon Sung-ah was watching was left to play in the emptied room.
Save me. Tuesday's combat training, labyrinth exploration.
Inside a dark cave created by Cube, Yuyona, me, and the rest of Team 5 were in the middle of our combat training.
Hozung SSI, Hazuki SSI, can you see something? Yuyona asked with a frown. We were in an artificial dungeon designed after a dark labyrinth.
The goal of the training was to break through the labyrinth filled with undead monsters and to reach the labyrinth's center. Because the mist was created through darkness mana, even heroes found it difficult to light up the cave.
No, I can't. Me neither. Jin, Hozung and Hazuki answered.
Tisk.
Yuyona clicked her tongue and didn't ask anymore.
I was still treated as an invisible person, even after I gifted her a coke.
Shaking my head, I spoke, I can see. Ha? Really?
Jin, Hozung and Hazuki were surprised, but Yuyona ignored me.
I said, I can see. Annoyed at her attitude, I spoke loudly to the back of her head. I can see through the dark. At that instant, Yuyona turned back quickly with glaring eyes. However, she was facing Jin Hozung, not me. Stop fooling around. Insulted out of the blue, Jin Hozung was taken aback, while I retorted casually. I'm just saying, you're going to fall if you go that way. What nonsense, kayak. Yuyona missed her footing at just the right time.
As she began to plummet downwards, I jumped in and grabbed her arm.
Yuyona clutched my shoulder with trembling hands. Hum. After climbing back up using my body as a rope, Yuyona let out a dry cough as though nothing happened. Looks like you aren't lying. How can you see? I have good eyes. It was thanks to my gift. 1,000-mile eyes weren't hindered by distance or obstacles. That, of course, included lighting. Good, you should at least be able to do that much. So, where should we go? Just follow me. Oh, how reliable.
Jin Hozung placed his hand on my shoulder as though we were friends.
Taking his hand off, I walked forward. Things were pretty easy from that point. I just had to walk, dodging what I could dodge and notifying Yuyona what I couldn't. If the unavoidable enemy was a fluid-bodied spirit, Yuyona's merciless whip took care of it, and if it was an undead, Jin Hozung and Hazuki took care of it. My stamina had increased thanks to working out, so there was no problem there. Though not having to run played a big part, this particular training was a breeze. And now, I could see the result with my own eyes. We managed to reach the center of the labyrinth. There, we only saw 8 people. In other words, we scored 3rd place. Yuyona? Hey, Jonghak.
Shin Jonghak, who was sitting on a rock acting needlessly cool, called Yuyona. She ran towards him with an amiable smile. How she treated Shin Jonghak was clearly different than how she treated me.
Over here.
Kim Soohyuk, who was waiting, read out our time without paying attention to Yuyona's touching reunion.
Team 5, 48 minutes 10 seconds.
3rd place.
At the same time, Jin Hozung and Hazuki cheered. Who? It's all thanks to you. You really have great eyes. You do, you do. For now, I sat on the ground with them.
Yuyona had already left for Shin Jonghak, and Kim Soho was sleeping on the ground.
It seemed he was still suffering from releasing his ability at the museum. I also relaxed. In about 5 minutes, another team arrived. I wasn't surprised with who it was. Sharpshooters generally had good eyes. It's Nayun. Seeing Chai Nayun's silhouette from the darkness, Yuyona approached, pretending to be happy. For some reason, Chai Nayun was covered in dust. It seemed she fell into a trap. Walking towards my direction, she rested her eyes on me and paused. Her cold eyes seemed to pierce through me. Nayun? She didn't respond to Yuyona's call. Ignoring her completely, Chai Nayun marched towards me and asked suddenly, "What was your time?" It was a short question. I gave back a short reply. 48 minutes.
Chai Nayun clenched her teeth.
Sharpshooters often acted as a team's pathfinder.
Chai Nayun rightfully thought I guided my team.
Looks like even you have something you're good for.
It was a clear provocation. I hesitated to reply.
Should I strike back?
I did have a good reason to do so. The novel's antagonists had become stronger, so it was necessary for our side, though the current Chai Nayun might not be on my side. Anyways, it was necessary for the leading characters to also get stronger.
To do that, Chai Nayun needed to quickly abandon the Bao.
In this world, her potential was second only to Kim Soho. But with a Bao, her potential would be wasted.
I guess you're right.
But I still didn't find the need to respond to her provocation. Between negative motivation and positive motivation, Chai Nayun was more affected by the former according to my setting. However, the agent of the motivation was important. A weakling like me provoking her most likely wouldn't have much meaning.
Now wasn't the time.
Furthermore, I was confident that it wouldn't be long until I surpassed Chai Nayun in archery.
I just had to wait until then.
Oof. Chai Nayun seemed bored by my retreat, as she returned with a snort.
I shook my head. At that moment, my eyes met Yuyona's.
For some reason, her eyes carried a slight hint of interest that hadn't existed before.
Oof.
But soon, she walked away with the same disdainful snort as Chai Nayun.
Chapter 15. For Growth, 2.
Today's combat training came to an end.
Though I was exhausted, I still had to go to the academic club. After that, I had to do my daily workout. Thinking about the agony of my daily life, I became depressed. If I knew this would happen, I would have put more points into perseverance. In any case, I was currently heading to the academic club's clubroom.
Perhaps because this was the usual path she took or because we had a similar personality, I could see Yuyona in front of me.
Yuyona herself didn't see me and continued walking.
When she arrived at the clubroom, she stood in front of the door and took out a hand mirror. She lightly checked to see whether or not anything was on her. But at that exact moment, her eyes met mine.
What a coincidence, right? Ignoring me, Yuyona walked in. I also followed.
Yuyona sat on a sunny seat, while I took the dark corner seat. Yun Hyuk, the club president, was already standing on the podium.
Wearing his glasses, he seemed to be organizing today's lecture notes. Not long afterward, 43 first years arrived along with 20 upperclassmen. At 7 on the dot, Yun Hyuk began the first academic club lecture. Good evening, everyone. The weather's starting to get. Any useless talk went into one ear and left from the other. Today, we will discuss monsters' vital points. As I'm sure you all know, the location of a monster's vital point is an important piece of information in defeating a monster. You can see how critical this information can be by looking at senior Seo Youngji. By reaching the pinnacle of this ability, she has reached top 2000 on hero rankings. A hologram of Seo Youngji's specs popped up on the projection screen. A hero's specs were summarized into strength, dexterity, durability, constitution, and magic power. Other than dexterity, Seo Youngji's specs were all under intermediate rank, but her dexterity was at the master rank. For the record, only 300 heroes in the world had master-ranked dexterity. Senior Seo Youngji even hunted a high-rank monster by herself. As he said, Seo Youngji was a well-known character in this world. Though she had an introverted personality, I was sure I would meet her since she played an important role in the story. But don't think monsters' vital points are the same as a human's. For us, the eyes, heart, and head serve as vital points, but that isn't always the case for monsters. To add on, a monster's vital point became stranger the higher ranked it was. Now, let's take a look at an example. In an instant, a hologram of a monster appeared on the screen. Though it looks similar to a mountain tiger, its giant body, bloodshot eyes, and ferocious teeth clearly indicated that it wasn't a normal tiger. This monster is called the Mountain Tyrant. It can be classified anywhere from intermediate rank to high rank.
As one of the first monsters to have appeared during Outcall, it has been known for 50 years, but its vital point hasn't been discovered yet. With that, Yun-hyuk paused and made a meaningful smile. At least, that's how things are in public. In reality, even if an individual or a guild knew its vital point, they wouldn't reveal it to the public. They likely weren't allowed to either. He was right. In this world, information was an industry. There were large corporations solely focused on gathering and researching information on monsters, and in a smaller scale, private detectives and detective agencies gathered and sold information. As such, leaking such information was heavily penalized. Of course, requiring this information to be public would greatly help humanity fight against monsters, but the power of capitalism suppressed any debates on this topic.
Now, where do you think this mountain tyrant's vital point is? Yun-hyuk gave Yuna a meaningful look. A mountain tyrant's vital point, Yuna likely had no clue. Even I only created the setting and never used it. There just wasn't a chance for the main character to go tiger hunting. As I thought, she didn't seem to know. Seeing as how she was fiddling with her hair and looking around, it seemed she was ashamed for not knowing the answer. Would anyone like to guess? I, of course, knew the answer. It was a good opportunity to stand out, but I didn't raise my hand. Yun-hyuk was acting like he did. Though his pretentious face irritated me, I wanted to see what he was scheming. At that moment, a girl raised her hand. I was surprised. Who the heck was that? Is it his nose? She guessed with a flushed face. She was just an extra who fell for Yun-hyuk. Asterisk. The academic club continued for 2 hours. Unexpectedly, there was a lot to learn, like the vital points of monsters, compatibility between attributes, and the difference between a magic and a spell. I learned in detail about things I had lazily explained in my novel, all the while I watched cute female cadets discuss the topic. We have an after-party planned at a nearby restaurant. It'll be great if you can come. Anyways, after the club ended, Yun-hyuk announced that there was an after-party at a nearby restaurant. For some reason, Yuna seemed interested in going. Feeling a bit worried, I followed her. I knew she wasn't the type to participate in things like after-parties. Hey, you going? I approached her casually and asked. She didn't respond. Thinking it was because of the way I talked, I asked again. Are you going? She ignored me again. This time, I asked with even more decorum and propriety. Are you also going to the after-party, Yona SSI? Only then did Yuna respond with a faint nod. Why? Aren't you busy? Tisk. This fool. That was what Yuna's eyes were saying. Why are you going? Aren't you curious about the mountain tyrant's vital point? Huh? Oh, I get it now. Public information on the mountain tyrant was scant to say the least. Not only did its strength vary greatly from individual to individual, it also lived in an extremely remote place. Although the mountain tyrant's leather sold for a hefty price, it was hard to plan a hunt when one couldn't be sure of the efficient number of people to bring. Yuna was the successor of a major guild. So the reason Yun-hyuk acted like he knew the mountain tyrant's vital point was this. Because I didn't write my novel from Yuna's point of view, I didn't exactly write out how Yun-hyuk managed to coax Yuna. It seemed guild was the keyword for luring her out. Yuna had a guild lineage. Her clan had risen to power during Outcall 50 years ago, thanks to the massive success of her family's first-generation head. Her family was still a successful hero clan, but Yuna had a bit of an inferiority complex. Compared to a true noble clan, she felt her family was lacking. This was why she saw Shin Jonghak favorably, and it was also why she was overly obsessed with face and decorum. The mountain tyrant's vital point? Was this a good chance to make an investment? There was a lot to gain from keeping a cordial relationship with Yuyona.
With great proficiency in handling businesses and at calculating profitability, she was destined to become the king of Seoul in the future.
I'm not curious. I already know. What? Yuyona asked again as she furrowed her brows. She looked thoroughly annoyed on top of being in disbelief.
At that moment, I made my decision. Using this information that would be publicized one day, I would draw Yuyona's interest and instill a sense of mystery into her. Considering the SP and additional benefits I would gain from it, it was an acceptable trade. I lowered my voice to a whisper and relayed the information to her in a serious tone.
The mountain tyrant's vital point is on the heel of its hind leg. What nonsense are you? There's a blue mark on its hind leg's heel. But its DNA determines whether it's the right hind leg or the left. That's probably why its vital point hasn't been discovered until now. I was the one who created the setting for the mountain tyrant.
I was inspired by the story of Achilles' heel when I made the setting. It was unlikely that this setting was changed, as tiny details seemed to be left untouched.
The mountain tyrant's body is tough, but this blue mark on its heel is the only place that's soft. That's the mountain tyrant's vital point. If you strategize around it, it should be easy to rob it of its two hind legs. The value of this information had to be tens of millions of won. But considering my current credibility, it likely wouldn't be over 100 won. Not head. As expected, Yuyona gave a disdainful look as though she was looking at an insect. She then began to walk away. I followed after her. It's true. Believe me. Would you believe me if our positions were swapped?
I, of course, wouldn't have believed her.
It's your choice whether to believe me or not. I hoped she would. Hey! At that moment, Yun Hyuk suddenly cut in between Yuyona and me.
Shoving me back slightly, he asked,
"Don't you think you're being too pushy?"
Because of this cheesy son of a bitch's height, I had to look up at him.
But instead, I turned to Yuyona. Am I bothering you? Yes.
Ha! She gave a cold-hearted reply.
I grew angry at Yun Hyuk's mocking laugh. By the way, are you also coming to the after-party? He spoke condescendingly. I shook my head. I'm not.
Then don't bother other people too much.
Yona SSI. However, Yuyona had already begun to walk away.
Ha! I returned what I received.
With a distorted face, Yun Hyuk chased after Yuyona.
I, on the other hand, simply watched them leave.
I gave Yuyona a valuable information, but I didn't know whether she would use it or forget about it. In the case of the former, I would gain a likely ally, and in the case of the latter, nothing would happen.
In any case, I had nothing to lose.
On a dark winter night, Yuyona was deep in thought as she tapped on her desk with her pen. Tomorrow, Essence of the Straight Guild's elite team would go out to hunt a mountain tyrant. They had secretly purchased information about a lone mountain tyrant living in Kumgang Mountain, and they had already confirmed its size with a scout. It was estimated to be high intermediate rank grade 1. The strength of its pelt reached Promentium, a tough or found after outcall. As such, the guild would gain an astronomical income if the hunt was successful. But Yuyona was worried about one thing. It wasn't for the safety of the elite hunting team. The current vice leader of Essence of the Strait held too much power. She felt her seat as the guild's successor threatened. Right, Yuyona's worry was about this. To succeed the guild without a problem, she had to start making contributions. In the end, Yuyona turned on her smartwatch. Using its communication functionality, she made a phone call.
Soon, the receiver picked up, and a hologram screen popped up.
Uncle? Yes, young lady.
On the screen was Kim Sango. He was a veteran in his 40s, who was her father's most trusted right arm. Ever since she was a child, Yuyona treated him like her real uncle.
What's wrong? Though she made the call, Yuyona was too embarrassed to say anything. A blue mark on its heel? You can disable both of its hind legs by attacking it? Just what was I doing, fooled by that crazy's nonsense? I'm saying this just in case. But the possibility wasn't zero and it didn't seem like it would hurt to try. Though it came from that crazy nutjob, there had to be a reason he was so confident. Justifying herself, Yuyona caught her breath. Yes, young lady? I know it sounds crazy, but... Closing her eyes and clenching her fists, she spoke. If things are looking rough, try looking at its hind legs' heels. Hind legs' heels? Kim Sango furrowed his brows. Yuyona knew what that meant. But if she could be of help, and if this information was real... Yes, its hind legs, heels. Either on its left or right heel, there should be, well, I'm not sure if it's true, but... Yuyona continued while risking being embarrassed. If there is a blue mark there, try aiming for that place. Chapter 16. For Growth, 3. In the middle of the night when owls came out to cry, I came back from working out and collapsed on my bed. Ever since I came to this world, I found it hard to fall asleep. My body was tired, but countless random thoughts emerged in my head preventing me from falling asleep. How could I survive in this world? What action should I take? Should I be a supporter who secretly helps the leading characters? Or should I become a villain and execute the evil side from the inside like in the noir movie I saw? Then, I got suddenly curious about my current stats. I looked for my laptop. Stats. Asterisk variable stats. Strength 1.735. Stamina 1.845. Speed 2.15. Perception 2.605. Vitality 1.65. Magic power 1.3. Sure enough, my stats were on the rise. All stats other than magic power had surpassed an average adult male's, 1.5, and my perception could be said to have surpassed what an ordinary person was capable of having. But I was still far from ready from entering a field. I needed money. It wouldn't be long until the Packhorse Master Guild would go public. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Indeed, going to the field was the most honest way of making money. I had been putting it off because my stats were lacking, but after thinking about it carefully, there was a way around it. I could make up for my lacking stats by using the laptop to strengthen my weapon. Just like Kim Suho, who would later use a single holy sword to sever a mountain. It seemed like the quickest way to become stronger. But it was also a huge waste of SP. I currently had a training gun provided by Cube and 380 SP I got from destroying my potential friendship with China Yun. Now, suppose I also had the famous handgun, Desert Eagle. Even if I invested all of my SP into strengthening my training gun, it would likely only come to equal the Desert Eagle. In other words, SP was more efficient when it modified weapons with a more powerful base performance. Speaking of the Desert Eagle, I suddenly became curious. It was the only firearm I had in my setting. Without getting up from my bed, I turned on my smartwatch and entered a weapons dealer website. Essential Armory. It was an armory operated by the Essence of the Straight Guild. Since weapons above the artifact grade were sold in auctions, Essential Armory was the most popular website for factory-manufactured weapons. Welcome to Essential Armory. As expected of the most popular weapons dealer website, it was well designed. The homepage showed off new items, while the top bar had categories such as sword, spear, bow, and rapier. Perhaps because mercenaries often used the website, it also had a good selection of guns. I clicked on Category, Gun. There were different types of guns such as handgun, assault rifle, and sniper rifle. For now, a handgun suited me best since it didn't hinder my movements.
The Desert Eagle seemed to be a popular choice among handguns, as I quickly found it.
Desert Eagle. Feel the transcendental power.
Built into the Desert Eagle is a magic amplification device that boosts the power of magic bullets. Because of its huge recoil, the Desert Eagle is recommended only for the most proficient sharpshooters. Weight, 3.5948 kilograms, 1.2938 kilograms with weight reduction magic effect added.
Length, 333 millimeters.
Identification and contract required to purchase.
Desert Eagle.
Its picture on the website looked much more beautiful than the original design. The barrel had an elegant platinum color, while a majestic eagle was inscribed on the grip. While looking like a piece of art, this weapon boasted a heavy weight and a bulky size.
Just from a glance, I could tell how powerful it was. There was just one problem. It's too expensive. It was expensive.
Its base price was 20 million won, and the price doubled when I clicked on a checkbox that said full attachments. I needed the weapon to make money, so buying it almost seemed counterproductive. I tried to think about what to do, but my brain refused to function. My consciousness was foggy, and I felt drowsy. It seemed sleep would come to me soon. I turned off the smartwatch without hesitation and entrusted myself to my instincts.
Thinking about this could wait until tomorrow. When I opened my eyes back up, it was Wednesday. Bright morning light shone through the curtain. It was an unpleasant light no matter how many times I looked at it. Another exhausting day had begun. Phew.
With a sigh, I brushed off the negative emotions that came to me every morning. After trudging to the bathroom and getting washed, I put on my uniform and left the dorm. 10 minutes was enough for this routine. Once outside, I saw other cadets getting ready for class. It was still early morning, but they were busy laughing and chatting. Seeing them enjoying their school life, I began to realize why I felt so lethargic. I didn't have a friend in this world. I didn't even have someone to talk to. Being able to hang out with friends was the only thing keeping school from being boring, but I was no longer in my old world. Should I try to look for a girlfriend? No, I was too lazy for that. If I used too much of my emotion on needless human relationships, my condition could get worse. Yep, I should just be content with dying alone. With that, I quickened my pace to the classroom. As you know, a guild's database contains many useful information. But most of the time, you have to reach a certain rank to get access to them. I thought about my weapon as I half-heartedly listened to an old professor's lecture. The figure of a majestic eagle shimmered in front of my eyes. How could I make the money to buy it? The first thing I thought of was selling information. I had designed most of the monsters myself, so I roughly knew their vital points and attributes. Since each guild had a different collection of data, if I sold them the information they didn't have. No, this wasn't the best idea. In the first place, it took 5 years for an information broker to build up his reputation. It also didn't seem like a good idea to disrupt the world's balance just to make some money. Now, let's continue after a little break. Before I noticed, break time rolled around. I immediately turned on my smartwatch to enter Essential Armory once more, but I had received an unexpected message.
Excuse me. I was familiar with the sender's name. Rank 7, Yuyona.
Because smartwatches of cadets were connected to the cube's intranet, it was possible to message other cadets without knowing their exact contact address.
This was the first time I was using this feature. Yuyona was sitting in the front row.
After giving the back of her head a quick glance, I replied to her message.
What? What are you? What nonsense was this? What do you mean? She didn't reply for a while.
I wondered where this was coming from, then remembered what I told her before.
I peeked at the time. It was 1 p.m. I gave her the information yesterday and she already confirmed it was true? Ah, is it about that? I'm surprised you believed me. What? So? Wasn't I right?
In truth, I was also dying to know whether the Mountain Tyrant's setting was unchanged. If this unknown co-author wanted to change everything I knew, I would have a tough time ahead of me.
Yes. Phew.
Thankfully, it seemed that wasn't the case.
I breathed a sigh of relief. How did you know? You think I'd tell you? Yuyona's shoulder twitched. Immediately afterwards, she returned a short reply. No. A smirk emerged on my face.
When I was about to end the conversation, I remembered something.
Desert Eagle, the elegant and dignified bird of prey. I had almost forgotten about it.
The reason I gave the information to her was for times like this.
Coincidentally, Essential Armory was operated by Yuyona's guild, Essence of the Strait. Anyways, if you benefited from the information I gave you, I'd like to ask for a favor. Yuyona suddenly turned around.
As though she had kept an eye on my seat, she knew exactly where I was. Though her gaze was still sharp, it seemed to hold less weight.
How should I put it? Right, she looked like a big bag of money. Chapter 17. For growth, 4. What do you want? I knew Yuyona would agree.
She was the type who couldn't stand one-sided favors.
Now, I wondered I should ask for. Asking for money didn't feel right. It was Yuyona I was talking about, but she was still a minor.
She likely couldn't freely spend tens of millions of won.
It's simple. I need a weapon.
After sending her the above message, I sent her the link to Essential Armory's Desert Eagle.
Yuyona looked at the link I sent her and looked back up at me. She didn't seem to have any hostility. I think it's pretty cheap. I understand. Great, she agreed. Is it possible to get it by tomorrow? The quicker it was, the more money I would make. Even if tomorrow was too difficult, I hoped to get it by the end of the week. Yes, I'll take care of it.
Surprisingly, she replied without hesitation, even though her parents should still be in charge of guild work.
I was impressed by her decisiveness. Get back to your seats.
The break ended at just the right time, as the old professor resumed class after drinking some water.
Wednesday's theory class ended. And at 3 p.m., anti-personnel training began. In a fairly large training field, each cadet met with others they promised to spar.
Meanwhile, I looked for the instructor pitifully.
Hey!
A sharp voice stabbed my ear from the back.
It had to be calling me. I turned around and instantly froze.
Chai Nayun was glaring at me with terrifying eyes. She asked, "Spar with me?" The hostility in her tone bordered on killing intent.
Gulp! I swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
Like the saying, a word causes a debt worth 1,000 gold taels, I had made a terrifying enemy with a sentence.
Indeed, Chai Nayun was too dangerous of a person to have as an enemy.
In order to live a peaceful life, I had to mend our relationship even at the cost of kneeling and begging. But looking at Chai Nayun, I fell in thought.
Would she be able to forgive me for my rash insult just because I apologized?
Seeing me silent, Chai Nayun pointed at my gun and spoke.
Your gun. Take it out.
The first training gun broke when I fought the Jinn.
This was a new one.
I looked down at my holster, then back up at Chai Nayun.
I don't want to. You scared?
These two words carried a great echo, causing the eyes on the training field to fall on us.
How should I act in front of Chai Nayun?
Without a doubt, the incident I was clueless about was well known among all cadets.
The original Kim Chundon should have known about it too.
So if I apologize now, it might seem like an even greater insult.
No.
Furthermore, it might be better for me to remain a bad guy to Chai Nayun. My first and foremost goal, and the reason I worked so hard without resting, was all to kill her older brother within a certain amount of time. Even if I mended my relationship with Chai Nayun and even became friends, my actions would only leave her with a cruel sense of betrayal and hatred.
I'm afraid you might get hurt. This thing uses real bullets, you see.
Immediately, the weight of the atmosphere changed.
Chai Nayun clenched her bow.
I could see the amount of force she put in through the veins popping out of her hand.
I don't think your bullets will hurt me even if they hit.
Chai Nayun forcefully suppressed her anger and retorted with a cold sneer.
My response was simple. You won't get hurt. You'll die instead.
Ha, say that again, punk.
Chai Nayun approached me up close. She looked like she would explode at any moment.
She was technically 165 while I was 174, but she seemed a lot bigger for some reason.
Really, who do you think you are?
The atmosphere turned for the worse and more spectators gathered to watch the fight.
At that moment, Chai Nayun, get back. The instructor stepped in.
I breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she came before it was too late. Chai Nayun turned towards the instructor.
Why should I?
Before he gets a gun for sparring, no one can spar with Kim Hajin, cadet.
But I don't mind. I mind. Why? Failure to heed an instructor's order will be met with disciplinary action.
An instructor's words were absolute. Chai Nayun clenched her teeth with a wronged look. But in the end, she gave me a final glare before leaving. The spectators also dispersed and went back to their training. Everything had returned to normal.
Take your gun out.
The instructor spoke as she wrapped her hands in bandages.
Her name? Park Hyun-ah, was it? I asked the instructor. Does a gun for sparring even exist? How the hell would I know? Crack, crack.
The instructor cracked her knuckles and neck in front of me.
Now, come.
Then with a smile, she gestured with her finger.
This person. Did she enjoy this? Thursday was the hunting club's orientation. But since cadets weren't required to go to orientations, I decided to skip it for this week. It was partly to avoid Chai Nayun, but the main reason was to test out the weapon I would receive as quickly as possible. Ah, I can't wait. I was currently at Angel Box, a coffee shop near Seoul. I was waiting for an item at this place. For the record, cadets were able to use portals 5-6 times a month as long as they filled out a form. Time passed by. 5:29:55. 5:29:56. 5 hours and 30 minutes.
At exactly the promised time, the shop's door opened.
A man in a black suit and sunglasses walked in with a suitcase. After looking around for a moment, his eyes met mine. I waved my hand happily. The man's expression didn't change. Striding with his long legs, he walked up to me. Kim Hajin SSI? Yes, that's me. I felt like I knew who this man was. Only one person popped up in my head when I thought about Yuyona's attendant, Jean Sechin.
The man presumed to be Jean Sechin placed the suitcase on the table without sitting down.
Here's the item. Please take a look. Are you in a hurry? You can sit.
I pointed at the chair in front of me.
Before I received this item, I wanted to do a quick test. He sat down without complaint. I took out the laptop I bought from my bag. Yesterday, I made some changes to this laptop.
Right, I could use the laptop to modify the laptop itself.
Are you doing something? What do you mean?
The man tilted his head.
Why are you tapping on air? You can't see this? I lifted up my laptop. He looked at me as if I was crazy.
I see, I had a bit of a suspicion, but it seemed I was right.
Only I could see this laptop. Haha, I'm kidding. That was fine with me. I turned the laptop on. The additional setting I put into my laptop was this.
When Kim Ha-jin is within 50 m of a target with an altered setting, the content and summary of the change will be sent to Kim Ha-jin's laptop. Asterisk does not work on targets past a certain level of importance. The reason I added this setting was because I thought it would be more efficient if I was told about a change through an objective medium rather than having to notice it and then being told by the co-author. Either because the co-author didn't care or because he encouraged the modification I made, I only had to pay 200 SP. A change in setting has been detected. And currently, there was an alert in the laptop as expected. Jin Sechin, his feelings for Yuyona has been deepened. I didn't mind this change. Anyways, I'll take a look now. I opened the suitcase. Click. Click. With an elegant sound, the case opened. A brilliant light erupted from the inside. Wow! Sitting on top of a fancy red velvet was a platinum handgun and a magazine. It was even more beautiful than what I saw in the picture. As promised, it's the Desert Eagle with full attachments and a 60-round magazine of pinnacle-grade magic bullets. Thank you. You can go now. I no longer cared about Jin Sechin. Using my laptop, I checked my new weapon setting. Desert Eagle. High rank, metal attribute. A masterpiece handgun. Contains several added effects. Attack power amplification, 1 out of 10. Low rank weight reduction magic. Intermediate rank recoil control magic. Magic bullet. Pinnacle grade, null attribute. 0.44 Macon steel mana bullet with condensed high purity mana. Attack power, 4 out of 10. I felt much better being able to read their descriptions. Without having to modify the gun or the bullet, I felt like I could easily kill a low intermediate rank monster. I should also be able to take ether from the Devil's Nest in Suwon. Then I'll be going. Ah, yes, take care. After sending Jin Sechin off, I checked the amount of SP I had left. 250. Now, how should I spend this? After leaving the coffee shop, Jin Sechin contacted Yuyona. She asked as soon as she picked up the call. Did you deliver the item? Yes. Was there anything special about him? There wasn't anything special, but there was something he found strange. No matter how much he thought about it, the man's demeanor wasn't what a 17-year-old should have. Not to mention, it was almost as if he knew who Jin Sechin was. Yes? No. There wasn't anything special in particular. But he couldn't come to a decision with just that short exchange. After all, he was Cube's cadet. Even Yuyona had an air of dignity and elegance that didn't suit her age. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your work, Sechin SSI. My pleasure. With that, the call ended. Though he wanted to talk a little longer, he decided to be content. Chapter 18. Connections, 1. 170,001? My tone went up at the unexpected price. The portal worker retorted unfazed. Yes. From Seoul to Gangwon-do Wonju, it's 170,001. Unlike from Cube to Seoul, going to Seoul to Gangwon-do had a price. I bought my card with me, but 170,001 wasn't a small amount to pay, especially now, when I was trying to save money. Customer, there are people waiting in line. The female portal worker gave a cold warning. Looking around, I could indeed see many people waiting in line. Seeing as how they each had a weapon with them, it seemed we had the same objective. Can something be done with this? Before I reluctantly paid the price, I showed her my Cube Cadet card. I remembered Kim Sehyuk saying something about Cube Cadets having benefits, but because this wasn't a setting I made, I wasn't knowledgeable about the specifics.
Phew.
The portal worker sighed as though she was annoyed but still accepted the card. But in the next moment, her eyes widened and a much brighter voice came back.
Ah, you're a cube cadet.
Cadets are allowed 6 free passes per month.
Oh really? That's great. Would you like to use one?
Yes. The portal worker then took my wrist and stamped a seal. I was genuinely surprised at her complete change in attitude. It seemed being a hero really was one of the best jobs in this world.
Thank you.
Yes, have a safe trip, Kim Hajin Cadetnim.
The female portal worker had even memorized my name. With a bitter smile, I walked into the portal. Gangwon-do Wonju's scenery could be summarized with just a sentence. So many foreigners. Just like in my setting, Wonju was a global city. Although its buildings were limited in height due to the threat of monsters, the city was filled with sturdy modern structures. Foreigners of all skin color walked around with their weapons, while agency employees, who supported them, busily tapped on their tablets. They were likely calculating the price of the day's haul. While different from Seoul and Busan, it was indeed an unusual scene. We took down a good amount today. How much do I get? Hearing a clumsy Korean, I couldn't help but laugh. English and Korean were this world's shared language. Naturally, this showed Korea's importance and authority in the international community.
While this sounded great for Korea, Korea was only a step away from hell. The Korean peninsula endlessly produced new towers and dungeons.
The textbook contains several explanations for it.
There was one scientific and geological explanation that I couldn't understand, and there was also a more religious explanation that said Korea was blessed or cursed by the heaven. In truth, neither was close to the real reason. In any case, the Korean peninsula's numerous towers and dungeons produced many monsters. Had it not been for heroes who could turn them into marketable resources, Korea would have long been destroyed. However, the 9 stars, who were 9 of the strongest heroes, had 5 members who were Korean.
One of them even served as Korea's 20th president. Any further explanation wasn't necessary.
You killed 3 hobgoblins, so after taxes and processing fees, it should be about 600,000 won. Under the tax law, foreigners had to pay more in taxes. Even so, foreign mercenaries and heroes flocked to Korea, because the hunting process was safe enough to make up for the high taxes. If things became dangerous during a hunt, one could simply send out a distress call, and heroes or agents would arrive in less than 3 minutes. Korea was the only country in the world with such a system. Take this. You'll feel better afterward.
It's a troll blood potion. Ah, thank you.
Seeing the world my setting created, I walked through the streets. The city was full of interesting things: blacksmith's workshop, potion store, alcohol bar, etc. With shops that looked like they belonged in the Middle Ages operating in modern buildings, it felt like I was in a game world. The sentence, Wonju is a famous tourist city, which I wrote without much thought, seemed to have caused this setting. I continued walking and before I noticed, I was at the entrance of the field. There were many people already waiting nearby. I would have to go to Hamgyong province if I wanted to hunt in a quiet place, but Hamgyong province was too dangerous for the current me.
Excuse me?
Just when I was about to enter, someone struck up a conversation. It was a tall, average-looking man with slouched shoulders and circular glasses.
I didn't know him. He was likely an agent.
Yes?
Are you perhaps here to hunt monsters? Are you an agent?
Ah, yes, here's my business card. I took the business card for now. I didn't know who he was, but an agent was necessary to sell monsters' bodies. But when I looked at the name and the company logo written on the business card, I doubted my eyes.
SH Agent Head Manager, Park Sehyuk. Mr. Park Sehyuk? Ah, yes, nice to meet you.
The man smiled as he tidied up his shabby clothes.
Park So-hyuk. I knew who he was.
Indeed, he looked similar to how I described him in my novel.
Park So-hyuk should be the most appearing agent in the novel, as SH Agent would become Korea's greatest agency. Ha, you might not have heard of me.
I started this work not too long ago. But for now, he didn't seem to be doing too well.
I smiled. Connections were one of the most important aspects of life.
A person's future was often the result of ill relationships and good relationships one made. As this world was still in its early stage, there were many who were currently weak but would become prosperous in the future. The best way to get close to a famous person was to become friends before that person became famous.
SH Agent, I don't think I've heard of it before.
The only thing that bothered me was that this connection was supposed to be Kim So-ho's.
But since agents usually had multiple clients, it was probably fine. It feels like a trustworthy name. Ha, ha, thank you. Ah, by the way.
I took out my laptop naturally and checked for any changes in Park So-hyuk's setting. Thankfully, there were none, meaning his extraordinary ability was unchanged.
My main weapon is a gun. Is that okay? I don't think why that would be a problem. Gun or sword, mercenary or hunter, it doesn't matter to me. New customers are always welcome.
Park So-hyuk put his hand out with a bright smile.
8 bullets were loaded in my gun.
Each pinnacle-grade magic bullet cost about 150,000 won. Since each low-rank monster went for 300,000 I couldn't use more than 1 bullet per monster due to agent fee I would have to pay.
With that in mind, I walked into the field. Park So-hyuk followed me from behind.
It seemed he was in a desperate time considering the fact that agents without a vehicle usually waited outside the field.
Ah, there's one there. After about 30 minutes of wandering around, we finally encountered a monster.
A large body and protruding teeth, it was a low-rank grade 9 monster called an iron hog. The iron part of its name wasn't because it was covered in iron, but because its skin was stronger than iron.
I think we should ignore that one. When I began to approach it, Park So-hyuk held me back. I asked, "Why?" "Yes?" Park So-hyuk's eyes seemed to say, "Do I need to explain this too? You can't kill an iron hog with a gun.
Even piercing its outer skin will be difficult.
But it's expensive." "Yes?"
The price of a monster faithfully followed the law of a free market economy. Monsters like the undead gave no benefits and thus had no value. Consequently, monsters like these were subsidized by the government.
Even if it's expensive, attacking it isn't a good. You'll just have to wait and see. I took out my Desert Eagle and aimed it forward. The gun barrel shined under the blazing sun. Wait just 1 minute.
Park So-hyuk made a fuss and a fluster, but I didn't hesitate. I pulled the trigger. The bullet shot straight to the middle of the iron hog's head, and before the hog could even notice it, it tore through its iron-like skin. There was nothing it could do with its brain shot through. It helplessly fell down.
Perfect.
Both the power of the weapon and my skill were satisfactory.
I had struck the iron hog's vital point with pinpoint accuracy. Wow. Next to me, Park So-hyuk exclaimed in awe. Oh, and by the way, the setting I added to my Desert Eagle was simple and effective. When a monster is one-shot killed by the Desert Eagle, its attack power is amplified.
Using low intermediate rank as the standard, 1% attack power increase per kill.
Repeated killing of same-ranked monsters will slightly lower the amount of attack power increase. By putting in a restriction that required me to put in an effort, I'd added a comparatively good effect for the SP I spent. So, clean, isn't it? Once again, I felt certain about my choice of weapon.
Sniping from afar without getting close, it was the perfect hunting method with low risk and low tension.
That's a great gun. Your sharpshooting is amazing too. Haha, I'm flattered.
I spoke as I pointed at the Iron Hog's corpse.
So how much will this go for? It looks pretty expensive.
Well, Iron Hogs are already pricey, and since this corpse is in such a good condition, even after the fees, it should be at least 800,000 won.
Wow. Hold on. Let me store the corpse first. Park Se-hyuk took out a pouch from his bag.
It should be a magical pouch with a space expansion magic. Seeing him struggle to put the hog in the pouch, I grabbed the hog's front leg.
I'll help out. Ah, thank you. This is really heavy.
But thinking about it now, my strength stat wasn't that high either.
UK, God. Wow, it really is heavy. Aren't you an agent? Should you have known this beforehand? You're right. I'll hold its hind legs. You hold the front. Wait, don't we have to carry the pouch around afterward? Don't worry, anything inside the pouch will have its weight cut in half. Only half? I couldn't help but sigh.
Indeed, Kim So-ho only met Park Se-hyuk in his 3rd year. Park Se-hyuk was in a bad state even then, so now, well, I could only be thankful that he hasn't starved to death.
Ugh. You. Come on, put more strength into it. Sorry, I didn't have lunch. After an hour of groaning and moaning, we finally managed to stuff the hog in the pouch. Phew.
I collapsed on the ground, exhausted. My strength and stamina stat had to have increased with that.
It's already 7.
Before I noticed, the sun had set and darkness had descended on the field. A fearsome cold enveloped my body. From the looks of it, today's hunt would end with this one kill. Though I felt a little regret at the huge waste of time, I wasn't too sad since I got to make a valuable connection.
So how do we bring this back?
Oh, don't worry about that. If it looks like we really can't, we just have to call 1191. We only need to reimburse them for the trip.
That's ingenious. We laughed together. At that moment. Hold on. Rustle. A faint sound rang out from a tree. Shoo.
I took out my gun once more with my index finger over my mouth.
Then, I fired at the direction of the sound. Thud.
There was no scream.
Only the sound of a beefy body crashing down rang out. Ha! What happened? It's a black pelican. Yes?
Park Se-hyuk might not have been able to see anything, but I could see it clearly.
My eyes could see 1,000 miles away. Black pelican? Yep. Fantastic, we should take this one back too. 119 is Korea's emergency contact number. Chapter 19. Connections, 2. Friday morning. I opened my eyes while in bed. My entire body started aching immediately. Iron hog and black pelican. No matter how much I thought about it, the monsters I hunted yesterday were too heavy. Thankfully, I made it back before curfew. Otherwise, I would have faced disciplinary punishment on top of minus points. Arg. Fortunately, today was Friday, so there wasn't a class that required me to use my body. Getting up tiredly, I checked my smartwatch first. There were 3 unseen messages. 810,131 has been deposited. 450,271 has been deposited. Here is the payment for yesterday's monsters. I hope to work with you again. SH Agency Head Manager, Park Se-hyuk. The payment was quicker than I expected. If I remembered correctly, exclusive contracts had monthly payments. Mine must have been quick because it was a one-time deal. But still, to have them taken care of overnight, he sure was quick with his work. As expected of Park Se-hyuk. Thanks to Park Se-hyuk, I now had something to do for the day.
I could now open up a brokerage account and buy Packhorse Master Guild stock. 1,000,001 sounded like a good start. I walked into the shower with various thoughts in my head. After washing away my remaining drowsiness with cold water, I dried myself, put on my cadet uniform, and headed out to class. Asterisk. Friday's first period class was on phenomenon realm analysis. From what other cadets were saying, it seemed we were assigned the most difficult theory class since we didn't have physical training today. Of course, this didn't apply to me. I sat down on a random seat and took out my laptop. After finding out that only I could see it, I openly fiddled around with it in class. Master Sharpshooter. Low intermediate rank, Spirit Attribute, Evolving, Grade 8, Proficiency EXP 13%. Master Sharpshooter's Training. Asterisk familiarity with all long-ranged weapons. 1,000-mile eyes. Asterisk can see far away and predict a target's movement path. Asterisk increases speed and perception by 0.3 points. Bullet time. Asterisk in combat only and once every 24 hours, you can spend 10 seconds in bullet time. Sharpshooter of Reversal. Asterisk depending on Kim Ha-jin's invariable stat, luck, you can deal bonus damage against a stronger enemy. Sharpshooter of Reversal, a low-rank skill I got from defeating a Jinn, was quite decent. Master Sharpshooter had also reached grade 8. Of course, its growth speed would decrease the higher its grade went. Sit down. While I was observing my growth in delight, the professor walked in. There is a written exam today like I mentioned last time. A test was announced out of the blue. Heartfelt groans erupted from the cadets. It seemed I wasn't the only one only now hearing about this. Really? I didn't study at all. In front of me, Chai Naeun muttered in despair. Kim Suho, who was sitting next to her, promptly showed her the notes I took down yesterday. Chai Naeun coughed in embarrassment. Now, quiet down. The professor silenced the cadets in a heartless tone before handing out the exam sheet. After a few scuffling sounds of paper, I also received an exam sheet. Problem 1. Describe the monster, Pygmalion. Problem 2. Describe the 9 evils, jinns. Problem 3. State the attributes that humans can manifest in the phenomenon realm. Problem 4. The problem's difficulty and ambiguity were higher than what I had imagined. Other cadets also sighed the moment they glanced at the problems. But I was different. I had answers to all of the problems on my laptop. Pygmalions are fallen ghosts whose intelligence exceeds that of humans. They cannot be seen in the phenomenon realm, and they act as humans after possessing them. Because of this behavior, some argue that they should be classified as a jinn. Of course, I would get the problem wrong if any of their settings were changed, but that was even better. It meant I would learn more about settings that had changed. What? After I was almost done writing all the answers. What happened? My laptop suddenly shut down. That is, my lifeline shut down. I began to sweat from the unexpected occurrence. And because I was in the middle of an exam, there wasn't anything I could do. Then, blue words suddenly appeared on the LCD screen. A month has passed. The laptop's functionality will be updated. Target Kim Ha-jin's observation and reading gift will be strengthened. There was a meeting on every even-numbered Fridays. Yuyona called this social leadership meeting Noble Society. Yuyona wanted Noble Society to be a source of vital connections once she graduated, but Chai Naeun, who was the most important connection, didn't have much thought about it. To Chai Naeun, Noble Society was like an alumni reunion, where she met with her childhood friends. Today's Noble Society meeting was at a coffee shop in Seoul. How are your grades? It's good enough. The Jonghak I know isn't content unless he gets first place. Only Shin Jonghak and Yuyona were in the coffee shop. No other customers were present. It was a popular coffee shop, but Yuyona had talked to the owner to rent the place out.
Like I said, it's good enough. Yeah, okay. Clang.
The bell on the coffee shop's door rang.
Yuyona and Shin Jonghak turned towards the door.
It was Chainayun, who was wearing Chainayun-like clothes, blue jeans and a black jacket over a slightly see-through white shirt. She walked like a man, but her elegant figure was more charming than any other woman.
Chainayun, you came today? Shin Jonghak waved his hand in greeting.
Chainayun walked over and spoke after looking around the shop.
Hey, where did your lackeys go?
In Chainayun's eyes, Shin Jonghak was the type of person who liked to bring around lackeys.
These followers of Shin Jonghak were generally sons of large corporations or guilds, and despite Shin Jonghak labeling them as friends, the hierarchy in their relationship was clear for anyone to see. They're training. Midterms are soon.
Oh, those guys also prepare for exams? Chainayun made a snarky comment and sat down.
Rather than that, how did you do on the last written exam? Are you making fun of me?
No, it's just that you asked whether the other guys were preparing for exams.
That's different. I'm talking about the combat exam. Who cares if you're good at theory? Unlike when he was with Yuyona, Shin Jonghak actively brought up conversation topics.
Chainayun's replies were no different than usual.
Yuyona watched the two talk quietly. She didn't think much of it. They were just talking as friends.
But the look on Shin Jonghak's face when he was talking to Chainayun, his soft smile, and kind eyes, didn't come to Yuyona too pleasantly.
KRRK.
Yuyona lightly clenched her teeth and grabbed the cup of coffee she ordered for Chainayun. Because she ordered it 30 minutes ago, it was lukewarm. She released her magic power into the cup, heating the coffee.
By the way, do you know Kim Hajin?
But at that moment, her focus completely scattered and her ears opened up.
Yuyona inadvertently joined the conversation. Kim Hajin? Yeah. What about him? Chainayun's face became severely distorted. What do you think about that bastard, Yona? Yuyona felt her heart drop. Kim Hajin.
Normally, she wouldn't have had to think about someone like Kim Hajin. Even if she did, her assessment of him would have been I don't care or that crazy psycho. But the circumstance had changed.
There was something about him.
She wasn't sure exactly what, but he wasn't so simple.
But Yuyona purposefully hid her inner thoughts. What do you mean? He's just an average guy. No, never mind.
Chainayun grabbed her cup of coffee roughly.
Yuyona swallowed her saliva at Chainayun's strange reaction.
That bastard is hiding something for sure.
What are you so angry about?
This time, Shin Jonghak asked. His face was full of smiles, as though he enjoyed seeing an angry Chainayun.
You don't know? There was a djinn at the National Weapons Museum during the recent monster incident in Seoul. Then, that bastard. With that, Chainayun gulped down her coffee. She then immediately spurted it out. Ach! Fuck, it's hot. Water. Water.
Panting, she looked for cold water. Yuyona carefully consoled her, feeling a knot in her heart being loosened. Nayun, that's coffee, not cold water.
You haven't changed, have you?
Shin Jonghak laughed, while an employee quickly ran over with cold water.
Here. Chainayun quickly grabbed it and gulped it down.
Ag, I burned my tongue. Then, she caught her breath before continuing where she left off. Anyways, that djinn was stronger than Kim Soho and I thought.
Even I.
At that point, Chainayun paused once more and watched her two listeners.
Because what happened back then was embarrassing, she didn't want to talk about it in detail. Even I struggled a bit.
Kim Suho's a different story, but how can an ordinary cadet like him deal such fatal damage to a djinn?
What happened exactly? I don't want to explain it in detail. Just know that he blew up a Jin's arm. With a gun at that. A gun? How does that make sense? Blowing up a Jin's arm with a gun. Indeed, it was hard to believe without seeing it in person. Yuna pondered as she rubbed her chin. She'd seen Kim Ha-jin fight. It was true that he was quick, but it was hard to say he had the attack power to break a Jin's arm. Wait. At that moment, Chai Na-eun suddenly put on a serious tone. Her eyes looked nervous and she seemed hesitant to speak. Naturally, Shin Jong-hak and Yuna's attention fell on her. Could it be that he's a Jin? Na-eun, if he was a Jin, he wouldn't have attacked a fellow Jin. But Yuna quickly broke the atmosphere with a sentence. I guess you're right. Anyways, there's something about that guy. So you're telling me you don't like him? At that moment, Shin Jong-hak, who was listening without a word, broke his silence. Chai Na-eun and Yuna both understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Chai Na-eun pondered on how to answer. She knew Shin Jong-hak's personality well. Depending on her answer, that man's future would change noticeably. After a bit of contemplation, Chai Na-eun replied briefly. I'm not sure, but something like that. Chapter 20. Connections, 3. Updating in progress. 79%. Currently, it was 9 a.m., Saturday. Clearly, my laptop was still dead. It only went up by 79% in a whole day. I wondered what amazing new features it would get. On the other hand, I was dying of anxiousness as I waited. I was staring at the laptop's update percentage when my smartwatch rang. Brokerage account for Kim Ha-jin has opened. Oh, it's done. I was also concerned about this too. It would have been easy if I was an adult, but I was still a minor. Just like in the previous world, a minor couldn't open a brokerage account without a guardian's agreement. If I wasn't a cadet at Cube, it would have been impossible to open an brokerage account. Now that I had an account, I immediately began to work. First, using my smartwatch, I moved money over to my new brokerage account. 1 million won from the previous monster hunt and 2 million won that I already had, a total of 3 million. It was a pocket change compared to what many of the other traders had, but it was enough to get me started. I opened the stock trading program. The guild stock market operated on weekends to differentiate them from the normal stock market. Guild Packhorse Master. The Packhorse Master Guild was listed on the exchange. Each stock was worth 171. Since I wasn't knowledgeable about complicated things like short stock selling, short stock buying, and price fluctuation, I simply bought however much I could. 17,647 stocks of Packhorse Master Guild purchased. It didn't take long. But since it felt a bit weird to just leave, I looked up a stock-related forum board. Gathering of people who enjoy stock exchange. With 930,000 members, this was the biggest forum for stock-related topics. I searched for Packhorse Master. List of new guilds. Guilds newly listed. Guild market is hard nowadays. None of the new guilds look promising. None of the posts were specifically about Packhorse Master, only mentioning it briefly. Well, what did I expect from an online forum? I clicked my tongue and turned off the smartwatch. In this world where information was equivalent to money, even the existence of a website had to be found out through money. Thus, expert brokers did not even spare a glance at free-to-use online forums. Information guilds had their own intranets where one could buy information, and those who wished to stay secret would use something like the Violet Banquet. Oh, right. Speaking of staying in secret, there was one group inhabiting the dark. Chameleon Troop. First revealed halfway through the story, the Chameleon Troop was the most powerful gang in my novel, whose members would play an important part until the late stages of the novel. The group's name was derived from a chameleon's ability to camouflage. Just like how a chameleon changed its color to hide,
the Chameleon Troupe was a secretive group whose members' identities remained absolutely hidden. As of now, one seat of the Chameleon Troupe was empty. This seat would remain open for another year or two, and come to play an important role in the story. I knew who the Chameleon Troupe's leader was and where she operated. Other than Chameleon Troupe's members, I should be the only one who knew this information. Chameleon Troupe was a gang of criminals, but they also rejected jinns. And in this world, jinns were the absolute evil. If I could become Chameleon Troupe's member, well, that was unrealistic, so if I could at least become friends with its leader, I might be able to transform them into a supporting role. Just when I was thinking such things, UK. Completely out of the blue, an intense pain emerged on my left upper arm. It was as though a heated knife was carving my skin. Blood spurted out from my arm, hitting my widened eyes. I hurriedly pulled up my sleeve. A strange scar was being drawn on my upper arm. The hell? It was an incomprehensible scar and pain. I clenched my teeth and put my hand over the scar, gushing with blood. At the same time, a tsunami of information flooded into my brain. This stigma is one of the authorities of the Creator. It contains magic power. One streak of stigma will be inscribed each time your total acquired SP reaches a certain level, which is when your fame increases by a level. You can freely use the magic power stored inside stigma, which will slowly regenerate over 24 hours even if depleted. Ah! An indescribable throbbing pain rang out in my head and arm. But even in the wave of such paralyzing pain, I could clearly see the laptop screen. Update list. Book of Truth has been added to the gift, observation, and reading. The weekend sky was clear and blue. The early spring weather was a chilly, but still had a bit of warmth to it. But I was unable to enjoy this beautiful day to myself, as I was summoned to go to Seoul's Association Tower. It was to receive commendation for subjugating the jinn in the recent incident. Really, couldn't they just come to give it themselves? The conferment ceremony took place at a garden in Association Tower, and many people were already gathered by the time I arrived. However, the conferment ceremony seemed nowhere close to starting. Kim Suho, Chai Na-yoon, and I were forced into a ceremony rehearsal because we would receive our commendations from a dignitary, but the dignitary himself was late and we were forced to wait. Because Chai Na-yoon was next to me, it felt like I was sitting on needles. Happy? Once. I yawned once because I was bored. But Chai Na-yoon, who was looking for an excuse to pick a fight, finally shot back at me. I retorted briefly. What? You've had a smirk for a while. It was unfair that she could look so pretty while making such remarks. I planned to stay silent at first, but I suddenly remembered the reason I was here. You didn't forget, did you? Forget what? Each of her words was covered in thorns. I spoke as I stared into her eyes. That I saved you. She still looked angry, but she shut her mouth at a loss for words. That's that, and this is... Stop, both of you. After a momentary contemplation, Chai Na-yoon opened her mouth to strike back, when Kim Soho cut in. What? Chai Na-yoon, switch seats with me. For the record, our seats were ordered, Kim Soho, Chai Na-yoon, then me. And if I refuse? Hurry. No, why, I don't want to. Seeing them getting all touchy didn't feel too good. Thankfully, their obscene scuffle quickly ended, and Kim Soho replaced the seat next to me. Kim Soho looked at me and let out a dry cough. Thank you for back then. What? I was struck dumb with amazement. I wanted to be left alone, so why was he still talking to me? Back at the museum, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have one. No, you would have one even without me. If I wasn't there back then, Kim Suho might have awakened an even higher dimensional power. Main characters always became strong through hardships and dangers. No. With that single word, Kim Soho turned his gaze back.
At that moment, an extraordinary undulation of magic power rang out. The dignitary had finally arrived. He's here. Everyone get ready. He was today's commendation conferrer, the master rank hero titled Wolf of Valhalla.
His shoulder-length hair was curved up slightly, and he had a well-trimmed beard uncommon for an Eastern man.
The regality given off by his extraordinary appearance wasn't limited to an invisible feeling.
As though a wind was blowing, each of his steps caused a thin undulation of magic power. His raw power had already reached a realm where even he couldn't fully control it.
Phew!
Looking around the room with his wolf-like eyes, the master rank hero, Yusihyuk, murmured quietly.
These fuckers telling me what to do. It was so quiet that only I could hear it with my gift.
With a moderate arrogance and a lethargic attitude, Yusihyuk pushed back the guests flocking towards him.
He walked up to the podium commandingly.
His attendants ran up and handed him a paper which listed the order of the ceremony. Clicking his tongue, Yusihyuk glanced at the paper before he threw it away. His attendants took the discarded paper and ran off. Now, the conferment ceremony will begin. The host announced the start of the ceremony. The commendation will be conferred by the rank 37 master rank hero, Sir Yusihyuk. As we rehearsed, Kim Suho, Chai Nayun, and I walked up to the podium.
Yusihyuk smirked as soon as he saw Kim Suho. Are you Kim Suho?
Yes.
I can see why those guys want you.
Intense interest was reflected in Yusihyuk's eyes.
With an unusual kindness, Yusihyuk advised Kim Suho. Don't join the association. It might even be better to join the vast expanse and become a hunter. Being a hero is nothing but a baggage of responsibility and no fun. Still, a hero fits my personality best.
Kim Suho revealed a clear refusal with a smile.
In response, the corner of Yusihyuk's mouth twisted up. You're a boring guy. Fine. And you, it's been a while, eh?
This time, it was Chai Nayun. When her eyes met him, she made a bitter expression.
It's been a while. Your father told me to take care of you, but I don't plan on doing that. Master. I'm not your master. A bow user like you think you can call me master? Do you want to die? At his open reproach, Chai Nayun only stuck out her mouth in a pout.
Seeing her reduced to such a pathetic state, I struggled to hold in my laughter.
And who are you? I am Cadet Kim Hajin. Oh. Okay. That was it for me.
A completely different treatment than what Kim Suho and Chai Nayun got.
It seemed indifference really was more painful than hatred. Chapter 21. Second Incident, 1.
By risking his life to subjugate a jinn, he has shown himself to be a model citizen.
This commendation proves his excellent service for the good of society and his exemplary behavior which would motivate others. Cadet Kim Suho.
Yusihyuk handed Kim Suho the commendation certificate without adding any needless commentary. Kim Suho then took the certificate with honor and dignity.
Chai Nayun, same as above. Next was Chai Nayun. Kim Hajin, same as above. Then me. The conferment ceremony is now over.
With the host's announcement, the conferment ceremony came to an end. 1 hour and 30 minutes of rehearsal and 1 hour of waiting had been reduced to just 5 minutes.
It was so quick that I didn't even have time to feel wronged. Oh, by the way.
Yusihyuk, who was about to leave the garden, suddenly stopped as though he remembered something. The reward for the jinn subjugation is 15 million won.
I almost forgot to tell you.
The moment I heard that, I felt grateful for everything. To the cube associate who forced me out of bed this morning, the 1 hour 30-minute rehearsal, and even the man who was late by an hour.
Good luck. We'll meet again if chance allows it. Yusihyuk then left with a bored smile.
We saw him off with our eyes, then came down from the podium. Before we could even touch the ground, guild associates flocked towards us. However, they were only interested in Kim Soho and Chai Nayun.
No one approached me. They most likely thought I was only lucky to have been with them at the time of the incident. But that didn't mean I was disappointed. Such was the life of an extra. But my face automatically reddened at the clear ostracization, and thus I quickly left the venue. I ran away to a nearby coffee shop. After ordering a drink, I sat down and turned on my laptop. The reason was simple. I had not checked the laptop's new functionality yet. I didn't have the time. Yesterday, I fainted at the pain that came with the update's completion, and when I woke up, I was dragged to the conferment ceremony. Updated features. Book of Truth has been added to the gift, observation, and reading. Internet has been added to the laptop. Stigma. There were 3 new features. The first thing that caught my attention was the second addition. Internet has been added to the laptop. It caught my attention because it was too ordinary. After all, I could use my smartwatch to access the internet. But it was unlikely for the laptop's feature to be so ordinary. I opened the internet on my laptop. Aha! I immediately understood when I saw the internet. The internet window had rows of dull texts, but they were all too familiar. List of currently accessible websites. Righteous Mind. Violet Banquet. Sword of Jeremy. It seemed the laptop's internet also allowed me to access websites that I needed to pay to enter. It was a hacking tool in a way. Among the numerous websites, a specific name caught my attention. Violet Banquet. Asterisk website for trading undisclosed information, weapons, bounties, and commissions. Asterisk SP needed for obtaining an ID, 200. Violet Banquet. It was the most famous website in the dark web. Still, it had over 1 million members. The real pearl of Violet Banquet wasn't the website, but its sellers. Violet Banquet was only a place for them to gather. Plentiful sellers flocked at the anonymous information, weapons, bounties, and commission trading website, which didn't care for the law. While the government knew about this underground market, they had no choice but to stay silent as this black market was frequented by almost all heroes. As a joke, a hero wasn't called a true hero unless one had a Violet Banquet membership. Naturally, one needed to pay an enormous sum to become Violet Banquet's member, but I only needed 200 SP to obtain an ID. Ah, there you are. It was at that moment that a charming voice and scent flowed towards me. Just by hearing the voice, I could tell who it was. I immediately straightened my back and focused on the movement behind me. The owner of the voice then walked over and sat down on the seat in front of me in a smooth motion. It was Yun Sung-ah. You know me, right? Her eyes formed an arc as she stared at me. You don't? Yun Sung-ah asked again. I shook my head. There were few people in this world who didn't know Vice Leader Yun Sung-ah. No, I know. That's a relief. I was surprised because you suddenly disappeared. There was something I wanted to give you. Yun Sung-ah handed me her business card, which was adorned with gold. Guild, Creator's Sacred Grace, Vice Leader Yun Sung-ah. While I sat speechless looking at the business card, Yun Sung-ah continued. There's a lot I want to talk about, but unfortunately, I don't have enough time. I spent too long looking for you, Hajin Kadetnim. Yun Sung-ah giving out her business card wasn't a simple matter. It was the first step of Yun Sung-ah style recruiting I outlined in my novel. There's something I want to ask. Can I? I stared at Yun Sung-ah's eyes. Her beautiful brown pupils were absolutely calm. No. Did you destroy the jinns? Yun Sung-ah might look kind and graceful on media, but in truth, she was extremely cold-hearted.
Even talents she eagerly brought in were thrown away if they didn't meet her expectations.
Bringing in what's necessary and throwing away what isn't. Survival of the fittest was Yun Sun-a's true mindset, which wasn't known to the media.
It was her belief that a lazy person would continue to be lazy and a person falling behind would continue to fall behind.
Don't ask.
I gave back her business card.
Hajin Kadetnim?
I think you're misunderstanding something. I'm interested in you, as the vice leader of a rank 1 guild.
I'm thankful for your interest,
but only if that's real interest.
With what I knew about Yun Sun-a's personality, she should be here because I used a light attribute bullet.
The interest she had in me was only curiosity. With a single gust of wind, her interest could cool down, and she could even forget my name. So, for the sake of SP, playing hard to get would probably be more memorable.
I'll be off. There's a lot I need to do. It's almost time for midterm exams, you see. I got up before Yun Sun-a. Her surprised eyes chased after me.
I quickly left the coffee shop. What Yun Sun-a was thinking now was none of my business.
1 p.m.
The reward money had arrived by the time I came back to the dorm. It was a clean 15 million won, unaffected by taxes.
It was clear what I had to do with it.
Without hesitation, I purchased Packhorse Masters stocks. With over 100,000 stocks, I was likely a majority shareholder.
Hoo-hoo. Ah, right.
I suddenly remembered what I didn't finish in the coffee shop.
The 2 other features of the update, Book of Truth and Stigma. First, I looked at Stigma.
You can freely use the magic power stored inside Stigma, which will slowly regenerate over 24 hours even if depleted.
So how do I use it? There was a tattoo-like stigma on my left upper arm. But stigma aside, I couldn't even wield the magic power in my body.
Furthermore, it was likely that I would never be able to wield it, as I described magic power in my novel as an ability in which innate talent and early education is most important. But this was likely the reason why the co-author gave me such an irregular magic power.
I can freely use it. Since it said I could freely use it, I thought about using it. That was all I did. Immediately, Stigma's magic power became unleashed.
Blue light erupted from the stigma, enveloping my upper arm. The magic power then flowed down my veins, reaching my fingertips before shooting out and manifesting into shapes.
First, it formed a triangle, then a circle, then a blade. Its mysteriousness multiplied when I thought about the Book of Truth. The magic power branched together and formed a single book. The book's cover waved as though it was made of water. I glanced at my veins, which had turned blue, and the strange book that had formed in the air. At that moment, a strange voice rang out in my ear. This book contains truth. Ask it anything. It will answer as long as you have enough magic power. So that's how this works. The words, as long as you have enough magic power, hung on my mind, but it was undoubtedly a great gift. When I was about to ask it something as a test, weeing, an emergency alarm rang out on my smartwatch. The sound was similar to a phone's disaster alert. It couldn't be ignored. I put my magic power away and turned on my smartwatch. Looking for the last person who has last seen world-class novice cadet, Jin Ha-jung. Looking for the last person who has last seen world-class novice cadet, Jin Ha-jung. I immediately knew what was happening. The next arc had begun. The name of this arc was Cube's Serial Disappearance Incident. As the word serial suggested, there would be 6 victims during the course of this arc. This arc played a fairly important role in the story. The sole reason being that Yuna was the final victim. This was the decisive trigger that would bring Kim Suho and Yuna closer together. Hello. Speaking of the devil, Yuna suddenly messaged me. What? The text from just now, that isn't your doing, right? Was she insane? No, why? Then never mind. Alright. By the way, I heard you fought a djinn last week. What are you trying to say? Changing the topic over and over again until the other side brought up the topic she wanted to talk about, that was Yuyona's specialty. Do you know about the giant swamp soldier? I couldn't help but laugh. It seemed she wanted me to tell her its vital point. The giant swamp soldier was a high-rank monster known for its 30m height. Just like its name suggested, it was rare sight in Korea, as Korea didn't have large swamps. By the looks of it, her guild must have gotten information about its location. I wouldn't tell you even if I knew. There shouldn't be many guilds in the country who knew about the giant swamp soldier's vital point. I can buy the information. No. I cut her off resolutely. Mountain Tyrant was enough to serve as her accomplishment. Why not? I can offer a lot. It was true that Yuyona would become successful in the future, but her personality had yet to change. Currently, she didn't hesitate to mercilessly cut down her enemies. Before the right influence changed her temperament, it was dangerous to give her wings. To be completely honest, I don't know. How would I know the vital point of a monster that doesn't appear in Korea? And this was true. Although I was this world's author, there were things I didn't know. While I created the giant swamp soldier, I only gave it a rough sketch. Since it was a golem-type monster, I only thought that an attribute that countered swamps would work well against it. I never wrote any specific details down. After not replying for a long time, Yuyona ended the conversation with a single message. From now on, don't talk to me so casually. PFTT. A smirk emerged inadvertently. As I thought, even if Yuyona acted adult-like. Still a high schooler, huh? She was still only 17. Chapter 22. Second incident, 2. Information Agency, Truth. Welcome. If you are here to look for true information, visit the following room. Room of Inquiry? Write your question in the above empty space. As long as it meets the following guidelines, it will be answered. Condition 1. Naturally, only answers known by the agency will be answered. If we do not know the answer to a question, we will say so do not worry. Condition 2. We cannot give an answer about a person with just his or her name. We require the person's name, picture, physique, identity, and other personal information. Condition 3. We cannot answer questions that are too trivial. For example, I lost my cat. Where is it, is not an acceptable question. However, the same question can be answered if the scope of the question is narrowed down with specific details. Asterisk Note 1. The minimum cost is 100,000 won but is subject to change drastically depending on the question. Asterisk Note 2. Please keep in mind that replies will come quicker if you use respectful language and expression. Asterisk Note 3. The information we provide is all true. Thus, we cannot refund your purchase. Asterisk the above cost and conditions are subject to change at any time. This seems good enough. I looked at my laptop proudly. This was the form I submitted to Violet Banquet as an information seller. Now that I had a gift like the Book of Truth, it felt like a waste to not use it. For now, I gave it a grandiose name, Truth Agency. Since reputation played a huge role in Violet Banquet, I didn't expect to get many customers to begin with. It was perfect since I didn't think my magic power would last long anyways. But in 2-3 years, Truth Agency's name would surely spread among the members, starting from small interests like why is this still here, or should I give it a test since I'm bored? Since I would have 3 or 4 streaks of stigma by that time, I wouldn't need to worry about running out of magic power either. It was a risk-free, long-term investment for the future. If it worked, great. If it didn't, that was fine too. Okay.
After looking over the form one more time, I pressed the Apply for Seller button. Now, everything was taken care of. The only thing left to do was my daily workout. I stretched and stood up. Late night, Sunday. Kim Suho was working out at the Novice Fitness Center. Kim Suho was a regular visitor of the fitness center, but today's scenery was different than what it was at the beginning of the year. Today, the fitness center was booming with cadets. It was undoubtedly because the midterm exams were coming up. Cool. After finishing a set, Kim Soho looked around the place while resting. Jin Hanjun, Kim Horak, Shin Jonghak, and even Yuyona and Rachel, who were rare visitors, were there. Are you checking out girls? At that moment, a sudden coldness touched his face. Kim Soho pulled his head back in surprise. There was only one person who would play such a prank on him. Kim Soho glared at him. Lee Young-han shrugged and handed him a drink. So, are you? No, I just... Yeah? I just thought it was a rare sight. Kim Soho pointed at Rachel with his chin. Lee Young-han looked at Rachel and nodded in agreement. I guess you're right. This is the first time I've seen a real princess working out at a fitness center. Blonde hair that glistened brilliantly and eyes that were like refined sapphires. Her figure showed no imperfections and flaunted elegance and charm. Even while covered in sweat, she looked like she came out of a painting. The girl, Rachel, was from England's royal family and was the descendant of a noble lineage. Who do you think she'll marry in the future? Not with us, right? At Lee Young-han's comments, Kim Soho smiled. Is that a sneer? What, you think you can marry her? No, it's not that. I was agreeing with you. I don't think she'd marry someone like us. Ugh. While the two of them joked with each other, a sudden loud grunt grabbed their attention. Hook! The strange breathing sound came from a man having a life-or-death battle with a fitness equipment. However, the weight on the equipment was a pitiful amount by any cadet standard. Is he really struggling with that? Lee Young-han looked with pity. It wasn't just Lee Young-han. Almost every cadet snickered as they walked about. Kim Soho couldn't tell whether Kim Hajin was oblivious or too focused to notice, but he continued his struggle resolutely. At least he's doing it for a long time. Kim Soho replied briefly. Please, with that weight, I can do the same thing for half a day. I'm curious how he was even admitted to Cube. Even sharpshooters have a minimum physical requirement they need to meet, and wasn't he a swordsman before? Why don't I remember him? Oh, look, it's Chai Na-yoon. Chai Na-yoon came out of the gravitation room at just the right moment. Covered in sweat, she was slightly staggering with an exhausted face. It looked like she was planning on heading straight back, but when she saw Kim Hajin, she stopped and began to glare at him. Jang, two laser beams shot out of her eyes. What's she doing? They're not really on good terms. Kim Soho smiled bitterly. Tisk. After glaring at Kim Hajin for a while, Chai Na-yoon clicked her tongue and turned back. At the same time, her eyes met Kim Soho. She let out a dry cough as though she was embarrassed and walked towards them. Hey, Kim Soho, isn't he a bit strange? What nonsense was she spouting now? Strange? That bastard, he's acting. What are you talking about? Both Lee Young-han and Kim Soho furrowed their brows. They didn't understand what Chai Na-yoon was saying, but Chai Na-yoon glared at Kim Soho as though he was being dense. I can understand Lee Young-han saying this, but Kim Soho, you really are insensitive about these kinds of things. What? What are you talking about out of the blue? You saw him that day and you still don't get it? In truth, Chai Na-yoon's suspicion was justified. Magic power was one of the most important abilities of a hero. In that sense, the magic power Kim Hajin displayed during the Seoul incident was abnormal. An explosion of magic power strong enough to dye the world white for an instant.
A man with such level of magic power was struggling to lift a tiny weight? It just didn't make sense.
As such, Kim Ha-jin had to be acting for whatever reason. Although the logic behind it wasn't perfectly sound, it was still a justifiable suspicion. Lee Yang-han stared at Kim Ha-jin once again. His face was red as though it was about to explode.
If that's acting, he should get an Oscar. If you... Whatever, stay dense, you too.
Right when Chai Na-yeon was shaking her head in disappointment, 3 male cadets approached Kim Ha-jin.
Kim So-ho instinctively frowned. Those 3 were well-known delinquents. Hey, what are you doing here, loser? Look, he's struggling with this. I only need a finger to lift this. They nudged Kim Ha-jin, but he didn't react in any way.
Without giving them a single glance, he focused on working out.
Hey, are you mute? Say something.
Let's take pictures of this son of a bitch and post it. Look at him, working all hard when he's a complete waste.
Aggravated, the 3 delinquents began to curse openly.
Why live? You're a waste of money. I feel bad for your parents. You're not going to graduate anyway, so why not just leave, etc.
Hey, I'm leaving.
Watching this scene, Chai Na-yeon left the scene looking uncomfortable. Kim So-ho got up, unable to hold himself back, but Lee Yang-han stopped him.
What? Just leave him be.
By the looks of it, they're Shin Jong-hak's lackeys.
Nothing good will come of fighting them.
But still. Plus, Lee Yang-han smiled as though he found the situation funny.
Who knows? Maybe he really is acting.
When I woke up, it was Monday morning.
In a daze, I thought back to what happened yesterday.
Applying as an information seller on Violet Banquet, buying stocks, and working out.
Let's shower first. Cha.
Cold water washed away my drowsiness. I looked at my wet body in the mirror. My body had certainly improved. My shoulders and biceps were vitalized, my abdominal muscles were well-defined, and my thighs were rock-hard. It was a robust and healthy body that I could have never achieved on Earth.
I wondered, how were my stats looking like? After drying myself, I left the bathroom and turned on my laptop. Strength 1.835. Stamina 1.945. Speed 2.15. Perception 3.055. Vitality 1.765. Magic power 1.315. As expected, I had grown a lot. Of course, it was still at the level of a man who worked out diligently, but at this rate, it wouldn't be long until I could take ether from Gari Mountain. After all, the real reward of the Gari Mountain dungeon wasn't the completion reward, but the hidden stage reward. Weeing. I turned on my smartwatch before heading out to class and was immediately greeted by anonymous messages. Retard.
Hey, coward, get ready to have your spine broken in the upcoming combat exam.
I'll disable you and... These guys again. It seemed I was the target of bullying. I had an idea who the instigator was, but I couldn't be sure. But of course, something of this level wasn't enough to damage my 26-year-old mind. After all, I had suffered through Korea's military service. Just like the saying went, it was just kids being kids. After blocking the 2 fools who messaged me, I walked outside. But there were words written on the nameplate outside my door. Retard, loser, pushover. There was one more, but the handwriting was too bad for me to recognize. They seemed to have been carved with magic power to avoid being detected by CCTV. For now, I really couldn't do anything about it. Since classes would begin in 10 minutes, I had to hurry before I was late. Asterisk. I opened the classroom door. Oh, you're here, loser? Immediately, some kid I didn't even know the name of struck my head. I was starting to get a bit annoyed.
Sure, it was just kids being kids, but I made sure to remember their faces.
Joke's on you, the more you bully me, the more my SP increases. What? You mad? I didn't respond. Kim Hyuk-soo.
I memorized his name and ignored him. I walked past a few more sneering cadets and sat down on my usual seat.
At that moment, my eyes met Chai Na-yoon. But she didn't show the same hostility as before. She looked at me somewhat bitterly before turning away. Hey guys, the exam results are out for phenomenon realm analysis. At that moment, Lee Young-han walked in with an armful of large scrolls. Cubes still had a traditional custom. The results of every written exam, whether small or big, were posted publicly on large posters. Lee Young-han put up the posters while other cadets groaned. The result was as such. Rank 1. Kim Ha-jin. Rank 2. Rachel. Snap.
A sound similar to a chopstick snapping in half rang out.
I snuck a peek behind me. 2 halves of a pen rolled on the table.
Next to them was the presumed owner of the pen, Rachel, who was staring at the exam results in a daze. Her mouth was half open, as though she was shocked greatly.
Oh, right.
It was then that I remembered a setting I had forgotten about. For every written exam, whether small or big, Rachel had never been pushed out of first place.
Chapter 23. Second Incident, 3.
Cube's classes and exams were always carried out in Korean. Even the small number of Cube's foreign professors held their classes in Korean, though their pronunciation and linguistic ability were no different than native speakers. With Korean becoming the shared language of many countries, learning Korean became an important part of many countries' culture. But a foreign language was still a foreign language. Just because Korean became a shared language, it didn't mean that learning it was any easier. To foreigners, Korean was still a difficult language to master. But even with the disadvantage of being a foreigner, Rachel could understand what the professors were saying and could write mostly correct answers on exams.
It was easy to see how much effort she put into studying.
As a country's royalty, she put in the effort to maintain a certain level of elegance and dignity. She wanted to become the perfect hero in both theory and combat, and write a textbook for the English Royal Hero Academy. Naturally, the citizens of England were fanatical when it came to Rachel. They were proud, saying that it was finally time for a master rank hero to come out of England.
Master rank hero referred to top 70 of the world's most brilliant heroes. Currently, 33 of these 70 heroes were Korean, while 18 were American and 9 were Chinese. Only 2 were from England, but even that was arguable, as they obtained Korean citizenship 15 years ago. As such, the citizens of England kept their eyes out on any news regarding Rachel, who they hoped would become the symbol of their nation. To respond to their expectations, Rachel did not sleep more than 2 hours a day. But the record she maintained through all this effort was broken today. Rachel wasn't sad, only apprehensive and apologetic. Of course, the result of a single written exam was unlikely to spread to England, but phenomenon realm analysis was a difficult topic even for her. The gap between her and first place would likely not change for a while. At that moment, Rachel felt a gaze looking at her. It was from an average-looking man. She didn't know his name, but she felt the gazes of other cadets falling on the man. Immediately, Rachel realized that this man was Kim Ha-jin. The man turned back to face the front of the class, but Rachel remembered his face. Rachel began to covet the notebook he had in front of him. There was a slight uproar at the fact that I got first place on the phenomenon realm analysis written exam, a topic widely known to be one of the most difficult at Cube. Rachel didn't say much, but the professor personally praised me despite Monday's professor being different than Friday's professor. I also looked at Kim Ha-jin cadet's answer sheet. His knowledge and vision were impressive to say the least. I hope other cadets can learn his passion for studying. Once again, theory is very important. That was what the professor said. From my perspective, it couldn't have been more uncomforting. In any case, I quickly left the moment classes ended. I had a lot to do today. No, I had a lot of SP to spend. I couldn't hoard SP anymore if I wanted to protect myself from upcoming events. Now that the second arc had begun, Cube was no longer a safe place. Several jinns should have already laid traps within the academy. To briefly explain about jinns, a jinn was a human who formed a contract with a devil. In exchange for a human soul, a devil gave him power. Naturally, higher-ranked devils gave stronger powers. But if an ordinary human formed this contract, he would only become a demi-jinn, a puppet without intelligence. The dog of Lucius from the museum was an example of this type. Thanks to Lucius' magic power, the man had gained enough power to combat Kim So-ho, but losing his sanity to rage, he couldn't even accomplish the mission his master gave him. If he ignored Kim So-ho and killed his intended target, Lucius would have been satisfied. Thus, even if it was more difficult to achieve, devils favored people whose bodies had ample magic power and vigor, yet underdeveloped mental power. Naturally, cadets were the perfect targets. As such, I felt the need to prepare another weapon. If I encountered a jinn in my current state, I had no hope of surviving. I sat on my desk and stared at my laptop. For now, I plan to add a setting to the Desert Eagle. I had a lot of SP thanks to Chai Nayun's or Shin Jonghak's effort. Transformation function added to Desert Eagle. Handgun to 12-gauge shotgun. Condition, requires Stigma's magic power. Handgun in shotgun. It didn't take a genius to figure out that a shotgun was much more powerful. Furthermore, the power of a shotgun increased the closer one was to a target. There was no mechanism that magically transformed a handgun into a shotgun, but could such a miraculous technology be achieved with my setting intervention? Transformation function added to Desert Eagle. Handgun to 12-gauge shotgun. Condition, requires Stigma's magic power. Amplifies attack power by a maximum of 100% depending on your distance to the target. 250 SP will be used. Would you like to save? Indeed, a miraculous technique had appeared here and now. The laptop modified what I wrote to be more detailed and told me the cost. 250 SP was a reasonable price. Without hesitation, I hit save. In an instant, a metal-colored current of air shot out of the laptop and enveloped the Desert Eagle. The gun shined in a gray hue before subsiding. I picked it up and looked around to see whether anything had changed, but the design was the same as before. I poured Stigma's magic power into the handgun. Immediately, the handgun began to dismantle itself. Kyriak, with a robotic sound, the magazine split, and the gunstock and gun barrel began to elongate. Soon, the Desert Eagle took on a new form that was no longer that of a handgun. Two platinum-colored barrels the size of my arm lied in parallel, looking clean and elegant. It'll surprise them for sure. I didn't know much about shotguns, but the Desert Eagle's destructive power had surely gone up with this modification. Click, I opened the magazine, which was empty. To fully load it, I needed .12-inch bullets. I would have to buy the appropriate size bullets or modify the ones I had. This could wait until later. With that, I was done with modifying my weapon, but there were still things to do. Creating an art. The dictionary meaning of art was a skill at doing a specific thing, typically acquired through practice. For example, a painter had an art for drawing and a singer had an art for singing. The difference between an art and a gift was that an art did not produce supernatural effects in response to magic power. Arts, 0/3. X. I could create 3 arts. For now, I had one in mind. Parkour. Can ride walls with rapid movement and can freely move through obstacles through running, jumping, and climbing. Speed and application of the art is proportional to the speed stat. Parkour. Positioning was the most important factor determining the life or death of a sharpshooter.
Naturally, parkour was the perfect skill for any sharpshooter.
My laptop kindly modified my vague sentences. Art. Parkour, proficiency 0%, low rank. Grants flexible and shrewd movement.
Is not affected by terrain features and can use terrain features like walls and obstacles to freely run, jump, and climb.
Speed and application of the art depends on the strength and speed stat. 350 SP will be used. Would you like to save?
I would have shuddered at the cost if it wasn't for recent events.
Now, my SP was going up by 2 every hour even without doing anything. I pressed save without hesitation and got up. Now that I made new changes, it was time to test them. Tiring. I opened my eyes at the sound of the alarm. My entire body ached.
I more or less expected it after I rode walls and trees until 4 a.m., but I was having too much fun to stop.
Arg, my joints.
I climbed walls using the tiniest cracks and leaped up trees using the smallest protrusions. Every time I landed, excitement coursed through my veins and my body experienced a runner's high. Furthermore, looking down from a lofty height gave me a refreshing sense of ecstasy.
God damn it. I had to go to class now. Combat training would begin again starting from today. Since midterms were coming up and Jins would start to get active, the combat training was likely to be hell. This message is for all cadets. Has anyone seen Sunjian from World Class? I haven't been able to contact her since yesterday. Looking at my smartwatch, I could tell that a second victim had appeared. There wasn't anything I could do about the Jin. Of course, I knew the identity of the Jin and his next victim. But if I exposed him, though how I would do that was another question, I was afraid the story would become too distorted. Phew. I sighed. Just because his victims were fated to die, it didn't make me feel any less guilty when I was leaving them be. I didn't see what was happening in this world as just another page in a novel. Why can't Yuyona just be kidnapped first? Through this arc, Kim Suho and Yuyona would come to form a meaningful relationship. Yuyona would be influenced by Kim Soho, becoming less temperamental, and Kim Soho would obtain the connection known as Yuyona. But there would be 4 more victims until Yuyona is kidnapped. Chapter 24. Mock Dungeon Trial 1. Cube had a variety of artificial terrain created to allow for more efficient training: mountains, hills, limestone caves, volcanic caves, etc. Each environment had its unique puppet monsters, and naturally, there were also artificial dungeons created with cutting-edge magic technology. Today's combat training is a bit special. Just like Kim Soo-hyuk said, there were 2 classes participating in today's combat training. We were gathered outside of an eerie cave. The black tunnel-like entrance seemed to ooze ominous energy. And indeed, the cave was full of traps and puppet monsters. Among them would be real monsters and lethal traps set up by Jins. I could already feel myself trembling. Today, you'll be entering this cave with another class. As a joint training exercise, a team from each class will join together to form a single team. The name of this training was Mock Dungeon Trial. Cadets would form a team of 8 and experience an artificial dungeon. 200 cadets would be inside this massive great artificial dungeon, so one could only imagine just how large it was. Now, get in your usual teams. I looked for Yuyona, who was staring at the cave entrance nervously. The fact that Yuyona was nervous showed how threatening the dungeon's entrance seemed. I'm shaking. Me too. Look, I have goosebumps on my arms. Jin Hozung and Hazuki approached, making a fuss. Other cadets also found their teams, and 200 cadets quickly formed into 50 groups. Next, we'll announce your team pair. For the record, the cadet with the highest grade was chosen to be the team leader. Kim Soo-hyuk pressed his smartwatch, projecting a hologram of the team list. Team 1. Veritas Class, Team Kim Soho. World Class, Team Jo Yoona.
Kim So-ho became teams with a girl named Jo Yoona.
On a side note, Jo Yoona was a generic filler character, whose sole role was to act haughty in front of Kim So-ho before coming to realize his greatness. But would the co-author allow it? I approached Jo Yoona. Jo Yoona has a worse personality. Thankfully, that was the only change.
I prayed for Kim So-ho who would suffer under her torment.
Team 2. Veritas Class, Team Shin Jong-hak.
World Class, Team Kane.
I didn't know much about Team 2. To be honest, I had never heard of Kane. Team 3. Veritas Class, Team Chai Na-yoon.
World Class, Team Sven.
Who?
Team 3, which was formed just like in the novel scenario, was the team to watch out for. Sven was a dangerous character. On the outside, he was an international student from Germany who had a crush on Chai Na-yoon. Sven was a star student in his country, who had walked on the path of an elite since he was young. On his plane ride to Korea, he likely imagined himself to be on the top of Cube's rankings.
But unfortunately, Cube was filled with heaven-defying characters.
Sven couldn't come close to their talents, and now he was struggling with an inferiority complex and a sense of defeat. His pent-up frustration would explode during this dungeon trial.
The result?
Sven would come to sell his soul to a djinn.
But that wouldn't happen today.
He would only choose to form a contract after struggling with the decision for a day.
At least, that was what was supposed to happen. But my laptop was clearly alerting me of a change in his setting. Sven, mental weakness intensified. Significantly increased chance of falling to a devil's servant during the mock dungeon trial. The key word was during. It meant that the incident would happen today. This was a very serious problem. I stared at Team 3. Hello, Na-yoon. I saw you in the hunting club. Coincidentally, Sven reached his hand out to Chai Na-yoon at that moment.
His eyes were full of affection, but Chai Na-yoon replied with an apathetic look.
Ah, yes, how old are you? I'm the same age as you.
Other teams were being announced in the meanwhile, but my entire attention was concentrated on Sven. I wanted to advise Chai Na-yoon to not treat him so rudely like she normally did with others.
Team 8. Veritas Class, Team Yoona.
World Class, Team Jaden.
At that moment, Team 8 was announced. I felt like I had heard of Jaden before. I immediately looked him up on my settings book. Because he didn't play an important role in the story, there was only a quick summary of his character. Jaden. A typical strong in front of weak, weak in front of the strong character. About July 5th, 10 in potential. Strong enough to get scouted by Essence of the Straight. Hello, haha. Jaden approached us with a hearty laugh.
He had a generic Western look with deep brown eyes and a tall nose.
At the same time, an alert popped up on my laptop.
Jaden's setting had also been changed. Jaden, potential increased from 7.5 to 8.
His potential had increased by a whole 0.5 points.
Potential was a number I assigned to characters to easily estimate their overall potential. It wasn't a number that was a part of this world. Obviously, Kim So-ho's potential was 10 as a main character's potential should be, while Chai Na-yoon's was 9.5. Even if one worked their entire life, it was impossible to catch up to this 0.5 point difference. This showed just how important the potential rating was. And now, Jaden's potential had increased by a whole half a point. You must be Yoona. It's great meeting you. I've heard a lot about you. Ah, yes, nice to meet you. Jaden held out his hand. I wondered if Yoona would shake someone's hand in her first meeting. My question was answered in the next moment, as Yoona readily took his hand. Next to me in order is Kim Jingyu, Oh Soo-young, and Lee Shaung. This is Jin Hozung, Hazuki, and Lee Hajin.
For a moment, I doubted my ears. Who's Lee Hajin? Was she doing this on purpose? I'm Kim Hajin. In any case, Yuyona talked to Jaden affectionately while his teammates also listened in.
I had no way of knowing whether she had already determined Jaden to be someone with potential and was managing her image, but it was an interesting sight nonetheless.
I'm a sharpshooter. My main weapon is a bow. Mine's my fist. Mine is a shield.
Kim Jingyu, Oh Soo-young, and Lee Shaung introduced themselves. Hazuki, Jin Hozung, and I then introduced ourselves.
Swordsman. Typical, right? I use an axe. I use this.
I held up the training handgun. Although I had my Desert Eagle, which was a much better weapon, cadets were prohibited from using personal weapons in exams to test their pure abilities. Of course, I had my Desert Eagle stored in a convenient place inside Stigma. Since I could use Stigma's magic power as I willed, creating an extra-dimensional space to store the Desert Eagle wasn't hard to do.
Ah, you're that guy. The guy who chose a gun. I heard about you. It feels strange seeing you in person.
The three people's eyes kindled with interest, but as the target of their interest, I couldn't say it was a pleasant feeling, as their eyes seemed to say, I'm at least better than this guy.
Are you wasting your gift? Or is your gift not good enough? But that was still better than brute honesty.
I turned towards the source of the voice. As expected, Jaden was smiling slyly.
No one in my team, if it was only in name, defended me.
I didn't expect much from Yuyona, but Jin Hozung and Hazuki didn't say anything either.
It was a bit disappointing, but I understood why.
The rumors about me going around Veritas class wasn't at a joking level. Things like using my position as Cube's cadet to blackmail or rape a girl, all the while staying quiet at Cube since everyone else was stronger, and going to Seoul every weekend enjoy women and drink alcohol.
I was practically a societal evil. And after today, these rumors would surely spread to other classes.
I didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Well, at least my SP would go up a lot. Everyone, get ready. Team assignment had ended before I noticed, and cadets quickly began to move at Kim Soo-hyuk's words. Go in one by one starting from Team 1. Let's go!
Kim Soho shouted valiantly and took lead.
Jo Yuna followed after him with an annoyed face.
Yuyona SSI, I heard you were number 1 among this year's supporters.
Really? I heard a lot about Jaden SSI. I think the instructors balanced the teams wrong. We're too much at an advantage.
No, that's just how teams are.
When there's one exceptional person. I'm sure you know the rest. It's easy to see that Yuyona SSI has a baggage to carry. Meanwhile, Yuyona and Jaden chatted. Even from my perspective, Jaden did a good job not going too far and keeping Yuyona pleased. He was a good talker unbefitting of a high schooler. Maybe I should have approached Yuyona the same way. Team 8, enter.
Kim Soo-hyuk signaled our team's turn.
The 8 of us walked through the cave.
The formation was perfect. 3 warriors in the front, supporters in the second row, sharpshooters in the third, and a single warrior in the final row. After walking for a while, we arrived at a fork. There were 8 paths to choose from. Which path should we take?
Yuyona spoke to me for the first time today. Jingyu, what do you think? Jaden also asked his sharpshooter. Once again, sharpshooters often acted as pathfinders. I don't know.
Take the 6th path. I walked up and stood in front of the 6th path. However, the 6th path would likely be difficult. In truth, the difficulty of the paths was in order. In other words, the 6th path had a level 6 difficulty. But China-yun should have chosen this path, so I had no other choice. If Sven contracts a Jin here today,
Chai Nayun wouldn't be able to handle him alone. Let's take the sixth path. No matter what, I couldn't lose a righteous character with a 9.5 potential. Not only would the future story become a mess, it would also be a huge loss for this world. Ha! Who are you to tell us where to? Just do as he says. Yona interrupted Jaden. It was nice to know I was trusted as a pathfinder. He might look like that, but his eyes are exceptional. Look like what? Do you have to put it that way? I'm praising you. In any case, our team walked into the sixth path. The path was completely silent with only dry wind from the entrance hitting our back. After 10 minutes of walking in high tension, we finally discovered a target. In front, there's a monster. Flashing its terrifying eyes and flickering its tongue was a monster known as the salamander. By the size of its body, it seemed to be low intermediate rank at best. But monsters that could wield the four elements, water, wind, earth, fire, were tricky to deal with, and salamanders used the most destructive element, fire. You can see it? Yona asked. It's a salamander. That should be the switch. Once we defeat the salamander, the scenery should change. A dungeon was an extra-dimensional space created with magic power. It might look like a cave at first, but once the switch was pulled, the interior could change completely. More often than not, a dungeon switch was a specific monster. You can really see? I don't believe you. Jaden muttered in doubt. I'm telling you about it because I can see it. Just listen to me, jackass. He was starting to get on my nerves. What did you say? TSK, quiet, both of you. Get ready for battle. Yona sighed audibly as she held up her whip. Chapter 25. Mott Dungeon Trial, 2. Salamander? Does anyone here have the water attribute? Jaden asked as he stretched, but there was number 17-year-old cadet who had accepted the mana of water. At the very least, one had to have undergone enlightenment to do so. It seemed Jaden didn't expect much, as he held up his sword without being disappointed. Well, I'm sure it'll be easy. I also took out my handgun. A salamander of that size should be low intermediate rank grade 6. 8 people were more than enough to kill it. But what worried me was how easy it seemed. The team members walked forward with their senses heightened. Oh, there it is. Jaden pointed at the salamander loafing around on the ground. So you were right. I guess it's true you can find dog turd if you want to use it for medicine. It's the other way, retard. Jaden glared at me but quietly asked Kim Jingyu. Wasn't I right? About what? The proverb. That you can find dog turd if you want to use it for medicine. It's the opposite, you can't find dog turd even if you want to use it for medicine. Oh. After realizing his mistake, Jaden glanced at Yona, fearful that he had disappointed her. But Yona seemed uninterested in our conversation, as she imbued her magic power into her whip and prepared for battle. Get ready. Though, if it's a switch, it should be a piece of cake. Hop. Yona swung her whip, which shot towards the salamander's tail like a snake. Queek. With its tail tied up by Yona's whip, the salamander couldn't use its most powerful attack, fire breath. Immediately afterwards, Kim Jingyu shot an arrow at its eye, while the warriors rushed forward to cut its skin. In the blink of an eye, the salamander was killed. There wasn't anything for me to do. Easy as pie. That was amazing, Yona SSI. How did you instantly grab its tail like that? Jaden flattered Yona, to which she returned a smile. Feeling vain at how easy the fight was, I stepped towards them. At that moment, thwick! I tripped on a rock. I fell forward silently and instinctively grabbed onto what was in front of me. Most likely, it was Yona's head. Kayak.
a high-pitched scream rang out. At the same time, a sharp and unnatural object brushed past my hand and Yuyona's hair.
Thud. Yuyona fell. What? Is it an ambush?
Jaden made a fuss as he pointed his weapon in all directions. Soon, his eyes landed on me. I was kneeled with my hand ramming Yuyona's head to the ground. Jaden and the rest of the cadets stared blankly at a loss for words.
An ominous and dreary silence descended. Let go. Yuyona said coldly. I could feel my heart contracting.
I immediately took my hands off and pretended like nothing happened. Yuyona staggered up and gave me a deathly glare without caring for her messed up hair.
Ha? What's that?
What's what?
At that moment, Hazuki pointed at the wall. Thanks to Hazuki's insensitive interruption, I could finally catch a breath of air.
But when I looked at the direction Hazuki was pointing at, I saw an arrow stuck in the cave's wall.
Then, I finally understood the situation. The sound of something cutting through the air and that strange brushing sensation.
It wasn't hard to figure out what just occurred.
Yuyona's head turned with a creak to the arrow.
I was genuinely terrified. When she discovered the arrow on the wall, her eyes widened. Though it wasn't what I intended at all, I immediately let out a dry cough and bluffed.
There's no need to say thanks, Yuyona SSI. We're teammates after all. Wow. How did you know? I didn't feel it at all. Hazuki asked in genuine awe. Sharpshooters have good perception.
Perception or whatever, the real reason had to be my high luck. All 8 of us had perception that far surpassed that of normal humans.
If the others couldn't detect anything, I most certainly couldn't have either.
That arrow was likely a trap that used magic power. I mean, just look at the power of that thing. It completely dug itself into the wall. It was too strong to be a trap for training.
That was close. Are you unhurt, Yuyona SSI? I approached the arrow while making idle remarks. Phew. I could hear the sound of Yuyona's breath from behind me. Was she forgiving me? Or was she still angry about what happened? In any case, I squatted down in front of the arrow and turned on my laptop. Poison arrow. Killing power, 4 out of 10. Additional effect, silent ambush. An arrow tipped with nerve poison. It was as I expected. I'll take this. I put the arrow in my bag along with my laptop. Let's go. Yuyona spoke. I flinched for a moment before turning around. Yuyona had tidied herself up and was now staring at me while biting her lips. Jaden asked as he glanced at Yuyona's face to see her expression. Yona SSI, are you okay? Don't chit-chat. Yes, got it. After that, we walked without much talking. After walking past the salamander corpse, the scenery began to change. The dark surroundings began to light up, and plants and trees began to appear. Surprisingly, the trees were red like maple trees. Furthermore, a wind began to blow. But it was far from a cool, refreshing wind. Rather, it was a hot wind that made it hard to breathe. So hot. Jaden murmured as he took off his outer clothes. Jin Hozung, Kim Jingyu, Li Shang, Hazuki, and I also took off a layer of clothes. Only Yuyona remained fully clothed. Even as she sweated in buckets, she protected her dignity. Ha! It must be a field type. Dungeons were generally separated into 2 types, stage and field. Like its name suggested, stage dungeons had multiple layers that had to be cleared in order, while field dungeons just had monsters that had to be killed until the boss monster appeared. Did the advanced team hunt everything? There's nothing here. After walking for about 20 minutes, Jaden yawned, seemingly bored. No, each team had different entrances.
If we started from the east, the other team should have started from the west. Also, I can see a group of monsters up ahead.
Oh. On the tiny craters up ahead, there were 4 salamanders and 11 peanut flames.
15 in total, salamanders and peanut flames.
Looks like it'll be tough. That many? Hazuki's eye widened.
Yep. I held up my gun, at which Jaden gave a condescending sneer.
PFT, what can you do with a gun? You won't even be able to kill a peanut flame, retard. Jaden whispered the last bit so that Yuyona couldn't hear it.
I had to admit, with this training handgun, I couldn't pierce through the salamander's skin. Peanut flames were also monsters capable of wielding magic power, and the flame barriers they constantly covered themselves with gave them a tough exterior.
But I wasn't completely out of options. If I hit 3 bullets in the same spot, I should be able to break through the flame barrier. You'll see.
Hoof. Jaden twisted his lips as he released his sword chi.
If you're so confident, do you want to make a bet? But I still wasn't strong enough to beat Jaden. Just when I was about to refuse. Wish. A whip flew in like lightning, striking the ground between Jaden and me. Whoa! Jaden and I both turned towards Yuyona.
But she only spoke 2 words with a dead cold face.
Please. Focus. Same time.
Chai Nayun's team had already suffered various difficulties. The main cause was Sven, whose body had been paralyzed by a trap.
God, where did that arrow even come from?
At Chai Nayun's grumbling, Sven murmured quietly.
You can leave me Beihai. Leave you behind? If you know you're a bother, just stay put.
Even without Sven, Chai Nayun had led her teammates this far.
If she could clear the dungeon, she would receive an overwhelming score with her individual result and the teamwork she showed. Chai Nayun couldn't give up the only chance to win against Kim Suho. What should we do? Damien, her teammate, asked. Wait here for now. I think the dungeon's boss is up ahead. Can you see it? Chai Nayun looked far into the distance. A giant golem with a body made of lava. The lava spilling from its body clearly marked its territory. Yeah, it has to be the boss. It was a magma golem, a monster that was at least intermediate rank grade 5.
Chai Nayun and her team somehow managed to make it here, but they knew they couldn't defeat the magma golem even if Sven was fine.
We won't be able to beat it with just us.
Another team should be arriving here soon.
Let's join forces. But what if no one chose the same pathway as us? That shouldn't be possible. At least 3 teams should come here by design.
Other cadets might have thought the choice was random, but Chai Nayun knew something they didn't.
A pathway would disappear once 3 teams entered it. Remember, we're graded on our individual performance, not who finishes first. Sven couldn't hear Chai Nayun's heated voice. Phew. Phew.
To him, his entire surroundings were dead silent.
He felt as though he was in a vacuum.
In this comfort, he slowly collected his breath. The guilt he felt towards his teammates, his self-loathing and inferiority complex all seemed to disappear, as tranquility descended in his mind.
Child, don't you want to get stronger?
At that moment, a bewitching voice invaded his heart, causing a ripple in the serene surface.
Sven opened his eyes slightly. 2 brilliant spheres of light lit up the dark sky. As though they were eyes, the spheres of light curved to an arc before pouring into Sven's pupils. Wasn't it painful? I can give you power.
The voice became clearer and pounded Sven's heart. Feeling the wave of emotion surging from the deepest depths of his heart, Sven teared up.
I want to get stronger. I want to get stronger.
I want to meet the expectations of my country's people, who hails me as their greatest hope, and the expectations of my parents, who believes I will become the world's greatest hero. I don't want to suffer from this endless sense of hopelessness and defeat.
I don't want to hate myself anymore. You only have to pay a cheap price. It's far lighter than giving up everything. Sven nodded his head at the warm voice.
And he slowly reached out towards the gentle light caressing him.
Chapter 26. Mott Dungeon Trial, 3.
I'm sure everyone knows what kind of a monster peanut flames are.
Peanut flames were low-rank grade 2 element-type monsters.
They were named peanut flames because they look like tiny will-o-wisps, but on closer inspection, one could see that they were lizards. They were generally the size of an adult man's forearm and looked like wisps of flame because they encased themselves in an oval barrier.
We'll have to kill the peanut flames first.
The peanut flames' only method of attack was shooting out fireballs, but because they had tough barriers and traveled in groups, they weren't easy to deal with without ample combat experience.
But who's going to draw the salamander's attention in the meanwhile? I can do it.
Hazuki raised her hand at Jaiden's words.
I'm pretty quick on my feet.
I got 5th place in speed.
Perfect. Jaiden used English for the first time since we met. Yuyona spoke with a soft smile. Peanut flames are a lot slower than salamanders, so you only have to draw their attention. Yes, then I'll leave you to cover me.
Hazuki stretched before shouting I'm going, and rushing forward. After approaching the cluster of monsters in the blink of an eye, she hurled her axe and let out a spirited shout.
The angered salamanders then began to waddle towards Hazuki. Using this opportunity, Jaiden rushed into the enemy line. Whop!
The sword he swung with a rugged breath clashed with a peanut flame's barrier. A flash of light erupted from the collision of flame and magic power. Jaiden's single attack drew a clear crack on the peanut flame's barrier, and a magic power arrow flew in, striking the crack. Jaiden and Kim Jingyu's joint attack easily shattered the peanut flame's barrier, and Jaiden cut down the exposed lizard without hesitation. It was a perfect display of teamwork, but there were still many enemies left.
Jaiden turned to a different direction.
In that instant, a terrifying whip shot past his shoulder, grabbing 3 peanut flames together and marking them to be Jaiden's next prey. Jaiden immediately charged towards the restrained peanut flames.
I also made my move.
I didn't need to run around like the others, being simple yet elegant.
After finding a peanut flame, I pulled the trigger 4 times. 4 bullets shot towards the peanut flame in a line. The first magic bullet struck the peanut flame's barrier and exploded.
The barrier still stood strong, but immediately afterwards, the second magic bullet struck the same spot as the first magic bullet.
The barrier shook but still remained standing.
Next was the third magic bullet.
Just like the second magic bullet, it struck the same spot, and barrier finally broke down. With its barrier gone, the lizard inside was shot to death by the 4th bullet. What? Next to me, a dazed interjection rang out. It was Kim Jingyu, who was also a sharpshooter. Admittedly, what I did must have looked shocking for him. Unlike the difficult labor that was weaving an arrow with magic power and pulling the bowstring with one's strength, all I had to do to kill a peanut flame was pull the gun's trigger 4 times. Guns are lacking in destructive power, but in exchange, they have less recoil and delay between shots. I boasted as I waved my gun around, but in truth, this was only possible against slow low-rank monsters like peanut flames. It was also likely that luck played a part in the attack. Focus, focus. Seeing Kim Jingyu's dumbstruck face, I pointed at the other peanut flames. Coincidentally, Yuyona was striking her whip down at them. Her whip became grotesquely longer and swept through the ground. From her whip, I could sense a tiny spark of electricity. That was Yuyona's gift. It seemed she was already on the edge of achieving enlightenment. Being impressed or congratulating her could come later. For now, I looked for my next target, another peanut flame. But now that the battle was fully underway, the peanut flames were more excited. As a result, killing them wasn't as easy as before. Of course, that didn't mean it was difficult. Although I couldn't break through its barrier even after 6 bullets, the 7th bullet luckily pierced through its magic core, killing it in one shot.
In any case, by the time I killed 3 peanut flames, the battle was nearing its end. Once all the peanut flames were dead, we jointly attacked the 4 salamanders Suzuki was holding back, and there was nothing they could do to fight back. It was easy to see why salamanders were only low intermediate rank. No matter how powerful their fire breaths were, they couldn't use it once their tails were tied up. Phew, it's over. I managed to kill 6 thanks to Yona SSI. That's good to hear. Let's count them. We approached the mana puppets and counted the bodies. 1, 2, 3, 15. We had killed them all. Do we keep going now? At the same time that Jaden spoke with a smile, a light flashed from afar. I instinctively turned towards the light. In that instant, my mind became blank. A salamander was breathing out a beam of fire. A fire breath the size of a pillar hurled towards us while melting the surface of the ground. I could feel my brain yelling. This was a direct strike. There was no way to dodge it. And if it hit, I would die. I had to block it if I wanted to live. But how? I immediately thought of Stigma's magic power. If I could form a barrier of water like the peanut flames did with fire, I might be able to block it. The stigma on my arm rose up with a blue glow, as pain spread out from my upper arm. Following my will, the magic power was released into the air. Immediately afterwards, a wave of fire swept through us. Tzzzzzzzzzz. A terrifying amount of steam erupted from the collision of water and fire. The hot steam clouded the surroundings like a fog, blocking our vision. The barrier I created was destroyed from hitting the fire breath. Then, a momentary silence descended before being broken by a deep voice that reflected everyone's thoughts. That was no joke. It was Jaden. A thick terror could be seen on his face. He seemed to be on the verge of having a panic attack. That last attack, weren't we dead if it hit us? Yeah, we would have been fried up really good. Thinking that in my head, I collapsed on the ground. I couldn't put any strength in my legs. My entire body felt numb. I thanked the dense cloud of steam for concealing my pathetic state. Oi, sharpshooter. The salamander's still alive, but we can't see anything. Tell me where that bastard is before my heart explodes. Jaden spoke. His voice was trembling with fear. I also tried to calm myself. Calm down, Kim Hajin. It can't see us either. We just have to kill it before the steam disappears. Look at the trajectory. I held up my gun. Rather than describing its location with words, it was better to just show it. I'm shooting. I pulled the trigger. The bullet shot towards the salamander, drawing a blue trace. Although the bullet reached the salamander in under a second, the trail it left behind stayed for a longer time. The others immediately threw everything they had at the direction of the trail. The salamander died without a yelp, almost as though it spent its entire energy in its previous attack. At the same time, I could hear an unpleasant sound of metal cutting through skin. Wait, is this blood? Jaden murmured in a daze. Just like he said, viscous fresh blood streamed down from the cut on the salamander's body. A mana puppet with blood? That's impossible. Then what the fuck is this? It's sticky as hell. And what was that last attack? That was a real fire breath. I didn't even touch it and my skin's a little burned. Mana puppets' attacks were lowered by 2 ranks compared to the monster they were based off of. In other words, the attack of a low intermediate rank mana puppet was not even at the level of a low rank monster. Mana puppets used in combat training thus sent data of attacks it received back to Cube scientists, who would simulate the attack on the real version of the monster and give back the result. Calm down. You think I can just calm? Yes, you're right. Jaden, who was about to erupt with anger, calmed down when faced with you, Yona. They didn't tell us that something like this wouldn't happen.
It was a salamander. It's entirely possible that a normal salamander naturally evolved into a monster. After all, we're in a dungeon, even if it's artificial. At Yuyona's calm input, Jaden remained silent. He collected his breath and calmed himself down. Yuyona was always like this, but Jaden was also fairly composed for a high schooler. Meanwhile, the steam covering up the surroundings began to dissipate. Everyone was wet from the steam and water. "Are you okay?" Yuyona asked me, likely because I was directly in line of the fire breath. My luck was 9.1, so why did it fly towards me of all people? Was the world trying to tell me to take more SP? Or was it because I was the only one capable of blocking it? Now that I think about it, Yuyona dying would have been the greatest calamity. I'm fine. I was fine, for now. Oh right. What the fuck was that? However, Jaden approached me, making a fuss. What? I said in the beginning that anyone with the water attribute should come out. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, please. How did you block that fire breath then? That fucking steam was created because it clashed with water, didn't it? Sharpshooters normally carry a shield or two to protect themselves. What? Stigma's magic power had followed my will and created a water attribute barrier. This shield blocked the salamander's attack, and I now didn't have any magic power remaining. But this wasn't something I could just tell others. This son of a bitch. Quiet. Let's get out of here for now. What happened just now? I'm sure we'll be compensated with additional points. Yuyona spoke as she stared at the salamander's corpse. While walking forward, Yuyona stole a glance behind her. A stupid-looking man was pulling his hair up. Sweat dripped from his hair. It would have looked cool if he was Shin Jonghak, but it was a bit dirty when that man did it. In any case, Yuyona couldn't hide the strange feeling she got. What blocked the salamander's fire breath was undoubtedly a water attribute magic power. But a cadet who wasn't Shin Jonghak or Kim Suho was capable of imbuing his magic power with an attribute? Yuyona couldn't help but recall Chai Nayun's words. That Kim Hajin was hiding his true strength. Kim Hajin explained what happened by saying that he had a magic armament. There were indeed armaments like that. They were one of many types of defensive equipment that sharpshooters used. Aptly called cloth armor, these equipment looked exactly like ordinary clothes but had an additional functionality of releasing magic power to protect their wearer in danger. For a moment, Yuyona wondered if Jin Sechin gave him a cloth armor without telling her. But of course, that was impossible. While salamanders were only low intermediate ranked, items that could block their fire breath cost at least 40 million won. It wasn't an amount Jin Sechin could be responsible for. Not to mention, he had no reason to do so either. In that case, there were only two answers left. Either what Chai Nayun said was true, or Kim Hajin, being scared for his life, had really prepared a cloth armor beforehand. Yuyona found the former to be more likely. In that case, how Kim Hajin knew the mountain tyrant's vital point also made sense. The question was why he was hiding his power. That was what she couldn't understand. Just why? We're here. At that moment, Kim Hajin spoke up. Yuyona flinched from a guilty conscience. W. Watts here? There's nothing here. We're almost there. The dungeon's boss is up ahead along with another team. Oh, really? Yeah, let's hurry. It looks like they're in trouble. Kim Hajin took the lead and quickened his pace. Yuyona followed suit, still harboring suspicion. Chapter 27. Mock Dungeon Trial, 4. 15 hours 29 minutes and 7 seconds. Chai Nayun's team remained dead silent. They didn't have any other choice but to quietly wait for another team to show up. She wanted to be far away from the boss so she could at least breathe with ease, but she had to stay close enough to see the another team coming. At that moment, quiet.
The silence was broken by a sudden scream. For some reason, Sven was having a seizure. China-Yun and her team members all turned towards Sven in shock before quickly turning towards the magma golem in terror.
Just as they feared, the magma golem was staring at them.
The faces of the 7 team members turned pale.
Goo! With a roar resembling an earthquake, the magma golem slammed down its fist on the ground. Lava flowed into the ground from its body.
China-Yun picked up Sven and shouted loudly,
"Dodge!"
Immediately afterwards, lava erupted from the ground they were standing on. It was one of Magma Golem's attacks, a terrifying ambush attack that sent lava underground and making it erupt into a pillar of fire. Though the cadets spread out before it was too late, the Magma Golem was only getting started. From its face, what had to be a mouth opened wide. From inside, a current of lava poured out like a torrent. The magma golem rode the lava current it spat out, charging towards China-Yun's team. Goo! The terrifying sight of a giant golem sliding down a current of lava caused China-Yun's team to run away in fear.
The magma golem's first target was China-Yun, who was slowed down by having to carry Sven.
After arriving in front of her in an instant, it brandished its arms, slamming down and swinging sideways.
China-Yun concentrated entirely on dodging the magma golem's attacks.
Meanwhile, Sven began to murmur strange words on her back.
Because he spoke in German, China-Yun couldn't understand a thing he said. "Hey! Stop screwing around and wake up!"
Immediately after her shout, a pillar of fire shot up from the place China-Yun was standing on. China-Yun quickly jumped back, but that wasn't the only a pillar of fire.
Lava was erupting all around her.
China-Yun found herself trapped by several pillars of fire.
In front of her, the magma golem raised its arms up high.
At that moment, China-Yun sensed her death.
"This golem will kill me.
This terrifying being in front of me can't possibly be just a puppet." Petrified, she couldn't think about anything else. Without closing her eyes, she stared at the 2 fists crashing down on her.
Tang! Just when the horrifying torrent of lava was about to devour her, the magma golem's head bent forward. With its arms raised, the magma golem stopped moving. Its expression showed that it was enraged, but its body remained frozen as though the sudden attack petrified its entire body. China-Yun turned towards the direction of the mysterious attack. There, she saw a man carrying a handgun. 15 hours 30 minutes and 30 seconds. What's this?
We stood in front of a giant wall. A wall made of volcanic rocks that were at least 10 meters tall. This wall, which was blocking the path to the boss area, wasn't here just a moment ago. But figuring out who put it here wasn't the biggest problem.
"Hey, sharpshooter, didn't you say the boss was up ahead? It's a dead end.
It should be past this wall.
Break it." Acting like the leader, huh? Even as he complained, Jaden took out his sword. A blade covered in magic power drew a diagonal line. Pang! However, not even a scratch appeared on the wall.
Only Jaden's hand trembled.
Ache. Yeah, genius idea.
It must have hurt quite a bit, as Jaden ran around in pain.
Standing still, I fell in thought.
If Jaden's sword chi couldn't break the wall, it had to be made of magic power.
In that case, Yuyona wouldn't be able to break through it either. Is this really the right path? There was a fork in the road on our way here. Yuyona asked in doubt as she touched the wall here and there.
This is the right place. No matter what anyone said, I could clearly see Chinayon and her team fighting the magma golem beyond the wall. I closely inspected the wall blocking our path.
Raising my head, I looked up.
I could see a stream of light faintly shining from the top.
Up there. What?
The team members also looked up.
There's a gap. Was it for ventilation? Or was it carelessness by whoever created this wall?
In any case, it was most certainly a mistake.
How are we going to climb up there? Jaden asked. You can't? I retorted, genuinely curious. The average jump height of warrior cadets was 4 meters.
Adding magic power on top of that, it shouldn't be difficult to jump several times that height. Even though the wall was a bit high, it shouldn't be to the point that they couldn't climb up.
What, you think you can do it? What are you going to hold on to when we can't even make a dent in the wall? Jaden seemed to have given up, but I felt like I could do it. Just like Jaden said, we couldn't make dents on the wall. However, the surface of volcanic rocks was rugged by nature. With my art, I should be able to climb up.
I didn't think parkour would come into use so quickly.
I'm going ahead, so you guys can do whatever you want. Stop joking. Let's go back and try the other pathway. With that, Yuyona turned back. However, I lightly jumped up. Grabbing onto a jagged part of the wall's surface, I put my legs up. Then, I reached up with my hand. My hands and feet stuck to the wall like magnets. Just like that, I climbed the wall and reached the top in the blink of an eye. Then, I looked down. For a moment, I felt lightheaded. It was higher than I imagined. Is that guy a cat? Jaden murmured in disbelief.
I also enjoyed seeing my team members' surprised expressions. But I didn't have the time to leisurely admire the view.
Goo!
A deep ringing sound capable of instilling terror rang out beyond the wall.
What? What was that? You guys come up too. I'm going first.
I squeezed myself through the gap and used parkour to climb down. After landing, I finally caught a glimpse of Chainayun and her team being chased by a magma golem.
Just by looking at it, one could see that it wasn't a puppet. The entire field was melting with its every movement, so how could it be a puppet? I quickly ran towards them and opened the extra-dimensional space in my stigma.
The tattoo on my upper arm glowed, and a corporeal magic power gathered in my hand. In an instant, it condensed into a gun and several bullets. I loaded a bullet I had prepared beforehand. It was a water attribute magic bullet, one I had made for emergency use. Though it was an expensive investment costing 30 SP, with the strong luck that went into making it, it would undoubtedly show great destructive power.
Phew! After running in range to shoot, I stopped.
I panted from being out of breath, but I didn't have time to rest.
Chainayun was surrounded by the magma golem. I immediately aimed at the back of magma golem's head and fired. Tang! The bullet struck the magma golem's head squarely, and the magma golem's head bent forward. Immediately afterwards, the water attribute bullet reacted to its lava body and petrified its upper body. It was the so-called paralysis state. I looked past the magma golem. Sven was on Chainayun's back.
Chainayun seemed to be in a momentary shock, while Sven looked like he had already fallen to a jinn. I shouted at Chainayun.
Hey! Snap out of it! Ha! Thankfully, Chainayun responded quickly. First, put that guy on your back on the ground.
What? Where are the others?
Why are you the only one? Put him down. Chainayun put Sven down like I said. Happy? Yeah.
I ran in since the situation looked grim, but now I broke out in a cold sweat.
At the same time, the magma golem's body trembled.
It seemed it wanted to eject the bullet from its body.
In other words, it would move again soon. I signaled Chainayun. Hurry up and save me. Battle position.
Before I could finish my sentence, Chainayun shouted.
Immediately afterwards, a spear flew in and pierced the magma golem's neck. Her teammates followed suit. I quickly turned around and ran behind Chainayun's team. Buy time for me.
Chainayun shouted as she pulled on her arrowless bowstring.
Soon, her magic power condensed on her bow.
She seemed to be making special magic power arrow. It was likely what she learned from her previous defeat to the museum's djinn.
As expected, Chai Nayun wasn't lazy when it came to self-reflection and training.
I dropped my jaws in awe at the sight happening in front of me. Chai Nayun's magic power created a fierce current, which rushed towards the bow and formed an arrow. In truth, it was too big to be called an arrow. It was a pillar. An attack of this level was impossible without exceptional mental power and application of magic power.
But before her arrow could finish forming, the magma golem freed itself from paralysis. Goo!
Her teammates tried to hold out as long as they could, but they were sent flying by a single swing of its arm.
Roaring, the magma golem charged towards Chai Nayun. I quickly held up my gun.
But before the magma golem's fist could reach Chai Nayun and before I could fire my gun, a single sword strike blocked the magma golem's advance.
The sword strike came from Sven. After blocking the magma golem with his sword, Sven turned around and muttered,
"Sorry, I was late to recover."
Chai Nayun let go of her bowstring without an answer.
Sven jumped to the side. With a brilliant light, Chai Nayun's giant arrow pierced through the magma golem's heart.
Ha! Ha!
As soon as she shot her arrow, Chai Nayun collapsed on the ground. She knew she would need at least 15 seconds until she could move.
Guh! Even after taking such an enormous magic power attack, the magma golem didn't die.
Chai Nayun softly bit her lips. "I'll take care of the rest."
But before the magma golem could recover and attack, Sven sliced off its head. With that, the magma golem's body turned into hard volcanic rock before disappearing. Silence descended in the battlefield.
Sven put away his sword, walked up to me, and gave a slight nod.
"Thank you for helping us." I stared at Sven. He had undoubtedly formed a contract with a djinn. But unlike in the original story, he didn't lose control. I was thankful for now. I had no more energy left to fight a djinn.
But Sven was destined to go berserk. While being eaten by the devil, he would tread farther into the path of destruction. That was because the devil Sven was contracted to was far too strong for him to handle.
"Sure took your sweet time, bastard," Chai Nayun muttered while bent down on the ground.
She seemed to have a lot to say, but she must have been out of strength as she closed her mouth.
Chapter 28. The Djinn in Gari Mountain, 1.
Lying on the ground, I stared up at the ceiling.
Scorching heat dug into my clothes.
The dungeon's boss had been killed, but the heat remained.
Bored, I tilted my head to the side. Chai Nayun's team was talking some distance away. They offered me to join them, but I refused. I was too tired to answer the questions they'd inevitably ask.
Phoom. At that moment, Chai Nayun, who was stealing glances my way for a while, took a deep breath and got up. Then, she walked over. She cast a shadow over me and looked down at my face.
"What?" I curled up with only my upper body.
Seeing sweat dripping down, Chai Nayun frowned slightly. But after straightening her expression, she sat down next to me. Of course, she was still about 10 feet away. I thought I say this. I wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or ashamed, but Chai Nayun spoke with great difficulty while looking up at the ceiling.
Thanks."
I was genuinely at a loss for words.
I stared at Chai Nayun in a daze. That word was one I thought I'd never hear from her. Chai Nayun. Age 17 to 27 in the story.
She was only 16 by American age. Despite how young she was, the life she lived was far from normal. It was one filled with tragedies.
The first tragedy should have occurred on her 6th birthday.
On what should have been the happiest day for a 6-year-old child, her mother was killed by a djinn. After that incident, her personality developed in a completely different direction. The child, whose dream was to become like her mommy, cried tears of blood and sought to become a hero. While other children her age laughed and played around, she trained in hitting and breaking targets. The scar from that day was etched in the deepest part of her heart. As a fourth-generation Chaebol, even having a true friend to mend this wound was a disgrace. Revealing one's deepest thoughts was akin to revealing one's weakness, and the hyenas infesting the outside world would jump at their chance to take advantage. As such, the only person she could trust and rely on was her blood relative who also shared the same pain, Chai Jin-yoon. Because her father had been too busy as the successor of a Chaebol family, she rarely saw her father. But this cruel world had even taken Chai Jin-yoon away from her. The emotions she must have felt. I had no way of knowing because I didn't write them. But if I were to make a guess, Chai Na-yoon most likely honed her conviction to be even sharper. Only believing in herself and taking the pursuit of strength as her way of life, she must have ignored the worsening wound on her heart. Telling herself that she will overcome everything on her own and not opening her heart to anyone else, she must have put herself through arduous and painful physical training. Because of this, there weren't many people who had received her thanks. I knew this better than anyone, even Chai Na-yoon herself, because I was the one who purposely wrote sorry rather than thank you. But just now, she had said thanks. That was the greatest praise she could have given. But at the same time, the goal I had to accomplish tightened my heart. I had to kill the person she loved and respected the most. I had to make her experience the feeling of losing her family once again. By the way, Chai Na-yoon's voice cut off my thought. She was smacking her lips as though she had something more to say, but no words left her mouth. What? I urged her in frustration. Chai Na-yoon added just one sentence with her eyes still on the ceiling. Why aren't you fighting back? What do you? Oh. She was talking about Shin Jong-hak's lackeys. Even though she was the one who instigated it, it seemed she felt sympathetic since I didn't fight back. I gave a simple reply. Because I can't win even if I fight back. Chai Na-yoon furrowed her brows in an instant and finally looked back down at me. She truly had a baby face. Unlike Yuna, who looked adult-like, Chai Na-yoon's cheeks still had a bit of baby fat. Was it because the magma golem beat her up? She looked like a bun. I laughed inwardly. What are you talking about? I saw the power of your gun with my own eyes. Oh, that? I took out the Desert Eagle from my bag. To put it back in my extra-dimensional space, Stigma had to recover its magic power. Personal weapon. Does that explain it? Looking at my high-rank weapon, Chai Na-yoon's eyes widened in shock. You know you're going to get expelled if you're found out, right? That's why I'm using it only when I need to. Chai Na-yoon closed her mouth. Then, she rubbed her chin as though she was pondering about something. I had no way of knowing what this girl was thinking about. But I waited since it looked like she was looking for an answer. After about 3 minutes, Chai Na-yoon finally voiced her thoughts. Things still don't add up completely. Ah, wait, your gift. You have a gift that strengthens guns. I held myself back from bursting into laughter. For the record, gift and enlightenment were two different things. Even before one became enlightened, a gift could be observed and developed through experience and hard work. You can think what you want. I hit her off with a shrug. It was a misunderstanding I didn't need to correct. Chai Na-yoon seemed to have concluded her guess as the truth, as she nodded with a proud face. Hoo-hoo, I knew it. Oh, I'll let you off the hook for using your personal weapon. Just don't use it again. Chai Na-yoon got up and dusted her butt. Before walking away, she stopped and turned her head towards me. By the way. What? With her back still pointing my way, she asked in a much lower voice than before. Don't you have anything to say to me? The question she asked indifferently made me flinch. This might be her offer of reconciliation, that she would forgive me for my insensitive remarks about her older brother. If I was right, from what I knew about Chai Na-yoon's personality, she was making a huge concession. I don't. However, I rejected her offer clearly and also got up.
My current relationship with Chai Nayun was at the perfect distance. Cold, yet not freezing.
I called it the uncomfortable neighbor relationship.
Anything more would be too much of a burden on me. I see. With that, Chai Nayun left.
As I watched her leave, my eyes met Sven's.
He didn't dodge my eyes.
He tilted his head while looking at me with emotionless eyes.
This sequence of action put a chill down my back. Emergency alert. All cadets are to leave the dungeon immediately.
Once again, all cadets are to leave the dungeon immediately. A sound rang out from the ceiling. The mock dungeon trial had come to an end. I turned back to return the way I came from.
Ha!
But at that moment, I discovered a familiar person.
It was you, Yona.
Though others might only see a faint silhouette, I could clearly see Yona in the distance. It seemed she really climbed the wall, as she was covered in dust. But as everyone just heard, the mock dungeon trial was over. In other words, she had gone through all that trouble for nothing.
Arg.
With her eyes closed, Yona shook at the injustice.
It seemed the mock dungeon trial ran into several problems.
The first problem was that many of the internal cameras had stopped working. The second was that was a systematic error. A problem had occurred with the distribution of people in charge of monitoring the situation, and as a result, the instructors had discovered the broken cameras too late.
The third and final problem was that real monsters had trespassed into the dungeon instead of mana puppets.
This was the biggest problem.
The mock dungeon trial was cancelled as a result, and everyone's grades were postponed as well. Wow, really? A natural-born magma golem?
Yeah, I heard it was intermediate ranked.
No way. So what happened? Who killed it? It was Chai Nayun and Sven.
The cadets gathered outside the dungeon chattered loudly, while the instructors checked people off to make sure there were no casualties.
If you... Then what was all the trouble I went through for? Yona let out a deep sigh.
She staggered from the rising sense of emptiness and lethargy. Then, she discovered Chai Nayun, who was walking around the dungeon's entrance.
Yona had many questions she wanted Chai Nayun to answer. Nayun. HM? Oh, Yona. What's up? Are you okay? I heard the magma golem.
After bringing up a topic she wasn't interested in, Yona brought up Kim Hajin when Chai Nayun seemed to be bored.
Oh right, you know Kim Hajin, right? The guy you brought up during our last. MM? Kim Hajin? Chai Nayun's reaction was completely different than before.
Previously, she growled when Kim Hajin's name was brought up, but now she looked completely fine talking about him.
Yeah, Kim Hajin. What about him? Well, remember what you said before? That he...
Chai Nayun lightly cut her off.
Oh, that? It was a misunderstanding. Yes? Yona was so dumbfounded that she blurted out in polite speech. It was only a few days ago that you were coughing up blood while talking about him, and now you're saying it was a misunderstanding? I don't think it's a misunderstanding now. It was a misunderstanding, really.
Well, I wouldn't say he's someone I want to be friends with, but he's not such a bad guy.
Yep, that's right.
Chai Nayun nodded as though she was satisfied with her own judgment.
Yona stared at Chai Nayun in a daze. She was so dumbfounded that she wanted to strangle her. Oh, hey! Kim Soho!
Suddenly, Chai Nayun shouted loudly.
Yona felt like her eardrums would burst. I'll talk to you later, Yona. Chai Nayun ran past Yona and disappeared. She was quick, like a puppy chasing after her master. Yona turned around to see just who she was waiting for. It was Kim Soho.
China-yun ran up to Kim Soo-ho, who had just left the dungeon, slapped his back, and stood in front of him as if to block his path.
Whoa, that surprised me. Did anything happen to your team? It was no joke. I almost died from exhaustion.
For the record, Kim Soo-ho chose the 8th pathway.
I can see that on your face. You look like a grandpa. Really? Yuna watched their affectionate interaction with interest.
She was happy seeing them hit off well together. Thinking about it now, Kim Soo-ho did seem to resemble Chai Na-yoon's older brother.
Oh, Chai Na-yoon, here you are.
At that moment, Shin Jong-hak cut in between them as if to break them apart.
Hugh. Yuna sighed.
Since Shin Jong-hak was there, Yuna began to walk towards them. At that moment, she discovered a man staring at Chai Na-yoon from a distance.
What's up with him?
The man was Kim Ha-jin. But the way he was watching Chai Na-yoon seemed strange. His eyes seemed to carry a heavy worry and a deep sadness. Yuna stared at his disgusting eyes for a moment. It didn't take long for her to come to a conclusion.
What, he likes Chai Na-yoon too? The heck? What's so good about a tomboy like her?
Yuna trembled from the frustration rising from deep in her heart.
But even if other men liked Chai Na-yoon, Shin Jong-hak couldn't.
With such thought, she quickly walked over to Kim Soo-ho, Shin Jong-hak, and Chai Na-yoon.
1. In Korea, you are 1 year old when you are born, unlike in America. Chapter 29. The Jin and Gari Mountain, 2. 11 p.m. I finally returned to my room 12 hours after the start of the mock dungeon trial.
Cube told the cadets that an internal investigation would occur rather than deploying an external police or heroes of the Hero Association. It was only possible thanks to no cadet being killed or injured. In other words, the Jins making up the upper brass of Cube had succeeded in masking this incident.
An extensive external investigation would only occur after the end of the second incident. I got super lucky.
In any case, the fitness center was closed because of the ruckus, so I was loafing around in my room, looking at my laptop. An incredible luck applies, blocking a silent ambush. Narrow escape from death, 1/9, a special stat, accumulation of luck, becomes partly unlocked. As I thought, it was by pure luck that I dodged the poison arrow. Because of it, a special stat called accumulation of luck was unlocked. A special stat was... Well, to explain this, I had to first explain how stats worked. In this world, stats were divided into 3 major categories: variable stats, invariable stats, and special stats. Variable stats and invariable stats were something people were born with. Even a baby had strength, magic power, vitality, intelligence, and other basic stats.
But special stats were something that most people didn't have. For example, every human was born with magic power, the power to wield mana.
But they weren't born with magic power control and mental power, which were needed to conjure and utilize magic power. These 2 abilities came from an innate talent and continuous effort.
As a result, cadets generally had a different number of special stats. Most had 2 basic special stats, magic power control and mental power.
In the case of Kim Soo-ho, he also had an additional special stat called resistance, and Chai Na-yoon had an additional special stat called intuition.
Accumulation of luck, 11%. And I had just gotten 1 too.
It was only 11% unlocked, so there really wasn't anything I could do with it.
Plus, there was no explanation about the stat, so I didn't even know what it did. Well, I'm sure I'll find out eventually. The more important matter was Sven. I needed to know what he was planning.
He was undoubtedly scheming on Chai Na-yoon, and he would likely lose control once he was alone with her. After all, one of the negative side effects of a Jin contract was amplification of emotions and obsession.
Should I contact Chai Na-yoon? No. I opened my laptop.
It felt like a crime. No, it was most certainly a crime, but I didn't have any other choice.
Using my laptop's internet access functionality, I accessed Chai Na-yoon's smartwatch.
I only needed to spend a small amount of SP.
Chai Na-yoon Kim Soho.
Hey, what's up?
Shin Jung-hak Chai Na-yoon.
Hey,
Do you want to go grab a late-night snack?
several messages were coming and going, and I tried my best to not look at them.
The only conversation I needed to see was Sven's.
As expected of Chai Na-yoon, she was receiving messages from several male and female cadets. I only found Sven's name after scrolling down for a while.
Sven, thank you for yesterday.
Yeah, you did well too.
By the way, why do you keep using polite speech?
It's uncomfortable.
Sven, is it? I'll talk casually then. Sven, I hear the hunting club is going to Gangwon-do this week. Wanna hunt together?
Yeah, sure.
It
was a common conversation among colleagues, but Sven's last message caught my attention.
Hunting club, this week. Hunt together.
In the original story, this was also the day Sven went berserk.
At that moment, Hajin, I received a message on my smartwatch. When I saw the sender's name, I couldn't help but grow curious. It was Kim Soho. Do you have time this Thursday? What's up with him? Why was Kim Soho contacting me all of the sudden?
Oh, it's that. For the internal investigation of the previous incident, Cube decided to select the most trustworthy cadets from each grade to search for the culprit. The freshman year representatives were unsurprisingly Shin Jung-hak, Kim Suho, and Chai Na-yoon.
But isn't it too early?
I wasn't sure of the exact date, but I remembered it being around early April.
Currently, it was the end of March.
The investigation team had formed quicker than I thought.
Plus, I couldn't understand why he would contact me. Why? I can't tell you yet. I'll tell you about it when we meet in person.
For now, just know that Na-yoon recommended you.
Chai Na-yoon? Why would Chai Na-yoon recommend me? Because I have good eyes? I hesitated. The time wasn't a good match.
Classes were cancelled for Wednesday and Thursday, so I planned on going to Gari Mountain Dungeon on Wednesday and the hunting club was on Thursday.
I replied,
I'm busy on Thursday, but I'm free on Friday.
That's fine, we can meet then. Kim Soho replied instantly. Well, it's better for me the closer I am to the storyline. After replying okay, I went back to looking at my laptop. Next on the list was Sven's social media accounts. Gangwon-do was Korea's biggest mountainous range.
The region included Baekdu Mountain, which was known for its rich life energy, and other mountains like the Kumdong Mountain, which were rich in spirit energy. As such, martial artists called this area the Mecca of training. Because of the rich life energy and spirit energy in Gangwon-do's mountains, it attracted all sorts of people including hunters, poachers, heroes, and mercenaries. Among these were one special occupation known as ginseng digger. A ginseng digger was someone who searched the mountain grounds for ginseng. While they weren't strong enough to combat monsters, they traveled the world in search of ginseng with their sense of smell and sight heightened to the limit. Ginseng could be found in many countries, but the most expensive ginseng were found on the Korean peninsula. Naturally, ginseng diggers were common in Gangwon-do. Kim Yeon-jun was also a ginseng digger. Gangwon-do's ginseng sold for a sky-high price even if they were young, because ginseng increased the amount of mana in one's body. Kim Yeon-jun didn't really understand what that meant, but he spent 10 years in Gangwon-do's dangerous mountain ranges filled with monsters to dig up money. The last ginseng he discovered was a year ago. It was a 4-year-old ginseng. In other words, he had no income for a year, but because he received 300 million won from his last ginseng, his family didn't complain much.
Today marked the 20th time Kim Yeon-jun climbed the Gari mountain.
Just like always, he walked with his eyes looking down. When he raised his head to wipe off his sweat, he discovered a young man. The young man wasn't ugly nor handsome.
He was simply average.
Still, his body seemed to be well built, most likely because of the well-defined muscles on his arms and legs. It was a common feature among ginseng diggers. The man repeated walking, stopping, and looking at a map.
A ginseng digger. But ginsengs aren't found on maps. He must be a newbie.
Kim Yeon-jun grinned and walked towards him. The man turned around, having noticed his presence.
Kim Yeon-jun asked cheekily, "Are you also a ginseng digger?"
The man stared back at him in a daze before shaking his head.
"No, I'm just looking for a place."
With that, he hid his map behind him.
Kim Yeon-jun found his actions quite cute.
"Huh, I understand where you're coming from, but ginseng aren't something you can find with maps."
"Yes?"
"That map, I don't know where you got it from, but don't believe it too much. Only heaven knows where ginseng are."
"What?"
The man tilted his head. Kim Yeon-jun had a lot he wanted to say to this novice ginseng digger. He felt it was his responsibility as an elite ginseng digger. Kim Yeon-jun then began to talk about his experience as a ginseng digger and showed his cutting-edge equipment. He explained how to dig to avoid damaging the ginseng, then showed pictures of his wife and 13-year-old son before laughing and smacking the man's shoulder. "When I see younguns climbing the mountain, I can't help but think they're dreaming of striking a fortune. Jumping into the mountains with such a flimsy mindset is no different than throwing away your life. Forgive me for telling you all this, but I hope what I told you will come in handy."
"Ah, yes." The man nodded with a blank face. Kim Yeon-jun could feel a deep admiration and respect in the man's eyes.
Just that made his effort worthwhile. "Then take care.
I wish you good luck.
In fact, I hope you can grow up to threaten me as a competitor.
Don't forget the advice I gave you today."
Kim Yeon-jun walked past the man. Just in case the man was watching him leave, he raised his hand and waved.
Asterisk. I stared at a man's back. Then, I looked down at the watch on my wrist.
Unknowingly, 30 minutes had passed.
What is he? I ended up wasting time because of some talkative guy.
I wanted to cut him off in the middle, but I hesitated, thinking he might be a named herbalist. But I didn't find anything special from the pictures he showed me or his outer appearance.
It seemed he was really just a normal ginseng digger. I think it's this way. I looked at my map once again. The map pointed to the Gari Mountain dungeon.
The map was obtained from the Book of Truth. Just like a genie lamp, all I had to do was ask, "Where is the Gari Mountain dungeon?" and it gave me this map.
In fact, this map showed my live location, almost like a GPS system.
Looking at my map, I continued towards the dungeon's location.
After about 10 minutes of walking, UK. Thud.
I fell down after tripping on something.
Ack, what is it now? I got up after falling pathetically.
There was a stem of some sort tangled around my leg. At first, I was frightened out of my mind, thinking it was some plant-type monster, but upon closer inspection, I noticed it was just an ordinary stem.
Phew, that surprised me. I pulled on the stem.
It didn't seem to go very deep, as I didn't need to put in much strength. But when I pulled the stem out of the ground, something resembling a bellflower root came out.
What's this? I threw the root on the ground.
After dusting myself off, I took a step to continue walking, but I suddenly remembered what the man I just met told me.
Ginseng. I looked at the root one more time.
Now that I looked at it again, it did resemble a mandrake. I took out my laptop and read the description of the root in front of me.
== 7-year-old ginseng.
A plant that achieves magic power on its own through condensed life energy and spiritual energy.
Has strong efficacy no matter how it's used. A treasured item full of nutrients. == I became speechless.
There was something I needed to say, but I was too dumbfounded to speak.
So, I just murmured inwardly. Jackpot. Chapter 30. The Jin and Gari Mountain, 3.
Ginseng served many purposes. Consuming it would increase one's stats, and grinding it down and using it as a medicinal ingredient would produce about 10 high-rank potions. One could even use it for a process called enchantment. In this process, the magic power contained within the ginseng was added to an item, giving it a special effect. But I didn't have the necessary equipment to make potions nor a connection with a magician to help with enchantment. As such, I could only eat it or sell it. Eating it is a bit. This ginseng should go for 700 million won. Since I could use Violet Banquet to sell it, I didn't have to worry about being scammed even if I had to pay more in fees. If I sold it now, I could invest the money in stocks and easily get a return of 4-5 billion won. That was enough to buy 7 of the same ginseng. Arg, this is hard. The unexpected fortune only increased my worry. For now, I put the ginseng away in my bag. I could think about this first world problem after I found the Gari Mountain dungeon. Standing in front of a cave, I dusted my hands. Dirt rained down on the ground. So this is why it hasn't been discovered until now. Phew. After taking a deep breath, I glanced behind me. An inch away from my feet was a razor-sharp cliff. The Gari Mountain dungeon was located in the middle of a cliff, buried in moss and vines. I could feel my heart thumping. Even with parkour, the journey had been too difficult. Without Stigma's magic power as insurance, I would have been too scared of falling to try. I looked into the dark cave without going in. My 1,000-mile eyes repelled the darkness and widened my vision. Not long afterward, I discovered the switch monster. It was a ghost. Just like in the original story, the Gari Mountain dungeon was an undead dungeon. Monsters in this dungeon included Dullahans, Banshees, and other undead monsters which ranged from grade 9 to grade 3 of low intermediate rank. The boss should be a death knight, so it was impossible for my current self to clear the dungeon. In the first place, not even Tomer had fully cleared this dungeon. A death knight was a high intermediate rank grade 1 monster. Defeating it was impossible without a high-rank hero. It seemed I would have to be content with just knowing where the dungeon was. With my current strength, just beating the hidden stage would be impossible. No. I looked into my bag. The ginseng I just picked up was strutting its glorious and tantalizing appearance. A hidden stage was a completely isolated space from the standard dungeon, making it significantly easier to clear. In addition, this hidden stage's reward was better the quicker one took it. Above all, I didn't want to constantly worry about Tomer coming here quicker than in the original story. Like I said before, the hidden stage's reward was a formless weapon called Ether. Because of its lack of a clear form, it was easy to misunderstand it as a lump of magic power, but the reason Ether was called a weapon was because of this property. Because it had no form, it could change its form to whatever its user wanted. Furthermore, Ether was an evolving weapon. It was worth taking it early, even if I had to sacrifice the ginseng. Of course, I didn't mean I would use the entire ginseng. I took off 3 of the 7 roots it had. 7-year-old ginseng root. The root of a 7-year-old ginseng contains condensed magic power. First, I tried changing the roots setting. For 1 hour, increases all variable stats by 4 points. Since I was editing the effect it already had, I thought it wouldn't cost too much SP. You do not have enough SP. But I was wrong. It seemed raising stats required more restrictions than I thought. Without any other choice, I modified the setting. For 30 minutes, increases all variable stats by 2 points. 5 SP will be used. Would you like to save? This much was satisfactory. I modified 2 ginseng roots with the above setting. By eating them both, my stats would increase by 4 points for 30 minutes.
My variable stats, other than magic power, would then be on par with Yuyona's. However, I gave the last ginseng root a different setting. Soaks into magic power and strengthens its power. 5 SP will be used. Would you like to save? I hit save. With this, I should be able to clear the hidden stage. I entered the cave with confidence. As soon as I stepped in, an extreme chill penetrated my body. Ugh! I moved my legs forward as I watched my own breath. SSSSSS. Hearing a strange sound, I hid behind the cave's wall. Within a distance I could see without using thousand-mile eyes, a hologram-like ghost was wavering in the air. That was the Switch monster. I could kill a monster of the level even without using a ginseng. I took out my Desert Eagle. My gift, Master Sharpshooter, had already reached grade 8. Piercing the vital point of such a slow monster was easier than doing push-ups. I pulled the trigger. The bullet cut through the air and struck the ghost. The bullet phased through the ghost without doing any damage, but the magic power contained inside the bullet didn't. The magic power had hit the middle of its eyes perfectly. Shortly, the ghost exploded into light without a sound. At that moment, a strange wind blew from a direction, sucking in the ghost's light. That was where I had to go. The light led to the location of the hidden stage. There, an inferior version of a witch would be waiting for me. My eyes didn't miss the incredibly faint stream of light. I started following it. After about 10 minutes of walking, I finally arrived at a place that was isolated from the dungeon. In the middle was a witch carrying ether. I took out my laptop from my bag. Why-ish. == Witch. Evandel the Witch. Possesses a spirit body and produces low-rank ghosts. == Witch. Countless number of monsters and devils appeared after Outcall, but the existences known as witches were rare. It was because it was difficult for a monster to be classified as a witch. First, a witch had to have the ability to produce ghosts. Because of the high number of undead monsters a witch produced, a witch's home was called a stronghold. Second, a witch needed to have a human body. Without a human body, a witch couldn't use her magic power properly. Finally, a witch needed to possess intelligence on par with humans, because a witch without intelligence couldn't distribute her ghosts efficiently. The reason the witch in front of me was an inferior version was because she didn't fully meet the second and third requirements. However, Evandel would one day become infamous. Adult witches were difficult to deal with, so the most efficient way of subjugating one was to kill it when it was young, when its intelligence and body weren't fully developed. But in the original story, Evandel was raised by jinns, protected from stress and danger. After reaching adulthood and becoming independent, she established her stronghold in an abandoned school in Suwon. This stronghold, which came to be known as Evandel's Castle, became the most fearsome stronghold in history. The Hero Association family said that it was no different than a tower. By killing this inferior version of Evandel, I would obtain two things. One was ether, and the other was Evandel's seed. In the original story, Tomer only took ether, giving Evandel's seed to the followers of Isabel. Since I planned on taking both, I needed to kill Evandel. There was only one problem. She's a child. Her appearance made me hesitate. She had a tiny face and was only 140 centimeters tall. With soft hands, she was squishing the soul of the ghost I just killed. Tomer had killed that child, and I had to do the same in a single attack. Phew. But it had to be done. I was the one who created her anyways. After resolving myself, I released Stigma's magic power. A bullet would never be able to kill a witch in a spirit body. This was a matter of fact that wouldn't change no matter how much SP I invested. Attempting to do so would only be a waste of SP. Light attribute, Spear. I breathed my will into Stigma's magic power. The attribute I wanted was light, and the form I wanted was a spear. The weapon I wanted was created using all of Stigma's magic power, but its size and sharpness were horrible. In the first place, the amount of magic power in Stigma wasn't enough to form even a single arrow properly. So, forming a perfect spear was being too greedy. But I had a method of sharpening this spear. I placed a ginseng root on the spear. The spear devoured the ginseng, increasing its size and luster. Next, I swallowed the 2 ginseng roots I modified before. Immediately, I could feel my body surging with vitality. 4 points, no, it was probably less since I took one on top of the other. Still, my body felt completely different than before. My muscles were brimming with strength, as though they were ready to explode at any moment. I felt hot, yet light, like I was no longer human, but rather a radioactive monster of some sort. Breathing roughly, I looked down at my body. My body was bulked up and my 5 senses had become extremely sensitive. As I thought, the spear was the best choice for displaying the most destructive power with amplified stats. Hop! I hurled the spear with all my strength. The magic spear shot through the air like a flash of lightning without deviating from its intended path. The moment I let go, the spear had already pierced through Evandel's head. But Evandel survived. With the spear stuck in her head, Evandel turned towards me. I felt an unprecedented terror at the gory scene. A muddy stream coalesced on her hands. A vengeful spirit was taking shape. Wait, can we just talk this out? Wang. However, in the next moment, Evandel collapsed with a strange cry. Life energy disappeared from her body, and a seed fell down to the ground. Was it an instinctive reaction before death? After calming my beating heart, I walked up and picked up the seed. Then, I walked forward into the darkness. A slime-like weapon with a blue glow, this was the weapon that made Tomer into one of the executives of Wicked. Before I reached forward, I checked its description with my laptop. Ether. Mystic, formless, evolving. A corporeal but formless weapon. Adheres to its master or his weapon, reinforcing their strength. Master selection. Asterisk will not adhere to another being once a master is chosen. Physical body reinforcement. Asterisk increases the variable stats of its owner by 0.6 points. Weapon reinforcement. Asterisk adheres to its master's weapon and strengthens the weapon's attack power. Ether itself can also form a weapon. Current weapon form Ether rank, high rank. Evolving weapon. All of the above functions evolves with its owner. Depending on the state of Ether's awakening, other functions can develop. I had obtained my weapon. But I didn't expect things to end so easily. Clack clack clack. A series of striking sound rang out from all directions. Bones joining together formed the shape of a man, and I soon found myself surrounded by white-boned soldiers, skeletons. Chapter 31. Same bed, different dreams, 1. Ah! A short groan left my mouth. My body ached everywhere. Skeleton bones were littered around me, and I was lying on the ground. It was a difficult fight. I had no talent for close-ranged combat, but I didn't want to waste precious bullets on skeletons, so I transformed Ether into a club to use as a melee weapon. Now that the ginseng's effect had worn off, I wondered why I did something so bold. It seemed it was true that a strong mind arose from a strong body. I would have died if they were black skeletons. Each time I swung the club, I destroyed 3 to 4 white skeletons. That was how strong my body was, but the fight had still taken 25 minutes. If the monster I fought weren't the low-ranked white skeletons, I didn't even want to imagine the outcome. Ack! I raised my upper body and pondered as I scratched my back using a skeleton's bone. I managed to obtain Ether and Evandel's seed. It was the biggest accomplishment I made since being transported into my novel. To confirm my achievement, I opened my laptop. A fraction of the ginseng's effect melts into your body. Your strength and stamina increases by 0.02 points. You obtained 47 SP. But what I gained from the system wasn't much. Was it because ether wasn't a well-known weapon at this point? It wasn't much SP. Variable stats. Strength 2.455. Stamina 2.545. Speed 2.85. Perception 3.705. Vitality 2.465. Magic power 1.925. But the increase in variable stats was something to note. Thanks to ether boosting each stat by 0.6 points, my stats looked much better. Now that my core stats were above 2, I was now on the level of a cadet, though I was still at the bottom of the barrel. It's time to go now. After appreciating the numbers for some time, I closed the laptop. It was time to go back. I wasn't sure if I could walk properly, but if I stayed here any longer and was discovered by a monster, that would be the end of me. I forced my creaking body up and began to walk back the way I came from. At 10 p.m., I finally came back to the dorm, barely making it before curfew. I headed to the shower immediately after I opened the door and washed away the dirt covering my body. Because of the rough workout I had, the warm water gave me a refreshing feeling. Phew! After turning off the shower head, I wiped myself off. I could see the 0.6 point stat increase on my body. Even without flexing or holding my breath, there was a clear six-pack on my stomach. Though, I guess it was the same for other cadets. I stopped fooling around in front of the mirror and got out of the bathroom. After putting on my underwear, I put my laptop and Evandal's seed on the desk. I brought it but... Evandal's seed. Seed containing the soul of Evandel the witch. When this seed germinates, Evandel the witch of despair would be born. Her title made her sound evil, but if utilized correctly, she could become a valuable ally. The environment where one grew up was the most important thing in raising any living being. So, I just had to raise her well. Feeding the seed was simple. Instead of water, I just had to give it small amounts of blood. A witch's personality and growth were dependent on who the blood came from. Chai Na-yoon's or Kim So-ho's blood would be the best, but acquiring them wasn't easy. I'll just hold on to you for now. I wrapped Evandal's seed in a handkerchief and put it in a drawer. Chai Na-yoon and Kim So-ho were model citizens who regularly donated blood. Perhaps I could pull some tricks to acquire their blood packs. Next, I accessed Chai Na-yoon's smartwatch to prepare for tomorrow's event. Coincidentally, she was currently talking with Sven. Sven, you're coming to the club tomorrow, right? Yeah, when are we meeting? Sven, come to the portal at 4. Why so early? Sven, the meeting place is in Gangwon-do, so let's bet on who will get more kills before the seniors arrive. Sure, that sounds nice. From the looks of it, they seem to have gotten fairly close. The meeting time was 5 p.m. according to the club announcement, but Sven had asked to meet an hour early. 4 p.m. After noting the time in my head, I accessed Violet Banquet to sell the ginseng I picked up. Packhorse Master's stock price was going up. I had wanted to buy more before it was too late. Violet Banquet Online Auction House. Item for sale. Description: 7-year-old ginseng dug from Gangwon-do's mountain. Please place the item on the portal for appraisal. A circular hologram projected out of the laptop screen. Once I placed the ginseng on it, it would be transported to Violet Banquet's appraisal center, and the item would go on auction once the appraisal was complete. I couldn't explain how this technology worked. A portal was created from magic engineering,
but I had no clue how it could be projected remotely.
Modern technology wasn't advanced enough to achieve such a feat. But Violet Banquet could do it. The reason was simple.
Violet Banquet itself was the reward of Tower of Information. Just like the textbook said, towers gave rewards that were beyond anyone's imagination.
The item has been transported. The appraisal result will come out within the next 24 hours. After seeing the ginseng disappear into the portal, I closed the laptop. Thursday, 3:30 p.m.
I got dressed before it was too late. Thanks to the modified fatigue recovery potion, I was at my peak condition. Now, I just had to coincidentally join up with Sven and Chai Nayun, and prevent them from being together. I wanted to chase Sven out if possible, but that was beyond my ability.
I left the dorm and arrived at the bus station. A bus arrived not long after, but I passed it by. I had to wait for someone. Thankfully, she was noticeable from a mile away.
Just like now, her face radiated light wherever she went.
"What are you doing here?"
Chai Nayun at least acknowledged my existence. I tilted my head nonchalantly. Sven should already be waiting at the portal station, but I knew Chai Nayun would be late. That was just how her personality was, and I had also peeked at the message she sent Sven.
"Why didn't you get on the bus?" Chai Nayun asked. For a moment, I flinched.
So she was watching me waiting for the bus. Come to think of it, Chai Nayun had good eyes as well.
I was hesitating.
I came out too early, so there was too much time left over until the club meeting.
I just decided to go through, since I don't have anything better to do.
Oh?
What club are you in? Hunting. Hunting? I'm in hunting too, and I don't remember seeing you. The bus arrived while Chai Nayun was talking.
I hopped in, and Chai Nayun followed.
I didn't go to the orientation. That's probably why.
I spoke as I sat down on a seat.
I see. Chai Nayun sat down across from me.
Then, she glanced at me with doubtful eyes before opening her mouth.
Just how many clubs are you in? I heard from Yona that you were in her club.
3.
Wow, what a waste of time. You're in 2 too. So what?
I forced myself to smile before closing my eyes.
I didn't want to continue this conversation any longer. Chai Nayun didn't seem to mind ending the conversation either.
Without talking for the rest of the bus ride, Chai Nayun and I arrived at the portal station.
I could see Sven in the distance.
He ran towards the bus as soon as he saw it, but he paused momentarily when he saw me. But soon, he walked up with a smile.
You came earlier than I expected. MHM. Oh right, Sven, you know him, right? He's the one who helped us before. Kim Hajin. Yeah, I know.
Hey. Sven reached his hand out and I grabbed it. Sven tried to let go immediately, but I didn't let him.
I grasped his hand firmly and stared into his eyes. Black, lifeless eyes. My gift of observation peered into his pupils. I could catch a glimpse of Asmodeus' evil energy. Hey, what are you doing? Chai Nayun stepped in and separated me from Sven.
No, she separated Sven from me.
Why are you picking a fight?
She snapped at me sharply. I turned around without saying anything and walked to the portal station's entrance. I wasn't particularly skilled in distinguishing the state of jinns. But Sven was undoubtedly on a dangerous edge.
I could tell simply by looking at my laptop.
In the original story, he dies after going berserk without accomplishing anything. Modified setting, increased self-control and mental power to help him better control Asmodeus' power.
We arrived at a residential area in Gangwon-do. As Gangwon-do had high mana density, there were many monsters and wild animals.
As such, the hunting club, Leonidas, obtained the cooperation of the local government and residents to hunt in this area, By hunting wild animals that frequently invaded the residential area, the cadets would be helping citizens while enjoying their hobbies.
You met on the way here?
At the club's meeting place, Sven asked Chai Na-yoon.
Yeah.
Chai Na-yoon narrowed her eyes and observed Kim Ha-jin's movements. He was sitting on a rock and looking at his watch.
He kept doing this.
While pretending to be oblivious to his surroundings, he kept loitering around them.
Doesn't it look like he's following us? Yeah.
Sven stared at Kim Ha-jin for a while before continuing.
Be careful. About what? You heard about cadets going missing lately, right? He wouldn't do something like that. But he has an alibi.
During the estimated time of the third victim, there was a record of Kim Ha-jin using a portal. So Chai Na-yoon had recommended Kim Ha-jin to the Jin investigation team. After all, Yoo-yeona, who was known for her objective judgment, praised his eyesight.
Really?
Chai Na-yoon fell in thought as she rubbed her chin. Though he wasn't a suspect in the case, there was indeed something strange about him. Even today, Kim Ha-jin clearly skipped a bus to take the next one with me.
It's not that he likes me, I think.
But thinking about it now, it wasn't completely absurd.
If bringing up my older brother was to draw my attention, it all made sense.
Not to mention, the unusually aggressive stance he took against Sven today. Oh, and even before then, at the National Weapons Museum, his partner should have been Yoo-yeona, but he was at the museum for some reason.
Of course, it was only a suspicion for now. But if that was really his intention, he was going at it the wrong way.
Trying to draw someone's attention by harassing them was disgusting and shameless, and following someone around secretly was no different than stalking.
Nah, no way.
Chai Na-yoon shook her head and got rid of the suspicions in her head.
It didn't make sense. She couldn't even remember if they had met before the museum incident.
Of course, she knew there were lots of guys who had a crush on her.
Not just many, but a truckload.
But still. Look, the others are here. At that moment, Sven pointed ahead.
Chai Na-yoon became startled and looked up.
The hunting club's leader and other first and second years were walking over.
546 million. 12 hours after the start of the auction, my ginseng was sold. 546 million won. Even after the 11% auction fee, it was close to 500 million won. That was with 4 missing routes too. I snapped another one off in case of an emergency. Now if I threw all this into stocks. Now, come closer everyone.
A cheerful voice rang out. I turned towards the direction of the voice. The club leader and other members had arrived. Today's event would finally start. But to be honest, I didn't know much about today's event. I only roughly wrote the conclusion. Chai Na-yoon was gravely injured by a berserk jin, and Sven dissipated into dust. That was it. The whole point of this event was to get Kim So-ho to think about Chai Na-yoon. Because of today's event, Kim So-ho would mistake Chai Na-yoon to be the jin's target, and while everyone was paying attention to Chai Na-yoon, Yoo-yeona would be kidnapped.
It was something like that.
But the biggest problem was that Sven had changed from the original story.
He became calmer and more elaborate.
Since he could use Asmodeus' power better, Chai Na-yoon might suffer a more disgraceful situation.
It's nice to see everyone again.
Again, our hunting club helps citizens by hunting wild animals, the so-called killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The talkative club leader began his speech.
Oh, by the way, who might you be? I don't recall seeing you in the orientation.
But suddenly, he stopped his speech and asked me.
I'm Kim Ha-jin. I couldn't attend the orientation due to a personal matter. Ah, that's fine. We didn't do much on the orientation. For today.
I looked for Chai Na-yoon while ignoring the club leader. I found her almost instantly, but I jumped mildly in surprise. Chai Na-yoon was also staring at me.
fixedly, with a suspicious look. Chapter 32. Same bed, different dreams, too.
I climbed a mountain, and from the numerous trees on its peak, I chose the tallest red pine to climb. From the treetop, I looked around. I could see everything within the horizon. Neither the densely packed pine trees nor the countless number of leaves could impede the thousand-mile eyes. Everything was within my sight: a young nameless cadet chasing after a wild boar, a second-year couple who were making out instead of hunting, Chai-Nayun who was skillfully shooting her arrows, and Sven who was throwing pebbles by a creek. Chai-Nayun and Sven separated for their bet on who would hunt more wild animals. As such, Chai-Nayun was focused on hunting, but Sven wasn't. He was staring fixedly at the creek. It clearly wasn't to hunt a wild animal. But then, something strange happened. From the opposite side of the creek, a wild animal appeared. It was a leopard cat, one of the most common animals. Sven did not even glimpse at it, but a tentacle shot out of his back, flying towards the leopard cat like a spear and piercing its neck. The leopard cat was then dragged towards Sven on a skewer. Clearly, it was Asmodeus' power. His hunting continued in this way for an hour. Chai-Nayun searched for wild animals herself, while Sven killed any wild animal that came within a 300-meter range of him without moving a finger. Then, seemingly because their promised time was over, the two of them joined up at the creek. A total of 6. 3 wild boars, 1 leopard cat, and 2 rabbits. Chai-Nayun spoke proudly. As you can see, I killed 8. Sven smiled as he pointed at the wild animals piled up next to him. Immediately, Chai-Nayun's jaws dropped. Really? Chai-Nayun approached the pile of corpses and confirmed Sven's words. Wow, you weren't kidding. How did you find 8? Chai-Nayun sat down next to Sven as she ruffled her hair. You brought them from somewhere, didn't you? How much did you pay? She joked as she poked Sven's arm. From my perspective, it did look like Chai-Nayun was leading him on. In reality, she was probably doing it thoughtlessly. So now you have to grant me a wish, right? TSK, yeah. What do you want? They had bet on a wish. I was beginning to understand why Sven lost control. Yeah. Sven looked straight into Chai-Nayun's eyes. Then, he shook his head with a grin. No, it's nothing. What is it? Tell me. I took out my gun from Stigma's extra-dimensional space. I was about a kilometer away, but I could snipe from here without a problem. Whoosh. Ether adhered to the gun and increased its performance. You see. Why Sven went berserk made sense if he confessed and was rejected. Sven had fallen in love at first sight when he saw Chai-Nayun at the beginning of the school year. In addition, Asmodeus, the devil Sven was contracted to, was the devil of lust. Endurance hardly existed in a djinn with amplified emotions and obsession. I like you. Ha? Chai-Nayun frowned at the sudden confession. What are you saying so suddenly? You don't like me? Of course I don't. It's been, 2 days since we first talked to each other? You expect me to fall in love with you in 2 days? Well, maybe you did, but I didn't. Chai-Nayun got up coldly. Sven drooped his head. He was only rejected, but his body was already beginning to transform. Black magic power was rising from parts of his body. I aimed my gun at his head. Plus, I like men who are stronger than me. Than you? Yeah, and you're much weaker than me, so I can't see you as a man. With that, the switch was triggered. Sven's eyes turned blood red. Though he managed to endure it until now, Sven was only an extra. And this was an extra's limit. Really? Sven got up. Chai-Nayun spoke without turning around to look. Yeah. So don't contact me from now. I'm sorry, but I think cutting off our relationship cleanly will be better than staying friends and giving you false hope. Sven leaned towards Chai Nayun. At the same time, I fired. The target point was Sven's head. But the actual location of impact was his shoulder. It was because of the distance between us and the fact that Sven moved. Sven must have planned to jump on Chai Nayun, but because of my bullet, he lost his balance and ended up headbutting her instead. UK. Chai Nayun flew forward after being struck by Sven. However, she landed without shock with an agile forward roll. She quickly turned around. Immediately, she saw Sven, whose body had half transformed into a djinn. You. Sven glared at Chai Nayun and sent his tentacles after her. I fired consecutively. 1, 2, 3, 4. I emptied the magazine. Even while she was bewildered at the mysterious support, Chai Nayun did what she needed to do. She quickly jumped back to gain distance before firing her bow. An arrow penetrated Sven's shoulder. But even with an arrow sticking out of him, Sven ran towards Chai Nayun and grabbed her head. But He then slammed her on the ground while shouting loudly. Stronger than you. Boom. Sven sat on Chai Nayun in a mount position. Chai Nayun struggled and gathered magic power in her hand. In the blink of an eye, the magic power condensed into the shape of a dagger. However, Sven grabbed her wrist before she could make her move. Tisk. I couldn't help her from this distance. Sven's body was covered with reinforced magic power. Ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate this barrier, but using a light bullet was also impossible. Because Chai Nayun was right under him, she would be swept in as well. With no other choice, I jumped from tree to tree. At the same time, I changed the Desert Eagle into its shotgun form. I had to get close and blow up his head, which had weaker magic power reinforcement due to his incomplete Jinn transformation. The 1 kilometer distance was shortened in a moment. Landing smoothly on the ground, I approached Sven and Chai Nayun. Up. Sven had kept Chai Nayun alive. As I said before, Asmodeus was the devil of lust. It was clear what Asmodeus' contracted Jinn would want to do. Seeing Sven licking Chai Nayun's face, I frowned in disgust and put the gun barrel next to his head. The coldness of the steel made Sven shudder. His eyeballs rolled towards me. I pulled the trigger immediately. The shotgun shell tore through Sven's head and messed up its inside. Sven flew away, screaming. Kak. Thankfully, you're alive. I looked down at Chai Nayun. Her face was wet with saliva and there were wounds on her body, but she was alive. Trying to fool around and dying in vain, this was precisely the special trait of jinns of lust. Stand. When I reached my hand out to Chai Nayun, a tentacle came flying at me. Ether instantly formed a shield and protected me from the first strike. But Sven flew towards me using his tentacle. He lightly struck Ether's shield away and grabbed my neck. Look! It was an indescribable pain. As I was getting choked, I was deprived of oxygen. I couldn't breathe, and I couldn't talk. All I could do was struggle. My vision began to turn cloudy. I couldn't feel my limbs. My body felt numb, but I didn't see anything like my life flashing before my eyes. My thoughts cut off and my pulse began to slow. I closed my eyes. I was unfamiliar with the sensation of death. Let go, you bastard. Like a bolt of lightning, someone's shout woke my consciousness from falling asleep. Chai Nayun was flying up behind Sven's back. She swung an incredibly long sword. From Sven's shoulder to his waist, the sword cleanly severed him in half. Poo hawk. Sven collapsed in 2 halves, and I gasped for air on the ground. This was the first time I felt so thankful to have oxygen. Ha. After 3 big pants, I leaned against a tree trunk. Phew. Wow, what was that, a lightsaber? Then, I spoke nonchalantly while pointing at the long sword in Chai Nayun's hands. Chai Nayun had formed a sword purely with magic power. The sword blade surged with magic power, while the handle was calm without movement. I knew just how difficult it was to achieve this perfect harmony.
Even Kim Soho wouldn't be able to do it.
It was only possible for Chai Nayun, as this was a part of her true gift.
I don't know.
The magic power sword in her hands disappeared.
Chai Nayun and I stared at each other silently.
The more I looked at her, the more I realized what poor state she was in. She was bleeding profusely from her wounds, and her clothes were ripped to shreds, revealing her underwear. I took off my coat and pushed it to her.
But Chai Nayun only stared at it. Take it. Are you okay? She asked a strange question instead of taking the coat like I said. Yeah. I'm glad. What about you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Thud.
Chai Nayun collapsed as soon as she said that. It was only obvious with how much magic power she used. I flipped her over so that she was facing the sky and put my coat over her.
Then, I stared at the spot Sven was.
Without a sound, without leaving behind a single trace of his existence, Sven dissipated into thin air.
This was the death of a jinn.
As humans contracted devils using their souls as the price, they belonged to their contracted devil even in death.
Cha!
The trees cried somberly.
Tomorrow, Germany would receive a tragic news. SSSSS.
Chai Nayun opened her eyes at the sound of ruffling leaves and the wind's chilling breeze.
The sky was completely dark.
But before she could question where she was, an intense pain swept her head like a tsunami. Chai Nayun clutched her head. A pain similar to glass shards tearing up her head disappeared after tormenting her for a long time.
Ha!
Once the pain died down, Chai Nayun collected her breath while still lying down on the ground. Only then did she remember what happened.
Was it a dream?
Everything she experienced felt so distant, and she naturally wondered if it was all a dream. But the wounds on her body and the coat covering her told her it was all real.
Oh, right.
Chai Nayun raised her upper body. But at that moment, she discovered the silhouette of a man and shouted in surprise.
Ah! Oh God, you scared me. You're up.
It was Kim Hajin. Leaned against a tree, he was staring at his smartwatch. It was Kim Hajin again. Every time something happened, he was always there. Though, it was also thanks to him that she escaped from death 3 times.
What time is it? 10 at night. What? It's curfew soon. Chai Nayun tried to get up quickly.
But she couldn't feel her legs. Wondering what was going on, she tried to move them again.
Still, neither moved. No matter how many times she tried, they didn't budge.
An indescribable terror swept over her, making her heart beat loudly.
What, my legs, what's W wrong with MI? Magic power exhaustion. Is it your first time? Ha? Magic power exhaustion? Magic power exhaustion. Chai Nayun had heard about it.
The dictionary definition was a state in which a person was completely drained of magic power. Once a person completely used up his magic power recovery rate would be lowered drastically, and he would be bedridden for at least 2 days.
Yep.
After a short retort, Kim Hajin approached Chai Nayun. Then, he kneeled down with his back pointing towards her. This incomprehensible action made Chai Nayun furrow her brows.
What? Get on. You can't walk. Do I look crazy? Then what, you want to stay here forever?
Kim Hajin's look of pity was nothing short of humiliation.
But she didn't have any other choice.
She would be troubled without his help. Chai Nayun wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled herself up.
I'm going. Yeah.
Kim Hajin slowly began to descend the mountain.
Watching the distant scenery, Chai Nayan fell in thought Sven was a djinn. Then was he the culprit behind the cadets' disappearances? Djinns were people who were once humans, so since when was Sven a djinn? And where did Kim Ha-jin pop out from? Don't tell me, was he constantly following me around? This guy. Does he really like me? Chai Nayan needed more time to process everything that happened today. Chapter 33. Exam Period 1. 10:55 p.m.
I safely arrived at Gangwondo's portal station with Chai Nayan.
Thankfully, there weren't many people around.
I put Chai Nayan down on a nearby bench. She glanced at her smartwatch and murmured,
"It's almost curfew." Immediately, I became speechless. Going to Cube in her current state was ridiculous. Contact your father. Why? You know why. Go get treated at a hospital.
I turned to the portal, leaving Chai Nayan alone on the bench.
I'm going. What? Where? To Cube. You can give my coat back later. Take me too. Hey. Ak. Chai Nayan tried to get up and fell forward. Looking at her pitiful state, I couldn't help but sigh. You should really go to a hospital.
Chai Nayan clenched her teeth and glared at me.
Her lips trembled. It seemed she really didn't want to call her father. It was understandable. Chai Nayan's father was the head of a chaebol group. He was a busy and important man. Even though he would run over the moment he heard his daughter was hurt, Chai Nayan didn't want that. You have a butler or an attendant, right? Yeah, you can go. Chai Nayan retorted curtly. All right. I walked towards the portal employee, then stopped. I suddenly remembered something. Today, Chai Nayan subconsciously unleashed her gift. The magic power sword that cut down a djinn in a single slash, that was the gift Chai Nayan needed to develop. Hey, are you still going to use a bow? What? What are you talking about? You felt it today, didn't you?
Chai Nayan's gift was specialized for close-ranged combat.
More specifically, it was specialized for war. As long as she had a conductor of magic power, she could amplify it tremendously. For example, her gift could transform a 2-meter sword into a monstrous 20-meter sword. Furthermore, because magic power was weightless, the transformed sword wouldn't be any heavier. In a way, it was similar to Sun Wukong's Jingu Bang 1. The only difference was that Chai Nayan didn't need a legendary grade weapon to display a similar strength. Slaughtering hundreds of monsters with a single blow, an Imperial might capable of making djinns shudder in fear, Emperor of the battlefield would be the epithet given to her. You should be using a sword, not a bow. Just like in the original story, large weapons like Zweihander or Claymore suited her best. She even had the financial power to purchase the most expensive weapons. Oh yeah? What do you know about me? But Chai Nayan didn't know her future. She refused to even accept the idea. The current Chai Nayan had yet to overcome her fear of close-ranged combat. Never mind then. I stepped into the portal. I could feel a resentful gaze piercing into my back. She might be thinking, is he really going to leave me here? But yes, I was planning to do exactly that. The next day. Just like the saying, nothing travels faster than words, last night's matter was already widespread. Chai Nayan was attacked by a djinn, and the djinn was a cadet named Sven. Chai Nayan came out victorious, but she was seriously injured. But even in the midst of such rumor, Friday's class resumed normally. My meeting with Kim Suho wasn't delayed either. He asked me to come to room 303 before 5 p.m. It's an important matter, so don't forget. If it goes well, it can improve your grade too. After class, he reminded me once more. He should have heard about what happened to Chai Nayan, so he was probably planning on visiting her after the meeting. Yeah. I nodded.
Kim Soo-ho tapped on my shoulder and busily walked away.
I yawned while looking at his back.
Since it was 3:30, I still had some time before the meeting.
I wanted to go back to the dorm and take a nap. But while I was talking down the hallway, what? It felt like someone was following me. But when I turned around, no one was there. The presence was too calm to be a djinn. Then was it an assassin? Why would an assassin be following me? Was I mistaken?
I took out my laptop and continued walking. 383,013,160 points have been deposited. These points can be used in Violet Banquet or traded for cash. At least 10 million P required. Because of Violet Banquet's enormous fee, what was close to 600 million won had shrunk to 400 million. But there was no reason to think it was unfair. First trade with Violet Banquet was always like this. Purchaser Young Fly has requested to talk to you. Seller's nickname will show up as anonymous. If you have any more ginsengs, I'd like to buy them. I didn't accept his request. I didn't have any ginsengs to sell either. Now. I turned around quickly. Shashashik. In a flash, someone hid behind the wall. However, my eyes could see through walls. It was a rather unexpected person. Rachel. With her back stuck to the wall, she was holding her beating heart. Was I mistaken? To understand why she was following me, I turned back around. Then, I turned off the laptop. Using its black screen as a mirror, I looked behind me. When I started walking, Rachel peeked her head out. Her gaze was fixed on my bag. But why my bag? The only thing in it was a notebook. Thinking about it now, this was the way to the library. The dorm was right next to it. Is she trying to steal my notebook? No, a princess wouldn't do something like that. Besides, there wasn't anything worthwhile in it. I continued to walk and Rachel tenaciously chased after me. She didn't stop until I entered my dorm. She really followed me all the way here? When I looked out from the dorm window, she was glaring at the dorm with a regretful face. Interesting. I walked into my room with a grin. After taking a light nap, I left the dorm and arrived at room 303 Kim Soo-ho told me about. There was already quite a crew gathered here: Shin Jong-hak, Yoo Yona, Kim Horak, and Lee Young-hen. It almost looked like a scene from my novel, Kim Soo-ho and his friend versus Shin Jong-hak and his lackeys. Even Kim Horak, who was the weakest one here, had a fairly important role until the middle of the story. I felt completely out of place. They didn't say anything when they saw me, so I opened my mouth first. Why did you call me? I asked, pretending not to know. But just that innocent question was enough to make Shin Jong-hak frown. Thankfully, Kim Soo-ho explained before Shin Jong-hak expressed his dissatisfaction. I haven't told Hajin why we're meeting yet. So, what is it? Kim Soo-ho stood up at my question. He should have just stayed sitting. His height made me slightly uncomfortable. I said his height is 185 centimeters. Now, I was slightly regretting it. Hajin, you've heard about cadets going missing, right? Yeah. It's about that. Cube entrusted us to investigating the cause. Of course, they're going to do their own investigation, but since it's likely that the culprit is a student, they think it'll be easier for students to investigate. I was about to nod nonchalantly, but after realizing that this was supposed to be my first time hearing about this, I dropped my jaws pretending to be surprised. But why me? You have good eyes. I heard you can see over 1,000 miles away. Well, yeah. I do have good eyes. So it really was for that single reason? I feigned a smile and sat down on a nearby chair. As a result, Kim Soo-ho naturally came to sit at the table's head.
Kim Soho looked into my eyes and asked, "Will you help us?" "I don't know if I can, but I didn't want to give up on potential SP. Thanks." Kim Soho smiled happily. He then cleared his throat and brought up yesterday's incident. "First, I don't think the Jin who attacked Nayun is this incident's culprit. But..." Shin Jonghak interrupted him. "Nayun?" He was picking at the fact that he didn't address Chai Nayun with her last name. "But I think there is a high chance that Chai Nayun is the real culprit's next target. Jins follow their contracted devil's orders, so if Sven's contracted devil ordered him to attack Chai Nayun, it makes sense that another Jin would go after her." It was a good theory, but incorrect. Sven's contracted devil and the culprit's contracted devil weren't the same. In the first place, Asmodeus and Lilith had completely different dispositions. So I'm wondering, can you think of anyone suspicious? Someone you know who recently has been acting strangely. Before the real investigation began, Kim Soho asked for everyone's opinions. But no one stepped forward, and Yuyona was staring at me fixedly. Soon, Shin Jonghak and Kim Horak also turned their gaze towards me. I knew the real culprit. But I was hesitant to reveal his name without any proof. The culprit should be leaving behind traces of his act, but he was going too quickly. In the original story, 6 people went missing in the span of 2 months, but in this storyline, 3 people had gone missing in just 2 weeks. I felt guilty letting more people die just so I could wait for the story to catch up. At this rate, there could even be more victims than in the original story. Perhaps, it was better to throw down his name, so the investigation team had an idea where to start. Yeah, I have someone in mind. 5 pairs of eyes became focused on me. Who? Kim Soho asked. I slowly opened my mouth and spoke the real culprit's name. Yoon Hyun. Immediately, a deep silence descended in the room. No one seemed to react to my comment. PFT. Soon, Yuyona's mocking laughter broke the silence, and Kim Soho gently rebutted. That person has an alibi. We already looked into him because he was close to the first victim. It was obvious that Yoon Hyun had an alibi. But what if the victim went to Yoon Hyun on her own? A mental magic that could lure a cadet? Yeah, that makes sense. Shin Jonghak rebutted sarcastically. The contempt and disdain he had in his eyes were as if he was staring at an insect. Just like Shin Jonghak said, it wasn't easy to lure a cadet with a mental magic. Even if it was possible, it couldn't have escaped people's suspicion. After all, people who were under the effect of mental magic moved like puppets or scarecrows. However, if it's mental magic, yeah. But it was different if it was love. That was the biggest difference between enchantment and mental magic. Someone who was in love didn't know oneself was bewitched. Screw the useless talk. Shin Jonghak cut me off before I could finish my sentence. He then kicked an empty chair, which rolled towards my leg. As for me, at that moment, Yuyona made a dangerous smile. She slowly raised her hand and pointed at me. I'm more suspicious of you. What? My head drew a blank. Because it was so sudden, I was lost for words and froze. Yuyona, that's not right either. Hajin also has an alibi. Kim Soho quickly refuted the idea, but Yuyona easily rebutted him. His alibi is a record of him using the portal. If he is a Jin, tampering with something like that should be easy. Compared to Senior Yoon Hyun who was with others, that person is much more. Why don't we beat him up first? Kim Horak hastily got up. With the way he cracked his knuckles and displayed his muscles, he practically looked like a miniature ogre. I'm sure he'll sing or transform if he's beaten. Hey, get up. Yuyona and Kim Horak. Shin Jonghak and Lee Younghan. Everyone other than Kim Soho looked at me with suspicious eyes. As the person in the middle of it all, I was furious. This had never happened to me before, even in a mafia game.
So this was what it felt like to be falsely accused.
Should I not have brought up Yun Hyun's name?
No, even if I didn't, this would have happened anyways.
Yuna must have planned to do so from the beginning. Jonghak, I can break an arm or two, right? The ogre asked for Shin Jonghak's consent.
Before Shin Jonghak could give his answer, I jumped out of my chair.
Yeah, come at me, you fat son of a bitch. I'll drill a hole in your head. What did you say? Look at this crazy motherfucker.
Kim Horak raised his voice. I took out my gun from my back pocket, but Kim Horak only snorted disdainfully.
Retard, you think that can make me flinch?
Kim Horak positioned himself to charge forward. I also lowered my center of gravity.
I had ether. I could cook up some stupid pig whenever I wanted. Stop.
But at that moment, Kim Soho stepped in between us. He even had his training sword out.
Now's not the time for this. Hajin, you calm down too.
I snapped back to reality, looking at the chilling flash on his sword blade. Though I shouted in a grand manner, Kim Horak was too strong of an opponent for my current self.
Don't get angry. If you get angry, it's your loss. After telling myself that, I took in a deep breath and pointed at Yuna. You, if you're doubtful, ask Chai Nayun. What does Nayun have to do with this?
I was talking to Yuna, but it was Shin Jonghak who reacted sensitively.
When she was attacked by a jinn, I was there too. We killed him together. She didn't tell you yet? I said so as I glared at Yuna.
She received my gaze in a perfectly calm manner without a single word.
Anyways, I made myself clear. The culprit is that piece of shit Yun Hyun.
After leaving those words to Yuna, the final victim, I turned around.
UK.
In the middle of walking out, I tripped accidentally.
My body slipped to the side.
But in the path I was walking, a fat boar suddenly flew in and smashed against the wall. The charge was too quick for a boar and too destructive for an attack on a fellow cadet, as a crack appeared on Cube's reinforced wall.
Oh? You dodged that?
Shin Jonghak's lips twisted up in interest.
That just now was Kim Horak's tackle. If it hit, I didn't think it would have ended with just a couple broken bones. You, son of a bitch. Kim Horak stood up.
For someone who attacked first, he sure was angry.
I didn't have any other choice.
I pointed my gun at him.
I think I need to teach you a lesson. But Kim Soho stopped us once again. This time, he did it with action rather than words. Magic power rose up from his sword and separated me from Kim Horak. If you're that suspicious, just ask Nayun. Yuna! He shouted at Yuna. Kim Soho's furious look even made the proud Yuna shrink. Wait 1 minute. TSK. Yuna clicked her tongue and turned on her smartwatch.
1. Jingu Bang is the magical staff used by Sun Wukong, which can elongate endlessly.
Chapter 34. Exam period 2. Yuna called Chai Nayun and asked if what Kim Hajin said was true.
Chai Nayun carefully explained what happened the day before, and it was exactly as Kim Hajin said. In fact, Chai Nayun went so far as to make a definitive claim.
There's no way Kim Hajin is a jinn, she said. The meeting was disbanded afterwards.
Kim Hajin stomped out of the room, while Kim Soho and Yi Yanghan chased after him. Once the short yet fierce disturbance passed by, room 303 became silent.
The 3 remaining people didn't speak.
In the midst of the silence, Yuna saw Kim Horak massaging his right shoulder.
Does it hurt? And no, I'm fine. That was your gift, right? Many cadets already knew about Kim Horak's gift.
That was how straightforward it was. A simple and brute gift that instantly amplified his body's explosive and destructive power.
This easy-to-understand gift was one of the strongest gifts for martial arts.
But Kim Ha-jin had dodged his attack easily.
His movement wasn't flashy or nimble in any way.
Almost as though he simply tripped, he had used a concise movement to dodge Kim Horak, whose gift was specialized for martial arts.
Kim Horak dodged Yu Yona's gaze. He wasn't feeling sorry about wrongfully accusing Kim Ha-jin. He was only embarrassed that his attack had been so easily dodged.
If you...
Yu Yona sighed and glanced at Shin Jong-hak.
For a while, he was only staring at his smartwatch.
Was he messaging Chai Na-eun? That's what Yu Yona worried about.
Jong-hak, what are you up to? Yu Yona approached him with an affectionate smile.
Shin Jong-hak answered without bothering to give Yu Yona a glance.
I'm looking to see if there's more of an item I bought.
Item?
Yeah, I bought something. What did you buy?
Yu Yona pulled on Shin Jong-hak's arm and acted cute in her own way. You don't need to know.
But Shin Jong-hak pushed her away.
Yu Yona's face froze at his cold action. TSK. If we're done, I'm leaving.
Shin Jong-hak clicked his tongue and got up. In his mind, his action was justified. The website he was looking at was the famous Violet Banquet. However, Cube's cadets were prohibited from being a member of that website.
It wasn't just Violet Banquet.
Owning any black market ID was enough to get a cadet expelled. Even so, his indifferent attitude hurt Yu Yona's feelings.
Kim Horak, aren't you coming?
Huh?
Oh, yeah.
Kim Horak, who was peeking at Yu Yona's face, followed Shin Jong-hak like a puppy.
Just like that, Yu Yona became alone.
She looked around the empty room. Suddenly, anger surged up from her heart. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened.
Now, she was beginning to get upset. Shin Jong-hak, you bastard, just which part of Chai Na-eun is better than me?
If you...
But what can I do?
I just have to try harder. When Yu Yona was about to chase after Shin Jong-hak, her smartwatch vibrated.
It was a message from Yoon Hyun. There's going to be a preparatory exam next Monday. You're coming, right?
Club activities stopped during exam periods, but the academics club offered peer tutoring during this time. Yu Yona started typing, but she suddenly remembered what Kim Ha-jin said.
That the culprit of this incident was Yoon Hyun. Stupid. Yu Yona dismissed the idea once again and sent her reply. 9 p.m. I was sitting on a bench.
I already chased away Kim Soho and Lee Young-han, who followed me to comfort me. In an empty park, I stared up at the night sky all alone. I released the bitterness in my heart.
Ha!
I reflected on what happened. Not only was I thrown into my own novel, I even got into an argument with characters I created with love. All sorts of feelings I had kept pent up in my heart exploded today.
I wanted to stop. I wanted to go back to my old, one-room house. I wanted to see my parents.
I avoided them, saying I was too busy, but now I was full of regrets.
How was the time flowing in my old world? If it was the same as this place, I should be a missing person by now. I might even be considered dead by the time I go back.
After all, I would have to spend close to 10 years in this world. At this point, I was glad I raised my perseverance stat. In this world, I had nothing. The memories I built up, the relationships, the feelings, none of them were here. My old self wouldn't have been able to endure it. Even if I didn't have the courage to commit suicide, I would have given up on the hope of returning home. I might have given up being part of the main storyline and gone on to live a normal life.
Ah, I want to see you, Mom.
It didn't feel right saying this as a 26-year-old man, but my voice trembled from the deep sincerity in my heart. I hoped she was healthy. I hoped she was getting along with Dad. If time was flowing normally in the other world, I hoped they would find out about me going missing as lately as possible. I didn't want to even imagine them being sad because of me.
Once I began to think along this line, it just didn't seem to end. I remembered my friends.
I cursed them from time to time for calling me when I was busy, but I missed them, especially today. Even the seniors from my college and the army, who liked to mess with me, popped up in my head. Both good and bad connections I've made in my life lit up in my heart like stars. But the outside world was still dark, and not even a faint starlight existed in its sky. Dreaming of stars in a starless world only filled me with anguish.
Phew! I wiped my reddened eyes and stood up.
The handgun in my hand was still cold and heavy. The sensation was like a familiar scent.
My high perseverance stat indeed gave me an amazing recuperative power.
A day was enough to mend my broken mentality, and after working out, hunting, and buying stocks, as usual, the weekend flew by in the blink of an eye.
Exams are next week, starting with the written exams. The combat exams will be on the following week.
But remember what I've always said, written exams are just as important as combat exams.
Today was Monday.
The professor purposely spoke in a grave tone.
Just like he said, the midterm exams would begin in just a week. I was also a bit apprehensive.
Of course, I had nothing to worry about in written exams, but the problem was with combat exams. In duels, cadets fought each other in a one-on-one battle. In Monster Wars, cadets fought illusionary monsters summoned by magicians rather than mana puppets. Cadets didn't show mercy in duels to maximize the points they gained, and summoned monsters in Monster Wars were on a completely different league than mana puppets. In a way, they were no different than real monsters. So I had to prepare myself for the pain of getting my flesh cut or my bones broken. But setting the exam worry aside, I couldn't focus on today's class because of someone sitting next to me.
Rachel.
She always sat by herself in the back of the class, but ever since the results came out for the Phenomenon Realm Analysis exam, she has been getting close to me seat by seat, and now she was sitting next to me. To be exact, she was still a seat away since there was still an empty seat between us.
In any case, Rachel kept sneaking a glance at my notebook.
She wasn't just stealing a look, but she also seemed to be writing something down. Just to be sure, I wrote down a random string of words.
Yu Kim Ok Jun Ja Hyuk. Yu Okja. Kim Jun Hyuk.
It was my mother's and father's name. I rolled my eyes to the side and observed Rachel. As expected, she snuck a glance before quickly jotting something down on her notebook.
With my eyes, I could clearly see the words Yu Kim Ok Jun Ha Hyuk. Next, I scribbled down a string of numbers next to my parents' names. 19,680,529.19660912. It was my father's and mother's birthday. Rachel also jotted down the numbers. Next, I scribbled down the name of the dog I used to have, then a putzmid, which was an anagram of I'm stupid. The class then ended while I was still messing around with Rachel. Good luck on your exams next week. The results will be posted for everyone to see, so don't embarrass yourselves. The professor left after reminding the cadets. Immediately afterwards, Chai Nayun's seat became noisy. Chai Nayun had returned from the hospital today. It seemed she still had trouble moving, as she had all sorts of supporting equipment with her. Just like in the original story, Kim Soho and Shin Jonghak ran up to her. "What's wrong with you guys? I can move just fine by myself." They backed off slightly at Chai Nayun's complaint but still remained hovering around her. "Kim Soho, you should leave." "Why? Can't you see Nayun is uncomfortable having you around?" Shin Jonghak was provoking Kim Soho as usual, and one girl watched them from the side with somewhat lonely eyes. She smiled, acting as though she was fine, but I knew she was feeling alienated. Obviously, it was Yu Yona. Yu Yona approached Chai Nayun and the others and spoke. "Jonghak, Nayun, I'm going first." "Yeah. HM? Oh, bye Yona. Good luck studying."
Shin Jonghak and Chai Nayun's greeting was just for courtesy.
Yuna left the classroom biting her lips.
I stuffed my laptop and writing utensils in my bag and walked out the back door.
Immediately, I ran into Yuna.
She should have gone left to go to the dorm, but for some reason, she chose the opposite direction.
We looked at each other awkwardly. "Where are you going?" I asked. "To the dorm." Like I said before, this wasn't the way to the dorm. But I didn't want to continue talking to her. "I see." Yuna didn't say anything more either.
She simply made a small bow and walked past me.
Yuna opened the clubroom door.
The clubroom looked no different than usual, but the empty room gave off a slight chill. The only person inside was Yunhyun, who was reading on the teaching platform.
Yuna tilted her head. Where was everyone else? At that moment, Yunhyun noticed Yuna and walked over. "You're here?" "Yes." "Come take a seat." Yuna sat down for now.
Not having anyone else around made her feel a bit uneasy, but she soon calmed down.
It was likely thanks to Yunhyun. For some reason, the scent Yunhyun gave off was calming and cozy, so Yuna could always relax in front of him. Where did everyone go? They're coming soon. Oh right, Yuna, I heard you joined the team. Team? You know, the Jin investigation team. I'm in it too as the second-year representative. Yunhyun's voice was clear and firm. At least, that's how Yuna felt. Oh really?
As expected, Kim Ha-jin's suspicion was a complete nonsense.
But we haven't made any progress. Do you guys have any lead? Any suspects? No, not yet. Really? So you guys haven't made any progress either? Yunhyun asked softly. Yuna pondered for a moment at his courteous manner of speech. Progress. There wasn't any. The meeting was disbanded before anything happened. One person did say something, but it was stupid. Stupid? I'm curious what it was now.
Yunhyun leaned against the desk Yuna was sitting on and placed down a scented candle.
What's this? A scented candle. It'll help when we're studying later. Anyways, what did this person say?
Yunhyun asked with a kind smile on his face.
Yuna smelled the scented candle. It was aromatic and gentle. Her body relaxed, and the day's exhaustion seemed to wear away. Tell me. It's nothing, really. Yuna smirked. Some guy was saying you were a Jin. That you could use some sort of mental magic. Absurd, isn't it? After answering, Yuna sniffed the scented candle once more.
The wonderful fragrance was almost addicting.
Because she was focused on the scented candle, she didn't see Yunhyun's face. Does he have proof? No. At that moment, Yuna suddenly snapped out of her daze. Tension welled up in her body once more.
She turned her head towards Yunhyun and glared at him.
When being suspected, most innocent people wouldn't ask if there was evidence. At least, not as the first question. After all, there couldn't possibly be any evidence against someone who didn't commit a crime. Oh, oops, I misspoke. What a funny kid. On what ground is he calling me a Jin?
Yunhyun realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself.
But it was too late. Yuna backed off, taking out her whip from her back pocket and pointing it at Yunhyun. Who are you? What's wrong, Yuna? Yunhyun smiled.
The gentle arc his eyes and lips quickly twisted viciously.
It's not your turn yet. Chapter 35. Exam period 3. With exams starting next week, the fitness center was filled with cadets. Hop. Yop. The spirited shouts coming from the sparring rooms pierced through the walls, while clashing of magic power created sharp sonic booms.
In the physical training room, cadets could be seen lifting 120 kilograms dumbbells effortlessly. I was also working out among such monsters. What I could do was pitiful compared to other cadets, but I was pouring out sweat and effort in my own way.
Weighing. Ugh. Using my smartwatch's vibration as an excuse, I put down the bar I was lifting. Dizziness immediately came over me. It seemed 130 kilograms bench press was still too much. I wiped my sweat off with a towel hanging around my neck and checked my smartwatch. The documents are ready. But are you really going to invest so much money in us?
It was a message from Park Soo-hyuk. Of the 500 million I earned from selling the ginseng, I bought stocks with 250 million and invested the rest into SH Agency.
I knew SH Agency would become just as successful as Pack Horsemaster.
Of course.
I'll see you tomorrow. Why us? It seemed Park Soo-hyuk was quite confused, but I couldn't blame him. The current SH Agency was a tiny nameless company that had yet to accomplish anything. It's fun, growing bigger together. Don't you think it'll be nice to see each other grow?
I wasn't investing in a company, but a person. That was how exceptional Park Soo-hyuk was. He was a future tycoon, jumping into this business without any connection and managing to achieve the world's most brilliant enterprise.
Ah. Yes. Then I'll see you tomorrow with all the documents and contracts. Thank you once again. No problem. See you then. After ending my conversation with Park Soo-hyuk, I lied down on the bench press once again. But immediately after I put my hands on the bar, my wrist vibrated once again. Who was it now? When I looked at my smartwatch, I couldn't help but furrow my brows. It was Yona. 9. I couldn't understand why she would suddenly message me, but the content of the message was even more mysterious. It was a single number. Did she press the wrong button? What's up with her? Since she didn't say anything else, I ignored it and put my hands back on the bar. Putting strength into my entire body, I lifted it up with regular breathing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. 9. 9. Suddenly, I thought of something. Don't tell me, is this a rescue signal? Yona was currently detained in the penthouse room of Cube's second-year dorm. No matter how much of an elite Yona was, she couldn't do anything against a djinn who was loved by Lilith. Yunhyun easily subdued Yona before storing her in an extra-dimensional pocket and moving her here. He couldn't show the meticulousness he usually did in hiding his tracks, and Yona's struggle was surely caught on CCTV, but since he planned to leave Cube once this matter was finished, he didn't care. Oh, this is him? The quick-witted one who said I was a djinn. Yunhyun looked at Yona's smartwatch he just snatched and grinned. The message Yona sent Kim Ha-jin was displayed on the smartwatch screen. Looks like I'll need to kill him later. Anyways, what's this? 9. That's all you sent to ask for help? Who would understand something so cryptic? Yunhyun dropped the smartwatch and stomped on it. Cube's proud smartwatch was shattered easily. Of course, even if he understood what you meant, he wouldn't be able to come in here. There's a barrier around this place, you see. Yona fiercely glared at Yunhyun while clenching her teeth. Seeing Yona's glare, Yunhyun trembled in ecstasy. Ah, amazing. Those eyes are amazing. It's okay, Yona. Soon, you'll come to like me too. Tap, tap. Yunhyun slowly approached Yona, who was tied to a chair. She struggled fiercely, but the restraint spell prevented her from moving. You have beautiful skin. Yunhyun put his hands on Yona's thigh. A faint handprint was left behind on her white skin. At the disgusting sensation akin to a snake licking her, Yona teared up. Once is enough. You won't be able to escape afterward. Lilith Nim allowed it for today too. That's right, Lilith Nim wants you too. Yunhyun spoke leisurely. The devil of enchantment bewitched people on a fundamental level. Once Yunhyun had his way, Yona would become a completely different person. Yona, weren't you lonely? I know that feeling too. Speaking persuasively, Yunhyun placed his hand on Yona's neck. A mind-muddling magic power was imbued in his breath. Yona trembled. No matter how powerful her mental power was, ecstasy forced by magic power wasn't something she could resist. If she could, she would not have hesitated to bite her own tongue to end her own life. It's easier if you give up. Yunhyun caressed Yona's face and whispered softly. A magic power of passion flowed into Yona from his hand. The magic power stimulated many parts of her body and urged her to submit. An intense pleasure akin to euphoria overwhelmed her. In the end, she let out a small aroused moan. Clang! But at that moment, a flash of light erupted from the window and a translucent beam of light pierced Yunhyun. What? Yunhyun was dazed by the unexpected attack as he fell on his knee. While he was struggling to comprehend what just happened, an unidentifiable voice rang out from the room. Serves you right for not listening to me and suspecting me. Yona's eyes shot open at the familiar voice. Yunhyun used this chance to imbue magic power into his injured leg, but the special regenerative power of Jin's didn't activate and only the pain increased. Don't think about recovering from that wound. I refined that bullet to be a bit more efficient. Unless you undergo a surgery to take it out. Shut it! Yunhyun shot up with a roar. Red magic power erupted from his body. His eyes, which had turned bloodshot, glanced around the empty room in vain. Where are you? Show yourself! Yunhyun swung his magic power around desperately. The storm of magic power swept through his surroundings, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. You can try all you want, but you won't be able to reach me. I'm far, far away, you see. You little rat! As if to respond to Yunhyun's curse, a single bullet shot through the window and pierced Yunhyun's shoulder. Yunhyun felt rage before pain. You! Yunhyun swung his arms frantically. Show yourself! Show yourself, you son of a bitch! His frenzied cry muddled his speech, and it became harder and harder to tell whether a human was talking or an animal was crying. Then, a few more bullets flew in through the window. Yunhyun erupted in a furious rage. Now, he was no different than a beast. Yona watched this overwhelming scene in a daze. Setting aside where the bullets were coming from, just how could mere bullets injure a jinn to this degree? She grew deeply curious at this unprecedented power. So this is why people enjoy sniping. With a mocking taunt, another bullet flew in. This time, the bullet hit Yunhyun's chest. He collapsed from the shock, then began to crawl pitifully using his hands. Immediately, bullets pierced his knees and shoulders. It was a critical blow preventing him from further movement. The bullets had all come from the window. Yunhyun thought that he just had to hide from sight. But the cold-hearted sharpshooter didn't allow any mercy. Another white shooting star flew in through the window and pierced his back. Yunhyun's hands trembled, while his bloodshot eyes widened. So durable. Oi, Yona, I'm about to use up all of the bullets you gave me. If you have a conscience, provide me with better ones. Yona couldn't laugh at the man's joking words. Yunhyun was in a pitiful state, while a man was protecting her from a faraway place. Realizing that she would survive, she relaxed. When the tension in her body disappeared, drowsiness overwhelmed her. If you're tired, just sleep. Kim Soho should be arriving soon. Before she fell asleep like the man said, Yona asked the one question she had. By the way, where are you talking from? Above you. The ceiling speaker, I hacked into it. Oh. I see.
Yuyona chuckled and closed her eyes.
At first, I thoughtlessly asked the Book of Truth whether Yunhyun had kidnapped Yuyona.
The Book of Truth answered yes, and I shot up in surprise. Not only was the schedule moved up, I was also notified of a settings change. Because my novel was for an audience of all ages, I made Yunhyun impotent, but an absurd setting had been added to his genitals. I immediately alerted Kim Soho, but since every second was vital, I set out myself. I ran to a mountaintop that had a clear view of the second-year cadets' dorm.
I only needed 5 minutes to climb the mountain thanks to my increased vitality and stamina. As a result, I could save Yuyona before it was too late. Thank God I chose to come.
Just now, Kim Soho barged into Yunhyun's penthouse after breaking the barrier. Yunhyun resisted with what little strength he had left, but Kim Soho cut him down with a single slash.
But it's better than I expected.
I stared at the giant anti-material sniper rifle in my hand in admiration.
With a length of 1.5
meters, it flaunted a domineering and beautiful appearance. The gun barrel, designed to amplify the gun's firepower, looked extremely vicious, but its platinum color and the golden patterns surrounding it gave it a noble elegance. This sniper rifle was the result of Ether and Desert Eagle's fusion.
I had created it just now using SP.
Sniper rifle mode transforms into a high-powered sniper rifle when fused with Ether.
Even after adding the restriction that Ether had to be used, the modification cost 250 SP. Using this anti-material sniper rifle, I sniped down a target 1.5 kilometers away.
I saw the enemy from a distance I couldn't be seen, and sniped an enemy from a distance I couldn't be attacked.
It was quite exhilarating. I'm sure Kim Suho will take care of the rest. I cancelled the fusion between Ether and Desert Eagle.
The 1.5 long sniper rifle returned to its normal handgun form.
You obtain 457 SP. An incredible luck applies. You obtained an additional 11% as a bonus.
You succeeded in a long-range snipe. Proficiency of Master Sharpshooter increases to grade 7.
I gained a lot of SP in a single day.
It was to be expected since I completed a major arc. I sat down on the ground and watched what was happening far away. Kim Soho was putting Yuyona on his back, while Cube's heroes were rushing into the dorm.
With this, the number of victims had decreased.
Though faint, a point of contact was also created between Yuyona and Kim Soho. Since Kim Soho was a kind main character, I was sure he would treat Yuyona well. Though things had become a bit messy, overall, I was satisfied with the outcome.
Chapter 36. Exam Period 4. Yuyona opened her eyes.
A patternless white ceiling filled her sight, and the sound of something being cut tickled her ears. She turned towards the direction of the sound. Kim Suho was cutting an apple with a fruit knife.
"What are you doing here?" Yuyona asked dumbfoundedly.
Kim Suho glanced at Yuyona before smiling bashfully.
"You're awake? It doesn't hurt anywhere, right?" "I'm fine. The doctor said there's nothing wrong with your body." Yuyona raised her upper body.
She felt slightly stiff and sore, but it wasn't to the point she couldn't move.
"What I want to know is why you're here. We're taking turns nursing you."
Me, Nayun, Shin Jonghak, and Kim Horak.
"Why?" Yuyona asked, genuinely curious. "Well, it's kind of our fault." "Ha?"
Yuyona fell in thought because of Kim Suho's incomprehensible words.
How was it their fault? But even after contemplating about what happened, she couldn't come up with an answer. Did they do something I didn't know? Yuyona glared at Kim Soho, demanding an explanation.
As members of the same team, we should have been more careful.
We were too absorbed in caring for Nayun that we were too negligent. Yuyona became lost for words.
Her brain seemed to freeze at the sheer stupidity of Kim Soho's statement. It wasn't like they could have known she would get attacked. Not to mention, the investigation team had only met twice, and there was even a huge argument in the second meeting.
Sorry. Put.
Yuna chuckled at Kim Soho's bashful apology. If anything, she realized just how stupidly kind this man was.
You don't need to be sorry. I got what I deserved.
Kim Soho scratched his neck and gave Yuna a plate of sliced apples, which were shaped like rabbits.
Yuna smiled subconsciously. Being a girl, Yuna liked cute things. They looked nice. Thanks. Kim Soho laughed innocently. His handsome face seemed to shine.
Yuna stared at his face in a daze before suddenly remembering something and asking.
"Oh right, did that person come?" "That person?" "Kim Hajin." Yuna couldn't say his name out loud. She had a conscience.
She didn't expect him to visit her after what she had done.
No, never mind.
She looked outside the window. There wasn't a single cluster of clouds on the east sea's clear and blue sky. The world seemed particularly bright under the beaming sunlight.
Seeing this dazzling scenery, Yuna fell in thought. She learned many things today.
Of course, her 17-year-old personality wouldn't entirely change with just this one incident.
Tomorrow's Yuna might not be too different than today's.
But there were certainly many things she felt from the bottom of her heart.
She wasn't sure whether it was self-reflection, introspection, or plain gratefulness.
Before she wrote everything down on her diary and pondered over it, she first picked up her smartwatch. There was still something she needed to do.
I received a message. Thank you.
I'll repay today's debts for sure.
The sender was Yuna.
Seeing her name, the corners of my mouth curled up to a smile. I wanted to say something cool, but the person sitting in front of me asked for another affirmation.
So I can just take this money? Really? I stared back at the man.
Park Se-hyuk has been like this for a while. I lost count how many times he asked if this was real.
Ha! I couldn't help but sigh. It was my money I was investing, so why was he so hesitant? Just buy an HUV, hunter utility vehicle, and a proper magic pouch already. Yes, yes, yes. Please take it. Please. I stood up and bowed down at a 90-degree angle. Please take it. I. What, do I need to kowtow? I'll do it. No. I'll take it. Thank you so much for investing in SH Agency. He finally put the signed documents in his suitcase. How did such an easygoing person end up becoming the agent world's greatest giant? I was the owner who created this setting, but I just couldn't understand it. After staring at him for a moment, I asked casually. By the way, how old are you? I'm 29. Ah, you're more than a decade older than me. You don't have to talk so formally. Talking casually would be better for our relationship. How can I do such a thing to an investor? Don't think of me as an investor, think of me as a business partner. You know, like we're building SH Agency together. But still. Don't worry, I'm fine with it. But... A back-and-forth argument went around on the topic of talking formally or casually. Eventually, I defeated Park Se-hyuk and he submitted. Okay. I won't talk so formally then. Good. I got up. Then let's go hunt. We'll stop at just 2 for today. Alright, then this young one will support you from the back. Park Se-hyuk laughed bashfully. We left the coffee shop. Right when we were about to head to the field, I saw a convenience store. So-hyuk-hyun? I was the one who suggested talking casually, but I felt shy now that I needed to do it. HM? What's up? We should buy a lottery ticket. I pointed at the poster that said, lottery ticket on sale. In truth,
This was the first method I thought up to make money since I had an absurd level of luck. But because of my status as a minor without a guardian, I haven't been able to do it until now.
Come on, lottery tickets are a waste of money.
You might be too young to understand these things, but the lottery is a scam.
It's not a scam. I have good luck, so I'll probably win something. I'll invest what I get on SH Agency, so give it a try. No, I'm telling you it's a scam. Just follow me. I dragged Park Soo-hyuk to the convenience store. I grabbed 10 instant lottery tickets on the counter, and with Park Soo-hyuk's clearly aged face, the clerk didn't even ask for his identification. After buying the 10 tickets, I brought them over to a nearby table. I need something to scratch them with. Oh, here's a coin. Even though he just said lottery tickets were a scam, he gave me a coin with anticipating eyes. I'll start then. Shock.
I started scratching on the silver foils on the ticket.
The first one was a fail. I immediately moved on to the second. Another fail.
I scratched the third ticket.
Another fail.
Park Soo-hyuk had already lost interest and yawned. Unperturbed, I continued scratching. Fourth, fifth, sixth. While Park Soo-hyuk walked around the cup ramen aisle, I scratched the 10th lottery ticket.
Oh, finally. You won? How much?
Park Soo-hyuk asked casually after picking up a cup ramen.
20 million won.
Oh, nice. Park Soo-hyuk then started walking towards the counter before suddenly stopping and tilting his head. Did I hear that wrong? Murmuring so, he turned towards me.
Can you repeat that? 20 million won. Looks like getting the first place jackpot is asking for too much.
First place was 100 million won.
I showed Park Soo-hyuk the lottery ticket.
His jaws instantly dropped.
What is this real?
It's real, so take it.
I handed him the ticket. Why are you giving this to me? Oh, didn't I tell you? I'm still a minor, so I can't claim the money. You can take it.
It's an additional investment, so send me a modified contract. Park Soo-hyuk stared at me in a daze.
His gaping mouth didn't think to close. The cup ramen he was holding could probably fit in his mouth.
It sure was big.
Take it. Oh, yeah.
Park Soo-hyuk quickly put the lottery ticket in his pocket. Next, he quickly looked around himself and began to sweat as though he had just committed a crime. You can put down your guard.
No one is going to steal it. No, you don't understand how scary the world can be.
Moonlight shone through a broken window, but it only lit up dusty ruins and absolute silence. Vines and moss were the only living things in this desolate place abandoned by humans.
A factory in Suwon abandoned after outcall. This was Chameleon Troop's temporary hiding place.
Boss. A voice rang out in the empty space. The call awoke an existence sleeping in the darkness.
You're awake? The existence slowly opened its eyes. The revealed pupils glistened like jewels yet carried a threatening aura. Those bastards started moving.
The pack horse master.
They just listed themselves on the stock market.
The ownerless voice notified the existence of this information. The existence replied briefly.
Not even a hint of emotion could be felt in the dull voice. Understood. What should we do next?
The existence put off answering the question and slowly raised its body. Meanwhile, a full moon revealed itself from behind the clouds. A brighter moonlight infiltrated the window and lit up the existence's body.
The enshrouding darkness instantly melted down. That aside, Boss is beautiful as always.
Long black hair seemingly weaved out of shadows, full pink lips, and a smooth white skin adorning a graceful figure. A woman, who seemed to be the manifestation of modern beauty, spoke without the slightest change in her expression.
Do you have a death wish? A dark blue magic power crackled from her hands. I'm kidding, but it's not like I can say boss is ugly. Forgive me. The threatening magic power akin to an erupting lava calmed down. Anyways, what are we going to do? The Packhorse Master is making its move. We will only steal. We won't care about anything else.
It was an apathetic answer, but her command was clear. Oh, by the way, there's someone buying Packhorse Master's stocks en masse.
Stocks?
Yep. At first, I thought it was just a small investor, investing 3 million won first and 10 million won second. But suddenly, he threw in 250 million won on top of that.
A small investor randomly investing wouldn't do something like that. Coincidence? 95%, I'd say.
But boss, the other 5% is what I'm concerned with. There's no reason to buy this stock.
Packhorse Master doesn't even have a guild page yet.
The guild stock market was riskier than the normal stock market. Thus, without a proper source of information, few small investors invested in new guilds. And there was no way that there was a source of information on Packhorse Master.
Don't mind it. We only have one job. If you say so.
I'll tell the troop members that.
With that, the voice disappeared. Then, it quickly came back. Alright, a few interesting pages appeared on Violet Banquet.
The woman tilted her head. Artifact Search Corp, Jonggak's Dog Meat Soup, and Truth Agency.
Are they of any use?
The first two are slowly building their reputation, but I don't know about Truth Agency. I just included it because of how confident it introduced itself.
Since it's boasting in Violet Banquet, I'm sure it has some skill. Take it out. Come on, you know how things are. It wasn't just once or twice that seemingly ordinary pages were the jackpot. I'll give you the page number later, so take a look. It says it'll answer any question. Who knows? Maybe it can help us find that son of a bitch.
However, the woman remained uninterested.
That doesn't happen often. Still. Alright, I'm going. See you later, boss. That seemed to be the end of the conversation. But the voice came back once again. Oh, one more thing, boss.
Veins popped up on the woman's white forehead.
What now? Cube's exams start next week. You'll go watch, right? Q.
The woman sighed before replying.
Yeah, I will. 1.
Term used for male to refer to older males, usually in a friendly family-like manner.
Chapter 37. Intruders, 1. Thursday.
The sound of scribbling pencils rang out in the classroom. Almost all cadets were hard at work to prepare for the exam 4 days later.
Arg.
I want to go play soccer or something.
Of course, there was bound to be at least one cadet who hated studying. China-Yun expressed her boredom with her entire body. My body's healed, but I can't move my body.
This week's incident was reported across the entire world, and combat training was cancelled due to Cube's executives all being under investigation. As a result, there were only review and theory classes until the exams.
To China-Yun, it must be like hell. Exams are next week. Study hard, or you're going to have regrets when the results come out.
Next to her, Kim Soho spoke with a laugh. Being a diligent protagonist, Kim Soho was also good at written exams. But since he wasn't good enough to contend for top ranks, he asked Yona, who sat in front of him, if he ever had any questions.
Just like he was doing now. Yona, can you tell me how to solve this?
Yona glanced at the problem Kim Soho showed her.
Can you not forget my last name? Oh, yeah, sorry. I yawned as I watched them interact.
At that moment, someone poked my shoulder. It was Rachel. When I tilted my head, she handed me a piece of paper. Just like yesterday, it was another high difficulty problem. Rachel has started to ask me for help on problems like these. In reality, I haven't even heard her voice. Suppose the boss monster of a dungeon is a high intermediate rank grade 3 demi-devil. The dungeon is a stage dungeon, and each stage consists of a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 30 low rank to intermediate rank monsters. Assuming the size of this dungeon is medium-small, find the minimum and maximum mana density, and approximate the number of people needed to conquer the dungeon. I had no clue where to start. Was this really going to be on the exam? I glanced at Rachel. She was tapping on the desk while staring at me. I should probably answer the question. I activated my gift. With several abilities I added to observation and reading, it should be able to solve this problem as long as it followed the world design I created. A high intermediate rank grade 3 demi-devil has a minimum magic power capacity of, medium-small stages have 4 to 6 floors. 878 ppm 1133 ppm. 9 people can use and recharge magic power without being overburdened. I wrote down the sentences that popped up in front of me on a piece of paper and gave it to Rachel. Immediately, her eyes widened. She buried her face on the paper and began to carefully scrutinize every step of the calculation. Ding dong! At that moment, the bell rang signaling the end of the class. The class was technically a review class, but in reality, it was just a self-study class. In any case, few cadets got up from their seats. They were all studying hard. I, of course, planned on going back to the dorm. That's just what smart students did. When I began to stuff my writing utensils in my bag along with my laptop, a shadow was cast over my desk. I raised my head with a quizzical look. It was Chai Nayun. "Hey, help me study." She spoke with a sweet smile. I got up from my seat. "I don't want to." "What? Why?" "It's too troublesome. Written exams began next Monday." That was less than 4 days. Even if she started studying now, her grades wouldn't change much. Not to mention, I had no way of helping her study. Hey. Please. How about a study guide on phenomenon realm analysis? She sounded more desperate than I imagined, but I still went on my way cold-heartedly. The written exams went by like a breeze. From the first exam on Monday to the final exam on Friday, time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. I felt like I got everything correct. At first, I thought about aiming for an average score, but because I might end up scoring near the bottom on the combat exams, I did my best on the written exams so that I wouldn't be held back. Today was Saturday. Combat exams would begin on Monday. During combat exam periods, Cube was open to cadets' family members, various hero associates, and all institutions that hired heroes. Naturally, Cube was bustling with people. "Oh, Cube's rank 117, Kim Junha. I saw you on YouTube. My son is your fan. Can we take a photo?" Because cadets' families were present, the combat exam period was somewhat of a festival. It was a bit odd that teenagers fighting each other was considered a festival, but this was Cube's tradition. We are in Cube, the world's best hero academy. Reporters were also allowed in from approved broadcasting companies. Since becoming a hero was akin to becoming a celebrity, the goal was to let cadets become used to being on camera. There sure is a lot of people. I was currently sitting in Hero Park, located in the center of Cube. Unlike how it was normally, the place was booming with people as though it was Disneyland. Ah! Hajin SSI. At that moment, someone called my name. Tap tap. I turned towards the direction of the footsteps. It was Hazuki. "Hajin SSI, what are you doing here?" "Oh. Just taking a break." "Who are the two behind you?" "My parents. This is my mom and this is my dad." "Mom,
Dad, this is my teammate. Hello. I shook hands with Hazuki's parents. They smiled and said something in Japanese. Since I couldn't understand them, I just feigned a smile. Hajin. His name is Kim Hajin. Hazuki introduced me to her parents. It seemed they were asking for my name. After Hazuki told them my name, they grabbed my hands, saying Hajin-san, Hajin-san. I didn't know what they were saying, so I just replied with hi, hi. In any case, after the greeting ended, Hazuki left with her parents. Alone once again, I sat down on the bench. I couldn't help but feel jealous of Hazuki, whose parents had come to see him. Phew. If only Mom and Dad were in this world too. Just when I was having wishful thoughts, a certain person caught my eyes. A woman was slowly walking through the crowded park. Her long hair was black like shadows, her eyes looked like obsidian, and she seemed a bit drowsy. She held a certain melancholic charm that seemed to turn her surroundings dark. I felt like I knew her. She was exactly as I described her in my novel. One of the few wanted criminals on Hero Association's blacklist, the leader of the criminal group Chameleon Troop, and the person who inherited the title of Yasha of the 8 Legions. As she disguised herself with countless number of identities, I was the only one who knew her real name. At that moment, she suddenly came to a stop. She slowly turned her head, meeting my eyes. I had to look away, but my body immediately froze. Her deep eyes seemed to strangle me. Just by looking into her eyes, I became stifled for breath and broke out in a cold sweat. When my mind was about to turn blank, she turned back. Clack, clack. The sound of her high heels rang out as she walked away. Ha! Ha! I collected my breath. It felt like I was under an immense pressure. But at that moment, I felt a gaze on me. I slowly raised my head. She had her back towards me, but I could feel a gaze from her back. I was certain. That woman was observing me. My instincts were roaring. I had to say something that could explain why I was staring at her. With a gulp, I muttered, "Wow, she's so hot." Instantly, she slightly twisted her head towards me. But soon, she continued walking. Phew! I let out a sigh of relief. I beat my stifled chest and put my hands over my heated face. I almost forgot. The Chameleon Troop would sneak into Cube for combat exams. Their goal was to scout. They wanted to see if anyone was worthy of filling in an empty position in their group. In the original story, Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak were the main candidates. Kim Suho would be disqualified because of the differences in their beliefs, and they would return peacefully with Shin Jonghak in their mind. In other words, they weren't here to cause any trouble. However, I'm looking around constantly, but everything's normal. Cube was currently filled with heroes dispatched by the association. One particularly notable character was the World Rank 1737, High Rank Grade 6 hero, Oh Junhyuk. There's no one out of the ordinary. Let's just go grab lunch. Just focus. There was also Rank 2000, High Rank Grade 7 hero, Seo Youngji. Several heroes were on the lookout in disguise. Because the incident with Yun Hyun happened before the combat exams, the Hero Association had dispatched numerous heroes to investigate. Let's eat pizza. Shut it. Just keep your eyes out for anyone suspicious or with a strange aura. If the Chameleon Troop were to clash with them, it wouldn't end with just 1 or 2 dead people. Clack, clack. A woman stopped in an artificial forest. After confirming that no one was watching her, she quietly murmured, "Someone saw me." The forest was empty without even a shadow of a person. However, a strange voice rang out from the ground. "Really? Maybe you were mistaken." "No, he said I was hot." "Put. Well, did you like it, boss? Do you want to die?" "Check again." Maybe the necklace isn't working. A full-body mirror shot up from the ground. The woman looked at herself in the mirror. Around her neck was Siren's necklace, an item with the ability to prevent people from recognizing her. The necklace is working fine. Really? So someone saw through the necklace? He must have good perception. I'll keep an eye out. Do you remember his name and face? Stop joking around. You saw him too. Hoo-hoo, I know. I'm already looking into it. Wait just a bit. Taduk, taduk. The sound of a keyboard rang out. The woman closed her eyes and waited for the report. Chapter 38. Intruders, 2. There's nothing special about him. The voice answered after 10 minutes of waiting. The woman smacked her lips. It was her habit that came out when she was dissatisfied. Really? He's an orphan without parents or relatives. The orphanage he was in held an examination for potential heroes, and he was admitted to the Agent Military Academy at the age of 6. He never stood out, maintaining a below-average rank before entering Cube. He has a 300 million won debt. That's it. Then how did he notice me? To her, that was the question. Siren's necklace was a mythical great accessory. Siren, of course, being the half-human half-bird creature in Greek mythology. Perception distortion was one of the many abilities the necklace had. Without exceptional perception and eyesight, it was impossible to see through it. Do you still have doubts? I can put his name down on the notebook if you want. No. The woman dropped her head. We still have many chances. We can write his name down after we find out more about him. Oh, boss, you were here. At that moment, an imposing voice resounded. The woman turned around. There, a large-bodied man was smiling viciously. It's been a while, boss. It was a bit funny seeing a man call a woman, whose height couldn't reach his shoulders, boss. However, the man clearly treated the woman with great respect. This place is filled with powerful heroes. Click, click. The man clenched and unclenched his gauntlet-covered fist. Take it off. We didn't come here to cause trouble. Ah, right. I almost forgot. At the woman's command, the man's black gauntlets scattered into dust. He then scratched his neck in silence, while the woman glared at him coldly. What? Startled, the man asked. What the woman wanted to ask was said by the mysterious voice. The report. Oh, right. There's nothing to report. I can pop everyone's heads with a flick of a finger. Idiot. That's obvious. I'm talking about their future potential. The man rubbed his chin and pondered. I'm not sure. I went to watch the second year's rank 1 cadet, but he wasn't anything special. First years are who you should be watching. This year's freshmen are said to be exceptional, so go look again. Oh, boss, I have something to do now, so I'll talk to you later. Yeah, screw off. You shut up. The voice disappeared, and the man smiled as he stared at the woman. Boss, I don't think there are any good saplings. What do we do? Since we're here, can't we fight these self-proclaimed heroes? The man didn't hide his willingness to fight. He flaunted his battle spirit by releasing his magic power, which fluttered in the air through the wind. Though it was a careless move that could draw a keen hero's attention, the woman watched his action without a change in her expression. Jian. Let's test something. She imbued magic power into her necklace. Immediately, the necklace changed color from gold to blue. How is it? Can you see me? Oh ho, is that the treasure you got before? I can see a faint silhouette, but not your face. Ah, I have to focus. Even though you're not moving, I keep losing sight of you if I'm not focused. Ah, you just fused with the tree, boss. As expected, the necklace was working fine.
Although the man was a muscle-brained brute who only trained his body, he still had a deep perception that matched his skill.
But even he couldn't see through her, so how did a mere cadet manage to do so? Oh, dang. I can't tell where you are now, boss. Let me borrow that too.
I'm way too noticeable because of my large body.
If there's someone I wanted to kill. We're done here. Go.
The woman cut off the man's chatter.
Make sure you complete your mission. Yes, boss. The man turned around without a fuss. The woman watched him walk away imposingly. His bulky back, mountainous shoulders, and flawlessly refined physique showed that he was anything but simple. In reality, he was an irregular who had inherited the old martial god's spirit and vigor. Shiok Junyeong wasn't always that stupid, right boss? Korean Peninsula's strongest swordsman and a storm of an era that had commanded the country's fate. His name, Shiok Junyeong, won. That was the past life he awakened through enlightenment and inheritance.
The weekend passed by in the blink of an eye, and the combat exams began.
Monday's exam was a duel. The exam was carried out in a simple way. Cadets could nominate cadets they wanted to fight. Each cadet had 3 nominations, and a nominated cadet couldn't refuse the duel. Though it might seem like a way for the strong to bully the weak, Cube wasn't so stupid.
The exam was designed to be fair, giving bonus points depending on the difference in the cadets' rankings. For example, if Kim Soho, who was rank 1, fought with a bottom-ranked cadet, he would receive negative points even if he won, while the bottom-ranked cadet would gain points even if he lost. Furthermore, an ungraded element called fame encouraged cadets to challenge stronger opponents.
There were thousands of cadets, numerous duel arenas, and limited time.
Naturally, scouts from various countries' guilds spectated high-ranking cadets. So if low-ranking cadets challenged high-ranking cadets, they would be able to appeal to these scouts even if they lost.
I knew this would happen.
But even with this mechanism encouraging fairness and challenge, I was nominated by the rank 18 cadet.
Duel 1. Rank 18 Kim Horak vs rank 934 Kim Hajin. Even if Kim Horak won, he wouldn't gain more than 3 points. A fight between rank 934 and rank 18, it was obvious who would win. This muscle-brained buffoon. Well, what can I do? It seemed he really wanted to beat me up. I put my laptop back in my crossbag and left the dorm. The scenery outside was completely different than usual. If I were to put it, it was touching and heartwarming. I could practically smell a flowery scent blowing in the wind. Yunsiak, say cheese. Wow, isn't that Kim Suho? Oh Appa, are you friends with him? I want to take a picture with him. Many cadets walked around with their family.
Since last Friday, cadets were staying with their families in the same dorm room.
I walked solitarily, watching other cadets laughing and joking with their family. Where are you going? At that moment, someone scurried next to me like a cat. I paused and turned my head. To the duel arena, obviously. Oh right, Horak nominated you. You Yona feigned ignorance. Is there something you want to say?
I tried to stop him, but he insisted on fighting you.
I had no choice. Oh, I see. I continued walking.
Yuna followed after me, then suddenly backed off.
There was a camera up ahead. It seemed she didn't want to be near me in front of a camera. Once the camera disappeared, Yuna returned to my side. Oh, also. Tack.
She snapped her fingers. Immediately, a tall man walked up and handed her a suitcase.
Here are 100 pinnacle-grade bullets. But if you need any more, just tell me. You can also ask for any defensive equipment. Oh. Just when I was about to take it, Yuyona suddenly pulled the suitcase back. But don't misunderstand. This isn't a payment for you saving my life. Ha? Yuyona stuttered somewhat bashfully. This is just a present. Yeah, I get it, so give it here. Uninterested, I snatched the suitcase from her hands. Also, they're asking for my testimony. For the Jin incident. Oh yeah, what about it? They want me to testify, but I've been delaying it since it looked like you wanted to hide your power. So she purposely didn't report that I sniped the Jin. Then keep doing that. Yunhyun was contracted to an especially dangerous devil, Lilith. Lilith's Jins were ill-natured and heinous, so if they found out that I killed Yunhyun, things could get difficult since I didn't have any backing. Understood. By the way, will Horak win? I paused. Her question had a strange connotation. Will Horak win? It sounded like she was asking if I would lose on purpose. In reality, I couldn't win even if I wanted to. Then I'm off. Before I could reply, Yuyona left. Was there another camera? Just when I was thinking as such, I saw a group of reporters, who noticed Yuyona and was running towards her. I arrived at the second duel arena. It was only 8 in the morning, but the place was bustling with people. There were also numerous reporters equipped with cameras and microphones. Coincidentally, a nearby reporter was talking about why. Today, Kim Suo, Chai Nayun, and Kim Horak are scheduled to duel from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. I plowed through the crowd of people and walked towards the duel arena. Suddenly, I was stopped by a man in an official cube uniform. I asked, somewhat disgruntled. I'm wearing a cadet uniform, can't you see? It's not that. Cadets need to go that way. The man pointed at a pathway next to the main entrance. Oh, thank you. I walked through the pathway and arrived at my assigned waiting room. Waiting room 5. This room was likely full of extras like me. People like Kim Soho and Chai Nayun were in waiting room 1, which was closest to the reporters. I opened the door. 30-40 cadets, who were talking among themselves, immediately fell silent. Their eyes landed on me. 1, 2, 3. After 3 seconds, they retracted their gaze in disinterest and continued talking. I walked in and sat down on a random seat. I heard you were fighting Kim Horak. When I was resting by myself, someone I didn't know struck up a conversation. His face looked somewhat familiar, so he was likely in my class. I nodded without replying. Damn, Kim Horak must have you marked. You shouldn't have shown off so much. I wanted to say something but gave up. Instead, I murmured inwardly. Unlike you guys, I get stronger by showing off. All right, why do you keep leaving Cube? Are you really throwing money in cabaret clubs and brothels? It seemed these rumors were still going around. I shook my head silently. No way, you really do? But he interpreted my gesture as he wanted. Without a choice, I opened my mouth. No. Even if I want to, I don't have the money. 1. A historical figure. Google him for more info. Chapter 39. Intruders, 3. The duel arena was a miniature version of the Roman Colosseum. The central arena was slightly bigger than a standard soccer field, while the seats circling the arena could seat about 5,000 people. The design was a great success. 10 minutes before the start of a duel, the guest seats were packed full of people. How did you get such a nice seat? The high-rank hero, Oh Jun-hyuk, asked in surprise as he handed Seo Youngji a hot dog. The seats she grabbed were the frontmost seats, which had the best view of the arena. You tell me to focus on the mission, but you come here first thing in the morning to grab the best seat. Shut up and sit down. Oh Jun-hyuk snickered and sat down next to her. Wow, it sure brings back memories, doesn't it?
You must mean bad memories. I remember you saying you were beaten so hard that you couldn't even watch mixed martial arts afterwards.
I've gotten better because it's always on TV. My son loves it too.
Mixed martial arts was one of the most popular sports worldwide. It was especially popular among kids and teenagers. The sport featured one-on-one or team battles between superhumans. Naturally, the fights were extremely flashy, with magic power blowing like storms and strikes cutting the earth in half.
The might they displayed served as the perfect motivation for young children to pursue strength. Really? That's nice to hear. Nice to hear? Please, the world must be coming to an end.
Jins are more active than ever, but nowadays, becoming a sports star is ranked third for cadets' choice of career path. They're saying they'd rather go into sports than joining a small to medium-sized guild.
I don't see what's wrong with it. You don't see what's wrong with it? Because of people like you, the association is in this pitiful state. In the middle of his sentence, Oh Jun-hyuk felt an extremely battle-thirsty gaze. Who's that guy? He stared at the seat on the opposite side of the arena.
A man was giving a menacing look and smiling with his teeth out. His fearless and unrestrained smile was clearly aimed at Oh Jun-hyuk and Seo Youngji.
He's been doing that for a while. He must be a fan. A fan? He can see through our disguise? I guess so. Ah, it's starting.
The host announced the start of the day's duels, and Seo Youngji immediately took out her laptop.
Typical associate executive. Alright, who should I be looking out for? Kim Soho and Chai Nayoon. They're on the top of their class. And I guess Lee Young-han and Kim Horak too. Oh. 2 of the top 6 are here? Who are they fighting? Kim Soho and Chai Nayoon were well known even in the association.
Even Oh Jun-hyuk, who wasn't into watching duels, couldn't help but be interested in their match.
Kim Soho is fighting Lee Young-han. Chai Nayoon is fighting Joseph.
Kim Horak is fighting Kim Ha-jin. Other than Kim Horak, it looks like most of them chose appropriate opponents.
So, who's Kim Ha-jin? Kim Ha-jin, ranked 934. Rank 934? Isn't that too low? Is there anything special about him? Seo Youngji pushed up her glasses. There are bad rumors about him. My cousin in Cube told me that he's quite distasteful. Ah, so Kim Horak's punishing a delinquent. I see, I see. Who would have thought Kim Horak had a sense of justice? He's sacrificing his own grade to do this too. Tack.
Seo Youngji closed her laptop.
It's starting. Tisk.
Oh Jun-hyuk crossed his arms and leaned against the back of the seat.
The first duel was between the 2 aforementioned cadets. The first duel is between rank 18, Kim Horak, and rank 934, Kim Ha-jin. How will Kim Ha-jin overcome the difference in their rank? Why did Kim Horak nominate such a low-ranked cadet? The unfortunate host tried his best to hype up the match, which had an obvious result. A mana barrier went up around the arena. It was to prevent the 2 cadets' attacks from leaking out. That must be him. Yep. Oh Jun-hyuk looked at the man walking out from the right passageway. He looked average. So average in fact that he wouldn't even remember his face the next day. Cadets were prohibited from using their personal weapons during exams. It was because scouts wanted to observe cadets based on their ability rather than the power of their weapons. As such, I couldn't use the Desert Eagle. I also wanted to hide ether if possible. In other words, I only had a training handgun and a protective armor provided by Cube to rely on. With just these 2, the chances of me beating Kim Horak was slim to none. But that didn't mean I planned on losing one-sidedly, especially against that bastard Kim Horak. Let's go. Yes. Led by the staff, I walked up to the stage. First, I took a good look around the arena. A translucent mana barrier surrounded the arena with thousands of spectators looking down. Both an indescribable pressure and excitement overwhelmed me.
While I was shaking from this strange sensation, Kim Horak walked up from the other side.
"Oh, Kim Horak."
I smiled and waved my hand.
"How did you do on your written exams?"
I provoked him, but Kim Horak equipped his gauntlet without talking.
I also held up my handgun. Our physical stats should differ by at least 4 points. It was the difference between an ordinary human and an adult elephant. He would snap my body in half the moment he closed in on me. "Let's take it easy, alright?" Counting down. 3.
The host must have thought we were ready, as he started counting down. Crack, crack, I could hear Kim Horak cracking his knuckles from all the way here.
2.
He ignited his magic power, drawing it above the surface of his body. Layering magic power around one's body was a technique called chi reinforcement. Kim Horak was still inexperienced in it, but my bullets were unable to penetrate his incomplete chi reinforcement.
1.
His center of gravity leaned forward and he dug his feet into the ground.
Currently, we were 150 meters away. It was a distance Kim Horak could close in just 3 seconds. But I didn't come unprepared. Start.
Kim Horak immediately charged forward like a savage beast.
My sense of time slowed down. I had activated bullet time. I released Stigma's magic power, which flowed into my handgun and adhered to a single bullet. Fusing with Stigma's magic power, the bullet then carried a special property as I said beforehand. Anti-magic.
When it clashed with reinforced magic power, it would shatter it instantly. I had to use half of Stigma's magic power, but it was worth it. I pulled the trigger at the wild boar charging towards me.
He didn't even try to dodge my bullet. In his mind, it wasn't even a question whether my bullets could threaten him in any way. Clang.
But when my bullet clashed with his chi reinforcement, a strange explosion occurred.
The explosion shattered Kim Horak's chi reinforcement as though it was a glass window.
Now that he was bare-skinned, he was nothing but a target with a huge surface area. I pulled the trigger freely. Kim Horak jumped to the side, clearly aiming to circle around me. I followed his movement and shot my bullets accordingly, and Kim Horak backed off helplessly. The barrage of gunshots didn't stop. I continuously pulled the trigger, bullets endlessly seeking after Kim Horak. He held on, jumping up, rolling to the side, and lifting the arena's tile to use as a shield. After stopping for a moment, I rubbed my chin and stared at Kim Horak.
A blue aura was rising from his body once again. His chi reinforcement had regenerated. But chi reinforcement wasn't a technique one could use repeatedly. Even now, it was easy to see that his chi reinforcement was thinner than the one he initially created. It was likely that this was his final one. He licked his dried lips and charged at me once again. This time, his movements were quite complex. Like a crab, he zigzagged as he steadily charged forward. His movements weren't as predictable, as it had no set pattern. Furthermore, I couldn't just shoot at him, as he moved faster than my bullet. But I came prepared in case this happened. I took out a dagger from my belt and tethered the blade with Stigma's magic power. Then, I lightly threw it. Master Sharpshooter also applied to throwing. The dagger flew forward like a boomerang, but this dagger didn't have any special power. It likely couldn't even scratch his chi reinforcement. Fuck. But Kim Horak didn't know that. He was likely worried, thinking there was something special about the dagger. Just like how my first bullet carried an unexpected power, he had to have suspicions about this dagger. In the end, Kim Horak hopped to the side to dodge the dagger. I pulled on the string of magic power tethered to the dagger, changing its trajectory. The dagger turned in a 90-degree angle and chased after Kim Horak. Judging by his widened eyes, he must be thinking this. There's definitely something about this dagger.
However, Kim Horak didn't try to dodge the dagger.
A dagger wasn't as fast or as small as a bullet. As such, Kim Horak tried to grab the dagger. And he succeeded.
It was an incredible display of hand-eye coordination.
But in order to catch something, one had to stop moving.
A bullet I fired penetrated his chi reinforcement.
UK.
The bullet cleanly shattered his chi reinforcement. While Kim Horak staggered, I also retrieved the dagger.
Now, Kim Horak was completely open. The question was what he would do next. Damn it!
As expected, he rushed in recklessly. He didn't back off or move to the side. He simply charged forward while taking all my bullets. Right arm, right thigh, left calf. He held on even after being shot in multiple places.
Whoa up!
After finally closing in on me, he swung his fist. I immediately tumbled back to dodge his attack, and Kim Horak chased after me.
Eventually, I arrived at a dead end with the wall behind me. But before Kim Horak could feel any joy, I climbed up the wall. With parkour's power, I could climb anything that was considered a wall. My hands and feet adhered to the wall like magnets, and I continued to fire from a distance Kim Horak could never reach.
Hey! You fuck, this is cheating. Taking this exact situation into account, I had focused my bullets on his legs. Kim Horak didn't have the strength to jump this high. Now, it was a completely one-sided attack. Demoted to a mere target, Kim Horak constantly moved around hoping to dodge my bullets. However, even a single hit was enough to strike him with pain. Thigh, shoulder, foot. Injuries continued to pile up, and Kim Horak continued to slow down as a result. Eventually, he stopped completely. I aimed for his stomach for a final attack. Every cadet had a device around their stomach that would automatically end the duel if one side received a critical injury.
Click. But no bullet went out.
I rummaged through my pockets.
I had no bullets.
I had brought 240 bullets, but it seemed I had used them all.
With no other choice, I jumped down. As I completely used up Stigma's magic power, I only had my dagger to work with. All I had to do was to approach Kim Horak and stab his stomach. But it didn't look like Kim Horak would surrender. Phew! Phew! He was glaring at me with ferocious killing intent. If I got close, he would undoubtedly rip me to shreds. To make things worse, one of his arms was unhurt. I looked around. I remembered the crowd being excited at first, but now the arena was eerily quiet. It was as though I was in a library. This was a good enough payback. Kim Horak was unable to hit me single time, but I had pummeled him continuously. Not to mention, my score would go up even if I lost this duel. I sneered at Kim Horak and raised my hands. Then, I spoke quietly. I surrender. The referee immediately blew his whistle. The mana barrier surrounding the arena disappeared. I walked away, whistling leisurely. Chapter 40. Intruders 4. The duel was over. About 8 minutes had passed. It wasn't particularly fast or slow. The result of the duel was as expected, but because the process was beyond anyone's imagination, the audience was dead silent. How scary. Those were real bullets, right? In this silence, Oh Junhyuk looked down at Kim Hajin, who was walking to his waiting room. Yep. Co Youngji nodded. But he doesn't look hurt at all, even though he looks like a beehive. This time, he spoke while pointing at Kim Horak. Just like he said, Kim Horak's body was full of bullets. Though the vital points like the neck and heart were covered in protective armor, he didn't bleed much and didn't look to be in pain either. For martial art types, their bodies are their weapons. Recovery is their specialty. So, what did you think?
Kim Ha-jin did well and Kim Horak was too reckless.
Kim Horak tried to show too much and suffered a loss. If he took it slow, well, I guess the result would have been the same. In truth, Kim Horak didn't need to use chi reinforcement. He could have simply imbued his gauntlet with magic power and slowly overwhelmed Kim Ha-jin. I guess it was Kim Ha-jin's tactical victory. He still lost though. Oh Jun-hyuk scratched the back of his neck. He wasn't sure how to put it, because Kim Ha-jin surrendered a one fight. It does leave a bad aftertaste. Seo Youngji murmured with a frown. A picture of Kim Ha-jin was displayed on her laptop screen. She was writing a report. What, that he lost on purpose? No, Kim Ha-jin put up a good fight, but I can understand his loss. Really? Oh Jun-hyuk looked at Kim Horak, who was still standing in the arena. He was being treated with an expression that could be both indignation and relief. No, it couldn't be called treatment. Kim Horak simply drank a high-rank potion, and the bullets popped out of his muscles when he flexed. At first, no, from the start until the end, Kim Ha-jin overwhelmed him. His initial reaction speed and dynamic vision honestly surprised me. His firing speed was unbelievable too. I agree. His firing speed was something else. But after a certain point, he slowed down as much as Kim Horak slowed down, even though he only attacked without being hit. I think Kim Ha-jin can't maintain that movement for long. Tack tack tack. Seo Youngji spoke as she continuously tapped on the laptop's keyboard like a shorthand typist. And before Kim Ha-jin surrendered, he tried to finish off Kim Horak. I saw him pull the trigger but nothing came out. Kim Ha-jin's face stiffened at that point, and he rummaged through his pockets without taking anything out. So he used up his bullets. Yep. But he didn't try to fight Kim Horak, even though Kim Horak only had his left hand to work with. Why? Because he wasn't confident in winning? Seo Youngji lightly nodded. Right. He used up his bullets but he hadn't won. Kim Horak only had a single arm left, but he could still fight. At that point, it was Kim Ha-jin's loss. Oh Jun-hyuk took a deep breath. Then, he tilted his head. Alright, how did he break Kim Horak's chi reinforcement? He only used a single bullet to do it too. Twice, at that. Right, that's the problem. That's why I said it left a bad aftertaste. Seo Youngji took off her glasses. As it looked like she was getting ready to explain things in depth, Oh Jun-hyuk swallowed his saliva. Most people, including you, probably missed it, but I saw the movement of magic power. It was stuck to his bullet. Is that possible? He's only a cadet too. Mana was an extremely difficult power to control. Making it thin enough to coat a bullet and compressing it dense enough to destroy a chi reinforcement, that was something even Oh Jun-hyuk wasn't confident in doing. I'm looking it up on the market to see if it's a trick that uses an item or if it's related to his gift. If he used an item, it's cheating. But if it's his gift, I don't know what gift it is, but it might be the first of its kind. Seeing Seo Youngji explaining seriously, Oh Jun-hyuk sighed. Phew. Anyways, I don't like it. I thought Kim Horak was carrying out justice, but he was crushed. Kim Horak won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. In a one-on-one fight, warriors directly countered sharpshooters. Kim Horak should have been able to easily overwhelm Kim Ha-jin, but in reality, he was toyed by him. Not only would this incident become a trauma for him, Guild Scout's evaluation of him could also plummet. On the other hand, this cadet named Kim Ha-jin made his name known to the entire crowd. That, of course, included the many guild associates present. Yes, Kim Ha-jin. Never heard of him? Me neither, but he just fought with Kim Horak and he uses a gun. Yes, his limit should be clear, but he broke a chi reinforcement. Yes, it was an incomplete chi reinforcement, but just the fact that he broke it.
I don't know how he destroyed a chi reinforcement either.
That's why I'm calling you. Guild associates were already making calls. Justice doesn't always win. Plus, we don't really know which side is on the side of justice. Yeah. Just keep writing your report. New talent discovered. That's a nice title. At that moment, the host announced the next battle. Seo Youngji glanced at the watch on her wrist. Kim Hajin, I'll have to remember him. Let's leave after we see Kim Soho's match. It's coming up in 3 fights. Yeah, I planned on doing the same. What is he complaining about? Oh, Jun Hyuk gestured at the arena.
The man, who was grinning at them just a moment ago, was now staring at the right passageway with killing intent. It was where Kim Hajin was. Seo Youngji replied uninterested. He must not have liked how the duel turned out. Everyone has their own taste. After the first duel, I used 2 of my own nominations. I picked 2 male cadets around the 300-400 rank. The duels started around 5 and ended around 8. The fights were strange comebacks. Of course, I wasn't at my best. Stigma's magic power was slow to recover because I depleted it during my fight with Kim Horak, and I also couldn't use bullet time, which was limited to once a day. In addition, swordsmen were just hard for me to deal with. My first opponent, Kim Horak, had a bigger firing surface area because he used a gauntlet, though it was more like a fingerless glove. And even with Kim Horak, if he didn't try to cover his body with chi reinforcement, saved his magic power by covering only parts of his body, and slowly choked me out without trying to end the fight immediately, I would have been completely helpless. His carelessness was his downfall. He wanted to show the scouts too much. He also might have been aiming for the quickest victory record. But unlike Kim Horak, the other 2 opponents slowly closed in on me. They blocked my bullets with their long-reach swords and dragged the fight out without charging towards me. It was a real hassle since I couldn't approach them. But in the end, I managed to claim victory in both duels. It was all thanks to luck. The first opponent lost to a lucky ricochet. The bullet I accidentally fired on the ground bounced off and struck his armpit. The opponent dropped his sword from the unexpected pain and instantly surrendered. The second opponent lost to his own mistake. This battle was a drawn-out battle lasting 30 minutes. During this time, the opponent sweated too much from continuously blocking my bullets, and the sweat pooled up to a puddle. Right before the referee announced a draw, he charged towards me while I was reloading my gun. Then, he slipped on his own sweat. Hoik! I still remembered his scream. God, that guy was just too funny. I giggled and lied down on my bed. The final result was 2 wins, 1 loss. As sharpshooters gained bonus points for fighting close-ranged warriors, I no longer had to worry about being held back. I stretched and looked out the window. It was deep into the night. The darkness concealed the world like a thick curtain, and the moon, which was the only source of light, was faint and pale. The eerie outside scenery brought an unfounded anxiety. I hope everything will be okay. I suddenly thought of the chameleon troupe. I saw them at the arena. Not only was the boss of the chameleon troupe here, that guy was also here as I expected. The monster with the instincts of a savage beast, completely obsessed with the pursuit of strength. If things went according to the original story, he should have felt Kim Soho and Shin Jonghak's potential and returned peacefully after promising to fight them in the future. But that wasn't the case now. Cube was currently filled with people he wanted to fight immediately. Well, it's not like I can do anything about it. All he needed to do was breath heavily for my head to explode. My wandering gaze landed on the corner of my bed. The gift Park Soo-hyuk gave me was there. He sent a rather expensive gift as gratitude for his first investor. A drone. It was a fist-sized drone with a camera. A chilling wind brushed against leaves, creating a bleak melody. In one of Cube's artificial forests, a man was sitting on a tree trunk.
He was in the middle of pitch-black darkness, but his bulky body could be seen easily.
The formal suit he was wearing made him especially eye-catching.
He wasn't much by my standard.
The man murmured in a low voice.
By your standard?
Yep, he's a mouse by my standard. I don't like him, a tiny guy only shooting from a faraway distance.
You mean you don't like his battle style? Phew, you were supposed to find out why boss is interested in him. How should I know?
The man's voice turned hostile.
What are you getting mad for?
You would understand if you saw that little rats fight.
Rats like him. I need to pop off their heads. The man's eyes were already bloodshot.
The duels he saw between rookies made his blood boil.
He wanted to jump in and show them what a real fight was.
Though he barely held in this urge, his instincts were constantly contending with his reason.
What about Kim Soho and Shin Jung-hak? I think they were okay. Maybe not. Make up your mind. They were fine. Happy?
I want to wait until they grow up to fight.
At that moment. Who are you?
A voice rang out from behind him.
The man turned around.
It was a police officer who was deployed for the combat exams. The man didn't notice him because he was a weakling who hasn't even learned magic power.
Don't forget why boss brought you.
At these words, the man nodded.
Yeah. I know. I'm a master when it comes to recognizing the strong. Right, that's the only reason. Excuse me, what are you doing here? The forest is off limits to outsiders. Please come out. The police officer approached the man with a flashlight.
The man stared at him with scorn. The killing intent in his eyes radiated a clear warning.
But the officer couldn't see the man's expression in the dark, walking closer towards him. All right, how did you get in here in the first place? Sir? Come out. The man laughed. Hey. What? I'll go after I crack open a nut.
Sir, stop talking to yourself and come out.
Immediately afterward, the man's fist cut through the air.
To be exact, he punched the air, causing a shockwave that ravaged the officer.
Crushed by the pressure, the officer's body no longer resembled a human body. Did you do it?
Yep.
Boss is going to kill you. Keep it a secret. I will until she finds out. For now, go to your job. Thanks to the weakling, the man felt like his mind cleared up slightly. He stood up and began to walk. The dorms were only a few minutes away. After a while, his keen hearing picked up on faint voices. Hey, what is this? Look. Fuck, this is a corpse. Contact the headquarters. He turned around. Far off in the distance, he could see two officers vomiting. A grin emerged on his face. Weeing. MM?
Hearing the sound of a mosquito buzzing, he turned back to his front.
What? Nothing, just a mosquito. How lame. Hurry up before I tell boss that you killed someone. Yeah, I'm going.
The man quickened his pace. A tiny drone hovering above him silently watched the man leave before disappearing.
Chapter 41. Sudden Encounter 1. Tack. I closed my laptop. Well, that's terrifying. Shiok Jungyeon killed someone without hesitation, purely for his own enjoyment. This was the world I created.
On the surface, the society seemed functional with science and magic vastly improving quality of life, but on the inside, demi-humans who didn't care for the law or morals lurked within.
Demi-humans didn't just refer to jinns.
Humans who rejected the existence of heroes, but had supernatural powers just like them. They were officially known as wanted criminals, but the public called them villains.
What killed him?
The drone was unable to capture exactly what happened. Only after slowing it down 10 times was I able to catch a glimpse. Shiok Jungyeon threw out a jab, and a violent pressure erupted, instantly killing the police officer. He killed someone without even making contact. Also, this thing. I stared at the drone on my bed. It was more useful than I expected. If I bought a more expensive drone and added a bunch of settings to it, I might be able to put it to good use. Wheeing. At that moment, my smartwatch suddenly rang. Yo, can I nominate you? It was Chai Nayun. She seemed to be talking about tomorrow's duels. Why? What do you mean why? You already provoked me several times. I still had one nomination left. Cadets had to duel at least 3 times and could duel at most 6 times. In other words, I didn't need to fight anyone else unless someone nominated me. No, I'm exhausted from today. There was no chance of me winning in a one-on-one fight against Chai Nayun. Not only were arrows stronger than bullets, I also didn't have the physical ability to dodge her rapid-fire shots. You can think about that tomorrow morning. Also, how did you destroy Chi reinforcement with a bullet? It didn't look like you used your personal weapon. That's all people are talking about. That was your gift, right? So this was her real goal. I ignored her message. Thinking about it now, I doubt she had any nominations left. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't use it to maintain her peak condition. After all, she was scheduled to duel Rachel tomorrow. Whoa, it's already 12? I took off my smartwatch and looked at the time. It was already midnight. When I turned off the light and lied down on the bed, I received another message. You put on quite a show. This time, it was you, Yona. I gave a short reply. I didn't want to get hit. Because you destroyed a Chi reinforcement with your bullet, many guilds are showing interest in you. I know. I had gained quite a bit of SP, 185 since noon. Once I collected a bit more, I would be able to create a new art or physique. They're already calling your gift Superpower Bullet or Bullet Reinforcement. Speaking of which, what do you think about guilds? Those names suck. No, I mean, what do you think about Essence of the Straight? Yona had a tendency to judge people based on their usefulness. This would only get worse as she got older, and she would eventually become someone who didn't care about someone's background as long as they were useful. Contacting cadets beforehand is illegal. That's a 500 million won penalty. I sent a thoughtless message, trying to end the conversation. First, I'm still a cadet. Cadets can try to recruit other cadets without being in trouble with the law. Second, I can afford to pay that much. She returned a very serious reply. I felt a bit awkward. That's not your money, it's your parents'. Alright, your acting was pretty superb on your second and third match. This girl. Why was she talking like I was hiding my power? If anything, Kim Suho was the one hiding his power. Were you watching? I had time. But to be honest, I think your growth speed is too quick. You were rank 934 during the initial exams, but if you corner a rank 18 after switching to a sharpshooter role, it's too eye-catching no matter how much aptitude you have for it. What is she on about now? I also ignored Yona's message. In truth, my eyelids were closing. I fought 3 times today, so it wasn't surprising. Oh right. I suddenly remembered something else to do. I turned on my smartwatch and sent Park Sehyuk a message. Hyung, thanks for the drone. I'll take good care of it. Chameleon Troops hiding place. In a pitch-black abandoned factory without a single stream of light, Chameleon Troops' boss was sitting cross-legged on the ground. A series of battles from earlier in the day was being played in her head. Kim Suho's swordsmanship was just like what she had heard. His sword strikes were light like a feather, but carried a heavy destructive power and connected fluidly with his next move. Each of his movements was natural like flowing water. His swordsmanship was so well polished and sharpened that it seemed more suitable to call it a sword art than swordsmanship. Next was Shin Jonghak. His spearmanship was truly domineering and vicious. He stabbed directly at his opponent's heart and brutalized anyone who was constantly on the defensive. Using the spear's long reach, he constantly cut, smacked, and stabbed his opponent. Rather than a duel, it was more like a one-sided beating. Next is the man you were talking about, boss. The one who called you hot. She nodded silently. The video being reflected in her eyes changed. This time, it was a battle between a gun and a fist. A sharpshooter and a warrior. It was clear who should be the winner. However, she abruptly opened her eyes. She only watched the video for a short time, but during this time, the sharpshooter's bullet had destroyed the warrior's magic power. She examined the nature of the magic power around the bullet. If her eyes weren't seeing things, it could only be one thing. The power of anti-magic. It was the power she was looking for, the silver bullet that could kill that man. Interesting, isn't it? I was surprised too when I first saw it. Kim Ha-jin. Write his name down on the notebook. She spoke without hesitation. Really? Yes. But Jungyeong said he didn't like him. Jaeyoung hates sharpshooters. Shiok Jungyeong was a warrior in and out. Staring at each other's eyes and trying to strike down death upon the enemy with deadly killing intent, he believed that was what a battle was. Even in the chameleon troop, there were members he didn't like just because they fought from a long range. I guess so. He did say Kim Soho and Shin Jonghak were okay. Then put their names down too. Then we'll only have 5 slots left. Is that okay? People who had their names written down on the notebook could have their live locations tracked. In a way, the notebook was like a GPS. In addition, the owner of the notebook could teleport to the location of a written target. Who do we prioritize? In exchange for its wide-ranged power, the condition, target cannot know that his name is on the notebook, had to be met. But as long as the target wasn't told about the notebook, there was no reason he should notice. The boss closed her eyes. She remembered what happened a long time ago. The death of the previous leader of Chameleon Troop 11 years ago, that man's betrayal, and the day she cried for the first time. In front of a grave, she felt the new burden on her shoulders as the Chameleon Troop changed its colors once more. For now, the Chameleon Troop survived even with the death of its leader. A new leader was chosen, and the group managed to take a huge step forward using resentment and vengeance as nourishment. But now, they couldn't find where the traitor was hiding. No, even if they knew, they couldn't do anything about it. So, she kept searching this entire time. The power of anti-magic, which could destroy the magic power physique. Put Kim Ha-jin on top priority. Tuesday. I remained in my room until noon. Although duels continued until today, no one had nominated me. I should have just stayed in the dorm. Currently, it was 1 p.m., and I was outside. To be honest, I was bored. I also wanted to watch Chai Na-eun, rank 4, Duel Rachel, rank 3, and Kim Suho, rank 1, Duel Yohei, rank 8. The seats are full. However, the arena was completely packed full of people. The first arena had 5,000 seats, but there wasn't an empty seat no matter how hard I looked. Should I go back? Or should I just stand and watch? When I was having such thoughts at the back of the arena, 2 people, who seemed to be a couple, suddenly stood up and left. K-ku-hum. I sat down on the seat, feeling like I was walking on eggshells as I hoped they wouldn't come back. Thank you for waiting. Thankfully, the couple didn't come back, and the host announced the start of the duel along with the excited cheering of the crowd. SSSSS. Someone sat down next to me. I glanced to the side with a bag of popcorn in my hand, then looked back ahead. Suddenly, the image of the person flashed in my head. She looked familiar. I swallowed the popcorn in my mouth and glanced sideways once again. At the same time, my heart stopped beating and my breathing froze. She was sitting next to me. The boss of the chameleon troupe. As someone who lived her life without a name, she was only known by her title, Yasha. I stuffed my shaking hands into the popcorn and fixed my eyes on the dueling arena. My heart, which temporarily stopped, finally began to thump crazily. Why was she here? Did I do something wrong? Or was it a coincidence? Right, it had to be a coincidence. She was here to watch Kim Soho and just happened to sit next to me. In the middle of my panicked thinking. Whack! Someone who was walking down the stairs suddenly tripped. This nameless person was holding onto a large-sized soda. The soda promptly spun in the air before landing on someone's head like a hat. For the record, the soda was filled to the brim. I didn't know whether luck played a part in it, but not a single drop landed on me. However, I turned to the side, feeling a tinge of dizziness. Under the soda cup standing like a party hat, Boss Black pupils were trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 42. Sudden Encounter, 2. Oh no, I'm so sorry. The nameless person apologized in shock. The chameleon troupe's boss seemed just as shocked as she remained completely still. First, I took the soda cup off of her head. The ice cube sitting on her head immediately drizzled down, and Boss shut her eyes close. Please wait just 1 minute. I'll go get a towel. But at that moment, the nameless person suddenly froze. His eyes turned lifeless and he began to walk out in a strange zombie-like manner. I glanced at Boss' neck on which a faint light was glimmering. It seemed what just happened was her necklace's ability. That necklace. I felt like I knew it, but I couldn't quite remember it. I wasn't too keen on item settings. Ha! She suddenly let out a deep sigh. Then, she turned towards me. I scratched my neck. I had a tiny pack of tissues in my pocket, but it was nowhere near enough to take care of the mess on her head and clothes. But because her eyes were fixed on me, I took out the tissues. You can use this. She looked back and forth between me and the pack of tissues. She then grabbed the tissues and wiped her face, legs, and arms. Thank you. Then, she gave a light bow and thanked me. I fell into a daze momentarily. What just happened? At that moment, the host's loud voice resounded. We are now starting. The crowd cheered loudly. A countless number of reporters aimed their cameras at the arena. Although they weren't allowed to film the duels, they were allowed to take pictures. The reporters from England were especially excited. Duel between rank 3 Rachel and rank 4 Chai Nayun. A battle between a rapier and a bow. This was something that happened in the original story. In other words, I already knew who would win Rachel. I stared at Rachel and Chai Nayun standing on the arena. Though they were far away, I could see them as though they were only a couple feet away. Chai Nayun's mouth moved. I could hear what she was saying. Princess, our rank will be changing today. Rachel didn't react to Chai Nayun's provocation. Beginning countdown. 3, 2. Chai Nayun aimed her bow at Rachel, and Rachel held up her rapier. Facing each other, neither side had even the tiniest imbalance in their postures. Waiting for the start signal, they concealed their openings while searching for their opponent's openings. Start! Chai Nayun fired her arrow immediately. Her magic arrow flew out at lightning speed. However, Rachel skirted past the arrow by a hair's breadth with refined, efficient movements. Chai Nayun continued with a barrage of arrows. When the arrows raining down from the sky hit the ground, they split into several offshoots and took on unpredictable paths. It seemed this was the plan Chai Nayan made for this fight. Since Rachel would just dodge her arrows if she shot at her directly, Chai Nayan was trying to box her in. However, Rachel dodged the terrifying barrage of arrows elegantly. Not only that, but she didn't hesitate to stab with her rapier when given the chance. The magic power from her attacks shot towards Chai Nayan like beams of light. Even so, Chai Nayan didn't dodge them. Instead, she emitted magic power in the form of a shield to block them. Immediately, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause. Chai Nayan's magic power control had already surpassed the level of a cadet. However, the outcome of this fierce battle was predetermined. Chai Nayan couldn't win against Rachel. Rachel was a swordsman specialized in receiving long-ranged attacks. Her slender and flexible body could dodge arrows with the slightest movement, and her attacks of delicate magic power continuously disrupted an archer's posture. Chai Nayan created a shield to prevent her posture from becoming unstable, but this method was too costly in magic power. The moment Chai Nayan's magic power ran out, it would be Rachel's victory. "I saw your duel against Kim Horak." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from next to me. Startled, I jolted slightly. Because I was too focused on Chai Nayan and Rachel's duel, I had forgotten who was sitting next to me. It was incredibly foolish, considering she was currently far more important than Rachel or Chai Nayan. Thank you," I replied as calmly as possible. She asked while staring at me. "Was that your gift?" "I'm sorry, but that's not something that I can reveal so easily." She took out a business card from her pocket. "This is who I am." She gave me the business card. Li Xia Openg. Desolate Moon's Grade 3 Hero. Contact address 0103-3243-9203-93. This was likely one of her many fake identities. Even so, my heart trembled as very few people had way of contacting her. In order to not make it obvious, I simply smiled and muttered, "It's illegal to scout cadets in advance." She tried to put away her business card. But I grabbed her wrist. As I thought, she didn't know about playing hard to get. "I'll hold on to yours." She nodded and gave me her business card. "I'll leave now. Contact us whenever you want." With that, she got up. As she walked out, I stared at her back in a daze. What did she come here for? I couldn't understand. No matter how much I thought about it, there shouldn't have been any reason for her to visit me at this point. All duels ended by 5 p.m. Kim Suo, Shin Jonghak, Rachel, and a cadet named Ju Youngho were the only ones to win all their duels. Because cadets could fight up to 3 times a day, many unexpected outcomes had occurred due to one side being tired. Wow, that was amazing. Did you see Kim Suho? How stylish can he get? Chai Nayan lost to Rachel. I'm a bit bitter. This is the first time I've seen Korea's rising star losing to a foreigner. By the time I left the arena, the sky had already turned dark. Many spectators brushed past me as they reflected on today's battles. Before I returned to the dorm, I first went into an alleyway in the back of the arena. After sitting down in a random spot, I took out the drone I placed in my crossbag. This drone was quite different than the original, as I added several settings like battery life boost, stealth mode, and target lock-on. These changes would last for 4 days, which was when the chameleon troop would leave. Consequently, the modification was relatively cheap in SP. Fly. I threw the drone into the air. The drone flew into the forest, and I got up to head back to the dorm. Cook, hook, cook. Ha! But a sudden crying sound made me stop. It sounded a bit like an animal crying, but it was also pitiful enough to make me turn to its direction. My eyes broke through several walls in the path, and in a nearby forest close to the back of the arena, I saw someone hiding between trees and crying. It was Chai Nayan. Her body was shaking and her face was buried between her knees.
Ah. This event, I remembered it. It was the when Chai Na-yoon would completely fall for Kim Soo-ho.
Soon, he would come to console Chai Na-yoon on her defeat, and with everything else that should have happened between them, Chai Na-yoon would come to see Kim Soo-ho as not just a friend. Although things had changed slightly from the original story, it seemed the big picture remained the same. I turned back without much thought. Tisk.
But I hesitated to leave.
Kim Soo-ho would console Chai Na-yoon, but his kindness would only comfort her.
You can do better next time, work hard with me, I will help you get stronger.
Such words wouldn't really help Chai Na-yoon. In life, it was sometimes better to give up rather than continuing to work hard.
But there was no such thing as giving up in Kim Soo-ho's dictionary. He never gave up on anything and never suggested others to give up. Because of Kim Soo-ho, Chai Na-yoon wouldn't give up on using a bow for a long time.
Phew. In the end, I turned on my smartwatch. The message Chai Na-yoon sent me last night was there.
Hey, don't ignore me.
If you don't reply, I'll nominate you for real.
I gave her an 18-hour late reply. What are you doing?
Through the walls, I could see Chai Na-yoon's smartwatch ring. But because she was crying, she didn't check her smartwatch. I sent her another message.
I saw your duel today.
Chai Na-yoon then glanced at her smartwatch.
What does this bastard want now?
It seemed she was planning on ignoring my messages.
I didn't have any other choice.
I sent her a message she couldn't ignore.
See, I told you.
You're more suited to a sword than a bow.
It's not too late to change your weapon. I did too. This son of a...
It was incredibly effective. Fuming, Chai Na-yoon tapped on her smartwatch.
Screw off before I kill you.
The reply I sent back immediately was enough to drive her over the edge.
Come on, you defeated a Jin with a sword, so why do you insist on using a bow? I just can't understand. It's almost pitiful. If you fought Rachel like how you fought that Jin, do you think you would have lost? What? You wanna die? Think a little. You beat her when you were in Agent Military Academy, so why do you think you're losing now? It's because you don't have the aptitude for bows. What, you piece of shit, where are you? Do I look like a pushover, you bastard? Don't be so arrogant just because you beat Kim Horak. Her emotional message was hardly readable because of punctuation errors. I didn't even read it all.
I didn't reply to her either. I wanted to mess with her a bit more because her reaction was funny, but unfortunately, it was time.
Ha? Chai Na-yoon? Kim Soo-ho peeked his head behind the tree, where Chai Na-yoon was hiding. Eh? What are you doing here? What?
Chai Na-yoon quickly wiped off her tears. She then tried to run, but Kim Soo-ho caught her.
Let me go.
Chai Na-yoon tried to shake him off, but Kim Soo-ho wasn't the type of person who would leave a crying girl be.
He had a typical main character personality. Consoling a crying girl was almost in his instincts. It's time to go.
I didn't stay behind to watch what would happen between them. Making sure that Chai Na-yoon didn't forget about her real gift, that was the extent of my role.
Wednesday. The next combat exam began.
As cadets had to fight monsters in this exam, ordinary people were prohibited from spectating. Furthermore, because magicians summon monsters were of varying types and power.
The exam was graded on an absolute scale rather than a relative scale. Be especially careful in today's exam.
If you refuse to give up, you might really end up dying.
Kim Soo-hyuk gave a solemn warning. Just like he said, summoned monsters were dangerous.
Even though they were summoned by magicians, they were unable to comprehend complex orders.
Annihilate enemies and protect allies, that was the extent of the order they could understand.
An order-like test that cadets' skill was out of the question. Not to mention, summoned monsters didn't just disappear into thin air when magicians reverse summoned them, so cadets had to be on their toes even after surrendering. If you think your life is in danger, give up immediately. You can yell "I surrender" or simply tap on the ground twice.
I stood still and calmly listened to Kim So-hyuk's explanation.
Chai Na-yoon was glaring at me from the side, but I ignored her.
Magicians in charge of the exam will give the rest of the explanation. Give them a warm welcome. The door opened and robed magicians walked in. Summoner magicians weren't given any special treatment.
The magician's tower had a strict hierarchy among magicians depending on their specialty, and summoner magicians were nothing more and nothing less than average. And because summoner magicians often worked outside of the magician's tower, they didn't have twisted personalities like most magicians.
Nice to meet you all.
I am the chief magician, Jin Juhua. The leader of the magicians bowed to the cadets.
Today, you will fight monsters we will summon.
But be careful, summoned monsters are no different from real monsters.
Even if we reverse summon them, they won't disappear immediately like in games. So if things look dangerous, surrender immediately. The cadets nodded at the magician's kind explanation.
Good. Then we will tell you how the exam will proceed. Jin Juhua smiled brightly.
4 cadets will go in at a time, and each cadet will be given 15 minutes.
You will not be graded based on victory or loss, and your fighting role will obviously be taken into account.
Jin Juhua stuck up his index finger. First is how long you last. Next is how calm you responded. In other words, you don't have to try to kill the summoned monster. Wheeing. A smartwatch's faint vibration cut him off mid-sentence. The magician looked around the room. Please turn off all smartwatches. He spoke nonchalantly. We also nonchalantly turned off our smartwatches. Chapter 43. Sudden Encounter, 3. Chief Magician Jin Juhua's explanation dragged on for a long time. How the exam will be carried out, how groups will be formed, the types of monsters that will be summoned. I understood that he was a cautious person, but I just wished he would get on with the exam already. Now, we will begin the exam. Group 1 members should stand up. Finally, he spoke the words I was waiting for. Group 1 was Hazuki, Kim Juno, Yu Youngjin, and Spenner. Hazuki was the only one I knew. I'll do my best. Hazuki got up as she received encouraging words from her friends. The 4 group members followed a staff to the examination ground. Everyone else, please stand to the side. The 96 remaining cadets of Veritas class stood against the wall while wondering why. Suddenly, Jin Juhua clapped, and 10 circular tables with 10 chairs each rose up from the floor. Take a seat, everyone. You will be writing a report for this exam as well. Immediately, cadets broke out into groans. Sit wherever you want. Since I already knew this would happen, I wasn't fazed by it in the slightest. I took a seat randomly, while other cadets sat close to their friends. Just when I was thoughtlessly waiting for Jin Juhua's next word, a sweet fragrance tickled my nose. It was a unique and aromatic smell of rose. I glanced sideways. It was Rachel. She was staring at her fingernails. It seemed one of her nails was too sharp as she took a nail clipper to one of her fingers. At that moment, her eyes met mine. Rachel hastily put away the nail clipper into her pocket. Battle analysis will be part of this exam. Jin Juhua's explanation began once again. It's simple. You will carefully analyze cadets who are battling monsters and write a report. In an instant, a monitor shot up from the tables. There was one for each seat, a total of 100. The monitor's screen was split into 4, and each screen showed a cadet from the group taking the exam. How they were able to defeat their monster, or why they lost, even if they won, in what areas they were lacking, if they lost, what methods they could have used to get a better result. This is what we are looking for in your reports. Chuck. Jin Juhua clapped, and the other magicians began to hand out report papers. You have to write 3 reports in total, but only the best report will be reflected on your grade. Of course, that doesn't mean you can only write 1 report. If you do, you will be penalized. I picked up the paper in front of me. Looking at the peer assessment paper, I suddenly remembered my college days. I had to write my name on the evaluating cadet line and the name of the cadet I'm evaluating on evaluatee cadet. Check the anonymous checkbox if you wish to remain anonymous. Thankfully, we had the option of being anonymous. For the record, this report is only 5% of your grade. But, the reports you write will be given to the cadets you evaluate. At these words, cadets began to exchange meaningful looks. Giving your peers healthy advice and recommendations, and encouraging honest self-development, I think these are duties of a hero. So if you abuse the ability to be anonymous to be malicious, you will be penalized accordingly. The chief magician's mouth curled up to a smile. It seems we are ready. Group 1's exam will now begin. I stared at the monitor fixedly. I then clicked on the box Hazuki was in. The other 3 boxes disappeared, and only Hazuki's filled the screen. Hazuki was facing a ghoul, a low-intermediate rank grade 1 monster. It should be a difficult fight for Hazuki. Clang, clang. The ghoul's claws clashed with Hazuki's axe. Hazuki responded to its attacks rather calmly, but a ghoul's claws were harder than average high-grade weapons. After exchanging a few blows, Hazuki must have concluded that she was at a disadvantage in close-ranged combat as she began to circle around the room. Using the ghoul's slow speed to her advantage, she began to look for an opening in the ghoul's defense. But 15 minutes went by with no change. The ghoul disappeared after being reverse summoned. Draw, Hazuki and Yu Youngjin. Victory, Spener. Defeat, Kim Juno. Next is Group 2. Chai Nayun, Hojin, Jutrin, Carlos. Next up was Chai Nayun's group. Chai Nayun walked up in an imposing manner. The weight of her bow seemed lighter than usual. Just what could Kim Soho have said to her to make her feel so energetic? I looked at Chai Nayun through the monitor. 1,000-mile horse? Chai Nayun's opponent was the 1,000-mile horse, an intermediate rank grade 9 monster. It was one of the trickiest monsters for an archer to face. But in the screen, Chai Nayun stood tall with confidence in front of the 1,000-mile horse. Not long afterward, the battle began. Chai Nayun drew her bow, and the 1,000-mile horse charged towards her. I examined their fight closely. My gift, Master Sharpshooter, seemed to affect my eyes of discernment, as I could clearly see Chai Nayun's faults. Chai Nayun dodged the charging 1,000-mile horse by rolling to the side. Doing so, she had missed an opportunity to attack. She should have stabbed an arrow in its flank, or if she fired after rolling, she would have hit the horse's butt. Chai Nayun only wants to shoot her bow in upright positions. In other words, she lacks adaptability and situational awareness as an archer. Chai Nayun was too fixated on textbook stances. As a result, the 1,000-mile horse easily dodged her arrows. In a one-on-one fight, sharpshooters require detailed analysis and background knowledge of their target. However, Chai Nayun lacks knowledge about monsters. Defeating a 1,000-mile horse was easy if one started with disabling its legs. However, Chai Nayun was attacking places with a large surface area like its neck and body. She doesn't like memorizing theory. It was Chai Nayun's flaw I created myself. Her ability to predict her opponent's movements is superb, but she lacks the ability to take her arrow's speed into account. This was a matter of talent. Chai Nayun's talent in bows was ranked 2nd or 3rd. In contrast, her talent in long swords was ranked 1st. The spear and bow only came afterwards. In other words, Chai Nayun couldn't predict what I could predict. That was the difference between our talents, our gifts. Despite all this, Chai Nayun was able to win against the 1,000-mile horse because of her overwhelming magic power control,
capacity, and adaptability. Eventually, the 1,000-mile horse got tired. It couldn't withstand the endless barrage of arrows that came from Chainayun's terrifying magic power capacity. Overall, I recommend that Chainayun find a weapon that is more suited to utilizing her immense magic power. The exam ended with her victory. However, my report was filled with criticisms. Still, they were reasonable. If the person grading this report had sharp eyes, he would know that I was right. Victory, Chainayun. Defeat, Hojin and Jutrin. Draw, Carlos. After the exam, Chainayun returned in the same imposing manner as when she had left. I didn't even give her a glance. Feeling somewhat guilty, I flipped over my report. Next is Group 3. The exam thus continued. Meanwhile, Oh Jun-hyuk was patrolling the West Forest. The faint vibration he felt a while ago was bothering him. Normally, he would have thought of it as a natural phenomenon and ignored it, but a police officer had been killed the day before. As a result, Oh Jun-hyuk was currently more sensitive to his surroundings. Ooh. A vibration even clearer than the one he felt before rang out. Youngji, did you feel that? Co Youngji's reply came within a second from the microtransceiver he had. Yep, another vibration. I think it's coming from the ocean. Can you tell me exactly when you felt the vibration? How should I know? Then just send me your smartwatch data. Oh Jun-hyuk did as she said. I'm in the East Forest. The vibration was 0.03 seconds faster on your side. The source of the vibration must be in the West Sea. Can I use the smartwatch to calculate the same thing? You should be able to. It's the association's specially crafted smartwatch. It has a lot of useful functions. Anyways, I'm heading over there now. Wait for me. Got it. Oh Jun-hyuk began to walk towards the West Sea through a field of weed. Since the vibration came from the West Sea, he planned to observe it from a distance. But at that moment, he felt a condensing and scattering of magic power. Oh Jun-hyuk quickly turned to that direction. A shadowy figure was walking out from the dense forest. Oh Jun-hyuk stared at the figure while holding his breath. Tap, tap. With heavy steps, a man walked out, a man that he had seen before. Because of the unique aura he gave off, Oh Jun-hyuk remembered him. A large build and a sinister face. It was the man who was glaring at him in the arena. Oh Jun-hyuk's eyes met the man's. The man returned a big smile. Looking at the man, Oh Jun-hyuk spoke in a businesslike manner. This area is off limits to outsiders. Is it? A fierce light shone from the man's eyes. Then why are you here? His voice was fittingly husky and full. However, Oh Jun-hyuk retorted without being fazed in the slightest. Because I'm not an outsider. What a surprise. The giant man gave a dry reply as he rubbed his chin. Oh Jun-hyuk forced himself to smile. If you understand, please go back. I refuse. With a grin, the giant man suddenly began to crack his joints. He was clearly asking for a fight. Oh Jun-hyuk let out a deep sigh. The one who murdered that police officer, that was you, wasn't it? Ha? I don't know. Rather than that, don't just stand there. At that moment, a chilling wind blew from the sea. Oh Jun-hyuk's smartwatch loudly rang at the same time. Move if you don't want to be beaten up. The moment the giant man's voice fell low. Cha! From the depths of the sea, a giant creature shot up with a burst of water. Oh Jun-hyuk quickly turned around. The creature looked like a generic snake, but its overwhelming size and vicious mouth showed that it was on a league of its own. Serpent Dragon. A mythical monster had appeared on the West Sea. Chapter 44. Sudden Encounter, 4. Wow, I wonder if I got some sort of an insight.
Who knew I could win against a 1,000-mile horse so easily?
Tired of waiting, I was looking at my laptop when Chai Nayun's bragging sound entered my ears.
Really, what happened, Nayun? Yuyona also chimed in from next to her.
Although Yuyona usually lowered her head in front of Chai Nayun, her genuinely surprised expression told me that it wasn't just flattery this time.
It was understandable. Yuyona didn't know anything about bows, so Chai Nayun's battle might have seemed unproblematic. At first glance, it was indeed an amazing fight.
But just like the saying, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I learned from failure, something like that, ha ha ha.
Chai Nayun made a hearty laugh.
She must be feeling great, seeing as how she even brought up her loss from yesterday. Meanwhile, Kim Soho was smiling sweetly as he watched Chai Nayun. As for me, I felt a chill run down my back when I imagined Chai Nayun reading my report.
Should I submit it anonymously? Group 10.
Rachel, Kim Hajin, Skid, Li Wei.
At that moment, Jean Juhua announced the 10th group.
I glanced at Rachel, who was sitting next to me. She seemed to have me on her mind as well, as her eyes met mine. She got up from her seat, and I followed.
Come this way.
Rachel and I followed a staff with the rest of Group 10's members.
We arrived at a waiting room, and the staff opened a giant door on its right side. Go in. Behind the giant door was a long hallway. We walked in.
Soon, the hallway came to an end, and 2 doors stood on each side of the wall.
Stand in front of the door. The staff guided us to a door each. I was on the same side of the wall as Rachel. Good luck on your exam. I gave Rachel an energetic cheer, and she returned a nod. You have 1 minute to confirm your monster and terrain.
Beyond the window on the door, I could see the monster and terrain I would face.
The terrain was flatland. The monster was a chrome wolf. Chrome wolves were monsters that ranged from low-intermediate rank grade 4 to grade 2. It was comparatively weaker than what some of the other cadets had to face. However, it was difficult to fight it with a gun. Not just difficult, but very difficult. Anyone could see at first glance that bullets would just bounce off its skin. Peculiarity, its skin has the ability to reflect metallic objects. Weakness, inside the mouth. Strength, powerful epidermis. Chrome wolves were monsters I created. 30 seconds left. They had the metal and earth dual attribute, and its vital point was inside its mouth. While the combination of metal and earth attribute made it difficult to deal with, its weakness was unexpectedly clear. An extreme heat that could melt metal and earth, that was what I needed. I grasped the knife in my pocket. When things came down to it, I could use Stigma's magic power to heat up the knife. A minute has passed. Please enter. The members of Group 10 walked into the examination ground. It was a small room of about 130 square meters. Dirt and rocks filled the ground, while a wolf was crunching on something on the other side. I barely had any time to think. Chrome wolves were capable of long-ranged attacks. I quickly held up my gun. Tui. The wolf spat something out. What seemed to be a metallic fragment hurled towards me. I aimed at the flying object and fired. The metallic fragment clashed with my bullet, destroying each other. It charged towards me immediately afterward. I activated bullet time. I could clearly see the wolf's slowed movements, but I didn't move. I simply waited for it to open its mouth. Because it was so slow, I wasn't even scared. As though it was moving in slow motion, the chrome wolf opened its jaws as it shot towards my neck. I jabbed my gun into its mouth and fired consecutively. By the time the chrome wolf shut its mouth, I had already jumped back by several meters. My sense of time returned to normal, and the chrome wolf convulsed in pain. Unfortunately, it wasn't dead yet. After retching a few times, it spat out 10 crushed bullets. Then, he growled while glaring at me. Tough, aren't you?
I had struck its vital point, but the chrome wolf's bulletproof property put me at a disadvantage.
Without a choice, I took out my knife.
With a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, I lowered my body slightly and glared back at the wolf. My lips were dry and sweat drenched my body.
Close-ranged combat was always frightening. Right when the fight was about to break out. Quan!
A huge explosion erupted and the lights in the room went off. I was now in total darkness, but I couldn't let my guard down. There was a savage beast in here with me.
A problem has occurred. All monsters will be reverse summoned. Cadets are to leave the examination ground immediately. TZZZK.
The speaker cut off with a static noise.
I stared at the wolf. Rather than being reverse summoned, it was growing even more ferocious. Is that thing going to be reverse summoned? No one answered my question. One or more of the dispatched magicians had to be a jinn. Jin Juwa wasn't a jinn. I had already checked on my laptop. No change in setting had happened to him. In fact, the laptop didn't detect any setting change. This could only mean one thing. The jinn deployed here was a jinn I didn't know. It was entirely plausible.
There were uncountably many jinns in this world.
It wasn't strange for an extra to appear. Ha! I knew this would happen eventually. An event that I didn't know about was happening.
My heart rate went up at the uncertainty of the situation, but I forced myself to calm down.
After a deep breath, I looked through the wall at the room next door.
Rachel seemed to be in a similar situation, as she was glaring at her opponent calmly and silently.
But her opponent was a person. Kowalwal.
At that moment, the crone wolf charged towards me with a howl.
I took out my personal weapon from Stigma. Desert Eagle materialized in my hand, and ether fused with it promptly. The grip fits snugly in my hand. First, I fired a bullet at the charging chrome wolf. It fell down with a whimper. Know your place. The Desert Eagle I had taken out for the first time in a while was much more powerful than before, but I didn't have the time to stand around and admire its strength. I didn't even have time to look at my laptop. Rachel was the urgent problem at hand.
There were arcs where Rachel was targeted. One of the antagonists of the story was someone who wanted to conquer England itself.
But now shouldn't be the time.
They should only attack after they grew their forces more.
KRRRR. I furrowed my brows at the growling noise. When I turned my sight back front, the single chrome wolf had unknowingly multiplied to 3. But I wasn't worried in the slightest. HM. I transformed Desert Eagle into the shotgun mode. At the same time, the 3 chrome wolves flew towards me. My job was simple.
I just had to point my shotgun calmly and fire without shaking.
Quan. Immediately, thunderous gunshots rang out.
In a dark room filled with chilling air and breathless killing intent, a lone man's murmuring rose up coldly.
I knew this day would come one day. What should have been a familiar language approached Rachel unfamiliarly. She glared at the man who appeared from the darkness. Although the man was wearing a cape and covering his face, Rachel felt like she knew who he was. Rachel calmly recited his name. Sir Lancaster. The previous captain of the Royal Guard and Rachel's previous master, Alex Lancaster. The man who disappeared a few years ago after his family was murdered in the infamous London incident had appeared once again with breathtaking killing intent. I'm honored you remember me. A thin smile emerged on his face. Rachel felt a great malice from his sinister smile. From it, she could easily see the path he had walked. You sold your soul. Lancaster shook his head. He was denying Rachel's claim. I lived my life for my country, but my country killed my everything. I didn't sell my soul. Only, my master took in my wandering soul after I was abandoned by my country. For a moment, deep sadness emerged on Rachel's face.
What Lancaster was saying was a painful memory for her as well.
Is that why you came to me? Princess, does it look like I came here?
Rachel furrowed her brows. Then, she stabbed with her rapier, which simply passed through his body.
I am somewhere, but not here. Rachel turned around. The door to the room was tightly shut. For whatever reason, no help seemed to be coming. Lancaster spoke with a smile. There's quite a chaos outside right now. Of course, if this place was England, princess safety would have been the top priority. Tens, hundreds, and thousands of people's lives wouldn't compare to princess. Lancaster paused momentarily.
His smiling face was twisted viciously.
The entire country would not hesitate to throw away their lives to save princess. After all, princess is England's only hope.
After saying what he wanted to say, Lancaster's mouth drew a satisfied smile.
But that isn't the case here. In this place, you are only one of many cadets.
Rachel stared at him with sadness. The resentment and anger in his voice made Rachel feel guilty. However, Lancaster clenched his teeth at her response.
So you still won't remove your hypocritical mask of pretense?
Anger and regret filled his drawn-out words. Rachel took a small courageous step towards him.
Sir Lancaster, I would like to talk a bit longer, but there is no time.
However, Lancaster rejected her before bowing respectfully.
Farewell, princess, please be well.
With that, he turned into a black fog and disappeared.
Wait.
Suddenly, an assassin jumped out of the fog, swinging a sword. Though it was abrupt, Rachel managed to swing her rapier and defend against the attack. At the same time, the attack sliced off a chunk of her sword chi. She was astonished at the weight behind the magic power.
But the assassin's magic power wasn't the only astonishing thing.
The assassin's movements were nimble and sharp.
Left flank and shoulder.
His keen attacks dug through Rachel's weak points. Two swords clashed against each other, and a sharp metallic sound resounded. Hot sparks were ignited, and fresh blood burst into the air. Against the assassin's aggressive maneuvers, Rachel could only stay on the defensive. But as the fight continued, more scratches appeared on her body.
Once the pain grew more intense, Rachel had to admit that she couldn't defeat the assassin with standard tactics. She made a gamble. UK. The assassin didn't miss the opening she purposely made.
A deep stab appeared on her wrist, and Rachel dropped her rapier. Feeling his victory, the assassin dug in deeper. At that moment, Rachel's rapier reacted. Her rapier had still been connected to her magic power. The assassin moved to pierce Rachel's heart, while Rachel's rapier shot up towards his neck.
Kwang. However, this nail-biting situation was interrupted by a terrifying vibration and a fierce explosion. Rachel lost balance along with the assassin. The assassin's sword couldn't reach Rachel's heart, while Rachel's rapier couldn't pierce the assassin's neck. Kung.
The room rumbled with another vibration. This time, the right side of the wall crumbled down. Rachel and the assassin both turned towards the wall.
Kung. Another shockwave seemed to tear through the wall.
The assassin then held up his sword, and Rachel also grabbed her rapier with her left hand.
Kung.
After the second shockwave, the assassin charged at Rachel, which she narrowly dodged by rolling to the side.
Kung.
A third and final shockwave blew up the wall and the assassin was sent flying back by the explosion.
Geez, so much dust. Tui.
A man walked out from a cloud of acrid smoke. It was a familiar face to Rachel.
Kim Ha-jin.
It was him. The assassin immediately ran towards him.
Who the hell are you?
Kim Ha-jin simply fired his gun.
Quack.
A shotgun shell sent the assassin flying back from one end of the room to the other. It was a terrifying display of power. Kim Ha-jin then walked up to the assassin, who was stuck against the wall. Click, click. The sound of his gun reloading rang out frighteningly. Clack. He finished reloading. Rachel stared at the white magic power flowing around his arm. However, she didn't have the chance to raise any questions. Kim Ha-jin aimed at the assassin. He showed no hesitation as he pulled the trigger. In an instant, a radiant white light illuminated the dark room. Chapter 45. After the Trouble, 1. Destructive Power Amplification Shotgun Shell, 50 SP each. Although I used ordinary bullets against Chrome Wolves, I used 5 of these special bullets to break down the wall and kill the assassin. In other words, I had consumed 250 SP in less than a minute. It was a necessary expenditure to break down the examination room's wall, and since I managed to save Rachel, I didn't particularly regret it. I reached out to Rachel, who was collapsed on the ground. She stared at my hand blankly before getting up by herself. I pulled my hand back and awkwardly scratched my cheek. Rachel stared at the broken down wall to her right. The examination room's reinforced wall was in a sorry state because of my shotgun shells. Oh, the mana barrier disappeared when the electricity went out. I made an excuse because her gaze pricked at my conscience. Rachel's eyes rolled and landed on my shotgun. I hurriedly stuffed it in my bag, but it didn't fit because of its size. I quickly turned around and changed it to its handgun form before putting it away. Or rather than that. I looked at Rachel's body. She was riddled with wounds, and she was bleeding to a worrying degree. I should be concerned about her safety, but for some reason, I thought of a vandal's seed first. Rachel's blood would be the perfect nourishment for it. You're hurt. I took off the belt bag around my waist. To give a brief explanation about this belt bag, it was an all-purpose emergency kit created with the combination of all my fears and apprehension. Antidotes, potions, painkillers, tranquilizers, bandages, gauzes, all sorts of medicine and medicinal supplies were in this bag. Of course, recovery potions, namely the external wound recovery potion, were also included in it. Although recovery potions were a bit on the expensive side, they were cheap compared to what Rachel's blood was worth. Here, it's an external wound recovery potion. When I gave her a glass bottle containing a red liquid, Rachel's eyes widened in surprise. Before I put it on, I'll wipe off your blood first. Because I was nervous, I felt my lips going dry. I wet my lips with saliva before asking, "May I?" Rachel nodded. She had given me permission. First, I took out a gauze from my belt bag and wiped the blood flowing down from her wounded left arm. As I took out more gauzes, I kept the used ones stacked on top of each other without throwing them away. Once her arm was mostly clean of blood, I wet a gauze with the potion before applying it to her skin. Immediately, Rachel clenched her teeth. Potions had a stinging sensation when applied over the skin, kind of like antiseptics. I planned to heal her left arm first, but Rachel suddenly grabbed me. She spoke for the first time since we met. "Here first." With that, she showed me her right wrist. It was a serious wound. Her flesh and muscles were cut off entirely and her bones were showing. If the cut was just slightly deeper, her wrist would have been severed. But surprisingly, there was no blood coming out of the wound. It seemed Rachel was blocking the wound with her magic power. "Ah! You should have told me earlier." I was genuinely shocked. She seemed to have only suffered light cuts and scratches, so I was focused on her blood and missed that she had a wound that needed immediate treatment. Any later and you would have had to give up on using a rapier forever. Despite costing 7 million won, external wound recovery potions weren't omnipotent. Sensitive areas like a person's nerves had to be treated immediately. Otherwise, not even the authority of healing could do anything about it. "It's going to sting. A lot." I poured the rest of the potion over her wound and wrapped a bandage over it. 8. The pain must have been intense, but Rachel endured it with only a short groan. I put 3 layers of bandages over her wound.
With this, the treatment was complete.
When I let go of her arm, Rachel crouched down on the ground and rolled her feet.
It was easy to see that she was struggling to endure the pain.
I picked up the bloodied stack of gauzes and put them into my crossbag. While I waited for Rachel to recover, I turned on my laptop. A settings change alert was there as I expected.
Lancaster Alex.
Worsened attachment to his lost family. His rage has also been deepened.
There is an increased chance of him attacking Rachel whenever he has the opportunity.
Potential changed from 7.5 to 8.5 to serve as a greater threat.
HM. Lancaster Alex.
He was one of the characters I created in relation to England. As an antagonist who appeared in the middle stage of the story, his goal was to topple England's government. Such a dangerous antagonist had gotten stronger and appeared earlier than intended.
Unfortunately, there wasn't anything I could do about it.
If I knew this would happen, I would have created more righteous characters. Of course, there were plenty of other righteous characters. For Rachel, there was a Secret Service agent from MI6 named James Jones. As he was based on the agent that everyone knew, his love and loyalty for his country was unshakable.
Hua! A faint breathing sound rang out. I looked at Rachel.
She was covered in sweat, but she must have overcome the pain, as she looked much better than before. Rachel staggered up slowly and bowed at me.
Thank you. Ah!
Suddenly, electricity came back on and the darkness shrouding the room disappeared. Naturally, our conversation was put on hold.
Rachel and I walked to the door.
Holding the doorknob, we slowly pushed it open. Though it was tightly shut before, it opened without a problem this time.
After leaving the room, I stared at the examination rooms on the other side of the wall.
It seemed the other two cadets were unable to escape in time, as their corpses were lying on the ground. A mixed feeling came over me, but I knew I couldn't have done anything about it. I led Rachel and began to walk back. With my eyes, I could see that the waiting room was in a pandemonium.
Tap, tap.
At that moment, I heard the sound of someone walking towards us. Rachel put up her guard. Seeing her, I simply smiled.
Thankfully, we restored the electricity. It was Kim So-hyuk's voice. He was walking down the hallway while communicating with someone on a transceiver. You guys, what are you doing here?
No, why did you come back here?
Come back? Didn't you guys?
Kim So-hyuk paused in the middle of his sentence as though he'd remembered something. From his reaction, I also had an idea as to what happened. Jinns who could create illusions with forms surely existed. The other two are still inside.
Ah, shoot.
You two, wait here.
No, run to the infirmary. With that, Kim So-hyuk ran down the hallway to the examination rooms.
By the time his back disappeared from my normal view, I turned towards Rachel.
Then, I whispered softly.
I may have to lie soon, so when the time comes, please match words with me. If they find out that I brought in my personal weapon, I'll be expelled.
Rachel nodded at my request.
After the huge disturbance, in the silent shadow of the now empty waiting room, darkness suddenly sprung up, growing in size until it formed a human figure.
The figure was that of a short, cute boy. A deep smile emerged on the boy's face. Boss, I just saw something amazing.
The boy, Droon, came to observe Kim Ha-jin as per his boss orders.
Currently, he couldn't hide his excitement over what he saw.
He seemed to finally understand why boss was so interested in him.
Guns, it's a gift related to guns. It's not just anti-magic. For now, return. I'll listen to you later. However, boss cut him off coldly. Okay. Boss is no fun. Drun grumbled inwardly as he transformed into darkness once again.
Next, he messaged another troop member.
Junyoung, how was the serpent dragon? Did you kill it?
Facing a clear ocean breeze, Oh Jun-hyuk was sitting cross-legged on a rock. He was still trying to comprehend what he just witnessed. A serpent dragon had popped out of the sea, but Oh Jun-hyuk. Seo Youngji arrived after everything was taken care of. Oh Jun-hyuk turned towards her. What's going on? Didn't you say a serpent dragon appeared? You knew that and you're this late? I ran into a problem on my way here. Monsters suddenly escaped from the laboratory. I had to take care of it before coming here. So, where's the serpent dragon? It was chased away, deep into the ocean. Ha! Serpent dragons were members of the dragon family, but that didn't mean they were terrifyingly strong. In terms of the association's standard ranking system, serpent dragons ranged from high intermediate rank grade 1 to high rank grade 7. Compared to some of the other monsters heroes of their caliber had to face, serpent dragons weren't particularly frightening. In the first place, serpent dragons weren't aggressive. They didn't know how to fight, and because of their intelligence, they were afraid of pain. Of course, it was a different story if a serpent dragon found a Sintamani, 1. Even so, what Oh Jun-hyuk witnessed was shockingly unrealistic. Someone provoked the serpent dragon. Provoked? Yep. Its eyes were red. It was clearly enraged. Hurling down from the sky with its gigantic mouth, the serpent dragon was undoubtedly oppressing. How did you chase away an enraged serpent dragon? Well, thinking back to what happened, Oh Jun-hyuk didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Apparently, you just have to beat it until it regains its sanity. He recalled what he saw just 10 minutes ago. The giant man wearing a gauntlet stood in front of the serpent dragon and punched it. It was a simple straight punch, but the shockwave released from the attack was tremendous. The ground shook and trees were completely stripped of their leaves. The punch tore through the serpent dragon's tough scales, broke through its bones, and struck its muscles. The enraged serpent dragon's bloodshot eyes instantly cleared up. You want me to believe that? If you don't want to, don't. Oh, by the way, I need you to put someone on the wanted list. I filmed him on my smartwatch. He's the suspect behind yesterday's police officer murder case. Oh Jun-hyuk sent Seo Youngji a video. It showed the giant man's face and build. Seo Youngji tilted her head as she checked the video. Tell them to contact me if he's found. Why? Nothing. It's been a while, but I found someone I want to fight. Oh Jun-hyuk grinned. The cube monster incident became a hot topic across the world. Jin's being involved in the incident was kept under wraps, but because a serpent dragon and several other monsters critically injured 2 cadets, I thought they were dead, but it seemed they were just unconscious. Cube received a huge global backlash. As a result, the rest of the combat exams were put on hold. The result of the duels would be kept, while another monster war would take place later. Finally, the group rescue mission, which was planned for Friday, was cancelled entirely considering the circumstance. In addition, classes were also cancelled until Thursday 2 weeks later. In other words, there were no classes for the next 10 days. With the sudden holiday, cadets seemed to be planning on returning home or going on vacation with the compensation Cube gave out. Cube's official community forum was filled with posts asking for good places to visit in Japan or America, while some people left snarky remarks on how they could go on vacation when cadets were injured from the incident. In any case, none of these problems had any relevance to me. Even now, I was sitting in my dorm room, protecting my abode. Oh, did it just eat? Evandal's seed. The seed of which I obtained from Gari Mountain's hidden stage was now sucking on Rachel's blood. The bloodied gauze had returned to its white color. Once 3 months passed, a kind witch would be born, who would become my trusted helper. At that moment, a sudden pain overcame me. The source of the pain was my upper arm. It was a pain I felt once before. I quickly pulled up my sleeve. Another streak of stigma was being drawn on my arm. Calm down and be patient, Kim Ha-jin.
You've felt this pain before. You can do a lot more with another streak of stigma. For example, you can put more magic power into bullets.
I couldn't continue my encouraging train of thoughts as it felt like someone was stabbing my brain with a knife.
My thoughts cut off, and I clenched my teeth, unable to scream.
In front of this tremendous pain, my consciousness slowly faded.
Wow, it's been so long.
On the other hand, Chai Na-yun returned home.
Her family home was a traditional Korean house with tiled roofs and eaves. However, that was only on the outside.
The interior of the house was large and elaborate and was no different than a European castle.
Welcome back, young lady.
With a warm smile, a butler greeted Chai Na-yun. Long time no see, Gramps.
I've been worried sick. I'm glad you're safe. Only 2 people were hurt. None of the ordinary visitors were injured either.
Chai Na-yun gave her bow to the butler who had been protecting her home for 30 years.
Oh right, is the item I ordered here yet? It arrived yesterday. Yes. Owen Cube sent some documents. Documents? The butler nodded. Yes, they're apparently exam reports. There are 24 of them. Oh that. Send it back to my dorm. I don't want to think about school when I'm... No, wait.
Chai Na-yun recalled her might as she fought the 1,000-mile horse. Other cadets must have been extremely impressed to have sent so many reports.
24.
That meant close to 25% of the class had written about her feat.
Hulu, send it to my room. I want to read it.
Wondering what kind of praises she would get, Chai Na-yun spoke.
Yes, understood.
The butler bowed respectfully. 1. A wish-fulfilling jewel in Hindu and Buddhist traditions. Wingless dragons would seek to obtain this object to gain wings and ascend to the heaven.
Chapter 46. After the trouble, 2.
As expected of a rich young lady, Chai Na-yun's room was huge with a queen-sized bed, a living room, a bathroom that was the size of a public bath, and a gaming room designed for the best virtual gaming experience. Lying comfortably on her bed, Chai Na-yun opened the envelope containing her exam reports.
Whoa, look how thick this is. The stack of 24 papers had a sizable thickness. First, she read the name of the topmost paper's grader. Kiana Jean. He was a spearman who was around rank 100.
Chai Na-yun's archery skill was extraordinary and her magic power drew out my deepest respect. The 1,000-mile horse is a difficult opponent for most sharpshooters because of its agile speed and sturdy body, but Chai Na-yun not only dodged its charges with incredibly nimble movements, but she also...
Ha ha.
Because he still had poor Korean, there were some grammar mistakes here and there, but it was still readable. She especially liked the words, her arrows were like a drizzling rain.
After reading Kiana Jin's report, Chai Na-yun worked her way down the stack.
Some cadets objectively analyzed her battle, while some noticeably filled their reports with praises. But seeing them all remark on her astounding might, the corner of Chai Na-yun's mouth curled up more and more.
Hugh, no.
Chai Na-yun collected her thoughts before they reached cloud 9.
Some of them are just flattering you. Be humble.
After telling herself that, she calmly moved on to the next report. The report belonged to a familiar name.
Evaluating Cadet Kim Soho.
His name shook her heart slightly, but Chai Na-yun tried to act unconcerned and furrowed her brows chicly. She quietly read the contents of the report. It was a victory of self-conviction. Recently, Chai Na-yun seemed to have doubts about herself. Losing to a rival and being criticized by someone wore down her confidence. But as expected, Chai Na-yun was a born archer who was overflowing with talent.
Against the 1,000-mile horse, Chai Na-yun showed a battle brimming with confidence.
There were no hesitation or doubts in her movements, and her attacks were also on point. I believe Chai Na-yun has already reached a certain realm as an archer. She told me that someone said her talent was lacking, but what Chai Nayeon lacked wasn't talent, but trust in her own abilities. If she continues to trust in herself as she did today, if she believes in her talent and strides forward, I have the utmost belief that she will become the greatest hero.
Hua.
With a thin breath, Chai Nayeon softly caressed Kim Soho's report. She was moved by his heartfelt encouragement. A smile emerged on her face, and her worries and trembling heart settled down. With her eyes closed, she reaffirmed her belief.
A bow suits me. No matter what anyone says, a bow suits me best.
Chai Nayeon carefully placed his report on her bed.
Now, there were 2 reports remaining.
One was anonymous while the other was from Shin Jonghak. She decided to finish what she started.
First, the anonymous report.
She picked up the report without much thought. But not long afterward, she clenched her hands which were holding onto the report. Beyond the crumpled report, Chai Nayeon's distorted face emerged.
Ayek, 3, Ayek.
Unlike the others, the anonymous report was filled with criticisms. Its malicious words seemed to strike at her bones directly, and Chai Nayeon trembled in anger.
Who is the fucker?
The report was written in a respectful tone, but it was clear what it was trying to say.
You have no sense, talent, or brain. You won thanks to your magic power.
It was anonymous, but Chai Nayeon felt like she knew who the writer was. Kim Hajin, Kim Hajin, Kim Hajin. She picked up her smartwatch as she fumed with rage.
On a fine afternoon, Rachel and I were being questioned by Cube's investigators.
I was still sore from the added streak of stigma yesterday, but I still cooperated earnestly thanks to Rachel sitting next to me in an upright position.
Thank you.
Outside of the investigation room, on our way back to the portal station, I expressed my gratitude at Rachel. As promised, she matched words with me. A royalty's words must have carried unquestionable trust and grace, as the investigators who were doubting me fully trusted Rachel's words.
No, I should be the one to thank you.
Rachel said so without a change in her expression. Then, she showed her wrist to me. Thanks to treating her injury early, her wrist was fully healed without a scar.
Is it fine?
Yes. She spun her wrist nimbly.
That's good. So, where are you going? Back home. Ah, to England.
Yes.
I see, so she was going back to England. It made sense. England should be safer than Cube. The Queen's residence was a fortress that even a manifested devil couldn't easily enter. Ah, I'm also going hunting right now.
Because we were going in the same direction, I told Rachel something she didn't even ask for when suddenly, my smartwatch rang. It wasn't a text message, but a call.
From Chai Nayeon. I had a feeling I shouldn't pick it up, so I ignored it. I'm also taking Cube's portal, so... My smartwatch rang once again. I immediately ended the call. Then, a message arrived. Hey, you wrote that report, didn't you? I just don't understand, just how are you in any position to say something like this? I don't have the sense or talent of an archer? Have you ever used a bow before? I'm so freaking speechless. And you said I'm stupid? What, you think you can mock me because you're good at studying? You wanna fight? Wanna make a bet? Want me to teach you how hard it is to use a bow? What is this bombshell? A barrage of 5 messages fell on me in just 10 seconds. However, the last message caught my attention. Bet. I recalled my gift's proficiency level. If I remember correctly, it should be grade 7 and about 67% to the next grade. Could I defeat Chai Nayeon with a bow? Of course, I purposely nitpicked her flaws during the exam, but Chai Nayeon's archery skill was undoubtedly one of the best among cadets. Although she was more talented with swords, that didn't mean she had no talent for bows. Not to mention, she trained in archery for 10 years. Sure, let's fight and bet on it. I'll also use a bow.
But it was about time to show her the difference between someone of talent and a true genius. Even if grade 7 wasn't enough, I had incredible luck on my side. As long as the bet was done with normal arrows rather than magic power arrows, I couldn't see myself losing. But just in case, I should ask for a month to practice. Why isn't she replying? For some reason, Chai Nayun stopped messaging me. Did she think it was meaningless to make a bet with someone who wasn't an archer? Looking up, I saw that Rachel had gone ahead. I quickly ran and caught up to her. Rachel glanced back at me. Ha, I'm also using the portal. I'm going to Wanju. Ah, yes. We walked side by side to the portal without talking. We eventually arrived at the Cube portal station, which was fairly empty. Because Cube had asked the cadets to leave if possible for a more thorough investigation, most cadets had already left. Rachel should now take the Seoul portal to transit through to England, while I take the portal to Wanju. If it's okay, can I ask you what weapon you used back then? But before we separated, Rachel asked me a question. It seemed she found it hard to accept what happened. After all, an assassin who had been threatening her was killed with only 2 shotgun shots. It's an extremely expensive weapon, and cadets generally have 1 or more special abilities. That was all I could say. Rachel stared at me fixedly before nodding. Thank you again. I'll bring something back from England as thanks. With that, Rachel left towards the Seoul portal. I arrived in Gangwon-do Wanju. Perhaps because it was midday on a weekday, the portal station was bustling with people to the point there was barely any space to breathe. I plowed through the swarm of people and left the portal station. Hajin here. When I came outside, a man in a well-tailored suit and sunglasses shouted my name. It was Park Sohyuk. Next to him was an HUV, though it was an old model. He looked completely different. I approached him with a smile. Wow, I almost didn't notice you. Looks like you had fun with my money. Maybe you should be investigated for embezzlement. Ha, this is a proper business expense. Get in. Park Sohyuk opened the back door as though he had done it 1,000 times before. I got in the car. Are we stopping at the 1 kilometer mark again? Yeah, but we're going to hunt a lot more today. Great, then I'm going. Yuyona promised me an unlimited supply of bullets. Since I added a setting to the Desert Eagle to make it an evolving weapon, I had to hunt as many monsters as I could when I had time. So, how's the business lately? It's much better thanks to you. Everything is easier with a car. A mode of transportation was an important core item in any business. For a monster hunting agency, an HUV was practically a necessity. It's over there, but there are a lot of people already. Not long afterward, we arrived at the entrance of the field. Let's get off for now. Yeah. To get a permit for our vehicle, Park Sohyuk and I got off. But in the distance, I saw a familiar face. In all honesty, she was eye-catching no matter where she went. Her long black hair fluttered in the air and shone under the sunlight. Her incredibly charming black dress made her stand out even in this sea of people. Yuyona. She was observing the field, surrounded by people who I presumed to be her guild members. The serious expression she had as she spoke made her seem as though she was an adult. Oh right. I suddenly recalled that it was about time Yuyona came to the Wanju's field for business. In the original story, she became the greatest investor for SH Agency. Kim Soho was obviously the reason. After finding out that Kim Soho had a contract with SH Agency, Yuyona invested an astronomical sum to SH Agency, which turned out to be incredibly successful. It was the point where Park Sohyuk and Yuyona began to walk the royal road. What, do you know her? I do, but let's just go. She seemed busy, so I pretended not to see her. But at that moment, Yuyona discovered me.
Hello?
Clack, clack. She approached me on her high heels, but the height of her heels was too threatening.
She seemed taller than me. What are you doing here? Yuyona looked into my eyes and asked. We were at the same eye level. I'm here to make money. MMIC. Yuyona glanced at Park Suhyuk, who was next to me. It felt like I needed to introduce them to each other, so I did. This is my agent. Ah, nice to meet you. I'm SH Agency's head manager, Park Suhyuk. I'm Yuyona. I'm still a cadet. Ah, yes. I stole a peek at the two of them. Park Suhyuk and Yuyona. Though it wasn't my intention, their meeting was moved forward by 3 years. As for the consequences, I wasn't sure. But it didn't seem like a bad thing. I also glanced at the 4 men standing behind Yuyona like guards. Their equipment were all high-class goods. Ah, they're members of Essence of the Strait. Yuyona introduced them to us. The members stood around, not knowing how to react, but Yuyona's stinging glare immediately caused them to bow. Essence of the Strait. Disbelief emerged on Park Suhyuk's face. Essence of the Strait was the rank 2 guild. Park Suhyuk must never have imagined being in contact with them. Weeing. At that moment, my smartwatch rang. It was from Chai Na-yoon. Ha, what would I gain by betting with someone who doesn't know anything about bows? Just screw off. It seemed she was planning on ignoring me, but I couldn't let that happen. I kindled her rage. What, you're scared? Ha! You wanna die? I was going easy on you, so don't you? Just like you said, I've never even touched a bow before. But if it's you, 1 month. 1 month is enough for me to catch up to your level. Of course, that's strictly in archery. After sending the message, I crossed my arms. But suddenly, Yuyona asked. Are you perhaps texting Na-yoon? Startled, I stared at her. What? How did you know? Wasn't I the only one capable of hacking into others' smartwatches? Yuyona grinned and put up a hologram of her smartwatch screen. Hey, look what this kid is saying to me. I'm speechless. SPECHLESS. Do I take on this bet? From the looks of it, Chai Na-yoon was telling her friends about what I said and asking them for advice. Aha. I spoke shortly. Tell her to do it. Have you used a bow before? Nope, not even once. I haven't even touched one. In fact, before coming to this world, I haven't even seen them outside of movies and the Olympics. But I only need a month to beat her. However, this was a contest of pure skill. My master sharpshooter gift was specialized for the sharpshooter role, while Chai Na-yoon's gift didn't directly support a role and was more relevant to swords. Although grade 7 was a bit on the edge, my victory was certain if I reached grade 6. How can you be so confident? Isn't your gift related to guns? I stared at Yuyona silently. I was pondering on how to answer her question. Tisk, fine. I won't ask. So sensitive. But Yuyona misunderstood my reaction and clicked her tongue before I had the chance to answer. She then stared at Park Suhyuk and his HUV before asking. Ah, if you're here to hunt, can I come with you? Chapter 47. After the Trouble, 3. Kung. 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 Every time the tires hit a rock, the HUV shook violently. Just how much of an old model was it to not even have a steady driving module? Yuyona was both confused and shocked. Why did I ask to follow them? 5 minutes were enough to make her regret her words. So why are you here? While she was steadying herself from the constant bumps, Kim Ha-jin, who was sitting next to her, asked. Yuyona glanced at him and retorted. What use is going on vacations? You have to see things, hear things, and feel things to advance forward. Oh. Kim Ha-jin quickly accepted Yoo Yona's words and faced front again. Yoo Yona stared at him fixedly. He was average looking no matter how many times she saw him. If he had glasses, his face would be the average face of all salarymen. But there weren't just one or two things that were suspicious about him. Rather than suspicious, he was full of secrets. Unfathomable was too grand of a word to describe him, but he was still mysterious. When Yoo Yona was having such trifling thoughts, she felt her smartwatch vibrate. It was a message from Chai Na-yoon. Alright, I'll take on his bet. Looks like he needs to be put in place. She seemed quite angry. With a snicker, Yoo Yona initiated a conversation. Hey. Na-yoon says she'll do it. The bet. At that moment, Kim Ha-jin's smartwatch also vibrated. Yoo Yona was curious. Show me too. Kim Ha-jin displayed the message without complaints. Sure, let's fight. I'll give you a month. I'll bet my everything that I'll win. What are you going to bet? A duel between an archer and a gunman was thus established. Yoo Yona found the situation quite ridiculous, but was also curious. By the way, why are you doing this? Of all people, why was he so bent on provoking Chai Na-yoon? Kim Ha-jin stared at Yoo Yona. He then spoke as though it was an obvious truth. Chai Na-yoon's real talent isn't in bows. Yoo Yona couldn't understand what he was saying. If she gives up on using a bow, she can advance much further. Kim Ha-jin added those words somewhat bitterly. At least, that's what Yoo Yona felt. Yoo Yona then began to see what was going on. Without interest, there was no criticism. One had to carefully scrutinize something to see its flaws. In a way, giving proper criticisms was harder than giving compliments. In that sense. Just how long has this man been watching Chai Na-yoon to be so sure of his thoughts? 3 months? Half a year? A year? Or perhaps even longer? Come to think of it. During the 3rd year of Agent Military Academy, Kim Ha-jin was in the same class as Chai Na-yoon. They were both only 11 years old. From then until now, 6 whole years had gone by. Could it be that for 6 years, this man? Clunk. AK. Suddenly, the HUV shook violently and stopped. Yoo Yona hit her head against the headrest of the front seat. What's going on? Yoo Yona was inexperienced with such things, but both Park Se-hyuk and Kim Ha-jin weren't. Park Se-hyuk turned off the engine and spoke. This is the monster point. We're getting off. Monster point? Ah, yes, it's a place where many monsters appear. I know what it means, but how do you know that this is a monster point? End of April is when monsters start to get more active. The weaker ones will be pushed out of their territories, and this is a natural escape route. There are a few more places like that, but those places are famous so they're always bustling with people. Park Se-hyuk replied without hesitation, causing Yoo Yona to stare at him in surprise. But her gaze quickly fell back on her smartwatch. She had received a message. Well, I'll be going now. Ha? Didn't you want to hunt with us? Something came up just now. Plus, I said I wanted to come with you, I didn't say anything about hunting together. Yoo Yona got off the car. From the distance, Essence of the Straits Guild members came running. Then, I'll be off. Yeah, see you later. Yes, see you back at Cube. After taking in Kim Ha-jin's average appearance once again, Yoo Yona turned back. Ah, by the way. But almost as though she forgot something, she quickly turned around and reached her hand out to Park Se-hyuk. Can I get your business card? For a week, I focused on hunting and training. I went to Wanju every day and hunted an average of 15 monsters per day. The combination of ether and desert eagle was undoubtedly overpowered for a weakling like me. Even if I didn't aim at a vital point, I could one or two shot any monster under low intermediate rank grade 6. It's not going up by much. Now, it was Wednesday. Classes would restart in 2 days. Cadets were returning, and the archery bet between Chai Nayun and me was already widespread. Master Sharpshooter. Low intermediate rank, Spirit Attribute, Evolving Grade 7, Proficiency EXP 75%. Master Sharpshooter was only 25% away from grade 6. I've been shooting monsters for an entire week, but the proficiency didn't even increase by 10%. It was because the amount of EXP needed to rank up increased exponentially. Will I be able to hit grade 6 in a month? Now that the bet was happening, I had to win, but I felt a bit uneasy at just grade 7. DRRRR. At that moment, the room suddenly rumbled. Was it an earthquake? I quickly looked around. For some reason, it felt like I was at the epicenter of the earthquake. I found something strange. The seed I had placed on my desk was shaking fiercely. Looking at it closely, I noticed that the blood disappeared from the gauze I wrapped it with. Is it hungry? When I asked, the shaking stopped. I was dumbstruck, but I still took out another gauze soaked with Rachel's blood. I pulled the seed out of the whitened gauze and placed it on top of the new gauze. Immediately, the seed trembled as though it was happy before burying itself into the gauze. Interesting. Was Rachel's blood that delicious? Oh right. Soon, an itinerary would be posted for the traveling club's next trip. I checked my smartwatch for an announcement. Traveling club, there will be a trip this weekend. Yun Hyun, unfortunately, destroyed the academics club, and the hunting club was suspended because of Sven. The traveling club was the only club I had left. Everything was happening according to the original story. During this trip, another incident would occur. The traveling club would soon be caught in an assassination incident. The traveling club's leader was kind and gentle, but his indecisiveness and naivety made him the target of a French conman. The conman, disguising himself as a rich businessman, coaxed the club leader to bring the traveling club's cadets to his giant mansion, saying that he would pay for all expenses. The club leader made his decision after visiting France and enjoying his time during the trip. However, the rich businessman's real identity was an infamous conman who was constantly under the threat of assassination by people he had conned in the past. Although he didn't need to worry about them because most of them were powerless, he had accidentally provoked a group he shouldn't have. Footsteps of Darkness. While the time changes from Saturday to Sunday, your life will be taken. He had received an assassination notice from Footsteps of Darkness, a notorious assassination group known to target criminals. When he received the notice, the conman despaired. Because he was a wanted criminal, he couldn't report it to the Hero Association to receive help. He also didn't have enough time to liquidate his assets, so he didn't have enough money to hire mercenaries. After pondering over the matter for a long time, he came up with the idea of inviting cadets to protect himself for the weekend. But there was another secret behind the event. This should be the correct event since the assassination incident was supposed to happen a week after the combat exams. Ding dong. At that moment, a violet bordered alert popped up on the corner of my laptop screen. It was from Violet Banquet. I quickly clicked on the alert. Truth Agency had received its first customer. Here is a detailed information on someone I wish to find. He's an evil man who conned my family and ran away. Can you tell me where he is? What's this? A beer belly, snake-like eyes, and chubby cheeks. It was the stereotypical face of a conman. This man was the conman behind the assassination incident, Belbet. In a dark, abandoned factory used as the chameleon troops' hideout,
The presence of people was felt for the first time in some time. Stuck to the surface of the concrete floor were 10 shadows. All 10 colors besides the currently empty seat of black were gathered in this place. It was to discuss the seat which had been empty for 3 years. The shadows were positioned around a round table, watching a video projected by Drun. Shown on the video was a person Drun personally witnessed. It was part of Drun's gift, an ability which could project or materialize anything he experienced with his 5 senses. The 10 shadows watched the video, some with curiosity and some with disapproval.
Kwang. Oh geez, that surprised me.
The end of the video was marked by a thunderous gunshot and a brilliant white flash. When the video came to an end, the leader of the shadows signaled the start of the discussion.
Raise your hand if you see potential. However, the voting didn't begin, as a high-pitched female voice quickly cut in. By the way, boss.
Boss stared at the source of the voice, a beautiful Caucasian woman.
When did we become a group that needed to meet to analyze some greenhorn?
Her complaint quickly clashed with a man's gentle voice.
I think he has potential.
Most importantly, I like that he doesn't have parents or a significant other.
What does that have to do with anything?
If you don't have people by your side, you start to indulge in other things.
We might not be able to give honor, but we can give money.
The Chameleon Troupe was one of the extremely few groups listed on the Hero Association's Violet list. However, only the name of the group was known to the public and its members' identities remained completely hidden. The Chameleon Troupe guaranteed the freedom of its members. They could live their lives however they wished. Only when there was work to do did the members gather or work in teams to complete missions.
So what, you want to bring him in? A kid who can be sent flying by a little nudge? We're strictly talking about his potential.
Quiet. Boss crushed the rising debate between the two members.
From this man.
In truth, the Chameleon Troupe was like a mercenary group.
Of course, their goal was much grander than making money and living a lavish life. But that didn't mean their goal was unattainable. To achieve their goal, the Chameleon Troupe did what they needed to do at the right moment. Currently, their goal was to kill the traitor.
I confirmed the power of anti-magic.
Boss threw a glance at Drun.
Receiving her look, Drun projected another video. The man in the video was using an ordinary gun to fight an opponent using chi reinforcement. When the bullet he fired shattered the chi reinforcement, the weight of the air was clearly heavier than before. It's illogical to think that the same thing will work against that guy just because he managed to break a chi reinforcement of that level.
Like I said, Jane, boss didn't say we were recruiting him right away.
She asked if he had potential.
At least in my eyes, he seems to have it. At the man's snarky rebuttal, Jane sent him a glare. Fine, let's say we bring him in after he grows up. Black is the only color we have, so is he getting that seat? Black wasn't a color that suited a greenhorn.
Black was the color belonging to the man who betrayed the previous boss. At the same time, it was the color of the strongest member of the Chameleon Troupe. This rule remained unchanged for over 20 years.
Then I'll take over that color. At that moment, a giant man spoke up. It was Chiak Junyang, who had stayed silent this entire time. Rejected. You're too stupid. I also reject. I'm stronger. Then what do you bastards want to do? Aren't there others? Are we just going to ignore Kim Soho and Shin Jonghak? We're going to vote on them next. This discussion is for who we'll select as candidates.
Troop members who had remained silent began to speak up one by one. Voices overlapped on top of each other, causing a headache for Boss.
She spoke in a suppressed voice. Show of hands. Everyone immediately quieted down. We're voting.
With no other choice, the troop members began to vote.
8:2.
Jane, who already voiced her objection, and Chiak Jungyeon, who didn't like the man, were the only ones to vote against him. The rest of the members voted in favor. Oof. Jane snorted, clearly dissatisfied at the result. By the way, Jane, take this. It's an invitation letter for the VVIP masquerade party in France. Oh, stealing that ring, right? Don't worry. But Jane's sulking didn't last for long as she took the invitation letter with a bright face. Chapter 48. Tit for Tat 1. Hugh. Standing in front of the classroom, I took in a deep breath. Today was Friday. Cadets who had gone home or on vacations had all returned by now, and Cube was back to normal after all the chaos. Cube was continuing its normal routine. I opened the classroom door, holding in my nervousness. Immediately, several meaningful gazes fell on me. For now, I sat down on my usual seat. I could hear everyone whispering about my bet with Chai Na-yoon. I tried my best to ignore them as I opened my textbook. I was at least happy that blatant bullying stopped after I beat up Kim Horak. Guys, grades are out for the written exams. At that moment, Lee Young-han appeared, carrying large scrolls in his arms. He put them up on the wall one by one. The results for each theory class were listed along with a ranking of the combined results. Everyone stared at the scrolls while groaning. Not long afterward, everyone turned towards me. Rank 1. Kim Ha-jin. Rank 2. Rachel. My name was on top of every exam and the overall rankings. Not just in Veritas class, but in the entire academy. Hum. Feeling awkward, I let out a dry cough as I stole a glance at Rachel. She was sitting behind me with her face buried on her desk. I could faintly hear her sigh and murmur in English, "I should have worked harder." Also, I hope everyone knows that we have new classes. Lee Young-han added. Look at the first-year announcements if you haven't. Starting from today, Fridays will have 2 classes. For first-year cadets, classes changed after their first semester midterms. It was Cube's way of giving cadets a diverse selection of classes. In addition, magicians would join in from the second semester and cadets would be able to choose the classes they wanted to take. In reality, they were taking classes that fit their roles. I turned on my smartwatch. The new class today was Practical Magic and Intermediate Rank Magic Power Control. DRRRRK. The door opened and the Phenomenon Realm Analysis professor walked in. The noisy classroom instantly fell silent. Take your seats. The Phenomenon Realm Analysis professor peeked at the scrolls on the wall and grinned. I'm sure you've all seen the exam results. The cadets groaned slightly. Now, your tests were easier than the ones I give to college students. Also, Kim Ha-jin cadet. Suddenly, the professor pointed at me. Others also followed his finger and turned towards me. An unconventional outlook and logical judgment, I could see true wisdom from your answers. Frankly, I can't believe you're only 16. You're good enough to be writing thesis papers for graduation. If the professor's praise ended there, I would have simply been happy. After all, it was the first time I was being praised for doing well on an exam. Since today is the first class after exams, I will give a quick lecture using Kim Ha-jin cadet's answer sheet and call it a day. But for some reason, he put up my answer sheet on the screen. I was caught completely off guard. Now, take a look at this answer. He wrote, if monsters had linguistic abilities. The class continued. I put my hands over my face, feeling it heat up and ready to explode. It was now 3:30 in the afternoon and the time for Friday's second class. 98 cadets of the Veritas class were gathered at the Magic Library. The chief magician in charge of the class was waiting in an empty lecture room, which only had desks and chairs in case of a magic accident. Hello, I am the chief magician from Seoul Magic Tower, Kim Ha-jin. Every Friday, from 3:30 to 6, I will be teaching you practical magic and magic power control. But of course, today's class will only be 30 minutes. The chief magician introduced himself with a gentle smile. However, I couldn't help but furrow my brows. Kim Hyejin was a prick. He led a successful life as the third-generation child of a magic clan, but his talent wasn't good enough to land him the chief magician's seat. Although he ended up becoming one thanks to his clan's lobbying, that was the limit of his career. In the end, he acknowledged his limits and turned to education. But his poor character, arrogance, jealousy, and perverseness would cause problems in the future. Eventually, he would even fearlessly touch Chai Nayun while pretending to teach her. The only good thing about him was that he didn't form a contract with the devil. Kim Hyejin, currently considering a contract with the devil. But he might soon. You might be thinking, why should I learn magic when I'm not a magician? That's a valid question, but as I'm sure some of you know, Qi reinforcement and sword Qi are an extension of magic. Kim Hyejin released his magic power into the air as a demonstration. The soft and jelly-like magic power he emitted instantly hardened when he concentrated. Now, if you simply use your physical power to reinforce your magic power, that becomes Qi reinforcement or sword Qi. But if you refine your magic power with some calculations, immediately, a pink flame rose up from his magic power. Cadets instantly exclaimed in awe. It becomes magic. Kim Hyejin smiled. Even if you can't wield magic of this level, you will learn to use more practical magic, or learn to wield things like Qi reinforcement and sword Qi more naturally. Since today is the first class, we will only go over what we will learn in the future. Suddenly, a blue sphere the size of a ping-pong ball shot up from his palm. This is a necessary magic to learn before entering a dungeon. It's called Light Sphere. It will be your light source in many dark areas. It may look simple at first glance, but to wield it skillfully. Kim Hyejin gave a complicated explanation. To simplify things a bit, we had to compress magic power and air into a spherical shape that lights up. Now, before I teach you where to begin, try doing it yourself. Cadets began to emit their magic power. I stared at my desk blankly before joining my hands and thinking, appear, sphere of light. Appear, sphere of light. Stigma's magic power didn't require intense focus or complex calculations. Soon, Stigma's magic power flowed down into my hands and formed a white sphere of light. The cute sphere floated around on my palm. Wheeing. At that moment, my smartwatch vibrated. Startled, I canceled the light sphere. Please turn off your smartwatches during class. Kim Hyejin's disgruntled gaze fell on me. Sorry. I bowed slightly and checked my smartwatch. It was a message from you, Yona. We can't do something like that yet. If you show people what you just did, they're going to misunderstand. What? I quickly scanned the room and found Yona sitting diagonally from me. When her eyes met mine, she smiled sweetly and mouthed silently. Amazing. You did that after listening to his explanation once? After hearing her sarcastic remark, I glanced at the cadets around me. Less than half of the cadets were able to compress their magic power into a sphere, and even those who succeeded couldn't maintain the form for long. No one was even close to being able to make the sphere shine. W.O. At that moment, a nameless cadet suddenly shouted. In the frontmost seat, blue light was shining from the light sphere in his hand. Other cadets exclaimed in shock, while Kim Hyejin's face stiffened. After staring at Kim Soho's light sphere for a good minute, he suddenly snapped. Stop. Oh right, this was the reason Kim Hyejin came to be jealous of Kim Soho. Kim Hyejin scowled for a moment, but he quickly straightened his face before continuing in a kind tone. If you make it like that, you'll be overburdening your magic power. Now, pay attention everyone. I'll give a more detailed explanation. Kim Hyejin then began to give Kim Soho a private lesson.
It seemed he wanted to test Kim So-ho's limits. While I was watching them quietly, Yuna sent me another message. It must look like child's play. You can easily make brilliant white light, while someone else is being praised for what's really only a faint glow. What is she saying? I ignored Yuna's alien talk. The next day, 12:30 p.m. on Saturday. I arrived at the traveling club's meeting place. Most of the others were already here. They seemed excited it was an overnight trip. Hajin SSI is here too. Alright, let's form our teams before setting off. The club leader, Oh Han-hyun, took out a box for drawing lots just like before. According to the original story, Kim So-ho would be paired up with Yuna. I didn't care about the rest. First, So-ho SSI? Please step out. You'll be drawing lots first. I was still a bit nervous. Hopefully, everything was the same as in the original story. Now, who will Kim So-ho pick? Asterisk. France, Paris. I stepped foot in this European country for the first time ever. Thanks to Seoul Paris portal, we only needed 10 seconds to arrive. So it really is a bit different. Paris scenery looked like what I saw in pictures, but it was also different than what I had seen in the old world. Around the Eiffel Tower were buildings built with state-of-the-art technology, and Paris Hero Academy's cadets were around the streets with swords and spears. For the record, France was the leader of the European Union in my story. It just showed how well operated France's hero system was. Korean cadets, over here. When we were looking around Paris scenery, someone called us over. Turning to the direction of the voice, we saw a limousine. The club leader, Oh Han-hyun, walked up to the limousine with a hearty laugh. Nice to meet you. You must be Raymond. Yes, nice to meet you. Can we drop off our bags real quick before we take a look around the city? The man named Raymond nodded with a smile. We stuffed our bags into the limousine. Now, we'll travel in the pairs we formed. I was paired up with Chai Na-yoon. I didn't know why, it just happened that way. It was good that Kim So-ho became paired with Yuna like in the original story, but I wasn't too comfortable being Chai Na-yoon's pair. Alright, it's 1 p.m. right now, so meet back here at 7. Then, Oh Han-hyun left with the girlfriend he brought on the trip using his authority as the club leader, as she wasn't a member of the traveling club. They were likely going to the masquerade party happening later today. Chai Na-yoon stared at Kim So-ho with a wistful look before walking up to me. Hey, where do you want to go? She asked me. I'm getting lunch. Since I was in France, I had to try its gourmet food. I had already researched several places since I was excited for my first Europe visit. After looking through several pamphlets, I even used the Book of Truth to find the best place to eat. Lunch? I guess it is about that time. Where are you going? You're coming with me? Chai Na-yoon didn't seem to mind coming with me. It was surprising, considering there were rumors that she practiced archery with pictures of my face on the target. We drew lots and what's done is done. What, do you want to split up? Oh right. Come to think of it, Chai Na-yoon had no sense of direction. She would get lost as easily as a 5-year-old in a forest. She could find her way home from desolate places using her magic power and scent, but places she visited for the first time were like mazes to her. What's right? Nothing. Just follow me. Chai Na-yoon crossed her arms as though she doubted my manliness. She pouted and spoke curtly. And how do you know where anything is? I know better than you. Book of Truth showed only 2 restaurants, a cheap and delicious restaurant and an expensive restaurant that was worth its cost. I was okay with either, but the latter should fit Chai Na-yoon's taste more. I turned on the GPS guide to the more expensive restaurant. Follow me. HM. Okay, but I'm letting you know, I'm a really picky eater. I know.
She acted like a tomboy, but because she ate only the highest quality food from a young age, her palate was nobler than that of most nobles.
How do you know that? I ignored her question and walked to the restaurant. Chai Nayun followed after me like a cat. After walking for about 15 minutes, we arrived at the restaurant. Gout Celeste.
I had no clue what it meant, but anyone could see at first glance just how fancy it was.
Oh, this is the place?
Yep.
Ooh. Chai Nayun and I walked to the entrance.
Immediately, a man in a suit stopped us. At #email protected, #email protected, $. He was speaking in French, so it only sounded like gibberish.
Chai Nayun tilted her head and asked, "What?"
The man cleared his voice and asked again in Korean.
"Do you have a reservation?"
Oh, he speaks Korean.
Hey, you didn't make a reservation, right? Don't you know you need to make reservations for high-end restaurants? I opened my laptop silently.
I didn't make a reservation, but I could hack into their reservation list.
Using the laptop's internet function, I accessed the restaurant's reservation list.
Because I only needed to access a restaurant's private server, I only had to pay a cheap price. I found the reservation list and put my name down around a 1 p.m. slot.
Hey! Chai Nayun shouted into my ear.
I took my eyes off the laptop and saw Chai Nayun right in front of me. Even up close, I couldn't see a single flaw in her smooth skin.
I swallowed hard. What? Reservation. Did you make one? Chai Nayun asked again, and I nodded. Yeah, I did. Really? Tell him my name.
Chai Nayun still looked doubtful but approached the man nonetheless.
Kim Ha-jin. Is his name there?
The man checked his smartwatch. It seemed he found my name as he led us through with a smile.
Yes, Kim Ha-jin and one companion. Welcome. Oh wow. Chai Nayun looked at me in surprise. Then, we walked in together. I like the atmosphere.
I agreed with Chai Nayun.
The inside of the restaurant was just as imposing as the outside.
A calming classical piece flowed beautifully, while each and every decoration was delicate and elegant.
Customers inside were also wearing dresses and suits, despite it being lunchtime. Follow me. We followed the waiter and sat down next to a window. Welcome to Gout Celeste. Do you need help with the menu? You handle it. I let Chai Nayun take over. She took the menu and skillfully finished ordering. Once the waiter left, silence descended. We were staring at each other but didn't have much to say. Feeling a bit awkward, I turned to the side and looked out the window. What? At that moment, I caught sight of an unexpected individual. Chapter 49. Tit for Tat 2. A familiar face flashed by the window. Although she was covering herself with a mask and sunglasses, I could see through her face. Vice leader of Korea's rank 1 guild, Yoon Sun-ah. She was walking somewhere with a companion. This was something that didn't happen in the original story. She was someone who shouldn't be here. Wait for me here. What? Hey, where are you going? Leaving behind the shouting Chai Nayun, I ran out of the restaurant. Thankfully, Yoon Sun-ah wasn't walking fast. I quickly ran up to her and grabbed her shoulder. Hey! Whack! Startled, she jumped up with an odd scream. Yoon Sun-ah turned around, her head creaking like a machine. When she saw my face, she flinched. She definitely recognized me. Who are you? She feigned ignorance. Was she here on a mission? I looked at the person standing next to her, a Caucasian man, but I couldn't recognize him from his outer appearance. Naturally, I turned on my laptop. There was an alert as I'd expected.
Setting change, an ill relationship kindled between Jane and Yoon Sung-ah through an anonymous informant.
Jane and Yoon Sung-ah. I knew their relationship better than anyone else.
It was a cat and dog relationship. Jane had the chameleon troop's yellow seat, and her gift was specialized in stealing and disguising things. Solely out of boredom, Jane disguised herself as an old classmate of Yoon Sung-ah and entered Creator's sacred grace. Through several events, the two of them would then get extremely close. Eventually, Jane would become the only one Yoon Sung-ah could call her friend, but she would betray Yoon Sung-ah in a critical moment. While fighting a group of jinns over an artifact, she would critically injure Yoon Sung-ah to take the artifact for herself. I knew that Jane would be infiltrating the VIP masquerade party happening this evening. It was to steal a certain ring. Although the ring wasn't worth much at the moment, that was only because its abilities weren't fully awakened. Once its potential exploded, its value would skyrocket immensely. What made this even more complex was that this ring would eventually belong to Chai Na-yoon. When she eventually changes her position to a swordsman, her father would gift this item after buying it from the black market.
I don't know who you are, but we have to go.
Yoon Sung-ah still denied knowing me, and the man next to her separated me from her.
He was taller than me by a head. But the man was actually a she. My eyes saw through her disguise. Jane Valarin. She was currently disguised as Yoon Sung-ah's subordinate. Ah.
Yoon Sung-ah was currently standing right next to her fated enemy, but she couldn't recognize her at all.
I couldn't help but feel a bit sorry. I'm sorry. I must have mistaken you for someone else. I bowed in apology. Since we would meet at the masquerade, I backed away for now. That crazy bastard.
Kim Ha-jin ran out of the restaurant. Chai Na-yoon was wondering what illness of his relapsed this time, but since he was always acting strange, she didn't think too much of it. In truth, the person she was more concerned about was elsewhere. Not to mention, with another girl.
After agonizing over what to do, Chai Na-yoon held up her smartwatch. Hey, Yona, where are you?
The receiver of her call was none other than Yona, who was paired with Kim Soho.
Me? I'm shopping. Why? Shopping.
There were too many shops around.
Where was she exactly? Chai Na-yoon feigned indifference and asked. What shop? I'm buying some clothes. Alone? No, with Kim Soho. Yona's immediate answer made Chai Na-yoon feel a bit uneasy. What are you doing with him? I'm just making him try on some clothes. He's got the face of a model, but you know how he dresses. So I'm buying him some clothes. What? Why are you buying him clothes? Chai Na-yoon shouted inadvertently. The gazes of the customers sitting nearby fell on her. Feeling awkward, Chai Na-yoon modestly dropped her head. Ha? What, I can't? It's for the masquerade party we're going to later. No, not that you can't, but you know, it's expensive. You have to save money when you can. If you buy him things, he'll get used to it. Sure. So, Na-yoon, where are you? I'm at a restaurant. With Kim Ha-jin? Yeah, he brought me here. But you know, there aren't many restaurants that fit my taste. I'll just have to endure it like I did with Agent Military Academy's lunch. Chai Na-yoon recalled painful memories of the past. At the Agent Military Academy, the academy's food was the only lunch option for cadets. She would be starving if she didn't eat anything, but she would feel queasy for the entire day if she did. Chai Na-yoon let out a light sigh. Really? What's the restaurant called? Chai Na-yoon looked around the restaurant. There was a sign engraved with the restaurant's name, but she didn't know how to read it. I don't know. Hold on. The waiter came with the appetizer at just the right time. Excuse me, how do you read that? Yes? The restaurant's name. Ah, it's Gout Celeste. Can you say that again here?
Chai Nayun held up her smartwatch to the waiter. The waiter was slightly dumbstruck but still pronounced the name clearly.
Gout Celeste. Thank you. Have you perhaps not heard about our restaurant? HM? Ah, no. Chai Nayun shooed the waiter away and went back to her conversation with Yu Yona. Hey, did you hear that? Did I hear that right? Gout Celeste? Flavor of heaven?
Chai Nayun didn't know whether Yu Yona was talking about the same place, but she said the same thing the waiter did.
Yeah, I think so. Why? Is this place famous? Kim Hajin brought you there? How? Ha? Because of Yu Yona's odd reaction, Chai Nayun tilted her head. I tried to make a reservation and failed. Even with a VIP membership, you need to make a reservation at least a week in advance. Really? Is this place that famous? If you... Chai Nayun's innocent question caused Yu Yona to let out a deep sigh.
But Chai Nayun, who didn't care about such things, truthfully had no way of knowing how famous this restaurant was.
That's De Juban's restaurant. You know, the cooking hero. Ah. De Juban. Chai Nayun had heard of the name before. There were all sorts of gifts in the world and all sorts of heroes. De Juban was special even among the countless number of heroes. He was lauded as the hero who could move people with just his food. It was said that jinns and heroes were equal in front of De Juban's food. Paris Gout Celeste is his flagship restaurant, so it should be him cooking and not his apprentices. This place was that amazing?
Chai Nayun became lost for words.
Alright, Nayun, do you remember being in Kim Hajin's class in the 3rd year of Agent Military Academy? Was I? You didn't know? No, not at all. How am I supposed to know that? That was something she had no memory of.
Not to mention, she was entirely focused on training at the time.
I see. Well, since you're there, enjoy the food. Ah, don't forget to take pictures of every dish before you eat. I want to see them later. Yu Yona's voice carried a clear envy. Yeah. Okay, I'm hanging up. Should I be happy? Or should I feel uncomfortable? The call ended before Chai Nayun could make up her mind.
Chai Nayun stared at the appetizer in front of her. It was a simple soup and salad, but for some reason, they seemed to glisten like jewels. Picking up her spoon, she slowly scooped up a spoonful and took a sip. The moment her tongue made contact with the soup, her eyes widened and her body trembled. She was at a complete loss for words. So this was the reason De Juban came to be called the world's greatest cook, the so-called flavor of manna. Just a single spoon was enough to shock her refined palate. At that moment, Kim Hajin came back.
It's already here? He sat back down on his seat and picked up his spoon.
Chai Nayun carefully stared at him.
She had too many questions she wanted to ask.
First was how he managed to make a reservation. Yu Yona said even VIP members needed to make a reservation a week in advance, but Kim Hajin had done it. It was strange. Even if he had a VIP membership, the announcement for the trip only came out 4 days ago. It was unlikely that Oh Han-hyun told him about the club's trip beforehand. Suddenly, a thought flashed in her head. She recalled her conversation with Kim Hajin 20 or so minutes ago.
HM. Okay, but I'm letting you know, I'm a really picky eater. I know.
Kim Hajin said he knew that I was a picky eater.
In other words, he must have planned on taking me here from the start.
Even though pairs were chosen by drawing lots, it was something that could be easily manipulated if he talked to the club leader beforehand.
Chai Nayun gave Kim Hajin a meaningful glare. Hey, where did you go? HM? Oh, I just thought I saw someone I knew, but it turns out I was mistaken. There's someone you know in Paris? Something like that. Kim Ha-jin gave a short reply. How did you make a reservation for this place? I heard it's really famous. Did this acquaintance of yours help you?
At her words, Kim Ha-jin's hands shook slightly, and it didn't escape Chai Na-eun's eyes.
Yeah. Anyways, aren't you going to eat?
Kim Ha-jin quickly changed the subject.
I will. The lunch continued.
The two of them ate without further conversation.
Once the appetizer disappeared from their plates, the waiter came back with the main entree. Chai Na-eun's suspicion was quickly melted away by the transcendental flavor of Dejubin's food. Phew, I'm stuffed. Chai Na-eun and I came out of the restaurant.
As expected of a course menu, food streamed in endlessly over an hour, and I was stuffed full as a result. Of course, I could have stopped eating in the middle, but the food was too good to pass up. It was a good experience. I had to thank this world for letting me try this heavenly flavor.
Hey!
When I was rubbing my puffed up belly, Chai Na-eun suddenly called my name. Just like me, she had a satisfied expression.
What? Thanks for the food. Don't be. You paid for it.
Chai Na-eun insisted on paying for the food, saying that it was only natural since I made the reservation. The bill came up to 700 euros, but she paid for it nonetheless. The membership fee must be expensive, so it's the least I can do. Chai Na-eun said so as she glanced at me from head to toe. I didn't know what she meant by membership fee, but I just nodded understandingly.
Right. So, where are you going now?
At her words, I glanced at my watch. It was almost 3 o'clock. Since the masquerade started at 5 o'clock, I needed to go now and look around the venue for a good place to observe the inside.
Do you want to split up now? I had to keep my eyes out on the masquerade party.
To do so, I had to get away from Chai Na-eun.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll go ahead first. Chai Na-eun nodded and started walking the opposite direction.
Hello. Yeah, Yona, where are you? I'll meet up with you guys. With my gift, I could hear Chai Na-eun's voice even from a distance. What about Kim Ha-jin? She was obviously talking to you, Yona. We just split up. Huh? Why? We still have time left. It just felt awkward being alone with him. I don't know what to say either. By the way, can I also go to that masquerade party you were talking about? Chai Na-eun's final words caught my attention. The masquerade party wasn't in that direction. Yoon Sung-a quickly ran away to a nearby cafe.
After ordering 2 cups of coffee, she took a seat and breathed out a deep sigh.
Phew, that surprised me. Why did he pop out of there?
Her heart was still pounding from an earlier encounter.
Who was that? A cadet. Someone I've seen before. His name is Kim Ha-jin. Is he any good?
At her subordinate's question, Yoon Sung-a gave a firm nod.
He's all the talk recently. Last week I think it was?
A video of his duel was released to the guild community.
He shattered a chi reinforcement using a single bullet.
I'm pretty annoyed by the whole thing. I was the one who noticed his talents first. Yoon Sung-a complained with glaring eyes.
Ha ha. That aside, do you think that woman will really come to today's masquerade party? Yeah, she will. I know it. The subordinate furrowed his brows at Yoon Sung-a's confident reply. How can you be so sure? Was it the informant?
No, it has nothing to do with the informant.
That woman just likes parties, especially if there are things to steal. I see.
The subordinate answered somewhat bitterly. Yoon Sung-a stared at him fixedly and asked,
Why, do you want to know the informant's name? No. To be honest, I don't know either.
Yoon Sung-a smiled as she leaned on her chair.
It's not just one or two people who have animosity for that woman. That's good. The subordinate put on a thin smile and asked another question. What will you do if you capture that woman? Yoon Sun-a's answer was simple. What will I do? Nothing. I'll just hand her over to the association. Ah, let's get going. It's 4. I have to buy a dress too. Chapter 50. Tit for Tat, 3. The masquerade party was happening at a castle in Paris constructed by a rich magnate. I positioned myself on a hill that overlooked the castle. In terms of distance, I was probably about a kilometer away. In any case, my job today was simple. I just had to make sure the story progressed as it should. If possible, I hoped that everything would go according to the original storyline without me having to interfere. 5 p.m. The sun had yet to set, but the masquerade had already begun. Luxurious cars arrived at the castle one by one, and people adorned in flamboyant dresses and masks went inside. I checked Kim Soho and Yuyona's location by hacking into their smartwatch's GPS system. They were getting near. 5:30 p.m. 2 people got off of a limousine. It was Yoon Sun-a and Jane. They were wearing masks resembling a fox and a tiger. They walked into the castle, led by a chauffeur. Not long afterwards, Kim Suho and Yuyona arrived. Fully adorned in party clothes, their perfect figures shone brilliantly even with their faces covered. Looking at all the masks, I couldn't help but feel that my face was too empty. I had the feeling I should wear my own mask. After all, if I had to interfere in today's events, I had to conceal my identity to ensure my safety. Although I didn't have a mask prepared, I could just use ether to create one. Ether had the ability to transform into any equipment its user wished. Naturally, it was able to become a mask. The question was its design. I recalled a movie I saw on Earth. A mask from the movie Black Panther, though it was really more of a helmet. In any case, ether transformed into the form I pictured in my head. I put on the Black Panther helmet, which then adjusted itself to fit snugly around my face. 6 p.m. The air was becoming chilly as the sun began to set. The castle looked even more beautiful as it burned from the setting sun. I began to observe the castle's interior more carefully. Almost as if I was inside, I could see everything clearly and hear every conversation. This came from the synergy between thousand-mile eyes and observation and reading. I don't know how to dance. So what, you're going to just stand around after coming all the way here? Well, I guess I'm a quick learner. Kim Soho followed Yuyona's lead as they danced to a classical piece. At the same time, I discovered a strange movement of magic power on the other side of the castle. It was a magic portal. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Only jinns could make such artificial portals. Even among jinns, one had to be beloved by their contracted devil to have enough magic power to operate a magic portal. An alert popped up on my laptop. Homer's ring, mythical grade artifact. It doesn't make sense that only a few people would aim for it just because it hasn't fully awakened its power. Modified setting, the Jinn group, Evil Society, has identified its origin and will interfere in the story. The situation was becoming more complex. I turned my gaze back to Jane. She was infiltrating the underground vault of the party's host. The security guards surrounding the vault were already taken out. Let's see. Iris scanners, fingerprint scanners, and password locks were all useless in front of Jane's gift. She easily opened the door to the vault, and from the countless number of treasures, she put a blue diamond and a ring into her magic pouch. She then returned to the masquerade party. Everything that happened so far was in the original story. The only difference was the arrival of Evil Society. If Jane could safely escape the masquerade party, I could go back, feeling relieved. But... Yorin, where are you going?
Yun Suna appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Jane's arm. Jane, who was about to leave the party, flinched momentarily, but soon returned to pretending to be Yoren.
I went to the bathroom. Oh, well, I have something to talk to you about. Follow me. Yun Suna grabbed Jane's wrist.
The exit was right in front of her, but for now, Jane followed Yun Suna obediently.
Vice leader? Jane was led to an empty room on the second floor of the castle. Confused, she called Yun Suna's name. The only thing in the somewhat worn room was a single bed and some dimly lit lanterns.
Clearly, the place was made for a secret love affair.
Why here? You know why.
Acting coquettishly, Yun Suna pulled Yoren's wrist and pushed him on the bed. While Yoren stared at her, she closed the door and pulled her hair up in a ponytail.
If it was the real Yoren, he would have been thrilled. Yun Suna mounted Jane in a somewhat lewd position.
Then, she slowly took off Jane's mask and lowered her head to his revealed face.
Yoren. Yun Suna's breath caressed Jane's face.
But, Jane could feel the slight killing intent hidden behind Yun Suna's mask.
You won't trick me a second time.
Yun Suna shoved her hand under the bedsheet.
Shying.
A well-sharpened sword glistened in the dim light. Hearing the chilling sound, Jane quickly pushed Yun Suna off.
Vice leader, what are you?
Before she could finish, Yun Suna's sword struck down. Jane used an emergency dagger she carried around to stop the attack.
Sword and dagger.
The weight and size of the two weapons were different, but the density of magic power enveloping them was equal.
Boom!
The surroundings shook from the fierce collision.
You're making a mistake, Vice Leader. UK. Yun Suna's foot hooked towards Jane, who was continuing to feign ignorance.
Jane was sent flying by the kick, and Yun Suna pounced after her like a ferocious beast. Although Jane bought time for herself by running around in all directions, Yun Suna was more tenacious and nimble than ever.
AK.
Eventually, Yun Suna got on top of Jane and was about to strike down with her sword, when a whip suddenly flew in and restrained her sword.
A lover's quarrel shouldn't be so noisy.
Yun Suna and Jane both turned their gaze to the direction of the elegant voice.
The door had opened before they noticed, and a girl wearing a cat mask was standing there. It was Yuna. I am a hero cadet from Cube.
She had walked upstairs to find a bathroom, hearing the sound of clashing metal during the process. She would have normally ignored it, but she had gotten tired of Kim Suho's clumsy dancing and was tempted by the chance to improve her image as a cadet who showed Korean cadets' excellence in a foreign country. If you put your weapon down, I'll make sure there is no bloodshed.
Yuna added strength to her whip as she spoke leisurely.
Her whip seemed to want to snatch Yun Suna's sword, so Yun Suna ignited her magic power on her sword. Immediately, her magic power burned fiercely and scorched Yuna's whip to cinders. The only thing left of Yuna's whip was black ash.
Oh. In a daze, Yuna took a few steps back.
I got too cocky just because I was in France. I should have known, Korea isn't the only country with powerful people. Yuna felt her lips dry up. Hoping the woman's sinister sword chi wouldn't aim for her, Yuna bowed in a 90-degree angle.
I will be on my way now. Please do continue what you were doing. With that, Yuna backed away stealthily before making a dash for it. Die.
The fight then continued.
Enraged, Yun Suna's sword struck down repeatedly.
Each time her sword clashed with Jane's dagger, lightning crackled and flames ignited. The roaring sound called people together, spectators and security guards quickly rushing to the room.
Don't just watch and help. You walk.
Jane tried her best to withstand Yun Suna's demon-like attacks, but it was difficult to combat a sword with her short dagger. As time passed, she was driven to a corner.
Jane became desperate enough to ask the spectators for help.
However, security guards couldn't even dream of joining in such a fierce and ostentatious battle.
UK.
In the end, Jane's dagger was unable to endure, breaking in half. Just when Yoon Sun-ah was about to make her final strike, someone stole the sword hanging by a security guard's waist. Immediately afterward, a single streak of light shot through the air and cut in between Jane and Yoon Sun-ah. Kim Soo-ho had used a security guard's sword to block Yoon Sun-ah's flame sword.
Who are you? Back off before I cut you down. Kim Soo-ho didn't budge even at Yoon Sun-ah's solemn warning. He wanted to become a hero to protect people.
His firm conviction couldn't be shaken so easily.
I refuse. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Currently, Yoon Sun-ah was half covered by her mask.
It was the same for Kim Soo-ho.
As a result, they were unable to recognize each other.
I don't know the reason you want to kill him, but... Move. Ugh. The current Yoon Sun-ah didn't know mercy.
She kicked Kim Soo-ho's solar plexus without a shred of hesitation, and Kim Soo-ho knelt down on one leg as he staggered from the shock.
Ah, hey! You stop right there.
But thanks to Kim Soo-ho, Jane managed to find an opening to jump out the window.
See you later, crazy bitch.
However, her attempt to jump out the window stayed an attempt. From beneath the window, a thick darkness gushed up at Jane. The darkness swallowed Jane, who was about to escape, then spat her back out into the room. The darkness dyed the room in black. Yoon Sun-ah, who was furious, Kim Soo-ho, who was writhing in pain, and Yoo-yeona, who ran away sullenly, all held their breath and stared at the darkness. Then, from the darkness, a figure of a man emerged.
Damn it!
On the other hand, Chai Na-yoon was comparing her surroundings to the map on her smartwatch. After every couple of steps, she stopped to check her watch before continuing on her way. Eventually, she saw a familiar sign.
Gout Celeste. What? This is where I ate lunch.
She raged. After walking for hours, she had arrived in the same place she started from.
I can't believe this.
She stared at her smartwatch, fuming. If a user got lost after looking at a map, the problem lied with the map.
What company made this? Damn it. Chai Na-yoon's anger fell on the smartwatch cube provided.
She flipped her smartwatch harshly and saw the word inscribed on the back.
Dae-hoon.
It was her father's company.
Chai Na-yoon called you Yoo-yeona once again. Look. Why isn't she picking up? So this is the item containing ancient wisdom. The jinn who appeared from the darkness held up a ring.
The setting sun gave the ring a faint red glow. It was the ring Jane had put in her magic pouch.
Ah, when did you take? AK.
After checking her magic pouch, Jane muttered despondently. Yoon Sun-ah immediately ran up to Jane, grabbing her by her hair before pointing her sword at the jinn.
Put that down. Ha ha.
The jinn made a magnanimous smile.
Yoon Sun-ah became nervous. It was obvious at first glance that the jinn was completely different than a human. Reddish-black skin and blood-red eyes. A jinn's appearance strayed further from a human's the more one was engulfed by a devil. From his appearance, Yoon Sun-ah could estimate his strength. This item isn't something that suits people like you.
A few days ago, Evil Society had confirmed this item's location and potential through an informant. Homer's ring, a cradle of wisdom that amplified all abilities involving magic power. They didn't expect someone else to steal the ring, but all was well since they managed to get their hands on it without much effort.
Now then. When the jinn was about to put away the ring in satisfaction.
Wish! A streak of light broke through the window and enveloped the ring. In the blink of an eye, the ring was snatched away, disappearing outside the window.
What?
The jinn screamed and turned to the direction the ring flew out. Outside the window, on a faraway hill, he caught sight of someone who was holding onto a wire-like object.
Someone, wearing a mask of a beast.
That someone, Kim Ha-jin, put on a thin smile.
Chapter 51. Change of heart, 1. So this is that ancient artifact. The ring was snatched by the evil society's jinn. Now that it was in their hands, the chances of Yun Sun or Kim Soho taking it back were grim. I had no other choice. Even if I had to attract the jinn's attention, I had to make my move. I compressed a portion of ether around my hand, weaving it into a wire. As ether changed its form according to its owner's will, it was both with and without form at the same time. The only problem was that the wire wasn't long. In fact, it was short enough to fit in one hand. But when I threw this ether wire, it would elongate accordingly. That said, the wire was still unlikely to reach the castle. Although throwing was included in the scope of Master Sharpshooter, I didn't have the strength to fuel the throw. Thankfully, I could use Stigma's magic power to make up for what my physical body lacked. I concentrated magic power on my right arm. The 2 streaks of Stigma I had radiated an intense light. There was no need to go easy. I poured 80% of my remaining magic power and converted it into kinetic energy. My strength remained the same. Stigma's magic power only amplified the kinetic energy. It didn't increase my physical ability. Thus, I didn't know how powerful my throw would be. I only knew that it would be more powerful than Kim Horak. Whop! I threw the wire with a spirited shout. My target was Homer's ring, which was being held by the jinn. In an instant, the short dagger-length wire elongated immensely, moving like it was alive and snatching its target. Immediately afterward, I pulled the wire back. Whoosh! The wire shot back in the blink of an eye and fell into my hand. As expected of an ancient artifact, there wasn't even a scratch on the ring. Nice shot! At first, I smiled in satisfaction, but my smile quickly disappeared. It was because of the wire's unexpected destructive power. To make the wire reach the castle, I had no choice but to throw it in an arc. Because of it, the wire didn't only snatch the ring. During the process, it severed a portion of the castle's walls, and on its way back, it swept through the floor, slicing apart the foundational base of the castle. As a result, part of the castle's second floor crumbled down. I watched the unexpected scenery in a daze. Although I didn't intend for this to happen, my heart immediately dropped a beat. I hoped no one was hurt by my carelessness. However, I didn't have time to worry about others. The evil society's jinn was looking at me directly. It was extremely unlikely that he could see through my mask, but I knew I had to leave as quickly as possible. I began to run using the escape route I prepared beforehand. Oi! When I was hurriedly plowing through tall grass, someone shot down from the sky in front of me. It was a jinn who looked like a Caucasian man. Blocking the path in front of me, he glared with killing intent. You see this, right? He tapped on his waist, where a bladeless hilt of a dagger was hanging. I knew what it was, a magic sword. It was a weapon created using state-of-the-art magic engineering technique. This weapon was often used by people who were confident in their magic power. As long as one's magic power capacity was large enough, it would display greater power than most low-rank artifacts. Now, it just so happened that an exponential increase in magic power was the most basic benefit someone gained from becoming a jinn. If you know what this is, you better hand that thing over. Without waiting for my answer, he pulled out his magic sword. He looked a bit funny holding just a sword hilt, but a magic sword's might wasn't something to scoff at, especially for my current self. Why don't we talk it out? I can just give it to you. Why should I? I can just kill you and take it. But weren't you talking like you wanted to negotiate just now? Was I? The jinn sneered and imbued his magic sword with magic power. Weeing. Just like a lightsaber, a blade of magic power shot up from the hilt. But that only lasted for a second. The sword's blade flickered, then disappeared. What? Confused, he imbued his magic power again, but nothing changed.
Just like a light bulb that exhausted its energy, the magic power blade flickered and disappeared.
I immediately realized what was going on. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. With a hearty laugh, I transformed Desert Eagle into the shotgun mode. What's wrong with this thing?
Flustered, the Jin swung his sword hilt aimlessly, but there was no way that a state-of-the-art weapon would fix itself by being swung.
Well, you see, that weapon won't work today.
I scraped together what little magic power I had left and converted it to the magic power of light.
This white magic power would flow into the shotgun shell and obliterate the Jin. Because I'm very lucky. Shut it. Even without a weapon. Kwon.
The shotgun shell perfectly struck his head. On the other hand, Chai Na-eun was sitting on a bench near the traveling club's meeting place. She had long since given up on finding the masquerade party.
It was already 7 p.m., but Yuna and Kim Soho were nowhere to be seen.
Tisk. She wasn't bothered that they were missing, but for some reason, she felt anxious. But because she didn't know why she was feeling anxious, she was killing time playing a game.
Leveling Up Monster. It was an RPG game that came out only a few days ago.
It wasn't a VR game, but a mobile game, making it convenient to play on her smartwatch.
But it wasn't fun.
It was pretty interesting at first, but her thoughts kept wandering.
Just what were they doing at the masquerade party that they weren't picking up her call? Where are all these police going? Because siren noises constantly rang out, she couldn't focus on the game either.
In the end, Chai Na-eun turned it off and checked her messenger app. No new messages had arrived.
Ha! I'm upset, but why am I upset?
When Chai Na-eun was sighing in annoyance, someone sat down next to her. Chai Na-eun turned her head to that direction.
What's up with you?
It was Kim Ha-jin, but his face was pale and he was covered in cold sweat. Clearly, he was exhausted.
Are you sick? Chai Na-eun asked out of courtesy.
Then, Kim Ha-jin stared at her silently.
What? Answer me. I'm a bit tired. What? Well, I can't move my body.
Kim Ha-jin smirked. Then, he suddenly closed his eyes and leaned on Chai Na-eun.
Whoa!
Chai Na-eun quickly moved out of the way, afraid that his sweat would touch her. Consequently, Kim Ha-jin fell down on the bench.
Hey! What are you scheming? Ah, Na-eun SSI. You're here. At that moment, Oh Han-hyun arrived with his girlfriend. His face was grim. Club leader? Why are you so late? So you didn't know. Something happened nearby. Kim Soho SSI and Yuna SSI are being questioned. Eh? Chai Na-eun's jaws dropped. She thought, just what the hell happened while I was gone? Ah, it's nothing.